In just 500 years, you have attained the Tao and become the reigning great emperor of this era. Yet no one knows your true identity. Even the immortal families spanning countless epochs remain unaware, just sensing the presence of the emperor, but have never seen the real person. And the reason you became an emperor in 100 years? It's all because you bound the path enlightenment system. Now I originally planned to ascend to immortality through the system, but received a saintly message from his ex-wife. The daughter was taken away by the restricted zone. At this moment, you suddenly opened your eyes. A divine talisman tore through the void, landed right in front of you. Lin Xuan, something terrible has happened. Tongtong found out about our separation. Ran away from home in a fit of pique. I searched everywhere but couldn't find it. Lin Xuan, it's all my fault for not keeping a better eye on Tongtong. I just got the news. Little Tongtong was captured by an old granny in the Demon God Valley and taken into the valley. The Demon God Valley is one of the 10 forbidden life zones in our eastern domain. None may enter save for the great emperors. What should we do now? The second divine talisman was also crafted by Fengxue. Yet there was not a trace of the female saint's majesty within it. There was only the aftermath of their daughter going missing. The helplessness and fear of being a mother. This reminds you of the happy days your family of 3 once shared. 6 years ago, you were not yet the great emperor, belonging to the peak of quasi-emperor status, on the verge of attaining the Tao. It was at that very moment. You're having issues with your relationship with Fengxue. As a soon-to-be enlightened one, your identity is taboo. Once the people in the forbidden zone find out, not only will you yourself face calamity and slaughter, even wives, daughters, relatives, and friends would struggle to survive. Moreover, his wife Fengxue was naturally strong-willed, wanting to surpass you in everything. That's exactly it. You never told your wife and daughter about your identity. But you didn't expect Fengxue, the wife, would be deceived by her brother-in-law Yuashan and her sister Fongua to join the top-tier faction of the eastern domain, the Jiyu sect, thus to part ways with you in harmony. The reason for the separation was simple. They say you lack ambition and neglect your duties. All you do every day is fish or spend time with your wife and child. Only after careful reflection did you realize. It turns out Fengxue's brother-in-law, Yuashan, and her sister, Fongua, learned that the ancestral elder of the eastern region's top sect, the Jiyu sect, had advanced to the quasi-emperor realm, and he will soon pass through the border to take on disciples. So he tricked Fengxue into agreeing to a divorce with you. Then he became a disciple under the quasi-emperor ancestor of the abandoned desires sect. This way, they can latch onto a powerful ally. A quasi-emperor takes on a disciple. This is a significant event for all cultivators in the eastern domain. It's all a matter of serendipity that cannot be sought after. If one could gain the protection of a quasi-emperor, that life would be carefree. There is even hope to attain the path of the great emperor. The rules of the Jiyu sect. Cultivators with partners must relinquish desires and sever familial bonds. Only then can one enter the sect of abandoning desires. But Yuashan and Fongua themselves did not want to divorce. He tricked his younger sister Fengxue into agreeing to a mutual divorce with you. Just before, Fengxue's personality, though strong-willed, but lacks independent judgment in major matters. Easily fooled, especially by loved ones. Yuashan and Fongua seized precisely this point. To bewitch Fengxue into agreeing to divorce you. It's quite an indirect way to associate with the Jiyu sect. Even Fengshue's entire narrative was taught by her brother-in-law, Yuashan. Yuashan instructed Fengxue to portray your marriage as the more unfortunate and tragic, the better. The greater the chance for the two of you to separate amicably. Otherwise, both Yuashan and Fongua would fear that you might cling to Fengxue, the saintly wife, and refuse to let go. Heh, you're just a would-be Taoist. When did you become so shameless? In that case, let's divorce then. After understanding the reasons Fengxue wanted to divorce you, and some of her misunderstandings about you, your heart has died. Memories fade away. A glimmer of light sparkles in your eyes. In the next instant, a rainbow light surged up from beneath your feet, straight to the Demon God Valley. At the same time, with the means of an emperor, you remotely sent a thought message to Fengxue, instructing her to wait quietly for news while you go to rescue your daughter. An emperor? Is it the great emperor who is about to depart? A long divine rainbow stretches straight to the forbidden zone, the Demon God Valley. Meanwhile, Fengxue pleaded with her master to personally visit the Demon God Valley, to assist the current great emperor, Li Tian, in rescuing his daughter Tongtong. It was just as Fengxue uttered these words that the ancestor of the abandoned desires sect, Lin Xuan, actually let out a soft chuckle. And this chuckle left Fengxue utterly bewildered. What's more important was, Master Lin Xuan's gaze turned toward him. Fengxue noticed that the way he looked at her was strangely peculiar. Seeing Lin Xuan's gaze fixed on him with an odd expression, Fengxue immediately took a step back. The elderly man before her was nominally her master. But since becoming his disciple, I have only had the honor of meeting him twice. Then he remained in seclusion until now. As for immortal techniques, he didn't teach her a single thing. Instead, he always looked at her with a strange expression. Especially now. This made Fengxue feel quite uneasy. Feeling utterly screwed over by my sister and brother-in-law. They managed to latch onto the Chiyu sect's coattails themselves. But there was no difference between formally becoming a disciple and not doing so. Before becoming a disciple, my cultivation improves every day. After 500 years of cultivation, he finally attained sagehood. She was also the only female saint in the eastern domain. But ever since becoming a disciple, my cultivation progress has stagnated. And there are signs of regression. More importantly, she also had to constantly guard against the seemingly ethereal and lofty master before her, who appeared every bit the Taoist sage. I always felt that he took me as his apprentice with ulterior motives. Alright, Tongtong is your daughter after all. She is also the grand disciple of my patriarch Helion. Since something has happened to her, how could I, as your master, stand by and do nothing? I shall head to the Demon God Valley now to seize the opportunity and rescue Tongtong. My good disciple. Stay here with your sister and brother-in-law and wait quietly for news. Don't go anywhere. To prevent my dear disciple from sneaking off to the Forbidden Zone, I shall place a restriction upon you, leaving you three with no choice but to stay here. Don't go anywhere. Helion Xian's gaze swept over Fengxue with a glance, and then said approvingly. Fengxue only felt that the moment her master Helion Xian opened his mouth, there was a strong smell of blood in the air. This moment, the immortal sect ancestor before me, hailed as the foremost in the eastern domain, doesn't seem like an ethereal and transcendent quasi-emperor at the second level of cultivation, but a demon that devours people without spitting out the bones. Helion Xian's gaze pierced straight through the ancient pagoda. It landed on Fengxue, laughing heartily with every breath. As the founding elder of the abandoned desire sect, he took in disciples in his twilight years. No one else knew his intentions. I thought he was really going to train an outstanding disciple. But in reality, he was merely trying to cultivate a decent blood sacrifice. Not only that, Fengshue's elder sister and her brother-in-law, along with all the disciples of the Chiyu sect, the common people within a radius of 10,000 miles, and the 100,000 sects of the eastern domain that revered the Chiyu sect as their sovereign. It was all his blood sacrifice. He is already very old. If we don't consume the blood offerings of these people soon, had long been laid in the coffin. In fact, he should have died 500 years ago. But after he mastered this blood-feeding technique, it extended his lifespan by a full 500 years. Now he's back from his trip. As long as she devours her beloved disciple, Fengxue, who possesses the cultivation of a sage, it would surely live another 500 years, even 1,000. These years. He had originally planned to wait until Fengshue's cultivation breakthrough before devouring her. But over these years, based on his observations, Fengshue's cultivation had not made any progress at all. There are already signs of regression, so there's no need to wait any longer. Moreover, his remaining lifespan was insufficient for him to wait any longer. As for him now, he is indeed heading to the Demon God Valley. But it wasn't to save Tongtong. Just waiting for the right moment to extract the imperial artifact hidden within her body. As far back as 6 years ago, he had already detected the presence of divine artifact fluctuations within Tongtong's body. Back then, he was merely suspicious, so he took measures to restrain her and imprison her within the abandoned desire sect, intending to study her further after he emerged from seclusion to confirm whether the divine artifact truly existed within her. However, he never anticipated that this young girl would break through the restrictions he had imposed on her during his seclusion and severely injure 5,000 of his elite disciples. These signs clearly indicate that this girl indeed harbors a sealed imperial artifact, and this artifact shows signs of awakening. Now, with the current emperor of the world, Emperor Li Tian, preparing to attack the Demon God Valley, this was the perfect opportunity for him to infiltrate the Demon God Valley and retrieve the divine weapon from Li Tong. Thinking that even this generation's supreme emperor would be doing the bidding for him, Lianqing couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. He then swept his sleeves and flew away. As for his three blood-sworn disciples Fengxue, her husband Yushan, and her sister Fenghuan, he no longer bothered to give them a second glance. Master, please let me out. I also want to save Xue. Seeing this, Fengxue hurriedly cried out. But it was already too late. As a quasi-emperor of the second heavenly realm, Lianqing's divine arts were unparalleled. By now, he had already traveled countless miles, and her voice could no longer reach his ears. Clang! Fengxue could no longer endure it and collapsed onto the ground. By now, she had come to understand why Lianqing had taken her as a disciple. It was clear she had been chosen as a sacrifice. But her own death didn't matter. Tongtong was still trapped in the Forbidden Demon Valley, her life hanging in the balance, while she was imprisoned here. Are we being imprisoned? It's all your fault. You insisted on asking He Lian the ancestor to save your ungrateful daughter. If you hadn't provoked He Lian the ancestor, he wouldn't have imprisoned the three of us. Seeing the three of them trapped inside the ancient tower, Yushan's expression suddenly changed, revealing terror, and then he turned his gaze toward Fengxue, his face filled with resentment. Smack! Before Yushan could finish speaking, his face was struck hard by Fengshue's slap, sending him flying to the ground. When he saw Fengshue's fierce glare, Yushan dared not speak, but his heart was filled with terror, fearing that He Lian Xian would return and incinerate them all. He quickly thought of how to escape from this place. As for the lives of his wife, Phoenix, and his younger sister-in-law, Fengxue, he didn't care at all. If necessary, he was willing to sacrifice the two of them to save his own life. Boom! At that moment, the sky shook violently. A golden edict spread across the sky. The voice of an old dragon at the fourth level of the quasi-emperor realm echoed throughout the heavens and earth. By the decree of my sovereign, Emperor Li Tian, the demon god valley in the eastern domain has long been a haven for evil, slaughtering innocent lives and the human race. My sovereign has decided to personally arrive at the demon god valley and eradicate this forbidden zone within 5 days. 5 days from now, the demon god valley will no longer exist in this world. Let all living beings across the universe take heed. His voice boomed, echoing throughout the universe. Upon the issuance of this imperial edict, all the stars and cultivators across the cosmos were shaken to their core. For this was the current emperor's formal declaration of war against the demon god valley, leaving no room for reconciliation. A cosmic scale battle of unprecedented scale officially began. Moreover, the battle would last only 5 days, which left the human cultivators in utter shock. Add to bookmarks to prevent losing track. Chapter 6, the current emperor's combat power revealed. 5 days. The old dragon read out Lin Xuan's edict, stating that Lin Xuan had subdued the demon god valley in just 5 days. Moreover, this left cultivators from the 8 desolate realms of the universe utterly astonished. What exactly did the current emperor, the emperor of the heavens, experience? Why must he subdue the demon god valley within 5 days? Why was the timeline so urgent? After all, that was a life-threatening forbidden zone, not some minor sect or faction. The beings within are incredibly powerful. Even the combined might of all the great emperors of the human race throughout history have failed to eradicate them. It is even rumored that in the history of human cultivation, a powerful human emperor entered the demon god valley and never returned. Under such circumstances, the current emperor, Enraged, has set a deadline of just 5 days to eradicate this life-forbidden zone that has existed for at least 10,000 years. Even hearing this sounds incredibly difficult, if not impossible. If anyone else had made such a claim, it would have been seen as mere boasting. On any other day, destroying the forbidden zone and eliminating billions of cultivators within 5 days would indeed be possible. Therefore, unless something extraordinary had occurred to the current emperor, there was no way he would issue such an urgent order to eradicate Demon God Valley. Why is the emperor so urgently attacking the life-forbidden zone of the Demon God Valley? Could it be that the emperor's time in the mortal realm is short? Will he ascend to immortality in 5 days? Among the human race, a divine king-level powerhouse made such a deduction. Upon reaching this conclusion, the divine king-level powerhouse immediately grew solemn. Ascension is a challenge that has stumped countless cultivators. Even ancient emperors and the emperor are no exception. However, the current great emperor is no ordinary being, shrouded in mystery. Some ancient sages claim he is a reincarnated immortal. Even after 6 years of attaining the status of an emperor, ascending to immortality remains a possibility. Considering this, the timeline is indeed very tight. Moreover, it's not just this human clan divine king who has deduced such a result. Even other sages and quasi-emperors have reached the same conclusion, causing everyone to grow solemn, both excited and tense. The excitement stems from the fact that if their predictions prove accurate, the current emperor of the heavens will ascend to immortality in 5 days. In that case, his actions will likely extend far beyond merely subduing the forbidden valley of the demon gods. There might be even bigger moves in store. For example, eliminating 2 or 3 forbidden zones. Forbidden zones are the true scourge of the cultivation world, and no one knows what exactly exists within them. However, their power is on par with that of an emperor, and only an emperor can eliminate a forbidden zone. In fact, it is said that some of the rulers of these forbidden zones are even stronger than some of the emperors of the human race. Therefore, if the current great emperor truly ascends to the immortal realm in 5 days, the supreme rulers of these forbidden zones will emerge to cause chaos, and no one will be able to stop them. In an instant, many felt a sense of oppression. They also sensed the pressure from the current great emperor toward the heavenly emperor himself, as his own time was running out, so he needed to act swiftly and decisively. If things go wrong, they might end up trapped within the forbidden zones themselves. Attacking the life forbidden zone with such urgency in just 5 days? How is that possible? Emperor, what has happened to you? The Union sect. The sect master, Hawan Xianzi, sat on the bed with Hawan by her side, her jade-like arms half exposed, speaking softly. In that moment, she recalled 5 years ago when she had broken through the Saint realm and emerged from seclusion with overwhelming power. She then descended the mountain to hunt for a man who could practice the sect's supreme secret technique with her. Despite being the sect master of the Hahuan sect, she remained pure and had never practiced the sect's most mysterious and supreme Hahuan technique with a man. However, what she never expected was that her luck was truly terrible. When she went hunting, she nearly hunted down the current emperor of the world, Emperor Lidi, who was fishing by the mountain. Had the emperor not been a ruler who had attained enlightenment through non-killing, her body and head would have been separated. But it was this chance encounter that made her fall deeply in love with this peerless emperor, unmatched in heaven and earth. Unfortunately, due to the vast difference in their statuses, she did not dare to pay him another visit afterward. However, now that the emperor is about to wage war in the Forbidden Zone, her Hahuan sect has volunteered to join him in battle. In the eyes of the Hahuan fairy, the current emperor was different from other emperors. He was so handsome and charismatic that any woman who laid eyes on him would fall in love with him. Emperor Li Tian, are you going to wage war against the Demon God Valley? I wonder if father will come. If father finds out I've been captured and taken to the Demon God Valley, he'll definitely come to save me. Demon God Valley. A 16-year-old girl gazed out of the stone house and spoke softly. She was exceptionally beautiful, her white dress accentuating her stunning figure, making her appear incredibly adorable. She was none other than Lin Xuan's daughter, Tongtong. At that moment, her mind was filled with memories of the time she spent with her father before she turned 10. Back then, her father, mother, and she were a happy family of 3. And whenever she encountered any danger as a child, her father would always rush to her side immediately. This time should be no exception, right? In Tongtong's heart, even if the human emperor was as powerful as he was, capable of striking the heavens above and subduing the underworld below, he still couldn't compare to her father. In her heart, no matter where she was or what danger she faced, even in the depths of the underworld, her father would come to rescue her. They say that a daughter is her father's cotton coat, and she trusts him more than anyone else. Tongtong was no exception. If your father dares to come to my Demon God Valley, not even a single bone fragment will remain. My Demon God Valley is no place for ants and shrimp soldiers to enter. I advise you to surrender the imperial artifact on your person and not provoke this princess into true anger. At that moment, the stone door opened and a woman walked in. She was dressed in black, her beauty striking yet cold and ruthless. The terrifying killing intent emanating from her body indicated that countless lives had met their end at her hands, and that she likely slaughtered living beings daily. Killing creatures was not merely a means of training for her, it was her true pleasure. The woman was none other than the princess of the Demon God Valley's Forbidden Zone, the witch. After her elderly servant brought Tongtong to her, she had planned to use various methods to force Tongtong to submit and serve her, even going so far as to whip her with a leather strap. However, Tongtong was protected by a mysterious force that prevented her from being harmed. The Imperial Weapon. This human girl is protected by a divine artifact. This was the witch's conclusion upon first seeing Tongtong. The Demon God Valley was no ordinary place. Aside from the emperor, anyone who entered would have their cultivation suppressed and severed, and even magical artifacts would cease to function. Therefore, the only thing that could protect Tongtong from being harmed by her was the divine weapon forged by the emperor. At that time, her father, the ruler of the Forbidden Zone of the Demon God Valley, had not yet awakened. She could only communicate with Tongtong through words and was unable to take the divine weapon from her. Oomph. You're a bad person. I won't talk to you. In response to the witch's words, Tongtong snorted coldly, turned her head away, and completely ignored the witch. In her heart, she was very puzzled. She knew there was no imperial weapon on her body, yet the witch insisted that she was hiding one. If she were hiding an imperial weapon, wouldn't that make her the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor? And regardless of whether the Heavenly Emperor had a daughter, it certainly wasn't her. Your Highness, why bother wasting your breath on a lowly human girl? Hand her over to me, and I guarantee that within an hour, she will hand over the divine weapon she is hiding. At that moment, the old crone accompanying the witch spoke in a sinister tone, her face contorted with a hideous expression. Her face was wrinkled, with lines running vertically and horizontally, making her look terrifying, like a vengeful spirit. She was the old crone who had kidnapped Tongtong and brought her to the Demon God Valley. Countless human girls had died at her hands, most of them brutally killed with her bare hands, her hands stained with the blood of countless human girls. At that moment, she glared at Tongtong with a sinister expression, slowly approaching her. Like a ghost, she caused Tongtong to grow tense. Regardless, she was still just a 16-year-old girl, even though she possessed the cultivation level of a divine king at the initial stage. Boom! At that moment, an explosion echoed throughout the 8 corners of the universe, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 realms. A powerful force swept across the entire universe like a whirlwind, causing the entire cosmos to tremble. The entire cosmos seemed on the verge of destruction, nearly shattering into pieces. It's the current human emperor, clashing with one of our Demon God Valley's allied factions leaders. He's actually this powerful, managing to repel our Demon God Valley's allied faction leader. Upon hearing the earth-shattering sounds, the witch's expression changed instantly. She was the princess of the Forbidden Zone, with immense power and extraordinary perception. Additionally, the Forbidden Zone housed a divine artifact capable of detecting fluctuations in the energy of the cosmic starry sky, allowing her to immediately understand what had just occurred. This was the revelation of the current great emperor, Emperor Li Tian's combat power. He had clashed with one of the allied faction's great figures from the Demon God Valley and had repelled him with a single strike. Such combat power was almost on par with the strongest emperor in the history of human cultivation. Chapter 7, Lin Xuan's racial identity is revealed. He is the current emperor of the human race. The allied giants of the Forbidden Zone are, of course, the rulers of other forbidden zones and the strongest beings within them. In the past, they were also ancient emperors or emperors. As ancient emperors and emperors, they have all once ruled the cosmos and are no weaker than humans. How could they be repelled with a single strike? But this is the truth, and it cannot be changed no matter what. This alone proves that the current great emperor is truly terrifying, one of the strongest great emperors in the history of human cultivation. No wonder he dared to attack their Demon God Valley with such overwhelming might just 6 years after attaining enlightenment. Yet 6 years is still considered the early stages of enlightenment even for an emperor. How could he be so powerful? This must mean that this emperor is most likely the reincarnation of a legendary immortal. At this thought, the witch couldn't help but feel a sense of solemnity. If the rumors are true, this could indeed be a catastrophic disaster for the Demon God Valley. However, she was puzzled by one thing: the entire cosmos had at least 100 such life-forbidden zones, not just their Demon God Valley. Just on this ancient star, the eastern domain of the Yen star, there are 10 major life-forbidden zones. Among them, the one posing the greatest threat to all life in the entire universe is not their Demon God Valley. Then why had this current human emperor chosen to target their Demon God Valley? What past grudge could the Demon God Valley possibly have with this current great emperor? Could it be that he is picking on the weak? Though the Demon God Valley is not the most dangerous forbidden zone for all beings in the cosmos, it is also not the weakest. Besides my father, there are already 10 other major figures from other forbidden zones. And my father is none other than the ancient emperor who once struck fear into the very depths of the cosmos. When his name was mentioned, even the emperors of the human race in later generations would turn pale with fear. Therefore, the Demon God Valley is by no means a soft target. So the reason why the current emperor is attacking the Demon God Valley at this time can only be. The witch's gaze involuntarily turned toward Tongtong, her eyes filled with astonishment and suspicion. But she soon dismissed the idea as unlikely. The old woman had already fully informed her of the young girl's background. Her mother was a female saint under the second heavenly realm of the human race's quasi-emperor. Her father, unable to keep up with her mother's cultivation, had been abandoned by her. Therefore, how could this little girl possibly be related to the current emperor of the world, Emperor Li Tian? Unless her father had been hiding his cultivation, background, and identity all alone. At this thought, the witch's gaze grew icy, and her expression toward Tongtong was filled with a chilling aura. The witch's gaze suddenly changed, causing Tongtong to step back instinctively, crossing her hands in front of her. "Your Highness, look! The sky outside has suddenly grown dark." Just then, the old nurse suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing the old nurse's words, the witch snapped back to reality and looked outside. What she saw was the sky, which had been bright just moments ago, suddenly turned pitch black, so dark that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face, as if eternal night had descended. Seeing this, the witch's expression changed slightly, and she murmured, "The Forbidden Zone overlord who controls the laws of day and night, the heavens, and the earth. I now know where the allied overlord of my Demon God Valley, who is battling the current human emperor, has come from." "From where?" the old crone asked. Though she was older than the prince, her knowledge of these ancient emperors and great emperors paled in comparison to his. Moreover, beings of this caliber, with the spells and laws they command, were far beyond the comprehension of a mere servant like her. The forbidden heavenly realm. The witch's emotions had calmed, and she spoke slowly. "The forbidden land of the heavenly emperor? That must be far older than my Demon God Valley. And judging by the timeline, it should be the oldest forbidden land in the eastern realm. Could it be that the Honorable One has connections with the ruler of this forbidden zone?" The old crone's expression changed slightly, then she grew inexplicably excited. If the leader of the forbidden land of the heavenly emperor were to intervene again, in the old crone's opinion, the current human emperor would likely meet his end. For it is said that there are immortals within the heavenly forbidden land. No matter how powerful the human emperor is, he could never be a match for an immortal. Yes, my father, the emperor, once visited the ruler of the forbidden zone of the imperial heavenly forbidden land when he was young, and the two had a certain degree of friendship. But I never imagined that when the current human emperor came to attack our Demon God Valley, the first to act would be the supreme giant from the forbidden heavenly realm. In that case, my father was truly wise. Perhaps he had already foreseen this day. The witch nodded, her eyes betraying her deep respect for her father. The old crone opened her mouth to speak, but in the end, she said nothing. A ruler of the ancient emperor's caliber was not someone she could discuss casually. The outside world. As the sky suddenly turned pitch black, the people erupted into chaos and panic. Everyone realized what was happening. An supreme being from a forbidden realm had already clashed with the current emperor. And this was already the second round. In the first exchange, the two clashed so swiftly that the sky seemed as fragile as paper, nearly shattering into pieces. As for the specific techniques they employed or how they clashed, none of the powerful beings across the vast cosmos knew. However, in the second round, everyone clearly felt the intensity. The oppressive atmosphere was enough to send a chill down one's spine. It felt as though the entire world was about to enter an apocalyptic era. The entire world was about to be shattered. Thank you, fellow cultivator from the forbidden heavenly realm, for coming to our aid. The Demon God Valley is deeply grateful. Once this matter is resolved, we will present you with a generous gift. Additionally, human emperor, you speak with great arrogance. My Demon God Valley has existed for over 1,000,000 years, and countless ancient emperors have entered our valley only to return in defeat. How dare you, a mere 6-year-old initial enlightenment seeker, dare to think you can destroy my Demon God Valley in just 5 days? Speaking such bold words, human emperor, aren't you afraid of tripping over your own words? At that moment, a loud shout suddenly echoed from within the Demon God Valley. A colossal creature emerged from the Demon God Valley. At that moment, the sky was pitch black, but as the creature emerged, it illuminated numerous regions of the eastern domain. It was so large, and its scales were glowing. Its appearance was extremely peculiar, and it was impossible to determine what kind of creature it was. Its entire body was covered in scales, its features were hideously grotesque, and it emanated a malevolent aura, as if it had been formed by gathering all the malevolent energy in the heavens and earth. Its eyes were eerily dark, emanating a bloodthirsty aura. The supreme overlord of the Demon God Valley has emerged. This left the quasi-emperor level and above experts watching the battle utterly shaken, with even a hint of fear creeping into their hearts. At the same time, they sensed that something was terribly wrong. The current emperor had set a deadline, intending to eliminate the Demon God Valley, this ancient forbidden zone, within a mere 5 days. This was clearly too hasty. So far, not only had the overlord of the Demon God Valley emerged, but another ancient forbidden zone, the Imperial Heaven Forbidden Zone, had also sent its overlord to act beforehand. If these two supreme giants from the Forbidden Zones act together, they don't even need to defeat the current emperor, Emperor Li Tian. All they need to do is block him for 5 days and prevent him from entering the Demon God Valley, and the Forbidden Zones will be victorious. At that point, the current emperor would be humiliated and forced to leave this vast universe in disgrace. That would be utterly disastrous. However, the emperor is the supreme ruler of the cosmos, the master of the universe. How could his words be changed? Therefore, this battle has no solution, and it is extremely dire for the current emperor and all living beings in the world. Therefore, many quasi-emperors felt utterly lost and filled with dread. That's not right. Isn't the life forbidden zone, the Demon God Valley, supposed to last for 10,000 years? How could the Forbidden Zone's overlord claim that the Demon God Valley has existed for 1,000,000 years? Additionally, the Forbidden Zone's overlord addressed the current emperor as the emperor of the human race. If that's the case, then the current emperor must be one of us, the human race? Among them, a quasi-emperor level powerhouse even voiced his doubts to another quasi-emperor level powerhouse. The Demon God Valley in the Eastern Domain has existed for 10,000 years, which is an estimate by later generations and remnants of ancient texts. However, the Demon God Valley is ultimately a major forbidden zone, so the estimates of later generations and the records in ancient texts are naturally bound to have discrepancies. However, the discrepancy this time is simply too great. As for the current supreme ruler, it is most likely our human race's supreme ruler. Only our human race's supreme ruler possesses the grandeur to eliminate a life forbidden zone. Another quasi-emperor level powerhouse furrowed his brows and spoke. As he spoke, he also felt a sense of foreboding. He feared that the current emperor might perish in this battle. After all, this was a joint effort by the supreme rulers of the two life forbidden zones to confront the enemy. Moreover, these two life forbidden zones are incredibly ancient, and the two forbidden zone overlords are undoubtedly extremely powerful. Once this battle began, it would be a fight for survival, and might even draw other domain titans into the fray. However, the current emperor had only one emperor-level powerhouse by his side, and in terms of numbers alone, they couldn't compare to the Forbidden Zones. Additionally, through the communication from the Life Titan in the Demon God Valley, two quasi-emperor-level powerhouses have already learned that the current emperor is likely one of their human race's emperors. Only a human emperor could possess such grandeur as to attempt to eradicate an entire Forbidden Zone within just 6 years of attaining enlightenment. Swish! 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 Just as the two powerful figures in the Forbidden Zone were conversing, the entire universe trembled, and the heavens themselves seemed on the verge of splitting apart. 1, 2, 3, 4. At least 7 colossal figures from the Forbidden Zone surged into the sky with overwhelming might. Combined with the peerless titans emerging from the Demon God Valley and the peerless titans from the Imperial Heavenly Forbidden Land, this equates to 9 peerless titans of the same rank as the human race's current emperor, all aiming to block the human race's current emperor's assault on the Demon God Valley. Moreover, the might of each Forbidden Zone titan was overwhelming, as if they sought to tear the heavens apart. Upon hearing the proclamation from the Demon God Valley's Forbidden Zone, all human cultivators present were nearly driven to despair. 9 against 1, how could they possibly win? This is an impossible situation. Perhaps in this battle, the human emperor will shed his blood in the stars and perish in the mortal world. In an instant, many human cultivators let out piercing screams into the sky. They felt this was an injustice of the heavens, meant to destroy their human race's supreme emperor. Chapter 8. Lin Xuan is the current emperor? The starry sky trembles. Emperor! Among the human race, some even shouted out on the spot. Before this, no one knew the racial identity of the current emperor. Now, everyone knew that the current emperor was their human race's emperor. Naturally, none of them wanted their human emperor to perish. But the problem now was that the 9 great life titans were attacking their human race's current emperor. Did they really stand a chance of winning? Moreover, in a battle of this caliber, if they lose, they will lose everything and be obliterated. Heaven, why won't you give our human emperor another 10,000 years to go and pacify the Forbidden Zone? No, even 1,000 years would be enough. The emperor has only been an emperor for 6 years. Why did he rush into action against the Forbidden Zone so hastily? Who can tell me what happened to the emperor? Could it be that our human race's current great emperor has some fundamental flaw that can only allow him to survive for 5 days? If that's the case, then the heavens are truly unfair. Perhaps there is still a chance in this battle. Ancient texts record that the giants of the Forbidden Zone cannot be easily awakened, especially not for an extended period. Therefore, these 9 Forbidden Zone giants may simply be trying to block our human emperor for 5 days. Once those 5 days have passed, they may all fall back into slumber. Sleep? I don't think so. I believe the Forbidden Zone will likely use this opportunity to launch a dark catastrophe. Among the human race, many powerful beings were speculating and discussing. Some even believe that this battle might have a turning point. Given the special state of the Forbidden Zone giants, the 9 of them joining forces might merely aim to delay the current human emperor for 5 days, preventing him from eliminating or entering the Demon God Valley within that time frame. The current emperor is invincible. What he says, he usually does. If they fail to fulfill their promises, this battle need not be fought to the end. The Forbidden Zone would already have one. In that case, the life of the human emperor would be spared. However, some believe that if that were the case, it would undermine the credibility of the current human emperor. For the current human emperor, it would be a humiliating blow, more brutal than killing him outright, revealing how treacherous the leaders of the Forbidden Zone truly are. As the invincible supreme being of heaven and earth, even if they were willing to die in battle, they would never allow their words to go unkept. Therefore, this battle remains unsolvable, and only one of the 9 great leaders of the Forbidden Zone and the current emperor can survive. Some even believe that this battle is not just about the current emperor of the human race, but about the entire human race. If the current emperor of the human race were to die in the stars, the great lords of the Forbidden Zone would seize the opportunity to unleash a dark catastrophe, and countless lives would be lost. This includes children and the elderly. Heaven, grant the emperor 1,000 years or 500 years to solidify his foundation, then let him lead the assault on the life Forbidden Zone's Demon God Valley. Among the human race, there were also powerful beings praying. They prayed to the heavens to grant their current emperor time to solidify his Taoist arts, rather than forcing him to rush into subduing the Forbidden Zone. In the history of the human race, there have only been a few emperors, and most of them perished in the battle to eliminate the Forbidden Zone. This current emperor, they all hope he will not follow in the footsteps of his predecessors. Oh, so the current great emperor is actually the human emperor. In that case, my divine phoenix clan has nothing to do with this. Whether he lives or dies, it has nothing to do with my divine sparrow clan. Moreover, our divine sparrow clan's quasi-emperor was killed by his senior disciple. It doesn't concern my dragon clan either. Our ancestral elder was enslaved by him. As for the other races, they were just watching the spectacle. The current emperor is indeed invincible, but what does that have to do with them? On the contrary, as long as the current emperor is alive, he will suppress the prodigies of their respective races, leaving them in the shadows with no room for growth. That is precisely why, aside from the human clan, the other clans are not merely spectators. They are preparing to act at the first opportunity to eliminate the current emperor. As for starting a great war? Who do they fear besides the human emperor? The mantis catches the cicada, but the sparrow is behind them. The atmosphere between the cosmos is extremely solemn. The 9 sovereigns of the Forbidden Zone are about to move against our master. It seems the crisis he faces this time is truly immense. As his disciples, we should lend him a hand. On a gigantic star, a man spoke. As he spoke, he tore through the void and headed toward the Yen star. He was Lin Xuan's eldest disciple, a quasi-emperor of the 8th heavenly realm, a rare powerhouse even across the entire cosmos. Moreover, there were fluctuations of an imperial artifact emanating from his body. That's right. Our master has taught us so many divine techniques. It's time for us to show what we've learned. Another scholar spoke, then mounted a phoenix bird and also headed toward the Yen star. This was another quasi-emperor, Lin Xuan's second disciple. 6 beams of light followed behind him, representing 6 other quasi-emperors. The last one was a woman, stunningly beautiful, and she cared deeply for Lin Xuan. Upon hearing her senior disciple's words, she immediately teleported through space, rushing off in great haste. Although the current great universe is in a golden age of cultivation, quasi-emperors on a single star are still rare. Let alone 8 quasi-emperors from a single sect. Now that these 8 quasi-emperors were heading toward Yenqing, their identities, once revealed, would shake the entire cosmos. Because Lin Xuan is not only the current emperor, but he has also cultivated 8 quasi-emperor disciples on his own, a feat that has astonished the entire universe. As for Fengxue, seeing Lin Xuan's 8 quasi-emperor disciples would undoubtedly leave her speechless. Old man, do you remember when the two of us were nearly attacked and killed by an old lion on the verge of enlightenment? It was the emperor who saved us. Now that the emperor is about to wage war on the Forbidden Zone, shouldn't we also contribute our efforts? In a rural household, an old man with a hunched back was asking his equally elderly wife, who was serving rice, about something. However, after he finished speaking, his eyes flashed with a sharp light, and his body emitted the aura of someone on the verge of attaining the Tao. Yes, I remember it clearly. At that time, the great emperor had not yet ascended to the throne and was on the same level as that old lion. But after a single exchange, he killed the old lion, which truly shocked the two of us. Now that he has decided to conquer the Forbidden Zone, we must do our part. The white-haired old woman spoke. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and a beam of heavenly light shot into the sky, accompanied by the same aura of one on the verge of enlightenment. These were 2 beings on the verge of enlightenment, yet they had been hidden amidst the vast red dust of the world. Now, they both revealed their might. What old man? In terms of age, the emperor is 8,500 years younger than the two of us. So who is the old man? Hearing the old woman's words, the old man smiled slightly and said, "You can't say that. In the cultivation world, the strong are respected. The great emperor is stronger than the two of us, so he is naturally the old man." The old woman chuckled. "Alright, you have a point. Let's go," the old man said. As they spoke, 2 beams of light shot into the sky, heading toward the Demon God Valley to join this epic battle. Not only that, but in that instant, countless other powerful beings were also rushing toward the valley. Countless human warriors were shouting, "Fight! Fight! Fight! Fight!" The Forbidden Zone was a place of unspeakable cruelty, treating all living beings in the world as their captive prey. They had no power to resist. But now that the current emperor has set an example, they must follow suit, even if it means dying on the battlefield. Fight! 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 The roaring voices echoed throughout the universe, spreading toward the Forbidden Zone. The most brutal and largest-scale battle to conquer the Forbidden Zone has officially begun. At this moment, the human cultivators feared death not at all, their resolve striking fear into the hearts of all races. At the same time, Lin Xuan also set out, completely ignoring the words of the Demon God Valley's Forbidden Zone overlord. With a single step, he left countless stars in his wake, traveling an unknown distance before charging straight toward the Demon God Valley. The divine might on his body surged forth, wave after wave like a tidal force, threatening to shatter the entire starry sky. Not only were the 9 Forbidden Zone overlords attempting to stop him, but even if all the life overlords of the entire universe were to emerge, he would still head to the Demon God Valley to rescue his daughter Tongtong. Because he was not only the unparalleled divine being of the human race in this age, but also a father. Chapter 9, a single punch to smash a Forbidden Zone ancient emperor, Lin Xuan's invincible form. The call to arms of the current human emperor is indeed powerful. These countless ants are rushing forward one after another, eager to fight us Forbidden Zone titans to the death? Ha ha! A Forbidden Zone titan sensed the overwhelming will of the human cultivators beneath the starry sky and immediately transmitted his thoughts to the other Forbidden Zone titans. Ants are ants. Even if there are tens of millions of them, how could they possibly threaten us, a few dragons? As for this so-called human emperor, we only need to block him for 5 days. After 5 days, if he can't eradicate the Demon God Valley, he'll probably kill himself without us even lifting a finger. What a laughable human emperor. What kind of credibility does he have? He's nothing but a joke. Another Forbidden Zone overlord spoke dismissively. The current human emperor is too arrogant. We should indeed teach him a lesson. With the 9 of us joining forces, not only will the human emperor fail to destroy the Demon God Valley, but he won't even be able to take a single step inside it. If he can't even step foot into the Demon God Valley, let us see how he'll handle himself and face the entire universe. Ha, you speak the truth. To be honest, I can't wait to see the furious expression on that human emperor's face in 5 days. 2 more Forbidden Zone overlords spoke up. Then, all the gazes from the Forbidden Zones turned toward Lin Xuan, and the imperial might on their bodies began to emanate. Though they had no immediate intention of acting, they could not tolerate the current human emperor's arrogance, so they released the imperial might of the Tao to exert pressure. Human emperor, the Demon God Valley is not a place for you to run wild. If you dare to set foot in the Demon God Valley, I swear I will reduce you to ashes. Don't believe me? Try it. At that moment, a Forbidden Zone overlord emerged from the Demon God Valley and bellowed loudly, his voice echoing throughout the universe. His words were filled with overwhelming anger. This was because it had previously addressed Lin Xuan, but had been ignored by him. As a once supreme ruler of the Forbidden Zone and a former ancient emperor, it had been ignored even by a current emperor who was unmatched in the heavens and on earth. It could not help but grow furious. As it spoke, the might of the imperial way emanated, causing all living beings in the cosmos to tremble in fear. Except for a few human strongholds who dared to resist, all other beings knelt on the ground in submission. This was the might of an emperor-level powerhouse, utterly unstoppable. Is that so? Then let's try. However, the might of the imperial way born from the life Forbidden Zone was shattered by Lin Xuan's indifferent voice. Then, a terrifying fist intent pierced through the void like a giant dragon, sweeping toward the giant of the divine demon valley Forbidden Zone. This fist had a simple name, the Emperor's Fist. However, this fist could shatter the primordial chaos of the universe, causing countless stars to explode, terrifying beyond imagination, completely transcending the constraints of space, time, and all laws. The darkness was shattered, and a brilliant light filled the void. The Emperor of this age is invincible. Under Lin Xuan's punch, the entire universe fell into complete silence. The 7 imperial auras were all obscured by this single punch. And his voice pierced through the universe, echoing across all realms, even a 3-year-old child could hear it. When the sound reached Fengxue's ears, her expression changed slightly. Is that the voice of the Emperor of the Heavens? How could it be so familiar? How could his voice sound so much like his? But she shook her head, dismissing the thought as a hallucination. The Celestial Emperor is an unparalleled being in all of heaven and earth, capable of single-handedly holding off at least 2 of the Forbidden Zone's titans. How could it be Lin Xuan? If Lin Xuan is this derived star, an unparalleled emperor of heaven and earth, how could she have divorced him back then? Therefore, I must have hallucinated. But why am I thinking about my ex-husband Lin Xuan today? Has Lin Xuan gone to the Forbidden Zone after receiving the divine symbol I sent him? In Fengshue's eyes, her ex-husband might not have been a qualified husband, but he was definitely a qualified father. Before their daughter Tongtong turned 10, she had been completely focused on her secluded cultivation and had barely paid any attention to her, leaving all the care to her former husband Lin Xuan. As her ex-husband Lin Xuan once put it, he was essentially a stay-at-home dad. What exactly does nanny dad mean, and where does it come from? Fengxue still hasn't figured it out. Yet she felt he was right. Because even when it came to feeding the baby, her ex-husband would summon a spirit beast to do it, and he raised the child to be plump and healthy. Therefore, if her ex-husband were to learn that their daughter had been taken to the Demon God Valley, he would undoubtedly rush there without hesitation. Unfortunately, she is trapped here. Otherwise, she would have gone to see him, even if it was just for a moment. After all, even a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of kindness. The voice of the Heavenly Emperor, how could it be so familiar? Inside the tower, her brother-in-law Yueshan and her sister Fongua exchanged glances, both filled with astonishment. Though they had never really taken their former brother-in-law Lin Xuan seriously in the past, they were certain they had not mistaken his voice. Yet this was clearly the voice of the Emperor of the Heavens. How could they have mistaken it for Lin Xuan's? Could it be because they had seduced Lin Xuan and Fengxue into divorcing 6 years ago, and now, with a guilty conscience, they were seeing ghosts in their minds? How could the Emperor of the Heavies be Lin Xuan? If Lin Xuan were the current emperor, my name would be written backwards. Especially Yueshan, who thought this even more deeply. But for some reason, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if something terrible was about to happen to him. And this bad thing was worse than being imprisoned here. You dare! At the same time, within the Imperial Heaven Forbidden Zone, a loud shout echoed out. The powerful figure from the Forbidden Zone of the Imperial Heaven had made his move. Originally, he had already exchanged blows with Lin Xuan, and Lin Xuan's opponent should have been him. But now Lin Xuan had ignored him and directly headed toward the Demon God Valley, which naturally enraged him. More importantly, since he had already made his move, if the other party were to kill the Forbidden Zone giant of the Demon God Valley right under his nose, his face would be completely lost. Boom! The sky shattered, and dragon roars echoed as a massive black and white dragon charged toward Lin Xuan. The Time Dragon. Time itself is invisible. But now, everyone could see a time dragon. It was formed from the very fabric of time itself. It was summoned by the ancient emperor from the Forbidden Zone of the Celestial Emperor. Upon its appearance, the dragon's roar echoed endlessly, resembling a true dragon covering the sky, with its 5 claws extended, shaking the heavens and earth, charging toward Lin Xuan. As the black and white colossal dragon hurtled toward them, countless people felt their life force being stripped away, their vitality weakening. One can only imagine the terror of the time dragon and the magnitude of the attack Lin Xuan is currently facing. Those who control the time laws that invert the yin and yang of the heavens and earth, the many powerful beings from all worlds, have already gained some understanding of the identity of this figure from the Imperial Heavenly Forbidden Zone, and his true identity is about to be revealed. The terror of his combat power left billions of cultivators in awe and shock. The murderous intent he revealed and the resolve behind this strike made it clear that he intended to kill the current emperor in this single blow. In that instant, the hearts of many were gripped with tension. Chapter 10, Lin Xuan's near-divine artifact revealed, shocking the Forbidden Zone. Has the ant become a dragon? The ancient emperor of time, he's still alive? The ancient tribe was filled with cries of astonishment. The ancient emperor of time was the deity of the ancient clan. He attained enlightenment through time itself, striking fear into the heavens. It is said that the flow of time in this world is his masterpiece. His era is so ancient it cannot be traced back, dating back to the mythical age. He should have long since perished, yet here he is, still alive and lurking within the Eastern Domain's 10 forbidden zones, the Imperial Heaven Forbidden Zone. The ancient emperor of time. An existence on par with the gods of myth, yet he has lived until now? With such a formidable background, how can our human race's current emperor possibly stand a chance? The human race was left in awe by the ancient sage. The ancient emperor of time is a figure from ancient texts, a divine emperor whose combat power is beyond imagination. Yet the current human emperor had only attained enlightenment 3 years ago. This wasn't even a match for him. How could he possibly fight? Although the current great emperor won the first strike earlier, it was clear that the ancient emperor of time had not fully awakened, remaining in a half-asleep, half-awake state. Now that the ancient emperor of time has fully awakened, coupled with the demon god Valley and the other 7 forbidden zone overlords supporting him, this is simply impossible to fight. It is said that the intelligence of cultivators increases as they advance in cultivation. But in terms of combat power, the older the emperor, the stronger they are. And the ancient emperor of time is sufficiently ancient, so his combat power is naturally formidable. The ancient emperor of time. This is an ancient emperor who attained enlightenment through time itself. His age and lifespan are beyond calculation, and his combat power is truly unimaginable. While the current great emperors are indeed powerful, they still fall short of the ancient emperor of time. Moreover, besides the ancient emperor of time, there are another 8 ancient emperors supporting him. This battle is highly unfavorable for our human race's current great emperor. However, the current great emperor chose to subdue the demon god Valley at this time. Could he have foreseen something? The fact that these forbidden zone overlords have awakened so quickly, could it be that they were already planning to launch the dark cataclysm? And our human race's current emperor has deduced this, so he acted preemptively? An elderly human emperor, with only a single strand of hair and a single remaining front tooth, spoke up, his words filled with doubt. Boom! As his words fell, a thunderbolt struck down, nearly reducing the quasi-emperor to ashes. Heavenly tribulation? My predictions have come true. So these life forbidden zone giants have awakened one after another so quickly, they truly intend to launch the dark cataclysm? Seeing this, the veteran quasi-emperor's expression changed drastically, nearly collapsing to the ground. The dark cataclysm. Every time it happens, countless lives are lost. And this time, how many would perish? Almighty heaven, protect me, the current human emperor who is invincible and capable of defeating the ancient emperor of time. Otherwise, my entire human race will be doomed. In the end, the old quasi-emperor almost pleaded to the heavens, his face twisted in agony. Of course, deep down, he was utterly despairing. Because now, the current emperor faces not only the ancient emperor of time. There were also the 8 ancient emperors of the forbidden zones, all lurking in the shadows. 2 against 1, especially against 2 ancient emperors of such antiquity, the current great emperor had no hope whatsoever. Unless, he had already reached the realm of immortality. The ancient emperor who has emerged from the forbidden heavenly realm is none other than the ancient emperor of time. The emperor of the heavens has finally met his match. This news spread throughout the eastern region through the oral transmission of an ancient sage. It even reached the abandoned Desire sect directly. One of the ancient emperors of the forbidden land of the heavenly emperor is the ancient emperor of time? He's still alive? When the news reached Fengxue, who was imprisoned, her expression changed instantly. She had been counting on the emperor of the heavens to storm into the demon god Valley. No matter what, he was still a great emperor of the human race. If he could enter the demon god Valley and see the human girl imprisoned, there was a chance he could intervene and save her. But now, the old sage had brought news that the ancient emperor of the imperial heavenly forbidden land was none other than one of the most powerful emperors in the history of cultivation, the ancient emperor of time. And he had already attacked Emperor Lidi. Does this current emperor still have a chance to enter the demon god Valley and eliminate this forbidden zone? Tongtong, it's all my fault. If I had known things would end this way, I would have left you by his side 6 years ago. In the end, Fengxue also lost all hope, thinking only this in her heart. In that moment, her heart was filled with guilt toward her daughter Tongtong and her former husband Lin Xuan. If only she hadn't been so stubborn and listened to her brother-in-law and sister, their family of 3 would still be together, living happily ever after. Why would she have done otherwise? Haha, so the Taoist friend who intervened from the forbidden realm of the celestial heavens is none other than Brother Guanyin. You have attained enlightenment through the power of time, and you are indeed powerful. You have lived this long and remain as strong as ever. We are truly impressed. The human emperor of this world dared to think he could eliminate the demon god Valley within 5 days. Now that Brother Guanyin has intervened, his words have truly become a laughingstock. At that moment, the leaders of the other forbidden zones transmitted their voices to the ancient emperor of time. The ancient emperor of time was an extremely ancient emperor, their predecessor, and they held his techniques in the highest regard, their words brimming with admiration. My fellow Taoists, please speak kindly. We have coexisted in the Forbidden Zone to survive, and we should strive together. However, this current human emperor has dared to insult our Forbidden Zone, thinking it is unguarded. He must be taught a lesson. The Time Emperor, who had already taken decisive action, spoke in a cold and ruthless tone. However, his tone suddenly changed. For in that instant, an imperial sword emitted divine light and descended with a dragon's roar. Its shape resembled a soaring dragon, emitting the roar of a true dragon from its blade. It released the ultimate power of the Tao, tearing the sky apart like a scroll, and in an instant, it pierced through the black and white time dragon created by the Time Emperor using the time law, piercing it through. The black and white dragon began to grow darker as it screamed. The supreme might of the imperial sword not only blocked the time dragon's attack, which he had pride in, but also perfectly countered and shattered it. It was like a divine sword slaying a dragon under the gaze of the world, a scene so horrific and terrifying it was unbearable to watch. The time dragon created by the ancient emperor of time seemed to have a life of its own, but now it was pierced by Lin Xuan's imperial weapon, which had been upgraded to a quasi-divine artifact. It let out a mournful cry and struggled desperately, but it could not break free. The time laws on the dragon began to recede like a tide, as if a giant dragon, severely wounded, was wailing its way toward death. Semi-divine artifact. The ancient emperor's voice trembled. Any weapon with the word divine attached to it was terrifying beyond measure, far surpassing the ancient imperial weapons they had forged. And now, such a weapon had been forged by the human emperor who had only attained enlightenment 6 years ago, leaving everyone in awe and shock. Under normal circumstances, the ancient emperors of the Forbidden Zone, though they rarely emerged, would still be aware of major events like the emergence of a quasi-divine artifact or a divine artifact, and would act swiftly to seize them. However, for a divine weapon to quietly advance to the quasi-divine realm without their knowledge was an unprecedented occurrence, leaving them completely unprepared. A quasi-divine artifact? This human emperor must have been preparing for this all along. He managed to refine his imperial weapon into a quasi-divine artifact in just 6 years, and we were completely unaware of it. How did he manage to do that? Upon hearing this, the leaders of the other life-restricted zones also changed their expressions, their voices filled with shock, completely different from their previous arrogance and tyranny. Now, they finally understood. No wonder the current emperor dared to launch such a grand and open attack on the Forbidden Zone's Demon God Valley. It turns out he had been preparing all along, refining his imperial weapon into a quasi-divine artifact. Such depth of thought and the scale of his plans left them all in awe. For a moment, the hearts of the great lords of the Forbidden Zones were filled with gloom. They realized that this human emperor of the present era was different from the human emperors of the past. His thoughts were too cunning, and he was truly a master strategist. They had encountered a formidable enemy. Master, save me. At the same time, the Forbidden Zone creatures emerging from the Demon God Valley sent out distress signals toward the Forbidden Zone's inner sanctum. Because at the moment when Lin Xuan's heavenly sword descended to shatter the Time Emperor's time dragon, the Emperor's fist had already descended like a vast sky, enveloping the Forbidden Zone creature beneath it. Though this Forbidden Realm creature had unleashed the ancient imperial weapon of the Supreme Emperor, the 10,000 spirit spell, it could not break through Lin Xuan's imperial fist suppression and could only turn to the half-awake, half-sleeping Supreme Sovereign of the Forbidden Realm for help. Chapter 11. Lin Xuan's Supreme Emperor's weapon revealed, shocking his ex-wife. The imperial fist, when first struck, seemed ordinary. But once unleashed, the entire fist fell into silence. Moreover, Lin Xuan had no idea how many 10,000 miles away he was, yet this single punch struck directly at its target. By the time the Forbidden Zone creature from the Demon God Valley came to its senses, it felt as though an entire universe had descended upon it. Though both were emperor-level cultivators, it was already unable to respond. The ancient imperial weapon it had expelled, the 10,000 souls bell, was forged from the souls of over 10,000 cultivators and materials capable of crafting ancient imperial weapons. Within it were the souls of human cultivators at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, imprisoned within the bell. Now that the 10,000 spirits bell had been unleashed, the cries of 10,000 spirits echoed throughout the heavens. The surrounding skies of the Demon God Valley were filled with the heart-wrenching wails of human cultivators whose souls refused to be bound. The true power of the 10,000 souls bell was now fully revealed, shattering the heavens and creating a massive hole in the sky. Above the Demon God Valley, a massive black hole appeared, its destination unknown, leaving the powerful beings of all races utterly stunned. This ancient imperial weapon's single strike was fortunate to have been directed toward the outer domains. If it had been unleashed normally, how many races would have been annihilated? Ancient imperial weapons and human imperial weapons are truly terrifying. They truly possess the ultimate power to tear apart the void like tearing apart a painting. It was like a colossal dragon soaring into the sky, intent on destroying the world. Countless powerful beings trembled in fear, kneeling on the ground, completely overwhelmed by the overwhelming pressure of the ancient imperial weapon, the bell of 10,000 souls. Crack! However, with a single crack, Lin Xuan's imperial fist descended, as if it were about to crush the Demon God Valley, striking the Wanling bell first. To confront an ancient imperial weapon with bare hands, how arrogant! The massive figure of the Forbidden Zone overlord roared, his words brimming with contempt. But his expression suddenly changed, his ugly face filled with terror. It wasn't just him. The peerless experts watching the scene were all filled with terror and awe. Everyone saw it clearly. As Lin Xuan's imperial fist descended, the ancient imperial weapon erupted with a deafening roar and the wails of its spirit, before shattering into 7 or 8 pieces and exploding on the spot. Indeed, it shattered. Even for a contemporary emperor, catching the ancient emperor's weapon with bare hands was already an extremely rare feat. And these individuals, who were likely tens of thousands of miles away and not even in the eastern domain, had destroyed the ancient imperial weapon with a single punch. This was truly a shocking event for billions of cultivators. The current great emperor is truly too powerful. He was outside the eastern region and shattered a powerful ancient imperial weapon with a single punch. Moreover, at this very moment, he is facing the extreme pressure from 8 other ancient emperor-level powerhouses. Under such circumstances, he shattered the ancient imperial weapon summoned by the creatures of the Demon God Valley's Forbidden Zone with a single palm strike. This is truly unimaginably powerful. The news spread like wildfire, sending shockwaves throughout the eastern region. People began to see that the current emperor likely had the ability to subdue the Demon God Valley within 5 days. Countless powerful beings couldn't help but cheer for the current emperor, Lin Xuan, in their hearts. The Forbidden Zone's powerful being from the Demon God Valley was utterly stunned, his face betraying his shock. The arrogance and invincibility he had once exuded vanished, and his body began to retreat unconsciously. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the sky as the ancient imperial weapon, shattered into 7 or 8 pieces, exploded in mid-air, nearly destroying half of the surrounding mountains of the Demon God Valley. Even the Demon God Valley, a life forbidden zone, was blown away by half. How terrifying was the power of this ancient imperial weapon? Even if it was completely destroyed, it was still utterly terrifying. Among them, a human quasi-emperor-level divine soul shed tears of blood from its eyes, nodded toward Lin Xuan's direction, and expressed unspeakable gratitude for saving it from its torment. It then turned into ashes and vanished. As a result, this Forbidden Zone creature came to its senses, realizing it was already enveloped by Lin Xuan's emperor's fist and trapped in a fatal situation. It immediately sought help from its supreme ruler within its own Forbidden Zone. Though they were both Forbidden Zone creatures, there was a significant gap between the Forbidden Zone overlords and the Forbidden Zone rulers. Especially in a Forbidden Zone like the Demon God Valley, which had existed for over 1,000,000 years, the power of its Forbidden Zone sovereign was so immense that even the other titans within the zone had no idea how strong he truly was. If their sovereign were to intervene, there would be a chance of survival. Otherwise, he would be crushed to death by the human emperor's single punch, becoming a laughingstock among the giants of the Forbidden Zone. After all, he had previously mocked the human emperor, claiming that erasing the Demon God Valley within 5 days was a laughable notion. But now, if he were to be killed by the other party with a single blow, he would be the biggest joke of all. You dare! At that moment, within the imperial heavenly forbidden ground, the voice of the ancient emperor of time echoed once more. This time, he had revealed his true form. He was a majestic figure of an emperor, as if forged from time itself, appearing utterly unreal. Upon his arrival, even the void of the universe seemed unable to withstand his overwhelming pressure, as if it were about to shatter. In his hand, he held an ancient tower with a flowing river of time, which was his ancient imperial weapon, the Time Tower that was about to be upgraded to a quasi-divine artifact. In truth, the moment he witnessed Lin Xuan's peerless divine weapon, the heaven-shattering sword, he was filled with terror, harboring a deep sense of dread toward this young upstart. However, at that moment, the ruler of the Forbidden Zone within the imperial heavenly forbidden land awoke. This was an extremely ancient being, so ancient that even the great lords of the Forbidden Zones across the cosmos trembled in fear. He had agreed to personally intervene to block Lin Xuan's quasi-immortal body and the divine weapon, the heaven-defying sword. For this reason, the ancient Emperor of Time finally revealed his true form, intending to confront and kill Lin Xuan using his true form and the divine weapon of time, the Time Tower. At the same time, he aimed to rescue the Forbidden Zone overlord of the Demon God Valley. He was once an invincible ancient emperor who had once struck fear into the heavens and the earth. Losing 2 consecutive moves to a human upstart had already left him deeply humiliated. If the opponent were to kill this Forbidden Zone titan of the Demon God Valley right in front of him, it would be no different than slapping himself in the face in front of countless powerful beings across the cosmos. How could he possibly bear such humiliation? Therefore, as soon as he appeared, he suddenly summoned his divine weapon, the Timeless Tower, which was on the verge of ascending to the rank of quasi-divine artifact, and directly bombarded Lin Xuan's imperial fist, which had been transformed into a virtual glow, aiming to pierce it through. At the same time, another ancient imperial weapon flew out from the imperial heaven Forbidden Zone, its divine light flickering. It was also a quasi-divine artifact, intended to block Lin Xuan's supreme divine weapon and the quasi-divine artifact, the heaven-shattering sword. At the same time, 7 more imperial Dao auras swept in, revealing the true forms of the 7 giants from the life-restricting zones. Each of them unleashed their ancient imperial weapons to block Lin Xuan from killing the giants from the Demon God Valley's restricted zone. This was a life-and-death battle that shook the entire universe. Had it not been for Lin Xuan suppressing everything, the entire earth would have been shattered by these 7 or 8 ancient imperial weapons, let alone the fact that a quasi-divine artifact was also participating in the battle. Look, it's the supreme divine weapon of Emperor Lidi, it's appearing. So this is the supreme divine weapon of the current emperor, Emperor Lidi. It's truly powerful. But I wonder which ancient emperor's ancient imperial weapon the other one belongs to. At that very moment, a voice echoed through the cosmos. Because someone had personally witnessed the divine weapon of Lin Xuan, the emperor of the heavens, breaking through the void and entangling with another divine weapon of an ancient emperor, an ancient mirror as it descended. The Lishan sword, the divine weapon of the human emperor Li Xianxi. But this aura, how familiar it feels. Within the abandoned desire sect tower, Fengxue, who had been focusing intently on the battle, raised her head. Upon sensing the aura emanating from the Li Tian sword, her expression changed drastically, and she was utterly shocked. Because the aura emitted by this sword was so familiar to her. Chapter 12, shocked again by his ex-wife. His own cow is a saint at the peak of perfection? That's it. Lin Xuan once showed me one of his weapons. That weapon was kept alone in a weapons repository on the holy heavenly cliff, and the aura it emitted was exactly like this. However, at the time, I criticized him for not putting enough effort into his cultivation, so I only glanced at the weapon once and did not look again. I remember clearly that the weapon was a halberd, while the legendary supreme imperial weapon of Emperor Lidi was said to be a sword. How could the auras of the two be so similar? Could it be that Lin Xuan is truly connected to the current emperor, Emperor Lidi? And was it he who persuaded Emperor Lidi to save Tongtong? In an instant, Fengshue's mind was flooded with memories of her time with her former husband, Lin Xuan. The more she thought about it, the more Fengxue felt that she had not been a qualified wife in the past. After being married to her former husband Lin Xuan for hundreds of years, she had never once inquired about his martial arts lineage. She had never asked him about the specific techniques he practiced, instead immersing herself in her own cultivation path. Now that she thought about it, her ex-husband was truly mysterious. Though it was true that his cultivation realm was inferior to hers. No, it wasn't that his cultivation realm was inferior to hers, but rather that after they were married, she had never paid attention to his cultivation realm at all. What she cared about was that he didn't put effort into his cultivation. But in this world, there are some geniuses who don't cultivate much, yet their cultivation levels far surpass those of the diligent cultivators who toil endlessly. Perhaps my ex-husband was one of those people. Because she suddenly remembered that every time a powerful enemy appeared, it was her ex-husband who stepped forward to kill them, and the people he killed seemed to be of much higher cultivation level. It seems it was all my fault. After we married, you took such good care of me that I lost my true self and became immersed in my own world, neglecting to pay attention to you. If I had paid more attention to you, perhaps I would have discovered more of your bright spots. Fengxue couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Then she turned her gaze back to her brother-in-law, Yushan. She was a sage. Even a single breath of her aura could kill all cultivators below the sage realm. Now, the chill in her eyes was extremely icy. As she swept her gaze over him, her brother-in-law, Yushan, felt a sudden chill run through his body and hurriedly stepped back. Though he was a divine king, even in the eastern region, he was reverently addressed as divine king. But now, facing his younger sister-in-law Fengxue, he couldn't help but feel intimidated. Because she was a sage. And the only female sage in the eastern region. She could crush him as easily as crushing an ant, especially at this moment. He dared not provoke her anger. Xiaoshui, enough. Don't be so harsh with your brother-in-law. This isn't a situation your brother-in-law wanted to be in. He's trapped here with us, isn't he? Our top priority now is to find a way to escape this place. Seeing her sister's fierce glare directed at her husband, Fengwang spoke up. She couldn't help but recall the aura emanating from the eyes of the founder of the Qiyu sect, He Lianxin, when he left, and she felt a sense of panic. That aura was like that of prey sensing a hunter. Therefore, she too wanted to leave this place. As for the Tsui sect, that was clearly out of reach. Leave? How easy do you think that is? This tower is sealed with the quasi-emperor level restrictions of He Lianxin. Even if I were a great saint, I couldn't break through the ancient tower's restrictions. Fengxue shook her head and spoke softly. Moo. Just then, Fengshue's brows furrowed slightly, for in that instant she suddenly heard the sound of a cow mooing. Moreover, the moo was hoarse, identical to the call of her family's old yellow ox, Huangge, from 6 years ago, carrying an ancient aura in its hoarseness. Huangge was the name her former husband, Lin Xuan, had given to their old yellow ox. She had asked her ex-husband at the time why he had given such a name to a cow. Her ex-husband had simply smiled without answering. However, the sound of the old yellow cow's mooing was all too familiar to her. Its mooing was very hoarse and deep, different from the mooing of other cows. Xiaoshui, what's wrong? Seeing her sister's expression suddenly grow strange, Phoenix asked. Nothing, I might have just heard things. Fengxue shook her head and said. This was too surreal. She was here, yet she had heard the mooing of the old yellow ox, Huangge, whom her ex-husband had raised, from an unknown distance of tens of thousands of miles away. If she told her sister, she'd probably think she'd lost her mind. Moreover, while Huang Ji's mooing was different from other cows, it didn't mean there weren't other cows with identical mooing sounds. Click. Just then, a faint sound echoed through the air. The ancient tower imprisoning Fengxue, Fongua, and Yuashan shattered and collapsed. The three of them quickly leaped out of the tower to avoid being injured by the exploding debris. This was the sound of an extremely hoarse cow's bellow, whose waves had reached them. It contained the power of a quasi-emperor level magical artifact, directly shattering the ancient tower. Did it shatter the artifact used by the quasi-emperor level expert to impose the restriction? Who is this Ox Elder? How could he help the three of us escape? Thank you, Ox Ancestor. As the ancient tower collapsed, the phoenix hurriedly bowed toward the sound of the ox's bellow. She and Yuashan had also heard the cow's bellow, but they did not know which elder of the cow clan had come to their aid. Meanwhile, Fengshue's gaze was fixed on a certain direction, her eyes unblinking, her expression filled with astonishment and strangeness. For in the instant she was freed, she caught a glimpse of an old yellow ox departing. The voice of that old yellow ox was identical to that of the yellow ox her former husband had raised. At the same time, she suddenly recalled that during the period after she had divorced her former husband and left him, she had occasionally heard the sound of a cow's mooing. At the time, she had been preoccupied with her own thoughts and hadn't given it much thought. Now, looking back, she realized that throughout the journey, she, her daughter Tongtong, her brother-in-law Yuashan, and her sister had all been secretly protected by an old yellow ox. However, after arriving at the abandoned Desire sect, for some reason, the old yellow ox temporarily disappeared, and now it had reappeared. The ancient tower forged by Lin Xuan is imbued with his quasi-emperor level cultivation, yet that single bellow shattered it in one strike. Even if it had used a quasi-emperor level artifact, it would still be a divine beast at the peak of a saintess realm, or even a great saint level divine beast. Moreover, if it was the old yellow ox raised by her former husband Lin Xuan, then what kind of identity does Lin Xuan have? What realm is he at? Or could it be that my sudden acceleration in cultivation after marrying him is somehow connected to him? Gazing at the direction where the old ox had departed, Fengxue couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Suddenly, she felt she knew nothing about her former husband. He was like a mystery, someone she had never truly understood. Even after they divorced, he still sent an old ox named Huanggu, who was at least a sage, to protect her and her daughter. Though there were also coincidences involved. Xiao Shui, stop thinking about such things. Since we've escaped, let's leave this place as soon as possible. Seeing her younger sister Fengxue staring blankly in one direction, Fenghuang spoke up. Every time she thought of Lin Xuan's tone and expression when he left, her hair stood on end. Now that they had escaped, she desperately wanted to leave the abandoned Desire sect's territory to avoid Lin Xuan returning and turning them into pills or blood offerings. You two go ahead and find a safe place to hide. I'm heading to the Demon God Valley. Fengxue glanced at her sister and spoke decisively. The strongest supporting character, Lao Huang, makes his appearance. Please add this book to your shelf and support with free ads and gifts. Chapter 13, Conquering the Forbidden Zone's Ancient Emperor, Lin Xuan the Great Emperor's Might Revealed, exposed to all under heaven. Head to the Forbidden Zone, Demon Valley. At that moment, Fengshue's tone was very decisive. She was not a qualified wife. Nor was she a qualified mother. She and Lin Xuan had no future together, and there was no way to mend their relationship. But her daughter Tongtong was still in the Forbidden Zone of the Demon God Valley, facing unknown hardships, and she didn't even know if she was alive or dead. As a mother, how could she possibly think only of herself? Therefore, even though she knows this journey is like a moth flying into a flame, with no chance of return, she must go. If it comes to it, she will die with her daughter Tongtong. Go to the Demon God Valley? Have you lost your mind? That's one of the 10 major life-threatening zones in the eastern region. Even a quasi-emperor level powerhouse might not survive, let alone you. Upon hearing Fengshue's words, Yuashan's expression changed drastically, and he immediately thought this woman had lost her mind. Up until now, he had always believed that his younger sister-in-law Fengxue was easily swayed and a fool. But now it seemed she was truly mad. What kind of place is the Demon God Valley? It's one of the 10 major life-threatening zones in the eastern region. Even normal people would flee for their lives who would willingly go there to meet their doom? Besides, Lin Tong is just a daughter, what does she matter? How could that be more important than cultivating to become an immortal? You're right. Your brother-in-law is right. Can you just go to the Demon God Valley whenever you want? Plus, the Heavenly Emperor is currently attacking the Demon God Valley. If you go, you might end up dying at his hands. Phoenix also tried to persuade him. No, my mind is made up. Don't try to stop me. You all go. No matter what happens, I won't drag you down with me. Fengxue shook her head and said softly. Alright, if that's the case, we'll go with you. At least we'll have someone to help us. Hearing Fengxue speak so decisively, the Phoenix glanced at her husband, Yuashan. Phoenix, you. Hearing Phoenix's words, Yuashan couldn't help but furrow his brows. He couldn't possibly agree to follow her to the Demon God Valley to face certain death. Moreover, he couldn't understand why his wife, Fenghuang, who had always prioritized interests in the past, why had she suddenly become so foolish today, insisting on accompanying her sister Fengxue that fool to their deaths? But then, Yushan stopped himself from speaking. Because he had received a telepathic message from his wife, Phoenix. According to Phoenix, her younger sister-in-law harbored a precious artifact within her body, which remained hidden under normal circumstances but would naturally manifest itself to protect her in times of danger. This was something she had discovered during a previous journey when they encountered a great danger. Moreover, when this weapon erupted, its power was immense, at least that of a great sage-level weapon, and might even be a quasi-emperor-level weapon. Now, since they could no longer rely on their younger sister Fengxue to seek protection from the abandoned desire sect, they had no choice but to plot to obtain the powerful artifact on her person. However, the artifact protects its master and cannot be forcibly taken. They must stay by her side and strike when she is not paying attention to seize the artifact. You've thought this through. Since that's the case, let's follow her. But we shouldn't move too quickly. Let's delay as much as possible and proceed slowly toward the Demon God Valley. Then, when the opportunity arises, you will severely injure Fengxue, and I will extract the magical artifact hidden within her body. Upon hearing his wife's words, Yushan was overjoyed and immediately transmitted his thoughts telepathically. Phoenixes are saints using magical techniques to communicate would alert her. However, using mental transmission would only be detected by a quasi-emperor or an emperor. Originally, my younger sister Fengxue, being a sage, still had some use. But now that she had developed hostility toward the two of them, keeping her alive was pointless. It was better to seize the opportunity to kill her and seize the treasure. Family ties are nothing but a joke in this cultivation world. Only a fool like my younger sister Fengxue would believe such things. Phoenix nodded and transmitted her thoughts to her husband, instructing him to be cautious when the time came. No matter what, she is still a saint, we must not underestimate her. Don't end up failing to take the treasure and instead being killed by her. Alright. Yushan nodded in response to his wife, then turned his gaze toward Fengxue and said, Xiao Shui, it's all your brother-in-law's fault. I was too cautious. But as your sister said, no matter what, we are all family. Since you insist on going to the Demon God Valley, let's go together. At least we'll have someone to help us. He spoke with such sincerity that even he almost believed his own lies. Alright, since that is the case, let us set off immediately. Seeing how sincere her brother-in-law Yushan was, Fengxue nodded and said. As they spoke, they set off toward the direction of Demon God Valley. This journey was extremely dangerous, just as her brother-in-law and sister had said. Having an extra helper would be beneficial. Moreover, her brother-in-law and sister were no slouches either. In the eastern domain, even cultivators below the Tongyu realm would address them as god-kings with respect. Alright. Seeing that his sister-in-law had agreed to let him and his wife accompany them, Yushan was overjoyed and quickly followed behind with his wife, Fongua. Since they needed to quickly distance themselves from the abandoned desire sect, the three of them moved at an incredible speed, soon completely leaving the sect behind. They had no idea where they had ended up. Boom! The sky above suddenly erupted with thunderous claps, and terrifying waves of imperial sovereign might descended from above. The mountains and rivers before their eyes shattered completely, even the volcanoes towering tens of thousands of feet high were no exception. Under the might of the extreme Tao, everything was completely shattered. Suddenly, the sky above was filled with countless stars, unlike the real ones on ordinary days. They were extremely illusory and carried a great sense of eeriness, as if they had been transformed from ancient imperial weapons. What powerful extreme Tao might! We won't be able to escape quickly. We must be nearing the Demon God Valley. Upon witnessing this fantastical scene and the terrifying might of the Supreme Emperor's might bearing down on them, Yushan's expression changed drastically. In that instant, all three of them each cast spells to resist the surging waves of extreme Path Emperor's might. No, we're still far from the Demon God Valley. If we were really getting close to the Demon God Valley, we'd probably already be 3 corpses by now. Phoenix shook her head. Though her cultivation was second among the 3, her knowledge of the geography of the eastern region was unmatched, and she knew they were still very far from the Demon God Valley, not even close. Human brat, you! Just then, a furious roar echoed from the heavens, deafening and filled with extreme terror. Bang! A deafening explosion followed, as a massive creature seemed to collapse and crash to the ground, causing the entire eastern region to tremble as if it were splitting apart. The 3 of them nearly fainted from the shock. It's the Forbidden Zone Overlord who challenged the Demon God Valley. He was slain by Emperor Lidi. Gah, Emperor Lidi managed to slay a life Forbidden Zone Titan amidst so many Forbidden Zone ancient emperors? That's terrifying. Upon hearing the roar of this colossal creature, the Phoenix's expression changed drastically as it spoke. Through the roar of this colossal being, the Phoenix had already identified the fallen colossal being as the Forbidden Zone Overlord of the Demon God Valley, who had been decisively slain by the current human emperor, Emperor Lidi. Killing a peerless emperor-level expert and a Forbidden Zone Titan, especially under the intervention of numerous ancient emperors from the Forbidden Zones, was an event that shook the entire universe. It also demonstrated that the current emperor of the heavens, Li Tian, possessed truly terrifying combat power. Both the Phoenix and Fengxue were eagerly anticipating the chance to meet this human emperor with an invincible demeanor. Boom! At that moment, the heavens seemed to shatter, and a second deafening sound echoed, as if the second Forbidden Zone Colossus had been slain, its collapsing sound wave sweeping across the sky with overwhelming force. The terrifying, universe-destroying might of the ultimate path surged toward Fengxue and the others like a tidal wave, as the three seemed to have no place to hide and were about to meet their untimely deaths. But at that moment, a figure appeared in the sky, enveloping the heavens and earth, protecting the eastern domain from the overwhelming might of the Forbidden Zone's Colossus. And this object was something Fengxue recognized all too well. Chapter 14, Lin Xuan's imperial battle armor revealed, and his regretting ex-wife Fengxue. It was a humanoid battle armor. To be precise, it was a humanoid battle armor. It stood tall in the heavens like an emperor, absorbing the spiritual energy and imperial might from all directions upon its appearance, shaking the stars. It was as if a new emperor had suddenly emerged from the heavens, with terrifying combat power. Mysterious Taoist patterns flowed from it, as if its essence was the Tao itself. The material and form of this humanoid battle armor were strikingly familiar to Fengxue. At that time, she had just married her former husband, Lin Xuan, and the two were still in a harmonious and loving relationship. One day, she went to Lin Xuan's study to see him and found him drawing a picture. The painting depicted a humanoid suit of armor identical to the one that had suddenly appeared in the sky. Even the materials and colors were identical to the humanoid armor in the sky. At the time, she asked Lin Xuan what he was drawing. What materials were used for this humanoid armor? It felt quite strange, with a yellowish-white hue and runes drawn on it. Lin Xuan smiled and told her that he was painting a set of armor to be worn during his ascension to emperorhood to protect himself from attacks by the giants of the Forbidden Zone. It was called the Imperial Emperor Armor. As for the material used for this close-fitting battle armor, it was Daohangjin, an unparalleled material capable of forging imperial weapons and divine artifacts. He also said that if his wife liked it, he could forge one for her as well. It could be used for self-defense and to assist in attaining the status of an emperor. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, Fengxue merely smiled and did not say much. Later, she looked up ancient texts and found that there was no such thing as Daohangjin in this world. As for Lin Xuan's mention of attaining the status of an emperor, she dismissed it as nothing more than a fantasy, completely unrealistic and merely the product of Lin Xuan's imagination and daydreams. To truly attain enlightenment and become an emperor, one must endure arduous cultivation and take risks to seize resources from secret realms and places of opportunity. Not such a false concept of space. But now, she never could have imagined that the humanoid battle armor, which had originally been part of her ex-husband Lin Xuan's vision, would actually manifest today. Moreover, it emanated the might of the Supreme Tao, being a divine weapon personally forged by the Emperor himself. Its appearance at this critical moment and its protection of the Eastern Domain Emperor clearly indicates that it is the second divine weapon forged by the current Emperor, Enraged. So what exactly is the relationship between Lin Xuan and the human Emperor Li Xianqian? How could the humanoid battle armor he had drawn be forged by the current Emperor, Enraged? Lin Xuan, who are you? I only now realize that I know nothing about you. If you are the disciple or descendant of the Emperor of the Heavens, then I would have believed my sister and brother-in-law and abandoned my desires to join the disciples of the Void Sect and marry you. Wouldn't that make me the most foolish woman in the world? And if you truly have such a powerful background and great opportunities, why have you never told me? Do you truly consider me your wife? Gazing up at the sky, where a humanoid battle armor as majestic as a human emperor loomed, Fengshue's mind was filled with endless fantasies. If her former husband, Lin Xuan, is truly connected to the current Emperor of the Heavens, the greatest warrior of this age, then divorcing him would make her the biggest joke in the world. Yet, before the divorce, she had even accused Lin Xuan of being irresponsible and lacking ambition. But if he was truly connected to the Emperor of the Heavens, a descendant or disciple of the Emperor of the Heavens, he wouldn't need to strive at all. All he would need is the backing of Emperor Lidi. Because in this world, there is no background that can compare to that of an emperor. Xiao Shui, what's wrong? Are you okay? Phoenix noticed her sister's unusual expression and immediately asked. Of course, her primary concern was the supreme artifact within her body, fearing that it might be affected by her sister's emotions and transform into a malevolent artifact. If that happened, even if they were to demand the artifact, it would be useless. I'm fine. I just suddenly felt like I might be the biggest joke in this world. Shaking her head slightly, Fengxue sighed deeply and said. Hearing her response, Phoenix and Yushan exchanged glances, both puzzled. Especially in the eyes of her brother-in-law, Yushan, his younger sister-in-law had likely lost her mind. Therefore, he and his wife were confident that killing her and stripping her of the supreme artifact within her body was only a matter of time. What's happening? Time seems to be flowing backward? Just then, Phoenix suddenly screamed, as her body began to shrink rapidly, transforming into an infant. Not only Phoenix, but Fengxue and Yushan were also shrinking, about to turn into infants. This caused all three of them to pale in shock. If this continued, all three would vanish directly from this world. Not only them, but everyone in this era might also vanish from this world. It's the ancient emperor's ultimate forbidden technique. He's using this forbidden technique to make everyone in the eastern region disappear. Fengxue, being a female sage, had some understanding of the ancient emperor's techniques and immediately exclaimed in shock. Everyone in the eastern region will disappear? I don't want to die. Upon hearing Fengshue's words, Fenghuang and Yueshan both cried out in unison. The three of them were considered renowned cultivators in the eastern region, but that was only in comparison to ordinary people. However, in the face of the vast and unimaginable forbidden zone of the ancient emperor, they were no more than ants. They were completely powerless against this divine art, unable to do anything but watch themselves shrink and eventually vanish entirely. Just then, the humanoid battle armor in the sky, the imperial battle armor, roared like a human emperor, shattering the heavens and earth with a single shout, restoring the flow of time. Then, it charged forward like a human emperor, colliding with the ancient emperor. As it charged forward, Yueshan, Phoenix, and Fengxue all regained their previous appearances, but they were all greatly shocked. They had never imagined that this ancient emperor of the Forbidden Zone could be so terrifying, capable of reversing time itself. What shocked them the most was that this humanoid battle armor was merely a weapon, yet it could fight on its own and possess terrifying imperial-level spells. With a single shout, it had restored the flow of time. Indeed, matters involving emperors and emperors were beyond their comprehension. We can't go any further. If we do, we'll lose our lives. Seeing Fengxue lift her head to continue forward, Yueshan's expression changed drastically as he spoke. By now, he had fully witnessed the terror of the ancient emperor of the Forbidden Zone and did not want to proceed any further. If it weren't for his wife, the Phoenix, signaling him to hold back, he would have already attacked Fengxue to severely injure or even kill her and seize the magical artifact within her body. If the two of you don't want to go on, that is fine. I'll go alone. But this is a showdown between the human emperor and the ancient emperor of the Forbidden Zone. Do you really think that just staying away from the Forbidden Zone will keep you safe? Don't forget, according to ancient texts, once the human emperor and the ancient emperor go to war, not only the eastern region, but the entire human realm could be shattered. Unless we hide in an extremely distant star, staying here is no different from heading to the Demon God Valley. Fengxue cast a faint glance at her brother-in-law, Yueshan, and spoke. As she finished speaking, she began to walk forward on her own. At that moment, the ancient emperor's pressure in the sky had been completely absorbed by the human emperor's supreme imperial weapon, the humanoid battle armor. She could no longer feel the ancient emperor's pressure as she walked forward. Her sole focus was now on rescuing her daughter, Tongtong. That is impossible. How could it be? How could it be his back? However, Fengshue's expression suddenly changed drastically. She abruptly stopped in her tracks, her eyes fixed intently on a figure that had suddenly appeared in the void. It was an imperial shadow. It was the projection of the current human emperor, Enraged, in the void of the universe. But to Fengxue, this figure was all too familiar. The imperial shadow. The figure of Emperor Lin Xuan was identical to the back of her former husband, Lin Xuan. How could this be possible? For a moment, Fengxue felt as though she had been struck on the head, her entire body reeling in dizziness. Chapter 15, Lin Xuan's imperial shadow revealed. Brother-in-law, my brother-in-law is actually an emperor? At that moment, Lin Xuan's imperial shadow was projected in the air through the time currents, and his battle with the ancient emperor of time had reached its final and most intense stage. At his feet lay the bodies of 4 Forbidden Zone overlords. He had single-handedly slain 5 ancient emperors of the Forbidden Zone, and the corpses of the ancient emperors of the Demon God Valley were not present here. Such a feat could be called the strongest in the history of human cultivation. However, under the attack of the ancient emperor of time, his silhouette was projected into the eyes of all cultivators across the cosmos. His back was shrouded in imperial might, shaking the chaotic currents of time and leaving the world in awe. Is this the figure of the current emperor, Emperor Lidi? I am truly fortunate to have seen the back of Emperor Lidi while still alive. Even if I die now, I have no regrets. Emperor Lidi, fighting alone against several Forbidden Zone overlords, is undoubtedly the strongest emperor in the history of human cultivation. Even just a single silhouette is something we can only look up to. Is that the figure of Emperor Lidian? Quickly sketch it down so that future generations may pass it down. As the figure of Lin Xuan appeared, many powerful beings were stunned and awestruck. Emperors are the most mysterious beings in ancient times, especially since the current emperor's race was unknown before this. Now that we have had the honor of seeing his silhouette, this is undoubtedly an extraordinary event. We must sketch his silhouette, treasure it, and pass it down to future generations for them to behold. Is this the figure of the current great emperor? If I could follow him, I would have no other aspirations in this lifetime. Among the human race, some young women gazed at Lin Xuan's projection with eyes filled with admiration. This is the current emperor of the human race. To marry him is the dream of many. Moreover, his figure was so majestic, and with a single blow, he had slain several peak-level experts from the Forbidden Zone. Such combat prowess was rare even in the entire history of the human race's cultivation. What am I seeing? I think I saw Lin Xuan. At that moment, Yueshan also looked up at the sky in astonishment. Though Lin Xuan's figure had already vanished, Yueshan was certain he had seen it, leaving him utterly stunned. Upon hearing Yueshan's words, Fengxue and Fengxue both turned their gaze toward him, as they too had spotted Lin Xuan's figure. Phoenix was still composed. Fengshue's shock was beyond words. If it had been just her who saw her ex-husband Lin Xuan's figure, she could have claimed she had been under a spell and was hallucinating. But her brother-in-law had also seen her former husband. Could it be that her ex-husband was the Emperor of the Heavens? But how could that be? If he were the Emperor of the Heavens, wouldn't he have at least been on the verge of enlightenment 6 years ago? For a moment, Fengxue felt her thoughts spinning and her mental state growing unstable. Lin Xuan is the Emperor? How is that possible? At that moment, Yueshan was also speechless with shock. After all, in the past, he had never even looked at his own brother-in-law with respect and had even colluded with his wife, Phoenix, to persuade his younger sister-in-law to divorce him. If he were the Emperor, wouldn't his wife and he owe him an immense karmic debt? Owing the great Emperor such a debt was terrifying even to contemplate. For a moment, Yueshan's legs trembled uncontrollably. His pants were even wet. It's the forbidden technique of the ancient Emperor of the Forbidden Zone that's causing these illusions. We'll probably see all sorts of strange things next. At that moment, his wife Phoenix's words snapped Yueshan out of his thoughts. Illusions? What we just saw were illusions. That's right, illusions. I told you Lin Xuan couldn't possibly be the Emperor. 6 years ago, he was only at the Divine King realm. After his wife's reminder, Yueshan suddenly realized that she was right. What he had seen earlier must have been an illusion. It was simply because he had seduced Lin Xuan into divorcing his younger sister 6 years ago, and his guilty conscience had caused the illusion. Moreover, this figure was merely similar in appearance to Lin Xuan. It couldn't be said to be him entirely. There are so many people in this world who resemble others. Even if what he had seen earlier wasn't an illusion, it was merely the back of the Emperor of the Heavens, not Lin Xuan's back. If Lin Xuan were a human emperor, he would be a reincarnated immortal emperor. An illusion? It seems that I am not the only one who feels guilty toward him. Upon hearing her sister Phoenix's words, Fengxue cast a glance at her sister and brother-in-law Yueshan before speaking softly. By now, the resentment in her heart could no longer be concealed, and her words were filled with blame toward her brother-in-law Yueshan and her sister Phoenix for seducing her and her husband into divorcing 6 years ago. If they hadn't divorced back then, at least their daughter wouldn't have been cast into the Forbidden Zone, her life hanging in the balance. Xiaoshui, speaking like this is pointless. Your heart is with him, and you are a saint. If you didn't want to divorce, could we have forced you to divorce Lin Xuan? At the time, it was you who complained to me and your sister about Lin Xuan's lack of ambition, and it was you who insisted on divorcing him. Now you're saying such things, as if it was really me and your sister who forced you to divorce Lin Xuan. Fengshue's words caused Yueshan's expression to change slightly as he spoke. You. Hearing Yueshan's words, Fengxue was so angry that she trembled, raising her hand to strike him. If it weren't for this man in front of her and her own sister who had deceived her back then, how could she have ever divorced Lin Xuan? Even if she had to divorce him, it wouldn't have been so quick. But now he completely denied everything that had happened, leaving her no choice but to lose her temper. Enough. It's already come to this, and you two are still arguing over this? No matter what, the past is the past. It's something no one can change. Even if the two of you fight, it won't change anything. Phoenix spoke up, cutting off their argument. But just then, Fengxue suddenly looked in a certain direction, her pupils contracting. It was an extremely beautiful red bird, about the size of a palm, with an odd appearance, resembling the mythical Zhuke. It was surrounded by various fierce beasts, lions, tigers, and other monstrous creatures that had attained demonic form. It spoke. I am the first divine beast of the Red Sparrow, the first divine beast under the command of the Emperor of the Heavens. My words are final and cannot be retracted. If you follow me to block the Demon God Valley and the forbidden lands of the Emperor, those forbidden territories. Once the task is accomplished, I guarantee you will receive great rewards. Among them is the portrait of the great Emperor that you desire. If you follow me now, once we have pacified the chaos in the Forbidden Zones, I will retrieve the portrait and allow you to behold the majesty of the great Emperor. Upon seeing this red bird, Fengxue paled. Red Lady, it's you? How did you end up here? Was it Lin Xuan who sent you to summon reinforcements to save Tongtong? But why does it refer to Lin Xuan as the great Emperor? Could it be that Lin Xuan has advanced to the quasi-emperor realm? And who is the empress he mentioned? Has he taken a new wife? Fengxue couldn't help but be startled. This bird was as familiar to her as the humanoid battle armor. It was identical to the little red bird her former husband had once raised, both resembling the ancient divine beast Zhuke. Even their divine aura was strikingly similar. However, the mention of the emperor and empress left Fengxue deeply shocked. Chapter 16, Lin Xuan's pet bird is also a sage? His ex-wife is stunned. Fengxue couldn't help but be startled. Not only did she see the bird her ex-husband had once kept here Hong Yangzi, but this bird actually spoke. More importantly, the bird referred to her ex-husband as the great emperor and even mentioned the empress, leaving her speechless and pale. Unless she had been hallucinating since her daughter was taken into the restricted zone. Otherwise, everything that had happened clearly pointed to one thing. Her ex-husband, Lin Xuan, was very likely a quasi-emperor or even an emperor. If that were the case, she would truly be a laughingstock. She had actually divorced a quasi-emperor or even an emperor. And before the divorce, she even accused him of being irresponsible and unambitious. As a mere female saint, I dare to accuse a quasi-emperor or even an emperor of being irresponsible and lacking ambition. There's no way such a ridiculous thing could happen in this world. It must be because I miss Tongtong too much, so I'm hallucinating. She shook her head slightly, trying to calm her mind. Even if there are coincidences in this world, it's impossible for such a coincidence to occur in the vast eastern region, where she happened to encounter the bird her ex-husband had raised. Therefore, it was most likely because she had been thinking too much about her daughter recently, causing her to hallucinate. Red Sparrow Sage, since you claim to be a divine beast by the Emperor's side, your cultivation must be truly extraordinary. But why can I not sense your cultivation level? Could it be that you have a forbidden artifact forged by the Emperor to conceal your cultivation? At that moment, a lion beside the red cardinal spoke up. As the supreme demon of this region, it immediately harbored doubts about the little red bird before it, though it expressed them in a very tactful manner. Because if the other party was truly the divine pet of the current Emperor of the Heavens, Enraged, then openly questioning it would be a risky move. And this question also echoed Fengshue's thoughts. For she could not discern whether what she saw was an illusion or reality. If the red sparrow were to vanish at that moment, what she had seen would undoubtedly be an illusion. But if the red sparrow remained and displayed its divine powers, then what she saw was likely real. Lion King, you are correct. There is indeed a forbidden artifact forged by the great Emperor within my body. However, it is not to conceal my cultivation level, but to suppress my ancient bloodline. Because once I revert to my ancient form, this entire eastern region would struggle to contain me, and I would no longer be a divine beast nurtured by the great Emperor but a demonic beast. At this moment, the red sparrow nodded and spoke. Though it opened its beak and spat out a palm-sized delicate tower, emanating the aura of a sage. Meanwhile, the red crow itself cast a spell to mimic the heavens and earth, instantly growing to the size of the heavens and earth, filling the entire space before it. A surge of energy akin to a torrent of a sage at the peak of their power swept toward them, causing the surrounding plants to tremble as if they were about to uproot themselves. The sky above was filled with various supernatural phenomena. The demons and monsters around it all paled in fear and retreated continuously. This was the overwhelming pressure of a sage at the peak of their power. Even the weakest among them, who were at the initial stage of the Divine King realm, could not withstand such pressure. At that moment, they all submitted in awe. The red sparrows before them were likely dispatched by the current great emperor, as it possessed the cultivation level of a sage at the peak of their power. Moreover, with the current emperor of the heavens as the supreme ruler, even demonic beings at the quasi-emperor realm dared not falsely claim to be his spirit beasts. The Lion King added, "Red Sparrow Sage, please cease your divine abilities at once. The current human emperor's cultivation is unmatched under heaven. A single individual can withstand several ancient emperors from the Forbidden Zone. We are all willing to risk our lives for him." Upon hearing the Lion King's words, the other demons echoed in unison. Then, amidst the Red Cardinal's joy, they departed in a mighty procession, heading to annihilate the ancient emperor's children who had emerged from the Forbidden Zone. Red Lady is truly a sage, and even a sage at the peak of her power? Fengxue, what did you do 6 years ago? Gazing in the direction of the red sparrow and the demonic creatures, Fengxue felt her mind spinning in confusion. If what she saw before her eyes was true, then her former husband Lin Xuan was indeed a quasi-emperor, and perhaps even the current emperor, Enraged, the strongest being in the world. How ironic that she had divorced him. Perhaps all of this is just an illusion, caused by my longing for Tongtong. Now, the only way to truly know his identity is to see Lin Xuan in person. Finally, Fengxue snapped back to reality and calmed herself down. When she looked again, the red sparrow, lion, and other demons had vanished, so what she had seen earlier could not prove her ex-husband Lin Xuan's identity. Now, the only way to know his true identity and cultivation level was to meet her ex-husband Lin Xuan in person and hear it from his own mouth. Therefore, the most important thing now was to meet her former husband, Lin Xuan. This determination drove her to continue forward toward the Demon God Valley. Because based on the current situation, no matter what his identity was, since he had received the divine talisman she had sent, he would certainly head to the Demon God Valley to rescue their daughter Tongtong as soon as possible. Therefore, as long as she goes to the Demon God Valley, she will be able to meet him immediately. Boom! On the other side, Lin Xuan and several ancient emperors from the Forbidden Zone looked up at the sky above, where thunder roared. A vast ocean of black demonic energy was gathering and descending, resembling an ancient tower descending into the mortal realm. Vaguely visible within were palaces resembling the ancient celestial court. As soon as it descended, an apocalyptic aura emanated from it. Above the palace shrouded in demonic energy, there was a character, forbidden. This was another mysterious forbidden zone descending upon the world. And it descended along with the entire forbidden zone, its might far surpassing that of the ancient emperors who had emerged from the Demon God Valley and other forbidden zones. Is this the legendary forbidden zone of the mythical era, the Demon Desire Sea? It actually exists? It is said that there are immortals within. Could the beings inside be targeting our human race's current emperor? If the beings within also target our human race's great emperor, after this battle, our human race may no longer have a great emperor. Among the human race, ancient saints cried out in shock. At the same time, their hearts were filled with despair. The Demon Desire Sea, a forbidden zone from the ancient mythical era, is said to house immortals. It has appeared in the mortal world twice before, and each time it appeared, the mortal world was struck by a massive earthquake. It is said that the 10 great forbidden zones of the Eastern realm once attempted to attack it, but were all annihilated by an supreme being within the Sea of Demon Desires with a single strike. If this mythical forbidden zone, the Sea of Demon Desire, has indeed come for the current great emperor, then this battle will undoubtedly be extremely difficult for the current great emperor. The combat power of the current human emperor truly surpasses our expectations. With our strength, we might not be able to hold him off for even 5 days. However, the Taoist friends from the Demon Desire Sea were born in the mythical age. With their intervention, the current great emperor will likely perish today. One of the ancient emperors from the life forbidden zone who had already awakened and taken action spoke up. He stood in the void, gazing up at the mythical forbidden zone of the Demon Desire Sea descending from the heavens with admiration. At the same time, his words were filled with praise for Lin Xuan. They had all acted together, yet 5 of their companions had still been killed. Such combat power alone was worthy of his praise. However, with the appearance of the Demon Desire Sea, he exhaled deeply. No matter how strong Lin Xuan was, with the mythical Forbidden Zone's Demon Desire Sea having arrived, he would not survive the day. This was a true life and death struggle between the Forbidden Zone and the human emperor. Once the battle began, only one side could emerge victorious. And now that the mythical Forbidden Zone's Demon Desire Sea has arrived, there is no doubt who will fall. It can only be this human emperor whose combat power surpasses all of history, the Emperor of the Heavens. Chapter 17, Lin Xuan's Path to Enlightenment revealed. The Demon Desire Sea. This is the oldest life forbidden zone in history, without a doubt. It is said to have originated from the divine realm. It was expelled from the immortal realm, and it is said to contain corrupted immortals, while others claim it holds fallen immortals from the heavenly realm. Trace its origins back to at least the mythical age. Now that it has descended with overwhelming power, it has sent shockwaves throughout the entire universe, even among the strongest beings above the level of saints. According to ancient texts, the Demon Desire Sea has been dormant for at least 1,000,000 years since its last appearance. Each time it descends, it brings true catastrophe to the mortal world. Moreover, 1,000,000 years ago, during the divine ancient era, ancient texts record that there were immortals protecting this land. It was the immortals who intervened and drove back the Sea of Demon Desires. However, 1,000,000 years have passed, and the immortals no longer exist. Only the current great emperor who protects the human race remains. Yet the realm of the immortals surpasses that of the emperor. In this vast universe, there are no true immortals left. Can the current great emperor, relying on his own strength, repel the Demon Desire Sea, which now harbors corrupted immortals? The current emperor's claim to eradicate the Demon God Valley within 5 days is a joke. We have already held him back for 2 hours. Now that the mythical forbidden zone of the Demon Desire Sea has descended, within 5 hours, this so-called human emperor will vanish from the mortal realm. An ancient emperor of the forbidden zone gazed at the mythical forbidden zone of the Demon Desire Sea descending from the void and spoke coldly. 9 ancient emperors had joined forces to confront what they considered the human race's insignificant king, yet the enemy had killed 5 of them, and even the time ancient emperor had suffered severe injuries. This left them seething with anger. Now that the mythical forbidden zone has descended, they feel a great deal of pent-up frustration released, leaving them feeling incredibly relieved. Exactly. Even if an ant has grown into a dragon, what's so great about that? In the end, it will still be eradicated. Another ancient emperor from the forbidden zone coldly replied. This ancient emperor hailed from the eternal forbidden zone, and another ancient emperor from the same realm had also joined the battle. However, that ancient emperor was killed in just 2 exchanges with Lin Xuan. This left him feeling extremely displeased. The other ancient emperors of the forbidden zones also looked at him with disapproval. Now that the mythical forbidden zone had descended, it was about to eliminate this human-bred ant king. He couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Is that so? If that's the case, then this emperor will slaughter you, who dares to call yourself a dragon. At that moment, Lin Xuan's cold voice echoed. His figure merged with the imperial armor, moving at the speed of light, and in an instant, he was above the ancient emperor of the forbidden zone, stomping down with a single foot. This was a forbidden zone ancient emperor, once an invincible existence. Yet now, Lin Xuan was crushing him like an ant, using just 1 foot. For a former ancient emperor who once ruled the cosmos, this was an unimaginable humiliation. The ancient emperor's face turned pale instantly. He never expected Lin Xuan to act so swiftly, and to use his foot to trample him. But Lin Xuan had appeared too quickly. Moreover, having fused with the imperial armor, his cultivation seemed to surpass that of a great emperor, resembling a war god. This left him no time to react, and he fought while shouting loudly. All of you, attack together and kill this human insect. Crack! As the words of this ancient emperor from the Forbidden Zone fell, his shoulder was pierced by Lin Xuan. Blood gushed out, and a blood-red moth filled with teeth appeared, attempting to crush Lin Xuan's foot. But Lin Xuan had already withdrawn his foot, aiming it directly at the ancient emperor's head. During this time, he exchanged blows with the ancient emperors emerging from the Forbidden Zone, each delivering a palm strike, repelling 5 ancient emperors who had taken advantage of the situation to attack. One of them had his abdomen pierced, his soul extinguished, and he fell out with a terrible scream. Oomph, a mighty human emperor resorting to close quarters combat? Do you think you're just another lowly human scum? At that moment, an ancient emperor from the Forbidden Zone sneered none other than the ancient emperor who had come from the Imperial Heavenly Forbidden Zone to aid the Time Ancient Emperor. Earlier, Lin Xuan had fought to the brink of death with the Time Ancient Emperor, severely wounding him with close combat techniques. This had filled the ancient emperor with hatred and contempt. Any technique that can kill is a good technique, regardless of whether it's close combat or not. If you're not satisfied, come down and try it yourself. Lin Xuan spoke calmly. One of his feet had already landed 3 zhang above the head of the ancient emperor from the Forbidden Zone. From the crown of the ancient emperor's head, an ancient scroll flew out, transforming into a vast expanse of sky that swept upward. Within it, yin-yang fish swirled and transformed into a giant dragon roaring toward the heavens, attempting to save him. This was an ancient emperor's weapon he had forged since ancient times, which he had never intended to reveal casually. However, facing Lin Xuan's humiliating and deadly kick, he had no choice but to use this ancient emperor's weapon. But to be honest, he truly did not want to use this ancient imperial weapon against Lin Xuan. For he believed Lin Xuan was nothing but a barbarian, and calling him the human emperor was a far cry from the truth. Every time he fought, he would forcefully shatter the ancient imperial weapon. The ancient imperial weapons of the other Forbidden Zone cultivators had been destroyed in the same manner. You must understand how difficult it is to forge ancient imperial weapons. Even the materials alone were extremely difficult to obtain. But he just destroyed it like that, showing no regard for their hard work. What else could he be but a barbarian? Snap! As the ancient emperor of the Forbidden Zone was overcome by emotion, the ancient emperor's weapon, the yin-yang scroll, was instantly shattered by Lin Xuan's foot, and even the spirit within it was instantly annihilated. To rescue his daughter, who was deeply trapped in the Demon God Valley, Lin Xuan had no time to spare for anything else. He only wanted to sweep through the Forbidden Zone. Thus, even an ancient emperor's weapon of such legendary power was ignored by him, crushed under his feet. Another ancient emperor's weapon crushed to pieces by him? What kind of physique does he have? Or what realm has he reached? Could it be that he has already transformed into a war immortal in this mortal world? An ancient emperor from the Forbidden Zone exclaimed in horror. This was the third ancient imperial weapon that Lin Xuan had crushed with his bare feet. 2 others were torn apart by his bare hands. These ancient imperial weapons, capable of shattering countless stars, were as fragile as broken tiles and bricks in his hands and under his feet. This left the ancient emperors of the Forbidden Zone utterly baffled, unable to help but suspect that Lin Xuan had already become an immortal in this world. Or at the very least, had he transformed into a war immortal? So you severed your emotions to attain enlightenment. No wonder you're so powerful. You're almost as close to the immortals of legend as they say. However, I am puzzled. Since you have severed your emotions to attain enlightenment, you should be free from desires and seek enlightenment in peace. Why did you choose to act against the life Forbidden Zone? Could you enlighten me on this point? If you can explain this to me, I will immediately vanish along with the sea of demon desires and never appear in this world again. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from the mythical Forbidden Zone of the Demon Desire Sea in the heavens. This voice echoed throughout the cosmos and the starry seas. The voice echoed throughout the universe, causing the entire world to tremble. Within that voice, the ancient emperor who had been severely wounded by Lin Xuan fled, landing before his own Forbidden Zone, trembling with anger and looking utterly disheveled. What? Is the current emperor who severed all emotions to attain enlightenment? What kind of emotions did he sever? Was it the emotions of a parent for their children? Severing emotions to attain enlightenment? The current emperor has severed his emotions to attain enlightenment. What emotions did he sever? In the human realm, as the sound reached Fengshue's ears, she murmured to herself, then unconsciously let 2 tears fall. She didn't know what had come over her. What the tyrant of the mythical Forbidden Zone, the Demon Desire Sea, had spoken of was clearly the celestial emperor severing his emotions to attain enlightenment. Yet for some reason, her heart was filled with sorrow, as if something precious had been lost. Yes, the emperor actually severed his emotions to attain enlightenment. What did he go through? What emotions did he sever? Moreover, the ruler of the Demon Desire Sea's life restricted zone said that if the emperor revealed his intentions for intervening in the restricted zone, he and the Demon Desire Sea would depart immediately. Could it be that the great emperor suddenly attacked the Demon God Valley for another reason? What could that be? What could have caused our human race's great emperor, who severed all emotions to attain enlightenment, to suddenly attack the life Forbidden Zone's Demon God Valley? The human race at this moment, countless powerful beings were shaken to their core. All wanted to know what kind of emotional bonds the emperor had severed, and what his true intentions were for suddenly attacking the demon god valley. Was it truly for the sake of all living beings? For a time, the heavens and earth fell silent, all awaiting Lin Xuan's response. Within the Forbidden Zone, his daughter Tongtong, the witch, and the old nurse were all waiting for Lin Xuan's response. Chapter 18, Shocking the World. The secret of the emperor's ascension to the throne revealed. An invincible emperor has severed his emotions to attain enlightenment. What did our human emperor endure to reach this point? Could it be that the invincible emperor of our human race also had a tragic past? How is that possible? An invincible emperor could never have experienced something so tragic that he would sever all emotions to attain enlightenment. Could it be that our human race's supreme emperor was betrayed by someone close to him or someone he loved? No wonder the current emperor is so powerful yet so humble. It turns out he has a tragic past. Alas, he is an invincible emperor who severed all emotions to attain enlightenment. Otherwise, I would have definitely married my daughter to him. Exactly, such a pity. Such an invincible emperor severed some kind of emotional bond. The human race. Some powerful beings gathered together, filled with emotion. They knew little about the current emperor's past, let alone his path to enlightenment. Now that everyone knew his path to enlightenment, they couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow in their hearts. This was the mightiest emperor of the human race, yet he had attained enlightenment by severing all emotions. No wonder no one knew about his affairs with his consort. It seems he must have gone through a very tragic experience. The emperor's method of attaining enlightenment has finally been revealed. Perhaps this will bring him some peace of mind. All these years, he hasn't spoken of it, but deep down, he must have been suffering greatly. On a vast expanse of land, a small red bird riding a cow spoke with a sigh. Behind it followed a group of large demons such as lions, leopards, and monkeys, making a great commotion, but they dared not approach the two saints ahead. That's right. With the great emperor's talent, there were many other methods of attaining enlightenment. He didn't need to sever his emotions to achieve enlightenment. It was that woman who went too far, speaking so harshly and hurting the great emperor's heart. Therefore, after that woman left, the great emperor pondered for an hour and chose the path of severing emotions to attain enlightenment. If that woman knew that the great emperor attained enlightenment and declared himself emperor shortly after she left, she would probably regret it so much she'd be green with envy. Old Yellow Ox nodded and said, if Fengxue were here, she would certainly recognize this as the old ox who had saved her, her brother-in-law Yushan, and her sister Fongua from the ancient tower with a single bellow. That woman was too narrow-minded. When she was with the emperor, she constantly criticized him for not practicing hard enough, only caring about entertainment. Little did she know that if it weren't for the great emperor fearing that attaining enlightenment first would hinder her and the princess's future enlightenment, he would have attained enlightenment long before the little princess was born. Moreover, the great emperor severed his emotions to attain enlightenment precisely to leave room for the princess to attain enlightenment as well, so that there could be two emperors from the same family. Now look at her, instead of being a proper empress, she insists on becoming someone else's disciple. And if it weren't for you, Old Yellow Ox, saving her, she'd probably still be trapped in the abandoned desire sect and devoured by the sect's ancestor. The little red bird said. When mentioning that woman Fengxue, his tone was filled with disdain. Regardless, she was once the great emperor's beloved. Since I, Old Yellow Ox, encountered her, I should have saved her once. But, to be honest, I never expected the princess's bloodline to suddenly awaken that night. Otherwise, I could have intercepted her, and she wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Fortunately, the princess's bloodline power was sealed by the emperor using an imperial artifact, so it only awoke briefly. If it had fully awakened, it wouldn't just be the cultivators of the world who would be alarmed, even the beings of the underworld and the upper realm would be stirred. That would have been a real disaster. Old Yellow Ox said. Don't blame yourself too much. The young princess is protected by an imperial weapon personally sealed by the emperor. Unless the ruler of the Forbidden Zone of the Demon God Valley intervenes personally, no one can harm her. Moreover, the great emperor has already launched an attack on the Demon God Valley. How could the ruler of the Forbidden Zone have the time to target the young princess? Therefore, she is extremely safe now, safer than anywhere else. Little Red Bird said. Regardless, the young princess is the princess of our human race, a true princess of noble birth. Even if the princess of the Forbidden Zone and the old maids can harm her for now, falling into the Forbidden Zone is still a disgrace to our human race. Of course, the most infuriating thing is the Shao family. It was their young master who led the princess to the vicinity of the Demon God Valley and then allowed the old maids of the Demon God Valley to capture her. Old Yellow Ox said. When mentioning the ancient human clan, the Shao family, his tone was filled with intense resentment. After all, this was a human clan that had allied itself with the Forbidden Zone. No one would take that lightly. Old Huang, I have a very bad feeling. If things continue like this, there might be a cosmic level war breaking out. If all the Forbidden Zones join in, that would be trouble. The little red bird suddenly looked up at the sky and sighed. This is indeed troublesome, but I believe the emperor can handle it. After all, he is the current emperor, with vibrant life force capable of suppressing all Forbidden Zones. Just like 3 years ago when another mythical forbidden zone, the underworld, emerged to cause trouble, wasn't it still suppressed by the emperor? Also, I've told you many times before, you can call me Brother Ox, but don't call me Old Huang. Old Huangyo said. Alright, Old Huang. When it comes to the emperor's combat power, it's truly formidable. Even the ruler of the forbidden zone in the underworld said that the emperor is one of the strongest emperors of our human race. Few can earn such praise from a ruler of a forbidden zone from the mythical era. Little Red Sparrow nodded. Mentioning the battle 3 years ago between the great emperor and the mythical ancient forbidden land of the underworld, it trembled with fear. Fortunately, the great emperor's combat power was sufficient, and he ultimately suppressed the underworld. 3 years ago, the mythical forbidden land of the underworld emerged, attempting to transform the entire human world into a forbidden zone. It was Lin Xuan who suppressed this chaos, and that battle was extremely brutal, with countless great stars being shattered. It can be said that the current emperor Lin Xuan has done a great deal for the world, though these deeds have never been revealed to the public and are known to few. That's right. The great emperor has actually done a lot for this world, but people just don't know it. Otherwise, any one of his deeds alone would be enough to shock the universe. Old Yellow Ox nodded in agreement. As they spoke, their figures gradually faded away. Cutting off emotions to attain enlightenment, it's only been 6 years, but it feels like an eternity. Tianxiong, upon hearing of the existence of the mythical forbidden zone, the sea of demon desires, couldn't help but whisper softly. Though he had been as calm as a still well, his face now bore a hint of strange emotion. The scene of his divorce from his former wife Fengxue 6 years ago flashed through his mind. He had never intended to sever all emotions to attain enlightenment. But Fengshue's words after their divorce shattered his heart, leaving him with no hesitation as he chose to sever all ties and pursue enlightenment. 6 years had passed, yet Fengshue's words still echoed in his mind. After he handed her the divorce papers, all he heard her say was, "Lin Xuan, forget about me. I hope that from now on, we won't disturb each other and give each other the freedom we deserve, okay? You can visit our daughter from time to time, but don't dwell too much on our past, and don't come looking for me too often." Those words pierced Lin Xuan's heart deeply. That woman had already divorced him, so he understood her fear of being entangled. What did she think he was? Therefore, after Fengxue left, Lin Xuan pondered for an hour and decided to sever all ties between them. From that day forward, they would have no connection in this world or the next. They would never cross paths again in this lifetime. Because he had completely severed the emotional ties between himself and Fengxue. Even if Fengxue were to regret her decision and come looking for him now, it would be impossible for them to be together. Chapter 19, Lin Xuan, the Supreme Emperor, reveals his supreme attack technique. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Lin Xuan's body. Dragon's roars echoed beneath his feet as a gigantic dragon emerged from the ground, raising its head and roaring furiously toward the demon desire sea above the heavens. At the same time, he waved his hand. As Lin Xuan waved his hand, massive dragon chi emerged from mountains and abysses, taking shape in the sky and forming a gigantic green dragon as vast as the universe, filling the heavens. Its head was as large as a star, roaring toward the demon desire sea. Its scales shimmered like swords, clanging loudly. This colossal dragon seemed to have emerged from mythology, its might terrifying beyond imagination. Its mere appearance sent shockwaves throughout the entire world of cultivators, ordinary people, and the Forbidden Zones. Especially the rulers of the Forbidden Zones like the Imperial Heaven Forbidden Zone and the Demon God Valley, their expressions changed drastically in an instant. Dragon Chi. This was the dragon energy of the entire universe condensed at will into a gigantic green dragon, as if it had emerged from a myth, with unmatched offensive power, nearly reaching the level of a quasi-divine artifact. This was truly the supreme divine art. Such a technique is so astonishing that even they find it terrifying. The techniques of the current emperor surpassed their wildest imaginations. This was indeed a formidable foe. What's even more terrifying is that Lin Xuan's battle intent is shocking the world, sweeping across the cosmos. It was as if an ancient mythical celestial emperor had descended from the heavens, utterly terrifying. Roar! With a high-pitched dragon's roar, a sword beam erupted from the mouth of the gigantic green dragon, which was as large as the universe. It held the sword beam in its mouth, resembling a genuine divine sword, pointing toward the sea of demonic desires. Its piercing dragon's roar sounded like the mighty roar of a true dragon emerging from the mythical primordial world, deafening to the ears. All cultivators below the level of a quasi-emperor could hear nothing but a buzzing sound in their minds at that moment. The azure dragon held the sword, its imperial might overwhelming the heavens, pointing the sword at the mythical forbidden zone the demon desire sea ready to wage war. What is happening? Is the current emperor of the world about to wage war against the mythical forbidden zone, the sea of demon desires? It seems so. And the current emperor Emperor Li Tian is so powerful that he can summon so much dragon energy to form such a massive dragon in an instant. Those who don't know might think this is one of the 4 holy dragons from the mythical world. The current emperor is indeed powerful, otherwise, he wouldn't have awakened so many ancient emperors from the Forbidden Zone to target him, nor would he have drawn the mythical Forbidden Zone, the Demon Desire Sea, here. Seeing this, many quasi-emperor level powerhouses began to discuss the situation. They were completely stunned at the moment. They never imagined they would witness the current Supreme Emperor's divine combat techniques in their lifetime. It was like listening to a mythical tale. It could be said that this was the true peak of the current Emperor's combat power, merely a glimpse of what he was capable of. The current Supreme Emperor's strength seemed to grow stronger when facing stronger opponents, making him utterly unpredictable. Human Emperor? Are you declaring war on me and the entire mythical forbidden zone of the Demon Desire Sea? In truth, since I have appeared here, I have never shown any hostility toward you. Why stir up such a commotion? All I seek is an answer, nothing more. Within the Demon Desire Sea, that majestic voice rang out once more. This sent shockwaves through the 10 ancient forbidden zones of the Eastern Realm. The Demon Desire Sea is an ancient forbidden zone older than any other in the Eastern Realm, said to have originated in myth and said to be home to immortals. Such a forbidden zone, once it arrives, even the forbidden zones themselves tremble in fear. The entire cosmos was plunged into chaos. Yet now, the ruler of the Demon Desire Sea's forbidden zone was speaking to the current human emperor in such a polite and respectful manner. Could it be that they feared the human emperor's unmatched offensive techniques? This is truly terrifying. In other words, the current human emperor is so powerful that even the ancient forbidden zone of the Demon Desire Sea, where even immortals and demons dare not tread, fears him. In such a situation, even if he were to die in battle today, it would still be a worthy life. Now that the mythical forbidden zone of the Demon Desire Sea has descended, the rulers of other forbidden zones are also awakening, and all have unleashed the terrifying might of ancient emperors. Some of this ancient emperor's might has already approached the legendary level of immortals. Therefore, in the eyes of these ancient emperors of the Forbidden Realms, the human emperor Lin Xuan has no chance of surviving this battle. So many ancient emperors have awakened because of him, and the cost of this is something outsiders can never fathom. Now that so many ancient emperors have awakened, the price must be exacted from this human emperor. In other words, after this battle, the current human emperor will be devoured by them. There is no such thing as a free lunch, and they wouldn't be so kind as to help the Demon God Valley for free. Given the current great emperor's immense combat power, it is clear he possesses extraordinary divine fortune. Devouring him not only extends one's lifespan but might even grant the opportunity to ascend to immortality. Fight! With no extra words, Lin Xuan's single-word battle echoed across the sky, piercing directly into the Demon Desire Sea. The Demon Desire Sea, a forbidden zone that has existed since the mythical age, is no place for the weak. As the current emperor, Lin Xuan is well aware of its nature and knows it is not a place for the friendly. If it had descended, it was certainly not merely to probe into the secrets of the emperor, but to target him, the current emperor. If that was the case, why bother with words? Let the battle begin. Now, all the forbidden zones are restless, and the only way to save his daughter is to sweep through them all. Therefore, no amount of words will suffice, only battle remains. War. Our human emperor is truly bold. Is he really going to declare war on the mythical forbidden zone, the Sea of Demon Desire? A quasi-emperor level powerhouse murmured. He held Lin Xuan in the highest regard. After all, the Demon Desire Sea is a mythical forbidden zone. Even the ancient emperors of the forbidden zones fear it greatly. This can be seen from the fact that when the Demon Desire Sea descended, many ancient emperors of the forbidden zones fell silent. However, the current emperor of the human race dared to directly challenge the mythical forbidden zone. This alone, in terms of courage, surpasses the ancient emperors of other forbidden zones. The emperor has no choice. While the existence of the Demon Desire Sea is one thing, if they were truly benevolent, they wouldn't have descended at this time. Therefore, rather than letting the mythical forbidden zone reap the benefits, it is better to expose the truth and engage in open battle with them. I believe this is the true intention of the Emperor of the Heavens. Another quasi-emperor analyzed. As for the cultivators below the quasi-emperor realm, they felt their ears ringing and their minds spinning in the dragon's roar, completely oblivious to the single-word battle uttered by the current emperor. Ha! This human emperor has openly challenged the friends of the mythical forbidden zone's Demon Desire Sea. It seems we won't be involved in this. 5 days? Ha! I don't think we even need that long. This human emperor will be defeated by the cultivators of the Demon Desire Sea before then. At the same time, other ancient emperors from the forbidden zones heard Lin Xuan's words and felt a sudden sense of relief, turning to the other ancient emperors from the forbidden zones and saying, "Boom!" But before his words had even fallen, his body exploded. It was Lin Xuan who had crossed over in an instant, striking him down with an imperial fist. He was about to engage in battle with the supreme ruler of the Demon Desire Sea, one of the oldest forbidden zones in the cosmos, so the fewer obstacles, the better. With a single strike, he had killed a forbidden zone ancient emperor without any warning. This was the true revelation of his supreme combat power, leaving all the onlookers in the universe and the awakened ancient emperors of the forbidden zone speechless. By now, 7 ancient emperors who had dared to confront Lin Xuan in battle had already perished. Additionally, the ancient emperor of time and another ancient emperor have suffered severe injuries, and their situations are also dire. As a result, the other ancient emperors all realized Lin Xuan's overwhelming strength and terror, and none dared to speak another word. A single battle silenced the once mighty ancient emperors of the Forbidden Zone, whose words had once carried a hint of coldness. This level of combat power left the various star-level quasi-emperors and one or two near-immortals who had come to watch the battle utterly stunned. Alright, since you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. But don't say I'm taking advantage of you. At that moment, the ancient emperor of the demon Desire Sea spoke. As his words fell, chains of order resembling heavenly chains surged from the sky, converging on the azure dragon filling the void. The two strongest beings of all time finally clashed. In that instant, the entire world seemed to fall silent, with only the swirling chains of order and the massive form of the azure dragon visible. This was a true clash of magical arts. Countless lifeless stars were shattered in an instant. No one could withstand the clash of these two mighty beings. Within the demon realm sea, a colossal figure emerged, seemingly attempting to step out of the massive demonic energy-filled ocean palace. However, it was bound by countless chains of the Tao, rendering it unable to move. However, above its head, a vast array of true immortal figures appeared, gazing down upon the masses of mortals like ants. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the body of the towering figure. As it emerged, it devoured the towering figure's living body, its blood spraying into the air to replenish the power of the demon realm sea. What is this? Is this a divine being from the demon realm sea? How terrifying. Is a new divine being devouring an old one? I don't know, but it feels terrifying. Fortunately, the heavenly emperor has already declared war on it. Otherwise, if such an existence were to ambush us from behind, that would be a major problem. Seeing this, the great sages, quasi-emperors, and those on the verge of enlightenment watching the battle in the cosmos all drew in their breath in shock. In the hearts of mortals, immortals are sacred beings, clad in white robes with ethereal aura, symbolizing all that is beautiful in the world. Yet the so-called immortals rumored to exist in the demon realm sea now filled them with utter dread. Devouring their own kind, even devouring their own selves, even though they knew that most of the immortals in the demon realm sea were corrupted immortals, they still couldn't accept what they were seeing before their eyes. Boom! However, at that moment, an even more terrifying sight appeared in the heavens above. Bolts of lightning surged forth, resembling a sea of immortals, spreading toward Lin Xuan's head. Each bolt of lightning resembled a colossal dragon, thick and terrifying, emanating the aura of immortals, with faint silhouettes of immortals visible within. At this critical moment, the system bestowed divine tribulation for Lin Xuan's ascension to immortality arrived. Chapter 20 Lin Xuan is the emperor of the present age, shocking the Forbidden Zone. Lin Xuan's system was called the Tao-seeking system. However, his ultimate path was not that of an emperor, but that of an immortal. Therefore, only when he attains immortality will the system be considered complete. Yet, after all this time, he still refuses to press the system's one-button ascension button. This naturally frustrates the system, which periodically sends down ascension trials to remind Lin Xuan to hurry up and ascend. However, this time's ascension tribulation is far more terrifying than ever before, vast and unimaginable. What a powerful heavenly tribulation! Could this be the tribulation of an emperor of the human race ascending to immortality? Has he already reached the point where he can become an immortal so quickly? Quickly stop him. Don't let him ascend. Upon seeing the vast tribulation descending upon Lin Xuan's head, an ancient emperor immediately shouted. He had also experienced the ascension ordeal before, though he had failed. But he would not allow Lin Xuan to achieve immortality. How could ascending to immortality be so easy in this world? If one person becomes an immortal, it would drain the world's fortune, leaving no chance for others to become immortals. Therefore, with a loud shout, he immediately summoned a sword. The sword flew toward Lin Xuan. Under the sword's might, a row of large stars were shattered by its sword chi. The might of his ultimate path was revealed, threatening to tear the entire starry sky apart. A dragon's roar echoed through the air. A massive green dragon blocked the attack of the ruler of the demon Desire Sea with its claws, then turned its head and swung the great sword in its mouth toward the ancient emperor of the Forbidden Zone. The two swords collided, causing a massive crack in spacetime, which was severed by the two swords. A huge black hole appeared, its origin unknown, with pitch-black blood flowing out of it. Another powerful being from a different star system was slain in the clash of the two swords. Crack! With a loud crack, the ancient emperor's sword was severed in two. An ancient emperor's weapon had been severed by a virtual sword. The entire cosmic void erupted and boiled, leaving all in awe. They couldn't believe how powerful this azure dragon was. A single sword chi from its mouth had severed an ancient emperor's weapon. If not for seeing it with their own eyes, this would be hard to believe. Boom! With a deafening roar and a piercing scream, the ancient emperor who had attempted to flee, along with a large star, was sliced in half by the sword chi emitted from the blue dragon's mouth. They crashed to the ground, and the forbidden territory where they had been standing collapsed in a vast crater. The ancient emperor's eyes widened in shock, refusing to close even in death. SSS. Another ancient emperor was annihilated. The entire universe fell into complete silence. All the powerful beings above the level of sages who had come to witness the battle were utterly shocked. This was the most unimaginable battle they had ever witnessed. The ancient emperors of the Forbidden Zone were being slaughtered like cabbages, and usually with a single strike there was no opportunity for a second move. Moreover, in this great battle, several ancient emperor weapons had already been destroyed. It is important to note that even the destruction of a single ancient emperor's weapon or an imperial weapon of the supreme emperor would be a major event that shook the entire universe. The current emperor is invincible. Lin Xuan fully embodied this statement. For the current emperor's vital energy was abundant, far surpassing even the strongest ancient emperors of the Forbidden Zone, such as the ruler of the Forbidden Zone and the Time Ancient Emperor. The techniques and laws they master are all certified by the Tao. Especially the current Emperor Lin Xuan, who stands out among them, fully embodying the invincible might of the current emperor, inspiring all the saints of the human race, quasi-emperors, and those on the verge of enlightenment. Of course, this also includes Lin Xuan's urgent desire to save his daughter. Therefore, he acted with decisive lethal force. He had no time to waste. After all, the Demon God Valley is ultimately a forbidden zone, and even with the imperial artifact he had given her, his daughter was still in danger. Let him undergo the tribulation if he must. There's no need to obstruct him. This celestial tribulation is so formidable that few can survive it. Even he may not be able to pass it and become an immortal. Once he fails the tribulation, that will be our chance to act. At that moment, another ancient emperor coldly watched Lin Xuan, who was being swept by lightning in the sky, and said to the other ancient emperors who were restlessly trying to emerge from their seclusion. The dragon emperor speaks wisely. This heavenly tribulation is no ordinary affair. For him to attempt it at this moment is indeed a stroke of bad luck. Just thinking about killing a human emperor makes me excited. A being from another forbidden zone spoke. This was a being from the forbidden zone with an extremely hideous appearance, resembling a crocodile yet not quite one, its form utterly grotesque. So you're a fellow cultivator from the eternal forbidden zone. I didn't expect you to have awakened as well. I heard that your eternal forbidden zone is nearly on par with a mythical forbidden zone. Is that true? Upon hearing the words of the forbidden zone creature, the dragon emperor spoke. It's not too far off. I remember seeing immortals when I was a child, but I was too young to remember what they looked like. All I remember is the divine might they emanated, which shook the heavens and earth, and even this realm couldn't withstand their pressure and was on the verge of collapsing. The creature from the eternal forbidden zone spoke. So you've lived for an incredibly long time, Brother Tao. Your lineage must have made remarkable advancements in the study of the path to immortality. This is truly worthy of this emperor's admiration. The dragon emperor nodded. His body was enormous, and he had already begun to evolve into a true dragon. Upon closer inspection, it was a true dragon lying across the void, its divine might beyond description. Had it not been for the sky above being filled with Lin Xuan's massive green dragon, the dragon emperor's emergence would undoubtedly have been the most dazzling sight. For in this world, there were no true dragons. True dragons stand alongside immortals. If there were true dragons, it would indirectly prove that immortals exist in this world, an event that would shake the entire universe. No problem. The beings of the eternal forbidden zone spoke. Are you all really going to stand by and watch him undergo his tribulation without lifting a finger? What if he actually succeeds in passing his tribulation? By then, it might be too late for us to act. At that moment, a voice echoed from the Demon God Valley, reaching the ears of the ancient emperors of the major forbidden zones. Soon after, a thunderous roar echoed, and a gigantic creature resembling a Qilin emerged from the Demon God Valley. Another colossal figure has emerged from the Demon God Valley. And this time, the Titan is even more formidable. He is the younger brother of the ruler of the Demon God Valley's Forbidden Zone and the uncle of the witch. His aura alone is overwhelmingly powerful, causing even the ancient emperors of the Forbidden Zone to feel a sense of dread. What do you suggest, senior brother? This human emperor is targeting your Demon God Valley. If you have any insightful suggestions, please share them with us. We are all willing to follow your lead. At that moment, an ancient emperor spoke up. Though he spoke these words, the true reason for his emergence was that the Forbidden Zone could no longer grant him eternal life. Only the life essence of a contemporary emperor could sustain his existence, and he had awakened for Lin Xuan's sake. Therefore, if the leaders of the Demon God Valley have a good plan to deal with Lin Xuan, he would naturally follow their lead. In my opinion, we should use the supreme imperial might to interfere with his tribulation. Everyone should be well aware that during a tribulation, one must most avoid interference from external elements, especially when it comes to the tribulation of a human emperor ascending to immortality. The Forbidden Zone overlord of the Demon God Valley said. Lin Xuan not only declared war on the Demon God Valley to the world but also killed one of their supreme beings in the Forbidden Zone. If they cannot avenge this, the Demon God Valley's reputation and its ability to rally the beings of the Forbidden Zone will be greatly weakened. That's a good idea. Let's begin. The Dragon Emperor nodded in agreement. He then unleashed his divine might, transforming into a colossal dragon stretching the length of the entire eastern domain, roaring loudly to disrupt Lin Xuan's tribulation with sound waves. Boom! At the same time, throughout the entire universe, waves of energy akin to surging oceans surged forth. At least 13 ancient emperors from the Forbidden Zone released their divine might, aiming to disrupt Lin Xuan's tribulation. This is bad. These ancient emperors from the Forbidden Zones are using their ultimate divine might to interfere with our human emperor's tribulation. What should we do? A saint among the human race who was watching the battle exclaimed in horror. Had it not been for Lin Xuan standing in the void, the extreme Dao might alone would have been enough to annihilate all the observing sages and quasi-emperors. This shows just how terrifying the ultimate power of these ancient emperors truly is. Boom! At that moment, a deafening roar echoed from the imperial heavenly forbidden land, as if a colossal being was emerging, and even the entire heavens and earth could not withstand the pressure it emitted. Then, a gigantic figure spread across the heavens and earth, with divine forms following and filling the void, and an extremely ancient aura emanating from it. Everyone was filled with dread, realizing that a being even more terrifying than the ancient emperor of time and space was about to emerge from the imperial heavenly forbidden land. Welcome the sovereign of the imperial heavenly forbidden land to the world. Feeling this vast aura, the ancient emperor of time and the other supreme beings within the forbidden land of the heavenly emperor all bowed in reverence and spoke in unison. These words sent shockwaves throughout the world. The ruler of the forbidden zone within the imperial heavenly forbidden land was about to emerge? This was truly an event that shook the entire world. One of the supreme beings of the heavenly forbidden realm, the ancient emperor of time, was already incredibly ancient and powerful. Then, how terrifying must the ruler of the forbidden zone of the imperial heavenly forbidden land be? Just thinking about it was enough to fill one with despair. For a moment, the heavens and earth fell silent, and the divine kings and sages of the human race once again felt despair. Even the ancient emperors within the forbidden zone who are not the ruler have joined forces, causing great alarm. Now that the ruler of the forbidden zone within the forbidden zone has awakened, this situation is utterly hopeless. The current great emperor is likely to face a grim fate. He's coming out, he's coming out. Is that the ruler of the imperial heavenly forbidden zone? How could it be? How could it be? At that moment, numerous sages watching from beneath the starry sky witnessed the scene within the imperial heavenly forbidden zone. Upon witnessing the scene within the forbidden heavenly realm, these ancient sages were so astonished they could not speak. Chapter 21, Lin Xuan's 3 imperial weapons emerge, shocking the ancient emperors once again. The imperial heavenly forbidden land. A vast and ancient aura swept across the 8 directions. An ancient realm suddenly appeared. Beneath this ancient realm stood a figure, his body bound by chains of order. What am I seeing? I actually saw the forbidden lord of the forbidden land carrying the heavens on his shoulders? Has this emperor mistaken what he sees? In the forbidden land of the eastern domain, the dragon emperor gazed toward the direction of the heavenly forbidden land, his voice trembling with awe. He was a sovereign of his generation, and among sovereigns, he was the cream of the crop. If even he was so shaken, one could only imagine how overwhelmed the others must be at that moment. Time Dao brother, what kind of status does the Forbidden Zone sovereign truly hold? The creature resembling a crocodile from the eternal Forbidden Zone was also deeply shocked and transmitted his voice to the ancient emperor of the time path to ask. He was not an ancient emperor recognized by heaven and earth, nor had he ever claimed the title of emperor in his lifetime. Instead, he was an uncrowned king whose physical constitution and bloodline were so powerful that his combat strength rivaled that of imperial-level warriors. However, he had never taken that final step. Nevertheless, with the extension of his lifespan, his combat prowess had long since surpassed that of some emperors and emperors recognized by heaven and earth. Thus, he referred to himself as the Crocodile Emperor. In cultivation, talent is important, but time and accumulation are equally crucial. The sovereign of the Forbidden Land. Upon hearing the uncrowned king of the eternal Forbidden Zone, the Crocodile Emperor, ask this question, the ancient emperor of time and space looked troubled. Though he was an extremely powerful ancient emperor, revered for his mastery of time, and once invincible in heaven and earth, he clearly feared his own Forbidden Land sovereign and dared not reveal any information about him. It's fine. I can share my information with all of you. As you all can see, I am the primordial spirit essence of this ancient and long extinct ancient world. To be precise, I am merely an ancient relic. And now I am in this state, causing all of you fellow cultivators to laugh at me. The ruler of the Imperial Heaven Forbidden Zone spoke. Upon hearing this, all the ancient emperors present were deeply shocked. Even the ancient emperor of time and space paled. Because earlier, the ancient emperor of time and the crocodile emperor had communicated using ancient imperial techniques, and none of the other ancient emperors had heard it, yet the ruler of the Imperial Heaven Forbidden Zone had heard it. This was truly terrifying. What was even more terrifying was his identity. He was the manifestation of the primordial spiritual essence of the ancient heavens and earth. Doesn't that mean he is the ancient heavens and earth themselves? Therefore, not only the ancient emperors and the quasi-emperors of the heavens, but even the ruler of the Demon Desire Sea Forbidden Zone, who was still attacking the blue-colored giant dragon, looked astonished and turned their gaze toward the ruler of the Imperial Heaven Forbidden Zone. It was clear that the other party's background was no less than their own. The sovereign is the manifestation of the primordial spirit essence of the ancient heavens and earth? Does that mean the heavens and earth truly possess consciousness? What is the sovereign's current status of immortal or an ancient emperor? After a moment of shock, the dragon emperor asked cautiously. As soon as he spoke, all the ancient emperors of the Forbidden Zones turned their gaze toward the ruler of the Imperial Heaven Forbidden Zone, their eyes filled with hope. Throughout history, the question of whether immortals truly exist in this world and whether the heavens and earth possess sentient intelligence has puzzled countless emperors and kings. Originally, the arrival of the mythical Forbidden Zone, the Sea of Demon Desires, made everyone realize that immortals might exist in this world. However, the behavior of the ruler of the Demon Desire Sea Forbidden Zone did not resemble that of an immortal, shattering people's vain hopes that immortals might truly exist. But now that the ruler of the Imperial Heaven Forbidden Zone had arrived with such a formidable background, he must surely know whether immortals existed in this world. Moreover, all the ancient emperors present addressed one another as Taoist brother. Yet none dared to address the ruler of the Heavenly Emperor's Forbidden Zone in the same manner. Because his background is too terrifying. The heavens and earth possess consciousness. Not only the heavens and earth, but every flower, blade of grass, and stone in this world possesses consciousness. It is merely that the consciousness of all beings varies in strength. As for my identity, regardless of the past, I am no different from you all now, and in some ways, I am even inferior to you. At least you are free to come and go as you please in the Forbidden Zone, while I am not so fortunate. The ruler of the Imperial Heavenly Forbidden Zone spoke. He laughed self-deprecatingly at the end. Everyone was stunned. From the words of the master of the Imperial Heaven Forbidden Zone, it seemed possible that he had once been a divine being. However, now that the ancient heavens and earth had perished, he had been bound by the ancient order of the heavens and earth, which is why he claimed to be no different from them. However, in terms of combat power, he was absolutely different from them. He possessed the combat power of an immortal. Then how should we address you in the future? The Dragon Emperor asked cautiously once more. You may address me as Senior Brother or Emperor of the Heavens. In truth, titles are of little consequence to us cultivators. However, the burden I bear for this vast sky is indeed heavy. The ruler of the Huangtian Forbidden Zone spoke. As he spoke, he took another step forward while bearing that ancient expanse of heaven and earth on his back. The vast universe where Lin Xuan and the others stood immediately began to waver, cracks appearing in the fabric of reality. However, the ruler of the Huangtian Forbidden Zone, Huangtian, was no better off. The chains of order binding him suddenly tightened, causing him to bleed black blood, his bones visible, as he struggled desperately to pull himself back into the Huangtian Forbidden Zone. But he endured the pain in silence and continued to walk forward. Seeing this scene, not only the cultivators and demons from the human realm who were watching the battle, but even the ancient emperors of the Forbidden Zones were stunned, fearing that if the ruler of the Huangtian Forbidden Zone continued on this path, the entire universe would shatter. However, the other party's strength and status were too intimidating, so they dared not say much. However, for them, the existence of the ruler of the Imperial Heaven Forbidden Zone, Imperial Heaven, was also a threat. For if the universe were to collapse, they too might cease to exist. At the very least, the blood offerings in this realm would cease to exist. Without these blood offerings to sustain their lifespan, they would no longer be able to endure. Boom! At that moment, an extremely peculiar divine sound of the Tao appeared in the sky, freezing the heavens and earth in place, causing the universe, which had been constantly tearing apart, to begin to heal. Not only that. In that instant, a humanoid armor identical to the Imperial battle armor flew out from Lin Xuan's embrace, shimmering with golden light. As soon as it appeared, it froze the void and strode toward the ruler of the Imperial Heaven Forbidden Zone, Huangtian, as if intending to engage him in battle. Its body emitted an extremely powerful divine might, clearly indicating that it was also a divine weapon of the highest order, on par with the Imperial battle armor that Lin Xuan wore to withstand the tribulation. What? Another divine weapon of the Supreme Emperor? He actually possesses 3 divine weapons? How is that possible? Moreover, I have never heard of these 3 divine weapons before. Could it be that all 3 were forged by him alone? The human emperor actually possesses 3 divine weapons? The outcome of this battle is truly uncertain. Perhaps the current emperor could indeed subdue the demon god Valley within 5 days. Is the human emperor really this terrifying? These are divine weapons, not cabbages. How could he produce 3 of them all at once? Moreover, this divine weapon seems capable of autonomous combat. Could it have been upgraded to a quasi-divine artifact? As the Xingtian battle armor appeared, the entire universe trembled. The ancient emperors stared in disbelief, their faces filled with shock. Chapter 22, 3 Supreme Emperor weapons emerge. Lin Xuan's true power as the current emperor is revealed. Imperial weapons aren't cabbages. Even an emperor can only forge one in their lifetime. After all, the materials required to create them are extremely rare. Yet now Lin Xuan had suddenly unveiled 3 of them, with the Li Tian sword even revealing the might of a quasi-divine artifact. This is no different from cabbage, leaving the ancient emperors and the cosmic powers watching in awe. Not only the cosmic powers, but even ordinary cultivators from the eastern region were utterly stunned. What's happening? Has our human emperor simultaneously summoned 3 supreme imperial weapons? This is too powerful. The human cultivators murmured. Under the overwhelming pressure of the supreme level might, they couldn't even lift their heads, let alone witness the battle between the current emperor and the titan of the Forbidden Zone. However, the ancient saints and divine kings of the eastern region continuously relayed messages, occasionally letting out exclamations of shock, allowing them to learn of many developments. For a time, many envied them greatly. They thought that if one were to live, one should strive to become like the Emperor of the Heavens, who alone possessed 3 imperial weapons truly awe-inspiring. May one's son be like the Emperor of the Heavens. If the heavens had not produced the Emperor of the Heavens, the immortal path would have remained in eternal darkness. Even a human sage spoke thus. These words were not an exaggeration. Now that the people of the Eastern Domain have learned that the current emperor belongs to their own race, they all desperately wish to have a son as magnificent as the Emperor of the Heavens. As for the claim that if the heavens had not given birth to the Emperor of the Heavens, the path of immortality would have been shrouded in eternal darkness, this is the collective conclusion reached by the sages of the Eastern region. The Eastern region is unlike other regions. Here lies the life forbidden zone. Were it not for the existence of the current emperor, any ancient emperor who triggers a dark catastrophe would plunge the entire eastern region into darkness. Moreover, even the forbidden realm of the mythical age, the Demon Sea, has emerged. If it weren't for the current emperor of the east holding the realm together, the darkness would be unimaginable. The entire human race of the eastern region would be reduced to a barren wasteland. Swish. 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 People from the western region, southern region, central plains, and other ancient star systems are constantly heading toward the eastern region. These individuals are all clan leaders and elders of their respective factions. Some have come to assist Lin Xuan. Others have brought their disciples and descendants to watch the battle, placing their bets on the current Emperor Lin Xuan, believing that with the Emperor by their side, they will be protected. However, witnessing this battle would bring immeasurable benefits. Others have even risked their lives and fortunes to come and cling to the coattails of the current Emperor, Lin Xuan. This is an emperor, after all. If he truly subdues the Forbidden Zone, those who manage to align themselves with him will have their descendants protected for 10,000 years, and even an ordinary family could become prosperous. Let alone families like theirs, which were already prominent clans. At this moment, the eastern region was truly bustling with activity. Such a grand event is indeed rare. This is truly a gamble with their lives. It also shows that they have immense faith in the Emperor's unparalleled combat prowess and place great trust in him. Among them are no shortage of prodigies. What overwhelming imperial might! And in just 6 years since ascending the throne, he has already forged 3 imperial weapons. This is truly unprecedented in the history of cultivation. Even the sages spoke in such terms. One person with 3 imperial weapons? I never imagined that such a human emperor could exist in this world. Calling you a prodigy is no exaggeration. However, your current situation is dire. You are alone against so many Taoist brothers and myself. Unless you are an immortal, forget about 5 days by the end of today, the mortal realm will no longer have an emperor like you. Since that is the case, why don't we discuss a collaboration? At that moment, before the Imperial Heaven Forbidden Zone, the ruler of the Imperial Heaven Forbidden Land, Imperial Heaven, spoke. His voice was vast and echoed throughout the eastern domain. Upon hearing this, all the powerful figures of the eastern region paled. Currently, only the great emperors of this age could suppress the Forbidden Zone. However, if the current great emperors were to strike a deal with them, they would truly be doomed, destined to become the blood offerings of the ancient emperors and creatures within the Forbidden Zone. Even the powerful figures from ancient clans and sacred lands changed their expressions, despite the profound foundations of their sacred lands and clans. But if the Emperor of the Heavens and the ancient emperors of the Forbidden Zone were to join forces, they wouldn't stand a chance against a single strike. Not to mention the ancient emperors of the Forbidden Zones, even the current human emperors each possess 3 divine weapons, making the battle utterly hopeless. As the ruler of the Forbidden Zone, you have no choice but to fight or seal yourself away. There is no other path for you. Lin Xuan responded coldly. Good. Indeed, the younger generation is formidable. But I am not one of the ancient emperors you have killed. Since my birth, the number of emperors and ancient emperors who have died by my hand is no less than 10, and most of them were killed with a single strike. Are you sure you want to fight me? The ancient face of Huang Tian changed drastically as he spoke. His voice still echoed throughout the eastern domain and the entire universe. This caused a chill to spread through everyone's hearts, cold to the bone. Hearing Huang Tian's words, everyone realized that a life or death battle was about to begin. And Huang Tian's voice thundered like a clap of thunder, echoing throughout the cosmos, producing a deafening roar, as if the heavens were shaking. Fight! Lin Xuan spoke calmly. The imperial aura surged out from his body, shaking the 8 corners of the universe, causing all creatures to bow in submission. The heaven-shattering sword was already in his grasp, and his aura had reached its peak. Even the heavenly emperor paled in response. He nodded and said, "Since that is the case, I shall grant you your wish. Attack!" As he spoke, he suddenly took a step forward, causing the sky to crack open. A full moon appeared in the sky, seemingly pure and sacred, yet filled with the aura of destruction. This was his supreme divine technique, the Moon Will Sutra, in motion. Even the mere aura alone sent the 10,000 clans of the eastern region into a state of utter terror, as they sensed the approach of death, causing all to pale with fear. What a powerful aura! Is this the end of the world? What should we do now? Is this the might of the ruler of the Imperial Heaven Forbidden Zone? It might truly possess the combat power of an immortal. I wonder if the current great emperor can suppress it. What kind of existence is the ruler of the Imperial Heaven Forbidden Zone? Could he truly be an ancient divine being from the primordial ages? The human realm was thrown into chaos. In that instant, even those who were nearly emperors trembled in fear, feeling that they were about to perish under the overwhelming might of the ruler of the Imperial Heavenly Forbidden Zone. At that moment, they finally realized how close death was to them. However, this feeling did not last long. As a surge of vigorous blood energy rose and spread throughout the entire universe, the oppressive pressure vanished. Suppressed. The imperial might of our human emperor has suppressed the imperial might of the ruler of the Imperial Heavenly Forbidden Land. Our human emperor seems no weaker than the others. The ancient sages of the human race discussed nervously, their faces lit up with joy. Judging from the release of these two auras, the combat power of the current emperor Lin Xuan is no weaker than that of the ruler of the Imperial Heavenly Forbidden Land, who is bound by the chains of the Tao. However, when gods fight, the common folk suffer. Now that the battle between these two invincible powerhouses is about to begin, once the fighting starts, the entire heavens and earth will be shattered, and those who dare to watch from close range will have no chance of survival. Therefore, aside from 4 or 5 quasi-emperors and 2 who were on the verge of attaining the Tao, all the other saints from various realms fled swiftly. This is the battle between the ancient emperor and the emperor. Even before the battle has begun, even ancient saints and quasi-emperors dare not linger and must flee the battlefield swiftly. If you wish to fight, let us do so on the cosmic battlefield. Lin Xuan spoke casually. Then he took a step forward and headed toward the cosmic battlefield. Once a battle of this caliber begins, the heavens and earth will collapse, so it cannot be fought here on earth. Though the cosmic battlefield was distant, for those of the imperial path, it was but a thought away. In that instant, all the lightning on his body vanished. The divine tribulation had not harmed him in the slightest. Instead, it released a divine aura from his body. At the same time, his imperial battle armor flew down, joining the Xingtian battle armor to safeguard this realm and protect the mortal world. These 2 imperial weapons could fight autonomously, equivalent to 2 additional emperors. If he were to leave and the ancient emperor from the Forbidden Realm were to interfere, these 2 imperial weapons would naturally engage in battle. However, no ancient emperor would willingly die at the hands of these 2 weapons, so such a situation would never arise. How is that possible? Isn't he undergoing his tribulation? How can he just stop it whenever he wants? It's as if the heavenly tribulation is under his control. This human emperor is acting oddly, far too powerful. Some ancient emperors were stunned, finding it hard to believe what they were seeing. Very well, you are the first to dare challenge me in this manner. I am the ruler of the heavens. Even if I bear the weight of the sky, I am invincible throughout the ages. The ruler of the heavenly emperor's forbidden realm nodded, then transformed into a beam of light and headed toward the cosmic battlefield. In that instant, he carried the ancient sky on his back, and that ancient sky could no longer suppress him, as he carried it into the cosmic battlefield. We humbly welcome the revered sovereign to manifest his divine presence. A mighty voice echoed from the Imperial Heaven Forbidden Land. Chapter 23, single-handedly slaying the ancient Emperor Lin Xuan's invincible emperor's true form is revealed to the world. Welcome the Emperor of the human race to manifest his divine presence. The human race of the Eastern Domain. Led by a cultivator on the verge of enlightenment, all human cultivators gathered to greet Lin Xuan as he ascended to the heavens, revealing his divine presence and bringing peace to the Forbidden Zone. Amidst the welcoming cries, Lin Xuan and the ruler of the Forbidden Realm of the Heavens, Wang Tian, broke through an ancient emperor's passageway and entered an extremely ancient battlefield. That was the cosmic battlefield, an ancient battlefield piled with the bones of quasi-emperors, the remains of emperors, and the fragments of ancient emperors. Once entering such a battlefield, only ancient emperors and current emperors could proceed. All others, including those on the verge of attaining the Tao, were forced to halt. Once they entered the cosmic battlefield, it meant they were about to engage in a life or death battle, whose aftereffects could shake the primordial chaos of the universe, causing even the great stars of the cosmos to suffer damage. Let alone attempting to arrive at the scene to observe. The cosmic battlefield has already detached from this star domain, and only emperors and ancient emperors can arrive there in the first instance. Even those on the verge of enlightenment would have no idea how many years they would have to wait to arrive. If they were saints, it would take at least 10,000 years to arrive at the scene. And the lifespan of a sage, unless they possess a special constitution, is generally around 5,000 years. In other words, aside from those above the quasi-emperor realm, such as Lin Xuan, the current emperor, and Hu Tian, the titan of the Forbidden Zone, even saint-level beings would not be able to reach their battlefield in their lifetime. Failure to attain the emperor realm is ultimately in vain is not an empty saying. Of course. Such battles are not entirely unobservable. For instance, those from great clans that have produced emperors or ancient emperors can use the arrays left behind by their ancestral emperors or ancient emperors to observe such battles. However, they can only watch as spectators. Intervening in this battle is absolutely out of the question. Only the sovereign of the heavens can bring this human emperor to the cosmic battlefield. Once one enters the cosmic battlefield, it's not just 5 days, they might never return for a lifetime. In the Forbidden Zone, an ancient emperor spoke. He then glanced at the 2 imperial weapons suspended in the heavens above, the Xingtian battle armor and the Emperor's battle armor, and fell into a deep slumber. With these 2 imperial weapons guarding the void, it would be difficult to unleash the dark cataclysm. But weapons are ultimately just weapons. The consciousness of the weapon spirits will eventually grow dim and fall into slumber. When that time comes, awakening and unleashing the dark cataclysm will not be too late. After all, the current emperor has departed and will not return. Without an emperor to oversee the mortal realm, everyone from those on the verge of enlightenment to ordinary humans and beasts will become their fodder. That is correct. Our ancestor once said that the so-called cosmic battlefield can be considered the greatest forbidden zone in this universe, where countless emperors and kings have perished. The souls of those emperors and kings have gathered there, disrupting the spacetime within. Even a great emperor who enters there might become lost and never emerge again in their lifetime. Moreover, the human emperor's opponent is the sovereign of heaven. Therefore, the fellow cultivators and revered masters of the Demon God Valley can rest assured. Not only will you not see the human emperor in 5 days, but you will never see him again in your entire lives. In another forbidden zone, an ancient forbidden zone creature spoke. He had dragon horns on his head, a massive body spanning tens of thousands of feet, and when he moved, it was like a range of connected mountains shifting. His eyes were a sickly green, utterly unsettling. What a pity! I came all this way for nothing, and in the end, I did not obtain the flesh and blood of this human emperor. I have tasted the flesh of human cultivators on the verge of enlightenment before, and the flavor was truly exquisite. But I have never tasted the flesh of a human emperor. It must be even more delicious. In the sky, a creature from the forbidden zone emerged and spoke coldly. As it spoke, it turned to enter the forbidden zone. Boom! At that moment, it felt as though the sky was about to collapse. A surge of imperial might swept down, accompanied by the sound of thunder descending from the heavens. A massive foot descended from the sky, crushing the heavens and leaving a hole, aiming straight for the head of the ancient Forbidden Zone creature. No! The ancient Forbidden Zone creature let out a cry, spewing 3 beams of rainbow light from its mouth. 3 ancient imperial artifacts shot into the sky, attempting to block the sudden descent of the foot. Though the imperial artifacts could only be used once, their power was still formidable, rivaling that of ancient imperial artifacts. Moreover, 3 ancient imperial forbidden weapons charged upward together, and even if they couldn't match the power of quasi-divine weapons, they were still quite formidable. However, with a series of cracking sounds, the massive foot crushed all 3 forbidden weapons. With a final crack, it crushed the head of the enormous forbidden creature, which collapsed to the ground with a thud, writhing and howling in agony before dying. Its soul had intended to flee the body, but under the overwhelming imperial might, it couldn't escape and shattered into ashes on the spot. And that massive foot, after crushing this ancient forbidden zone creature to death with a single blow, vanished without a trace. SSS. All the powerful beings who witnessed this scene drew in their breath in shock, their faces filled with terror. They finally understood what the current emperor truly represented. It represented invincibility under the stars. Even if the person has already left, speaking ill of him behind his back can still be sensed, and he can be struck down with a single blow. Especially the current emperor, who is even more terrifying. Calling him an emperor is no different from calling him a god of death or a demon lord. Killing the strongest warriors of the Forbidden Zone was as easy as slicing through a watermelon. Who dares to speak? The emperor of this age is invincible. For a moment, all the ancient emperors and Forbidden Zone creatures fell silent. It was not until the imperial aura of the current emperor Lin Xuan completely vanished from the sky that the ancient emperors finally exhaled deeply, only to find their foreheads drenched in sweat. The power of this human emperor surpasses all imagination. Now we can only hope that the heavenly sovereign can hold him off for 5 days. A awakened ancient emperor from the Forbidden Zone spoke up. As soon as he spoke, everyone fell silent once more. Originally, they had hoped that the heavenly emperor would be able to slay the current emperor in the cosmic battlefield. But now it seemed unlikely. Perhaps holding him off for 5 days would already be a great achievement. The current great emperor declared that he would eradicate the Forbidden Zone Demon God Valley within 5 days. As long as the ruler of the heavens can hold him off for 5 days, that will mean he is lost. How could an emperor of this age break his word? If he cannot subdue the Demon God Valley within 5 days, his authority and credibility will be severely undermined. But can the ruler of the heavens truly hold him back for 5 days? Will he not fight the heavenly sovereign while simultaneously, as he did now, suddenly stomp his foot and level the Demon God Valley? If that were the case, all the beings in the Forbidden Zone would be as though they had been struck by the current emperor's fist, greatly diminishing his authority. That's impossible. The cultivators of the Demon God Valley are extremely mysterious and have existed for a very long time. Even if he manages to find an opportunity to strike from the Emperor of the Heavens, he couldn't possibly erase the Demon God Valley as easily as he did the cultivators of the Divine Forbidden Path. Therefore, as long as he doesn't erase the Demon God Valley within 5 days, my Forbidden Zone will ultimately win. As for him, he will be forced by my Forbidden Zone to flee to the far reaches of the universe and never return to the human world. However, the ancient beings of the Forbidden Zone shook their heads and thought this. The human race's powerful beings grew anxious. The Emperor had said to eradicate the Demon God Valley within 5 days, but now both he and the ruler of the Heavenly Emperor's forbidden domain had gone to the cosmic battlefield. It is said that the cosmic battlefield is extremely bizarre, and even the Emperor would get lost there. And the ruler of the Imperial Heavenly Forbidden Land is even more formidable. Could the Emperor truly return from the cosmic battlefield within 5 days and eradicate the Demon God Valley? For a moment, all the powerful beings of the human race fell silent, lost in deep thought. Emperor, you must return alive. A young girl whispered softly, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had once been saved by the current emperor from the clutches of a demon beast of the Tongtong realm, and thus owed him an endless debt of gratitude. Now that she knew he had gone to the cosmic battlefield, she was naturally filled with concern. If possible, she would willingly sacrifice her own life to take the emperor's place and fight against the ruler of the ancient emperor's forbidden land in the cosmic battlefield. Besides her, countless human warriors were also praying and hoping that the human emperor could return safely from the cosmic battlefield within 5 days. Chapter 24. The daughter is the reincarnation of the celestial empress, the secret of the daughter's celestial body. Silence. The passage leading to the cosmic battlefield was shrouded in silence. Moreover, the closer one approached the cosmic battlefield, the more irregular the flow of time became, sometimes flowing backward, sometimes forward, completely disrupting the normal flow of time. Lin Xuan's expression, however, remained remarkably calm. So relaxed that it didn't seem like he was facing a peerless being who had once been invincible throughout the heavens and earth, and who had been reborn from the ancient cosmos itself. Rather, he seemed as relaxed as if he were facing an old friend. At the same time, Lin Xuan had put aside a lingering concern. This matter was related to his daughter, Tongtong. A 16-year-old god king sounded incredibly talented, and her mother, Fengxue, was immensely proud of her, often saying, "No wonder she's the daughter of the Eastern Domain's legendary female sage, she truly has extraordinary talent. Tongtong is truly amazing." But only Lin Xuan knew that this was not the true secret of his daughter's body. Her true secret was that she was the reincarnation of a divine being from the upper realms. Moreover, she was the empress among the great immortal kings, just one step away from ascending to become a quasi-immortal emperor of the immortal realm from 10,000 years ago. However, at the critical moment of her breakthrough, the immortal realm was plunged into chaos, with demons, and gods engaging in a fierce battle, making the situation completely uncontrollable. Another celestial king from the celestial realm, along with demons, monsters, and several other quasi-celestial kings from the celestial realm, launched a surprise attack on her, severely injuring her and shattering her divine soul. At the critical moment, a golden hand suddenly grabbed her and hurled her into a time tunnel, causing her to undergo reincarnation. In the end, by a twist of fate, she became the daughter of the current great emperor of the human realm. And all of this were fragments of memories that Lin Xuan had extracted from the mind of the newborn Tongtong. At the time, he was greatly astonished. However, he immediately employed forbidden techniques to erase all traces of her divine origins from her body and sealed a newly obtained imperial artifact within her, using it to conceal the truth. All of this was done by Lin Xuan in complete secrecy. Even the child's mother and his former wife, Fengxue, were unaware of it. In the eyes of the child's mother and his former wife Fengxue, their daughter Tongtong was simply a rare genius in the cultivation world, possessing the bloodline of the Eastern Domain's female sage of her generation, allowing her to cultivate on her own from the moment she was born. 3 days after birth, she reached the flesh realm. At 5 days old, she reached the void refinement realm. At 10 days old, she reached the spirit condensation realm. At 3 years old, she fought a lion from the neighboring village and advanced to the soul palace realm. At 5 years old, she entered a secret realm and obtained a great opportunity. A headless, bloodied phoenix imparted its teachings to her, allowing her to advance to the Tongyu realm. At 7 years old, a divine beast, a hybrid of a qilin and a divine lion, appeared. It charged and died in front of his daughter Tongtong, sacrificing its blood to flow into the little girl's feet, aiding her breakthrough and advancing her to the mid-stage of the penetrating the void realm. At 11, he violated martial ethics by suddenly attacking and pulling out all the beard hairs of an Eastern Domain divine king. Lin Xuan symbolically slapped her arm lightly, and the little girl broke through on the spot, advancing to the peak of the Tongyu realm. This terrified the Eastern Domain divine king, who knelt down to beg the little girl to take him as her disciple. However, Lin Xuan had his former wife Fengxue prepare a dish of old hen meat and casually persuaded him away. However, before leaving, the Eastern Domain divine king swore that he would spend the rest of his life as Xiao Tongtong's protector, ensuring she could cultivate in peace. At the age of 15, a scroll suddenly appeared in the sky of the eastern region. The scroll contained the principles of yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the Tao of time and space, with the faint figures of immortals seated within, playing the zither and singing. This scene shocked the entire eastern region. This scene was referred to by the cultivators of the eastern region as a divine opportunity, the transmission of divine teachings by immortals. The scroll in the sky was referred to as the immortal scroll and the elixir of immortality. Overnight, countless cultivators gathered under the starry sky to descend to the mortal realm and ponder the profound truths within. Even the strongest cultivators from the other 7 realms and central planes rushed to the eastern realm upon hearing the news. In the great wasteland, beasts resembling those described in the classic of mountains and seas roared, leaping across 2 realms in a single bound to head toward the eastern realm. Even Fengxue, along with her brother-in-law Lin Xuan and her sister Fongua, were startled out of seclusion, fully focused on gazing at the divine scroll to comprehend its supreme teachings. But all the cultivators failed. Some cultivated 2 heads, 2 mouths, with the 2 mouths arguing and the 2 heads emitting bloodlight. Some cultivated 4 legs and crawled forward. Some transformed themselves into frogs, croaking loudly. Some couples cultivated together and eventually became conjoined twins, with their hands and feet fused together, never to be separated. Some grew golden flowers on their heads that sprouted in boar fruit, only to be snatched away and eaten by others, causing them to explode on the spot. Someone transformed themselves into a teapot. An elite disciple of the renunciation of desire sect transformed himself into a rooster and was immediately beheaded by a cultivator. A demon cultivator transformed himself into a mountain and his companions urinated on him. Some transformed themselves into a moonlight treasure box, tore through the void, and flew away. Someone transformed themselves into a naked infant, only to be heard crying by an elderly blind couple, who immediately adopted them. However, within half a year, the couple suddenly died. Even Fengxue failed, but a golden light appeared invisibly within her body, protecting her and preventing her from being harmed. Her brother-in-law Lin Xuan and her sister Fongua were also protected by this golden light from her body, preventing them from instantly vaporizing into a blood mist. At the time, the founder of the abandoned desire sect, Lin Xuan, had secretly emerged from seclusion to secretly study this technique. As a result, he grew 3 heads, 2 of which were ruthlessly severed by him. His cultivation base plummeted by more than half. Though he had already shown signs of breaking through to the 3rd level of the quasi-emperor realm, he was forced back to the 2nd level and immediately retreated to seclusion for intensive cultivation. Only Tongtong, after glancing at the painting in the sky, obtained the ancient technique within it and soon broke through to the God King realm. However, Lin Xuan knew that this had nothing to do with the so-called saintly bloodline claimed by his former wife Fengxue. It was entirely because his daughter was the reincarnation of a divine being. That was why her cultivation progress was so swift and she had so many great opportunities. In reality, Tongtong was born as a saint king and at the peak of her cultivation. As she looked at Lin Xuan and smiled, her cultivation was about to enter the great sage realm. Lin Xuan feared she was too extraordinary and might perish prematurely, so he sealed her cultivation with forbidden techniques and an emperor-level artifact, forcing her to start over while giving himself time to advance to emperor level himself. Only by becoming an emperor himself could he protect her. However, Fengxue was unaware of these secrets. However, Huang Tian's background was too terrifying. Upon his birth, he had already controlled many celestial secrets. If he wasn't dealt with, the matter of his daughter being a supreme immortal body and the reincarnation of an upper realm immortal empress would eventually be discovered by him. Moreover, he would treat her as an elixir of immortality and strive to seize and consume her. Now that the opponent is following him to the cosmic battlefield, he naturally feels at ease. The situation in the cosmic battlefield is extremely complex. No matter who enters, it won't be easy to come out. Once there, he can act without restraint and eliminate him completely. Then he would return to the mortal realm, infiltrate the divine demon valley, and rescue his daughter Tongtong. In any case, the secret of his daughter must not be revealed to this great demon lord. At first, he was worried that the other party wouldn't follow him into the cosmic battlefield, but he never expected them to agree so readily. Perhaps the other party was too powerful, leading to a sense of loneliness. Now that they had finally encountered him, the great emperor of this age, they were willing to join him in a one-on-one battle in the vast expanse of the cosmos. Perhaps he saw him as a means to extend his lifespan and didn't want other ancient emperors from the forbidden zones to interfere, wanting to enjoy him alone. Or perhaps he wanted to use him, the current emperor, to break the heavenly chains and the order of the heavens that bound him. But none of that matters. His wish has been fulfilled. The cosmic battlefield is growing ever closer. Lin Xuan looked down below and saw the ancient dragon roaring above the holy heavenly cliff, trying to follow him, constantly calling out Emperor. An old yellow ox carrying a red bird resembling a zhuke also sought to follow him, but he was too far away. And no matter how fast they flew, they could not catch up. Among them, countless human warriors shouted, "Welcome the great emperor to manifest his divine presence." Closer. The cosmic battlefield was right before his eyes, and Lin Xuan leaped into it. No, he's gone. The ruler of the forbidden heavenly realm is gone. How could another great emperor have appeared to follow him into the cosmic battlefield? However, at that very moment, the ancient human clans that had once produced an emperor experienced a massive earthquake. An old sage, through an ancient array passed down by their ancestral emperor, witnessed a scene that shook the world. He saw. At the very moment when the current emperor Lin Xuan leaped into the cosmic battlefield, the ruler of the imperial heavenly forbidden land, whose body was bound by the ancient heavens and earth, suddenly vanished. Instead, a human emperor identical in appearance to Lin Xuan followed him into the cosmic battlefield. This scene was far too bizarre, causing the ancient sage to shiver in fear, with green hair sprouting from his back. The others need not be mentioned, they were all terrified. Chapter 25, revealing the true identity and origins of the current emperor, shocking the ancient saints. Two identical emperors of the present age, Lin Xuan, how could this be possible? And how could such an eerie thing exist in the world? Even more bizarrely, the contemporary emperor who entered the cosmic battlefield turned around and gave the ancient clan observing the battlefield through an array formation a smile so eerie it sent chills down the spines of the ancient sages. This nearly terrified all the sages. This is truly terrifying. This is the invincible emperor of the present age, yet he smiles so eerily. Who could endure such a sight? One of the divine kings overseeing the array fainted on the spot upon witnessing this scene. It couldn't be blamed on him. After all, this was the eerie smile of the current emperor. Only saints, quasi-emperors, and those on the verge of enlightenment could withstand it. It's him. The current emperor is actually him, the young friend named Lin I once met. At the time, I already felt he was extraordinary and even invited him to drink the peach blossom elixir I had personally brewed. The young friend drank 5 bowls, yet I never imagined he would become the emperor. A sage, upon recognizing the emperor's face, couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The current supreme emperor's surname is Lin. This news, spread by the saints, swept across the eastern region like a whirlwind, then was personally transmitted by the quasi-emperors to all the stars. All the life forms and star cultivators near this ancient star were utterly shocked. The Lin family of the Lin clan had produced an emperor, and not just any emperor, the current emperor with unmatched combat power. A single individual had killed 9 experts of the Forbidden Realm's imperial path within a single day. Such combat prowess was an unparalleled achievement in the entire universe, with no comparable feat among all the emperors of the human race. Only the legendary Eternal Emperor, said to have been invincible for an extremely long era, was rumored to have killed 6 Forbidden Realm Emperor-level experts in a single day. However, these are merely legends recorded in ancient texts, and their veracity cannot be verified. What is most shocking is that Lin Xuan unleashed 3 divine weapons in a single day, one of which appears to have advanced to the level of a quasi-divine artifact. If he were the emperor of a Lin family clan, that clan would thrive for tens of thousands of years. A great emperor has a lifespan of at least 10,000 years. With 3 divine weapons, even if no new emperor were to emerge in future generations, they could still rule over a region or even an entire star system for 80 to 90,000 years, until a new emperor is born. Even if a new emperor were to emerge, this clan would still be among the dominant powers of the cosmos. 3 imperial weapons, 2 of which can fight autonomously, and 1 of which is suspected to be a quasi-divine artifact. This is more than enough to threaten a new emperor. If the clan could obtain the assistance of this great emperor and set up an emperor-level killing array for the clan, that would be even better. Unless consecutive ancient emperors from the Forbidden Zone were to emerge, wielding ancient emperor weapons and attacking together, no one would be able to breach the defenses. However, the problem is that, across the entire universe, there are countless ancient life stars. The Lin clan alone is countless. Which ancient life star did the current great emperor originate from? And which Lin family? Thus, when the news spread, within half a day, dozens of patriarchs, supreme elders, and ancient saints from other ancient clans arrived at the gates of this ancient family. All of them sought to uncover more secrets about the current emperor from them. Among them were ancient saints of immense power, wielding quasi-emperor-level artifacts, intent on forcing the sage of this ancient clan to reveal the true appearance and more information about the current emperor. However, this ancient clan was also extremely formidable. After all, it was a clan that had produced an emperor who could be weaker than them? Immediately, a peerless great sage of the quasi-emperor realm appeared, activating a quasi-emperor-level artifact that had been dormant for tens of thousands of years, sweeping it out with overwhelming force. According to those who witnessed the scene, it was incredibly brutal. The awakened quasi-emperor-level artifact spirit, enraged by the disturbance, transformed into a monstrous beast and flew out of the artifact, swallowing the old sage wielding the quasi-emperor-level artifact into its own artifact. Then the 2 spirit essences clashed inside, emitting deafening roars that nearly shattered the ancient clans, sounding like the howls of beasts or the roars of ancient great saints. As for the sage with the extremely arrogant attitude, he never emerged from the quasi-emperor-level artifact again. Some witnessed the blood of this veteran sage flowing out of the quasi-emperor-level artifact, its quantity unknown. In fact, the amount of blood within a sage's body far exceeded that of ordinary people by an unimaginable margin. Just like the sage, who was displaying extreme strength, his body seemed like a blood-red lake, with blood flowing out of the quasi-emperor artifact and forming a blood-red lake directly in front of the ancient clan's entrance. Within it, the vengeful spirit of the sage roared, blood flowing from its eyes, and it once attempted to break free from the blood lake formed by its own flesh and blood. However, it failed, trapped within the blood lake by the blood flowing from its own body. Finally, the roars of the two quasi-emperor level artifact spirits echoed out, and the vengeful spirit of the saint turned into ashes. It could be said that this sage met a truly tragic end. Even passing dogs would shed tears at the sight. As a result, no one dared to approach this ancient clan with a quasi-emperor level artifact. It wasn't until a quasi-emperor from another star sea arrived that the situation began to change. Under pressure, the old sage revealed another piece of information to the quasi-emperor. The current emperor of the world did not belong to this star, but had come from another ancient life-bearing star. This news spread, causing earthquakes in the eastern, southern, and western regions, as well as on the ancient life star that the quasi-emperor could reach on the same day. The current emperor is not from this star? Then which ancient life-bearing star did he come from, and which Lin family is he from? And for what reason did he settle on this star? These were questions on many people's minds, but no one could provide an answer. An ancient star named Tianhong Star. A middle-aged man stood tall in the grand hall. His gaze fixed on a faded portrait before him. Only he suspects that it was a descendant of his family, the person in the portrait, who became emperor. For in recent times, imperial aura has been emanating from the portrait. This could only be done by the person in the portrait becoming an emperor. However, the problem was that the person in the portrait had not returned to their family for 450 years. Back then, someone from their family had inflicted severe harm upon the person in the portrait, forcing him to flee far away, never to return for 450 years. Perhaps this is the fate of the Lin family, the immortal clan. In the end, the middle-aged man sighed softly and put away the portrait. And none of this was known to the family at the time. On the other side, among the ancient noble families that had produced emperors, the array heaven stood before them. A group of ancient sages, as old as time itself, stood within the ancient array formations, their bodies trembling. They could see clearly that two human emperors with identical profiles had entered the cosmic battlefield one after another, and the cosmic battlefield began to destabilize, as if it were about to collapse. The last emperor seemed to utter the words immortality. Then, a terrifying fist intent was unleashed, sweeping across the cosmic starry sea. This was the might of a contemporary emperor. A single punch channeled his entire intent, piercing through the starry sea and leaving an imprint that would endure for an extremely ancient span of time. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed throughout the cosmic void. What's happening? The cosmic battlefield, has it exploded? The emperor is gone? An ancient sage who had been monitoring the battle through the emperor's array shouted in shock. Chapter 26, the truth behind the great emperor's attack on the Forbidden Zone's Demon God Valley is revealed. Two identical emperors of the present era, Lin Xuan, entered the cosmic battlefield together and engaged in a fierce battle. They shattered the cosmic battlefield. This is no wonder the ancient sages were filled with awe. What shocked the ancient sages even more was, as the cosmic battlefield shattered, they could no longer see the emperor of the present age. It seemed as though the contemporary emperor had perished along with the cosmic battlefield, reduced to fragments. A contemporary emperor had perished in battle against another emperor who was identical to him. This was truly a shock that shook the universe. If the current great emperor is dead, who will protect the starry sea? What terrified them even more was that, through the emperor's array, they had never once seen the ruler of the imperial heavenly forbidden land, Wang Tian. Where had he gone? Could he still be in the eastern realm? Was it merely his illusion that accompanied the current emperor? If that is the case, it is a major problem. This master of the forbidden land has deceived the current emperor. And if he can deceive the current emperor, what else is he capable of? The next step might be to unleash the dark catastrophe described in the books, where blood and chaos sweep across the universe and the stars. And now that the current emperor is absent, can the two divine weapons he left behind withstand the ruler of the imperial heavenly forbidden land? 4 hours have passed, and the cosmic battlefield has collapsed. It seems the current emperor truly cannot return. The Taoist brothers of the Demon God Valley can now rest assured and continue their deep slumber. However, it's strange that the cosmic battlefield has shattered, yet we only hear the sounds. Why hasn't the cosmic battlefield's fluctuations affected the stars of the universe at all? Such massive fluctuations should be enough to obliterate countless stars. That was the cosmic battlefield after all. An ancient emperor from the Forbidden Zone murmured, simultaneously transmitting his voice to the ancient emperors of the Demon God Valley. But he was puzzled in his heart. As a sovereign-level cultivator, he didn't need an array to see the scene of the cosmic battlefield. Earlier, he had transformed one of his eyes into a full moon and saw clearly that the moment Lin Xuan entered the cosmic battlefield, another Lin Xuan also entered the cosmic battlefield. The two then engaged in a fierce battle. After that, the entire cosmic battlefield shattered. But what was strange was that, since it was the cosmic battlefield, once it collapsed, its might should have been overwhelming, affecting all the stars in the heavens. Yet now, we only hear the sound, and the stars of the universe have not been affected at all? What on earth is going on? For a moment, even the ancient emperor was baffled. Moreover, how did another human emperor suddenly appear out of nowhere? Thank you, the brothers of the Dead Spirit Valley's Forbidden Path, and all the other brothers of the Forbidden Path for your assistance. Once my master awakens, we will definitely host a grand banquet for all of you. A voice echoed from the Demon God Valley, expressing gratitude to the ancient emperors of the Forbidden Realms who had come to assist. He had originally intended to say that he would use the family members and close relatives of the current great emperor Lin Xuan to host a banquet for these ancient emperors of the Forbidden Zone. However, due to the previous precedent of ancient emperors being killed, he forced himself to swallow the words he had already spoken. Yet his true intentions were indeed exactly that. They were the rulers of the Forbidden Realm. Anyone who dared to offend them would face dire consequences. Their entire clan, family, and relatives would suffer the same fate. Not even the current human emperor would be spared. The ancient emperor's children and old servants from the Demon God Valley had already made preparations. If the human emperor does not return within 5 days, these ancient emperors and empresses will lead their old servants to search the entire universe for the current emperor's relatives, family members, and the sect that sheltered him. Once discovered, they will be completely eradicated. Not only that, but their souls will be stripped away using forbidden techniques from the Forbidden Zone, and then they will be flogged in front of all the beings of the universe to serve as a warning to the world of the consequences of offending their forbidden domain. Even the livestock kept by the current emperor were not spared. They were killed using the most brutal methods. The Taoist brothers of the Demon God Valley are too kind. We are of the same blood and share the same roots between our forbidden lands. This is what we should do. The ancient emperor of the Death Valley Restricted Zone said. Compared to the other ancient emperors of the Forbidden Zones, the ancient emperor of the Valley of the Dead was relatively low-key, and his words did not contain as much boastfulness. He also refrained from mocking the current emperor for his overconfidence. Actually, compared to the current emperor's unmatched combat power and his master's lineage, I'm more curious about why he's so desperate to attack the Taoist brothers of the Demon God Valley? Is it really just because of the vast numbers of the human race? In the Eternal Forbidden Zone, a Forbidden Zone ancient emperor spoke softly. His voice was soft, but the 10 ancient emperors of the Eastern Domain heard every word clearly. For a moment, they all fell into silence, then began to silently calculate together. But in the end, they couldn't deduce anything. Only the current Emperor Lin Xuan suddenly disregarded everything and revealed nearly all his trump cards to attack the Life Forbidden Zone's Demon God Valley, which left them utterly baffled, nearly driving them mad with doubt. The reason why the current great emperor of the human race suddenly attacked the Forbidden Zone Demon God Valley is most likely related to the Eastern region's prodigious daughter, the Eastern region's Holy Phoenix Snow Phoenix Fairy's daughter, Tongtong. Meanwhile, the human race suddenly received such news on that day, which began to reveal the truth behind the current emperor's urgent attack on the Life Forbidden Zone Demon God Valley to the world. The one speaking these words was an ancient sage of the human race named Shen Yuan the Great Sage. This ancient sage spoke with such certainty. This was because he had personally witnessed the Eastern Domain's prodigy, the 16-year-old goddess Lin Tong, being captured by the old crone of the Demon God Valley and dragged into the valley. At that time, Lin Tong had already fought to exhaustion against the elite warriors of the human race's immortal clans, yet even in such a dire situation, she had severely wounded the 100 ancient creatures brought by the old crone. Imperial Arts. The technique Lin Tong used at that time must have been the Imperial Art. Only the Imperial Art could be so dazzling and still kill over 100 ancient creatures from the Forbidden Zone under such circumstances. Among them were ancient creatures at the peak of the Great Sage realm who were also killed. However, judging by Lin Tong's expression, she herself doesn't even know what technique she used to kill over 100 ancient creatures from the Forbidden Zone. Clearly, the Imperial technique was sealed within her body, and even she was unaware of it. Unfortunately, she had truly lost her spiritual energy at that time, which is why she was captured by that old crone. Otherwise, even the old crone from the Demon God Valley wouldn't have been able to capture her. It's just a pity that at the time, this old man also intervened, but was severely injured by a son of an ancient emperor who emerged from the Demon God Valley, and was then chased relentlessly. If it weren't for a yellow ox and a bird saving this old man, I would have been long dead by now. But now that the ancient holy sage has said that the current emperor's surname is Lin, there is no doubt about it. I, Lin Tong, the daughter of the Eastern Domain's prodigy, also bear the surname Lin. There must be a profound connection between us, or else this coincidence wouldn't be so remarkable. After taking a sip of tea, the old man spoke with a mix of awe and reverence. Imperial arts are not something ordinary people can see. Even sages are no exception. Because it involves the secrets of heaven and earth. According to the old sage, when the current Eastern Domain's prodigy, Lin Tong, swept her palm forward, a brilliant sun appeared above her head, instantly killing all the ancient creatures in the Demon God Valley, including those at the Great Sage Absolute Hall realm. However, at that time, Lin Tong had exhausted his spiritual energy to an extreme degree, causing the Imperial arts to fail to fully manifest. Otherwise, the old matriarch of the Demon God Valley would have met a tragic end. Upon hearing this news, the entire eastern region was shaken and in uproar. Chapter 27, The Lin clan of the immortal family is in upheaval. Has our Lin clan produced an emperor? The current great emperor, Emperor Lidi, bears the surname Lin. And the Eastern Domain's prodigy, Lin Tong, who fell into the Demon God Valley's Life Forbidden Zone, also bears the surname Lin. Therefore, The reason why the current great emperor, who had been in seclusion for 6 years, suddenly intervened to annihilate the demon god valley is now clear. He acted to save the eastern region's prodigy, Lin Tong. He is trying to rescue this first-rate prodigy of the eastern realm. What exactly is the relationship between the two of them? Lin Tong is indeed the eastern region's young prodigy. But if she had no connection to the current emperor, she would never have stirred such a powerful ruler. Regarding this, people in the eastern region began to speculate. What's there to speculate about? Since they both share the same surname, the eastern region's prodigy, Lin Tong, must be the current emperor's granddaughter or great-granddaughter. Only such a connection could prompt the current emperor, an invincible figure, to personally attack the demon god valley. That's not necessarily the case. For example, you have the surname Lin, and so do I. Does that mean you're my grandson or great-grandson? Couldn't we just be people with the same surname? In my opinion, the current emperor is all-powerful and has a connection to the prodigies. Therefore, upon learning through his great powers that the eastern domain's prodigy, Lin Tong, had been captured by the demon god valley, he decided to intervene and rescue her. Additionally, this is also an opportunity to eliminate this forbidden zone of life and restore peace to the eastern domain. That's just twisting the truth. It's like if you and I were to fall into the forbidden zone, could we really expect the supreme emperor of the current age to come and save us personally? Moreover, once the forbidden zone's overlord emerges, all living beings across the cosmos will suffer countless casualties. How could it only affect our eastern domain's human race? You old fool, if you're not satisfied, let's fight. I'll beat you to death, you good-for-nothing son of a... Enough of this. Lin Tong is indeed an unparalleled prodigy, and she does bear the Lin surname, but that doesn't necessarily mean she's the great-granddaughter or granddaughter of the current emperor. Or she might just be one of his descendants. Or perhaps she is the descendant of his disciples or close relatives. But that doesn't make sense either. What's wrong with that? Look, the issue now is that not only does the current emperor of the heavens, Emperor Lin, bear the surname Lin, but the prodigy of our eastern domain, Lin Tong, also bears the surname Lin. And her father, the Lin Divine King, who is suspected to be the eastern region's divine king, also surnamed Lin. If we follow this logic, the eastern region's prodigy Lin Tong and the current emperor, Emperor Lidi, must be granddaughter and great-grandfather. This does seem to make sense, but there's something off about it, though I can't quite put my finger on it. After some speculation, the human race of the eastern region collectively reached a conclusion. That is, the current human emperor, Emperor Li Tian, and the eastern region's prodigy Lin Tong, who had fallen into the forbidden demon god valley, are either great-grandfather and great-granddaughter or great-great-grandfather and great-great-granddaughter. This theory sent shockwaves throughout the entire eastern region. People realized that an even greater storm was about to descend. Since the human emperor and the eastern region's prodigy Lin Tong are so closely related, and now that Lin Tong has fallen into the Forbidden Zone's demon god valley, unless the current emperor dies in battle on the cosmic battlefield. Otherwise, this matter will not come to an end. Who knows? The day the current emperor descends from the cosmic battlefield may be the day he engages in a fierce battle with the Forbidden Zone, sinking the entire eastern region and perhaps even the ancient star itself. As for releasing the prisoners from the Forbidden Zone, that is absolutely out of the question. Because it is the Forbidden Zone, a place that strikes fear into the hearts of all living beings across the cosmos. Releasing anyone would be an act of weakness toward the current emperor. That would be a complete loss of face for the Forbidden Zone. Therefore, this battle can only be fought to the end, with strength as the ultimate arbiter. The current emperor also surnamed Lin? Could he really be the former eunuch? In a certain place in the eastern region, the news that the current emperor also bears the surname Lin reached Fengxue's ears, causing her to speak softly. She had previously speculated about the relationship between her former husband, Lin Xuan, and the current emperor, but it was merely speculation. But now, a sage from an ancient noble family had revealed that he also bore the surname Lin, and he was so urgently attacking the demon god valley. This clearly indicated that his relationship with her former husband was extremely close. In other words, she could have remained the wife of the invincible emperor for generations. But she had ruined it herself, willingly giving up such an opportunity. Furthermore, if she had waited for the right opportunity and had Tongtong stay by her emperor grandfather's side, how could she have ended up in the forbidden demon god valley? At that time, with Tongtong's talent and her emperor grandfather's guidance, she would have a very high chance of attaining enlightenment and becoming an emperor alongside her grandfather in the Tong era. At that point, even if she couldn't become an emperor herself, being the emperor's daughter-in-law and the mother of the emperor's daughter would still be an extremely honorable position. But I ruined everything. Slap. Thinking of this, Fengxue could no longer contain herself. She slapped her brother-in-law, Yushan, across the face, sending him stumbling backward as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yushan flew into a rage. As her sister's husband, he was being slapped by his younger sister-in-law. What kind of situation was this? Xiao Shui, what are you doing? No matter what he did, he is still your brother-in-law. Seeing this, Feng shouted. Smack! Before she could finish speaking, she too was slapped across the face by her younger sister Fengxue, leaving her stunned on the spot. She was, after all, a divine king cultivator. Since becoming a divine king, she had never been hit before. Yet she never expected to be struck by her own sister today. Anger flared in her eyes. Those 2 slaps were well deserved. If it weren't for the 2 of you seducing me, how would I have divorced Lin Xuan? How would Tongtong have ended up in the Demon God Valley? In that moment, Fengxue seemed to have completely transformed into a different person. Her gaze swept over her older sister Fongua and her brother-in-law Yuashan, releasing a terrifying aura. This was the pressure of a sage-level being, causing the surrounding mountains to crack and rocks to shatter into dust. Yuashan and Phoenix couldn't help but feel immense pressure, forcing them to kneel on the ground. Blood trickled from the corners of their mouths, a sign of internal organ damage. Blood also seeped from their skin. Had it not been for the presence of the current emperor, Fengxue, as a saint, would have been considered a figure of great prestige and immense power. It was precisely because of this that, under such a sage's pressure, Yuashan and Fenghuang's lives were hanging by a thread. Go away. I don't want to see you anymore. As for my life or death, it has nothing to do with you. I will go to the Demon God Valley alone to save Tongtong. As Yuashan and Fenghuang struggled to breathe, Fengxue withdrew her divine pressure and spoke softly. You don't really think your ex-husband Lin Xuan is connected to the Emperor of the Heavens, do you? The Emperor of the Heavens is a great emperor. How could his offspring be? Yuashan shouted angrily. But the words stopped at his lips. Because he suddenly realized that he had never truly understood Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan's true strength had never been revealed to anyone. However, since he had known Lin Xuan, he had never seen him injured, and every time he went out, he returned safely, as if the outside world was completely peaceful. He hadn't thought much of it before, but now he realized how terrifying that was. This was the cultivation world. How could a cultivator go out and never encounter any trouble? Even if the cultivators outside were friendly, the world was filled with demon beasts and wild beasts of the great wasteland. Could they really not harm him at all? Now that I think about it, he must be hiding his true strength. His strength must be terrifyingly high, surpassing even his own wife, his sister-in-law, and himself. Thinking this, sweat beads began to trickle down Yuashan's forehead. At the same time, another ancient life star, the Tianheng star. Haha, the imperial star shines brightly, and extraordinary phenomena fill the sky. Has the Lin family produced a great emperor? So the current human emperor actually comes from our immortal Lin family? How thrilling! The Lin family of the Eternal Life Clan. The clan leader, Lin Xiao, looked up at the suddenly appearing star in the sky and the extraordinary phenomena surrounding it, and burst into a thunderous laugh. The mystery is solved. The current great emperor not only bears the surname Lin, but also hails from their very lineage, the Lin family of the Eternal Life Clan. This was truly an exhilarating revelation. Chapter 28, Shock to the Elders, the once invincible young friend has become an emperor? Though a Longsheng clan, the Lin family's current situation was dire. As the family head, Lin Xiao knows that there are currently 3 other immortal clans keeping a close eye on the Lin family, ready to attack at any moment. Moreover, it seems that the shadow of a great sage from beyond the realms is lurking behind the scenes. It is suspected that a great sage from beyond the realms is orchestrating everything behind the scenes. As a family of immortals, the Lin family has ancestors who were quasi-emperors, and they possess a quasi-emperor artifact. However, that was in the past. The Lin family has always been protected by an immortal sage who has lived for 8,000 years. However, 10 years ago, this great sage who was nearly invincible in the ancient star of Tianheng, save for the emperor, those on the verge of enlightenment, and quasi-emperors passed away. His passing sent the Lin family into a state of chaos. Now, relying solely on the current clan leader, a mid-stage divine king, and an ancient sage whose one foot is already in the grave, they can no longer maintain control. Had it not been for the presence of a quasi-emperor artifact within the clan, the other immortal clans of Tianheng Star would have already moved to seize control. There would have been no need for this mysterious domain beyond Great Sage to intervene. But now, things have changed. The Lin family is now blessed by the imperial star above, signifying that they have produced an absolute emperor who is unmatched in heaven and earth. Given this, not even a domain-spanning great sage, let alone a quasi-emperor or an almost enlightened being, would dare to act recklessly against the Lin family. Not to mention that the Changsheng Lin family has now produced an unrivaled emperor of this age. Even if their ancestors had ever produced an emperor, the great saints and quasi-emperors from beyond the domain would dare not lay a finger on the Lin family. Because families that have produced an emperor possess immense foundational strength, their divine artifacts alone are enough to suppress all enemies, making them utterly invincible. Bring the banquet preparations immediately. I will host a feast for all the sect masters, elders, and saints of the Tianheng Star. I will announce to the world that the Lin family has produced an unparalleled emperor. With a loud laugh, Lin Xiao waved his hand and spoke, his words brimming with satisfaction. Servants hurried off to carry out the orders. At the same time, still on Tianheng Star, a certain sacred site. The former Holy Son, now the white-haired Holy Lord, raised his head and gazed toward the direction of the Lin family of the Longsheng clan. His eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured. The imperial star shines brightly. It turns out that the current emperor is from the Lin family of the Longsheng clan. Could it be him? Calculating the time, if anyone could attain the status of emperor within 500 years, it could only be him. Humph, even I, who was once the holy son of the Purple Xian sacred site, was defeated by him in a single move. With his talent and genius, I should have realized long ago that he could become an emperor. At this point, the Saint Master of the Purple Xian Holy Land, who had already reached the peak of the Divine King realm, couldn't help but mock himself. In the Tianheng ancient star, saints are revered, and there are only a few of them. Therefore, as a divine king at the peak of his cultivation and the holy master of a sacred land, Long Yi was already considered an extraordinary existence. Yet now, his expression was filled with gloom. The reason was simple. He suspected that his former rival had ascended to the throne of an emperor. None other than the current emperor of the world, the emperor of the heavens. In reality, that person was approachable and had never regarded him or the entire Tianheng ancient star as rivals. It was simply that his natural talent and genius were too extraordinary. Despite being immortal, yet he surpassed all the powerful physical prodigies of his generation. This caused the other prodigies to grow resentful, prompting them to challenge him one after another, forcing him to step forward and face them in battle. The Xian Tian Dao body is said to be invincible among peers, and even becoming an emperor would not hinder its path. Even if someone were to become an emperor in this era, it would not matter. I was once a Xian Tian Dao body myself. Moreover, I cultivated the three most powerful techniques of the Purple Xian Holy Land, the Pure Heaven Subduing Demon Divine Art, the Purple Xian Holy Art, and the Nine Heavens Xian One Divine Art. When combined, my cultivation reached an unimaginable level of power. That single strike shook the heavens and earth, even causing the saints of this age to marvel, saying that I could break through the celestial barriers and attain the path to the emperor with just that one strike. Alas, I ultimately fell at his hands, defeated by a single move of his. And he merely casually struck out with a palm, effortlessly breaking through my three most prideful divine techniques combined into a single strike. The Xian Tian Dao body, the heavenly genius before him, they were nothing but a joke. If he wished, he could single-handedly sweep across the entire star and eliminate every single heavenly genius. But he did not do so, for he possessed an invincible emperor's heart. He always believed that we could never pose a threat to him. Ants, haha, we so-called geniuses are probably nothing but ants in his eyes from the very beginning. Zixian Shinju Long Yi looked at his own palm, feeling even more self-mocking. Had it not been for that battle years ago, when the enemy shattered his Dao heart, he would at least be a saint king or a great saint by now. But now, after that battle, he could only stop at the peak of the divine king realm. But no matter how he tried, he couldn't understand. In the past, he had merged his three arts, not only transforming himself into a demon-subduing golden body, but also causing 10 layers of golden light to tremble, each layer stretching tens of thousands of feet in length, and the 10 layers of golden light causing an entire region to shake. He also manifested an enormous mystic heaven Dao body immortal form outside his body, resembling a true immortal descending from the heavens, reaching the pinnacle of power. At that time, if it weren't for the array activated by the quasi-emperor ancestor of the Changsheng Lin clan, the entire clan would have been destroyed. The surrounding mountains and rivers were completely obliterated. A sacred mountain stretching tens of thousands of miles was uprooted by this single move. But how could that person break his technique, which was nearly invincible among peers, so effortlessly with a single move? He pondered this question until his hair turned white, yet he still couldn't fathom it. Perhaps this is what a true emperor of this age is like. Not only is he invincible in heaven and earth 500 years later, but 500 years ago, he was also an unmatched prodigy among peers of the same rank. He cannot be judged by ordinary standards. I just wonder if I will ever see him again in this lifetime. According to reason, the Tianheng star is his birthplace. He must return someday, right? But by then, what qualifications would I have to meet him? Sigh. With a long, soft sigh, Long Yi's figure vanished into thin air. A certain immortal sect. The former divine son, now the divine lord, gazed at the Changshenglin family, his eyes fixed on the imperial star in the sky, whose size was unknown. 500 years have passed, and you have finally become an emperor. I still remember when we were rivals. Because I possess the supreme divine body, my destiny is to become a god, to rise above the earth, and even to rebuild the ancient celestial court and usher in a new age of mythology. No, to be precise, these were all my goals back then. Therefore, back then, no matter who they were, as long as they were talented, I would trample them underfoot. And you were no exception. Alas, I didn't even get to see you before I was struck down by your sword. That single sword strike shattered all my goals and dreams. Forget about becoming a god or reopening the mythical era. I can't even achieve sainthood. Ah, if you could see me now, would you laugh at me? Probably not, right? Because you are already an invincible emperor, the gap between us, the former prodigies, and you is like the difference between the dirt on the ground and the bright moon in the sky. When we meet you, you might not even glance at us, let alone mock us. The former divine ruler spoke softly at first, but by the end, tears streamed down his eyes. Fortunately, he was alone, and no one saw him. However, when he mentioned that person, his face betrayed an inexplicable mix of fear and reverence. Even after 500 years, he still felt terrified by that person. Moreover, that person had become an emperor. A valley. A man with long hair suddenly opened his eyes, his appearance stunningly handsome. He looked toward the Lin family's direction and, upon seeing the massive imperial star descending from the sky, whispered, "So you've truly become an emperor? Among our old friends, you were always the most talented and gifted. If you have indeed become emperor, it is not entirely unexpected. However, your imperial might has been constantly emanating these past days. It seems you are engaged in a fierce battle with the Forbidden Zone. Count me in as well." As he spoke, he suddenly stood up, took a step forward, and vanished from the ancient star. He was a powerful being at the 9th level of the quasi-emperor realm. Haha, have you become an emperor? But why has your imperial might been sweeping across the universe non-stop these past few days? Have you encountered trouble? Or are you engaged in a fierce battle with the ruler of the Forbidden Zone? If that's the case, count me in. I'll come to assist you. In another valley, a slender young man spoke softly. As he spoke, a holy light enveloped his body, and countless mountains were moved aside by his divine glow. The holy light on his body transformed into a massive sun, which then carried him toward the cosmic battlefield. This was none other than a legendary holy light being who had attained enlightenment in an unconventional manner, terrifying beyond measure, capable of participating in the cosmic battlefield, a peerless powerhouse beneath the emperors. Everyone, today I, Lin, have invited you all here to announce a great piece of news. That is, at dusk, the Lin family. Lin Xiao held a cup of wine, addressing the clan leaders, elders, and saints of the Tianheng ancient star, his words brimming with unbridled joy and pride. Seated beside him were the most powerful elders of the family and his own wife, the former prodigy of the sacred land. Family head, it would be best not to announce this joyous news too soon. If we announce this too soon, it might anger the current emperor, who could then send down divine retribution. At that point, even if our Lin family has a quasi-emperor to protect us, we wouldn't be able to withstand the divine retribution of an emperor. Just then, a faint voice drifted in from outside, interrupting Lin Zhao's words. Chapter 29, Shocking Cousin, My cousin became an emperor? The Emperor of the Heavens? The speaker was a middle-aged man whose arrival had gone unnoticed. However, he exuded a unique aura of authority, surpassing even the clan leader Lin Xiao in presence, making it impossible to ignore him. It's Lin family's divine king, Lin Xiye. His cultivation should be nearing the saint realm. What a powerful aura! But what did he mean by that earlier? Why did he say that the matter announced by the Lin family head would anger the current emperor? Upon seeing the arrival, someone immediately spoke in confusion. The man was enveloped in a divine aura, and behind him seemed to be a pristine realm. He was none other than Lin Yi, the renowned divine king of the Lin clan, known as Lin Xiye due to his 7th birth order. This is a matter concerning the Changsheng clan, something we are not privy to. Let us wait and see what the Lin family head has to say. One of his companions spoke up. Others looked toward the family head, Lin Xiao, while some gazed at Lin Yi, the 7th son of the Lin family, all with expressions of astonishment, unable to comprehend what was unfolding before them. Old 7th, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you, as the divine king of the Lin family, not understand what this banquet means to our clan? Upon hearing the 7th young master Lin Ye's words, Lin Xiao, seated at the family head's position, immediately turned pale and shouted. As for the other clan elders, they all glared at Lin Yi with hostile expressions. I know. It is precisely because I know what this banquet signifies that I have come to you to end this feast, to avoid provoking the current emperor and bringing disaster upon the Lin family. Lin Yi spoke calmly. The divine king stood firm in his position, as if he were a deity from the heavens, his divine might overwhelming. This. Hearing Lin Yi's words, everyone was horrified, their expressions changing drastically. The current emperor was invincible in the world, and if he were to unleash divine retribution, no one could escape it. It was said that the emperor could erase an ancient life star with just a single thought, and among those stars were many quasi-emperors and those on the verge of enlightenment who would perish in the process. However, they did not understand that the imperial star shining brightly clearly indicated that the current emperor was from the immortal Lin family. In fact, it was likely that the legendary quasi-emperor ancestor of the Lin family, who was said to have passed away, had not truly died but had instead ascended to emperorhood. If that is the case, why would announcing such good news bring disaster upon the entire Eternal Life clan? Old 7th, you are still a member of the Lin family, and you are the divine king of our clan. Now that our clan's guests have all arrived, are you really going to embarrass the clan leader? At that moment, Lin Zhao's wife, Xinyu, spoke up. She had once been a prodigy from a sacred sect, and though she had married Lin Xiao, her aura was no weaker than his, as if she were the true head of the Lin family. Exactly, Old 7th. If you have something to say, wait until after the banquet. Come over here and sit down to eat. Someone, show the 7th master to his seat. Upon hearing his wife's words, Lin Zhao's expression softened slightly before he spoke. His subordinates immediately obeyed and began to prepare a seat for Lin Yi. But Lin Yi waved his hand, and the chair flew out, crashing to the ground and shattering into pieces. Old 7, what are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? The family head, Lin Xiao, was immediately enraged. He bellowed, and a beam of light appeared on his body. He activated his divine ability, transforming heaven and earth, summoning a three-headed lion king that roared furiously, unleashing a deafening roar that shook the heavens and the earth. This was the patriarch of an immortal clan at the divine king realm losing his temper. Had this not been within their own domain, the mere roar of his divine form would have caused countless mountains to collapse and even an entire continent to rise from the ground, with countless lives becoming cannon fodder under his single shout. However, everyone present was either a sect master or an elder, with the weakest being at the peak of the Tongyu realm. None were startled, but they nodded in admiration, acknowledging that the Lin family was indeed a long-lived clan, and the magical techniques they had passed down were truly terrifying. Even just the great thousand lion roar within this single technique, the lion seal, was already extremely difficult to break. If I were here to rebel, I wouldn't be in this manner. I would lead my entire lineage directly into your clan's main hall and slaughter all your disciples. The middle-aged man, Lin Yi, spoke coldly. As he spoke, he suddenly took a step forward, and a long sword formed from rainbow-colored light shot out from his body, which he grasped in his hand and swung forward with a single strike. As Lin Yi swung his sword, a massive dragon roared into the sky. No cultivators below the level of a sage could see what was happening. They only saw a giant dragon soaring away, followed by the sky suddenly darkening. When they looked again, the patriarch of the Changshen clan, Lin Xiao, sat pale-faced on the patriarch's seat. Before him, his wife, the former celestial pool holy maiden Qinyu, had blocked the strike. However, her figure swayed slightly, clearly unable to completely withstand Lin Yi's sword strike. This left everyone in awe. They had only known that this Lin family's seventh master had been in seclusion for years, a legendary divine king, but they never imagined his cultivation was so terrifying that even the patriarch and matriarch of the Changshen clan, fighting together, were no match for him. However, from this battle, it was clear that the family head's wife, the former heavenly pool holy maiden Qinyu, was far stronger than her husband. Men, the seventh master Lin Yi is attempting to rebel today. Arrest him. At that moment, Qinyu shouted, ordering her men to capture Lin Yi. But Lin Yi coldly snorted, and with a flick of his wrist, the giant dragon roared, its claws suddenly extending to strike Qinyu's shoulder, sending her flying backward. The dragon's tail swept out, sending all the Lin family disciples who had tried to approach him flying away, leaving no one able to get near him. Old Seventh, what are you trying to do today? Do you really intend to aid those who seek to destroy the Lin family and eliminate me? Don't forget that you are also a member of the Lin family and a descendant of our clan's quasi-emperor ancestor. Seeing the overwhelming might of the seventh brother, Lin Xiao stood up again and shouted. He was truly enraged. Today, the imperial star was shining brightly, and the Lin family had produced an emperor of the heavens. What a joyous occasion. But now, it had been ruined by this seventh brother. What was even more infuriating was that the other party had spent years in seclusion, and even the two of them, husband and wife, couldn't do anything to him. If they continued to fight, they would only be mocked by the surrounding guests. Exactly, Lin brother, let's talk this out calmly. Why get so angry? Yes, Lin brother, you and the Lin family are all family. What can't be said? Come sit down and drink while we talk. At that moment, a sect master of the same divine king realm among the guests stepped forward to mediate, raising his wine cup to signal for Lin Yi to sit down and drink. Lin Xiao scanned the crowd and saw someone speaking, finally letting out a sigh of relief before sitting down. Rest assured, since I am a member of the Lin family, I would never stoop to collaborating with outsiders to destroy my own clan. Since you won't listen to reason, I have nothing to hold back. I just want to ask you, do you know who the current emperor is? If my nephew Xian, who has already severed ties with the Lin family, were to become emperor, could you still drink this wine? Lin Yi swept his gaze across the guests present, then fixed it once more on the family head, Lin Xiao, and spoke in a calm tone. What? Is it Lin Xian, the prodigy of the Lin family from 500 years ago, who has become emperor? Isn't it your family's quasi-emperor ancestor who became emperor? Lin Xian, our elder cousin, has become emperor? How is that possible? Lin Ye's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Among them was a woman outside the door, Lin Xian's cousin, Lin Eng, once the prodigy of the Lin family. My cousin? It's actually my cousin who has become an emperor? The peerless emperor of the heavens and earth, it's actually my cousin? No wonder I've been dreaming about him every night for the past few days. It turns out he's the one who became an emperor. Lin Eng murmured to herself, finding Lin Ye's words hard to believe. After all, she had never heard of an emperor who was 500 years old. In her understanding, any emperor was an invincible powerhouse beyond the realm of mortals. And an emperor who became emperor at 500 years old was not even recorded in ancient texts. But these words came from her seventh uncle, so they must be true. This made her think back to a painful memory from 500 years ago. Boom! At that moment, thunder roared across the sky, and bolts of lightning surged toward them, as if an apocalyptic calamity was about to destroy the entire Lin family, the immortal clan. This left the entire Lin family in utter shock. The emperor is enraged. The emperor of this age is enraged. Among the crowd, an insane old man shouted in terror. Chapter 30, before becoming emperor, the emperor had an unmarried fiancée? She has come looking for him. The thunderous roar, combined with the mad old man's cries of the emperor. The emperor has grown angry. The entire scene fell into solemn silence. Isn't that the divine king of the Southern Palace clan, one of the other immortal clans, Southern Palace Chongqing? How could he have gone mad? At that moment, someone recognized the mad old man, and his expression changed drastically. As these words were spoken, the atmosphere grew even more icy. The sudden appearance of the heavenly tribulation, the mad South Palace clan divine king, and the hidden secrets of the immortal clan's emperor, these scenes were truly bizarre beyond belief. Immediately, a sage took his leave. Lin family head, thank you for hosting this banquet today. However, since today's events involve the secret history of the current emperor, this sage is unworthy of such hospitality. I must take my leave. If the Lin family of the Changsheng clan were to face a powerful enemy, even the old sage, as a guest here, would intervene if he couldn't bear to watch. On this ancient life-sustaining star, the strongest beings are the sages. Sages are also ancient saints with immortal golden bodies, peerless sages of the world. As long as a sage intervenes, there are no enemies they cannot handle, except for outsiders from other realms. However, since this involves the emperor, even the mightiest sage cannot resolve it and must take their leave. After all, a single thought from an emperor could destroy an entire star. Even the so-called ancient sages with immortal golden bodies are no more than ants before an emperor. Lin family head, we too must take our leave. Lin family head, take care of yourself. The others also took their leave. Some, before leaving, even warned Lin Xiao to take care of himself. In the blink of an eye, all the guests who had come to attend the banquet had vanished. However, the thunder in the sky had not yet dissipated. Suddenly, a massive bell emerged from the thunder, as majestic as an emperor, filling the sky and slowly descending toward the ground. The bell. The great emperor has sent the bell to the Lin family of the Changsheng clan. Our Lin family is doomed. Master of the family, what is happening? Please think of a way to save the Lin family. Seeing this, the servants and disciples of the Lin family of the Changsheng clan were completely panicked. The atmosphere at the scene became extremely oppressive. Even Lin Xiao, the clan leader and a divine king-level cultivator, could not withstand such overwhelming pressure. He sat pale-faced on his chair, unable to rise, yet he could not move. He suddenly realized how foolish he had been. If there was anyone in the Lin family who could become an emperor, it was his nephew Lin Xuan, who had severed all ties with the entire Lin family. Back then, he and his wife had colluded with outsiders to do something unforgivable to him, causing this once-in-a-lifetime prodigy to leave home and disappear without a trace. And now that someone from the Lin family had become an emperor, it could only be him. Yet he had been so overjoyed, thinking it was another prodigy from the Lin family who had become emperor, and had been preparing a banquet. Now, this has brought down such divine retribution upon us. The Lin family of the Longsheng clan is finished. They deserve it. They owed the current emperor a karmic debt and still dared to dream of becoming the supreme ruler of the Tianheng star. It's sheer folly. Near the ancient city of the Lin family, some powerful enemies of the Lin family shook their heads and said, in their eyes, with the emperor's might overwhelming the heavens and divine retribution descending, the Lin family of the immortal clan was doomed to be annihilated. Sister, I just heard someone say that our Lin family has produced an emperor. Who became the emperor? Is it our clan's quasi-emperor ancestor who has become emperor? The Lin family. Just then, a clear, childlike voice rang out. It was a young girl, dressed in a skirt, about 7 or 8 years old, with a delicate and beautiful appearance, who appeared at the entrance of the courtyard and asked Lining at the door. As she spoke, the thunder and lightning in the sky began to fade, and even the large bell started to disappear. The heavenly tribulation has subsided. What happened? Could it be that a divine being has emerged from the Lin family? Seeing this scene, the rival factions of the Lin family were all astonished and puzzled. If there was anyone in this world who could resolve the karmic retribution of the great emperor, it could only be an immortal. Of course, this doesn't mean that an immortal descending to this world is necessarily an enemy of the emperor. According to legends, the emperor can even slay immortals, and in this realm, the emperor is invincible. However, this kind of karmic retribution orchestrated by the heavens can indeed only be resolved by immortals. Who let this girl out? What is she doing here? Bad luck. In the courtyard where the banquet was being held, Xinyu heard the girl's voice and couldn't help but frown, then a hint of annoyance flashed across his face. Because the little girl Sienna was picked up by an old sage whose family had already buried him halfway in a coffin. After picking her up, the old sage vanished and has not been seen since. And it was precisely because the old sage's whereabouts were unknown that the Changsheng Lin family had become the target of various factions, with many holy cities being destroyed overnight. As a result, in Qin Yu's eyes, the little girl was a harbinger of misfortune, bringing nothing but bad luck. He ordered her to be imprisoned in a haunted courtyard where someone had died, never allowing her to leave. Had she not been picked up by the old sage, Qin Yu would have already killed her long ago. After all, she was just a foundling, kill her and be done with it. But now, this very same unlucky girl had appeared before Qin Yu, leaving him with a grim expression. Huff. As for the others, including the family head Lin Xiao, they all exhaled deeply, gazing at the thunder and bell that had vanished into the sky, their hearts still trembling with fear. At some point, the imperial star had also vanished. But no one knew whether this was a sign of good fortune or misfortune. Bad luck? If it weren't for me coming here to seek the immortal lord, how would I have ended up in this filthy household? At that moment, a cold voice echoed in the young girl Xian'er's mind. Though the voice originated within the little girl's mind, the entire universe seemed to tremble in response, as if it were about to shatter. However, the voice vanished as quickly as it had appeared. The little girl Xian'er's face, which had been as cold and ethereal as a divine being moments ago, faded, and she looked confused once more. Ing's sister, has he become an emperor? Otherwise, such an extraordinary phenomenon wouldn't have appeared just now, would it? At that moment, a calm female voice drifted in from outside. This was a woman who had nearly attained the status of a female sage, enveloped in a halo of pure white light, exuding an air of divine sanctity. She was also exceptionally beautiful, with both her figure and features flawlessly perfect. However, her expression now carried a hint of sorrow, not something that had just appeared, but something that had accumulated over the years. One could not help but wonder what was causing her sorrow. "You're here. You were right, it's my cousin Lin Xuan who has become emperor." Looking at the entire Lin family, and even the entire Tianhong continent, only he could become emperor within 500 years. This is something we should all have anticipated. Lin Ying nodded and said to the woman. Even if we could have foreseen it, what could we have done? Even if we could have, 500 years ago, your fiancé, joined forces with you and the entire Lin family to do that thing for him, causing him not only to tear up the marriage contract and flee to a distant land, but even to abandon his own star. Now that he has become emperor, what awaits us is not his protection, but his reckoning and revenge. The woman, Nangong Yan, the current sovereign of the Nangong Holy Land, heard this and shook her head slightly, speaking softly. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the mad old divine king in the corner, and the worry on her face grew even deeper. Just as she finished speaking, the heavens trembled, and a sword appeared from the heavens above, with the characters Li Tian depart from heaven etched on its blade, descending toward the Tianhong star. The overwhelming might of the sword seemed capable of tearing the entire Tianhong star apart. The sword of the contemporary emperor, the Lidi sword. Chapter 31, the eternal clan is shaken. Has the current emperor drawn a clear line between them? The emperor's divine weapon, the Lidi sword, appeared above the Tianhong star. At that moment, it wasn't just the Lin family and Nangong Yan whose expressions changed drastically. Every cultivator on the entire Tianhong star was stunned. Li Tian. The heaven-splitting sword, the supreme divine weapon, how could it appear above our Tianhong star? Could it be that the supreme emperor intends to conquer our Tianhong star? How could this be? Who in our Tianhong star has offended this supreme emperor, causing him to deploy the supreme divine weapon to attack our Tianhong star? The strongest among us are only saints. Who could possibly withstand the might of the supreme emperor's assault? What? You still want to resist the supreme emperor's attack? You're mad. In an instant, all the cultivators on Tianhong star cried out in shock. As they spoke, nearly all the beings on Tianhong star knelt on the ground, trembling in fear, unable to resist the overwhelming pressure released by the heavenly swords of the supreme divine soldiers that had suddenly appeared. Among them, a beautiful fox was so frightened that her fox tail was exposed. Even demon beasts disguised as humans were so frightened that they quickly transformed back into their true forms. The divine soldiers of the supreme emperor had descended. Such pressure was simply unbearable. Thud. The Chongsheng Lin clan. The clan leader, Lin Xiao, collapsed onto the ground, his face as pale as if he had just crawled out of a grave. It's over. The Lin family is finished. From this day forward, the world will never know the Chongsheng Lin clan. Lin Xiao muttered to himself repeatedly. This was an artifact capable of unleashing the power of an emperor-level weapon. How could anyone possibly withstand it? It was simply impossible to withstand. Thus, the immortal Lin family finally met its end at his hands. How carefree he had been before, how terrified he was now. And both of these emotions were caused by the current emperor, yet they were as different as heaven and earth. Is this the divine weapon he forged after becoming emperor, the sword of heavenly separation? Indeed, it is peerless and unmatched. And I seem to have caught a glimpse of his shadow on this sword. Actually, dying by this divine sword would not be so bad. Nangong Yan's gaze remained fixed on the divine sword, the Lishan sword, floating in the sky, as he murmured to himself. On the Lishan sword, there was a faint figure. Though faint, the slender figure reminded Nangong Yan of the scenes from 500 years ago. At that time, the great Emperor Lin Xuan was 20 years old. She was 18. They grew up together, almost like childhood sweethearts. Moreover, their families were equally powerful, so their parents arranged their engagement. However, Lin Xian's parents died in a tragic accident while traveling, and both the head of the family and his mother passed away. He then colluded with the Lin family to commit that unspeakable act against him, ultimately forcing him to leave the Chongsheng Lin family. He never returned after that. Originally, she believed that with her natural talent and the resources of the entire sacred land, becoming a great sage in 500 years, a near emperor in 1,000 years, and an emperor in 1,500 years would be no problem at all. But after that incident, a demon took root in her heart, greatly slowing her cultivation progress. Now, 500 years have passed, and she is still only a quasi-saint. Although this is an era of great cultivation. But Tianhong star seemed cursed, with only a handful of saints in the entire star system. Becoming a saint is already extremely difficult, let alone becoming a great saint, a quasi-emperor, or an emperor. Yet now, that person seems to have become an emperor. Moreover, his supreme emperor's weapon has appeared, intending to settle the matter from back then. The karmic debt of an emperor is not something that can be owed. Once owed, it must be repaid. For a moment, Nan Gongyan closed her eyes, awaiting death under the divine sword of the emperor. At that moment, she couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart. That person had become an emperor. Had it not been for that incident back then, she would have been the supreme empress of the heavens, with the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths, and countless sects, all bowing before her. But now, she was waiting to die by the sword of the man she once loved deeply. Silence. An indescribable stillness filled the heavens and earth. Nangong Yan did not wait for the sword to fall. The sword did not linger either, transcending the heavens and soaring upward. Behind it, an ancient mirror entangled it, attempting to intercept it, but it could not stop it. It's the direction of the cosmic battlefield. This divine weapon of the Supreme Being is heading there. No wonder the divine might of the Supreme God was heard earlier from the direction of the cosmic battlefield. It turns out the current Supreme Emperor is fighting there. Yet his divine weapon was not brought to the cosmic battlefield, indicating that the current Supreme Emperor is facing the most challenging battle of his life. Tianhong Star. Finally, a sage spoke softly. The sage, with his vast experience and keen insight, immediately recognized that the direction in which Lin Xuan's divine soldiers were flying toward the heavenly sword was the direction of the cosmic battlefield. Meanwhile, another ancient imperial weapon of the same rank, the ancient mirror, was blocking it. The two were engaged in a fierce battle while simultaneously flying toward the cosmic battlefield. However, as the heaven-shattering sword flew toward the cosmic battlefield, its blade tilted slightly and made a light cut, severing an invisible connection that ordinary mortals could not see. That was the connection between the Lin family of the Longsheng clan and the divine fortune of the current emperor. With this layer of destiny, the Lin family of the Eternal Life clan could thrive for at least 10,000 years as long as they did not bring ruin upon themselves. After all, with the protection of the current Supreme Emperor's invincible destiny, unless 2 or more emperors or sovereigns of the imperial path were to attack, no one could break through the current Supreme Emperor's invincible destiny. However, such a probability is extremely low. Yet now, without the master issuing any commands, the divine sword Li Tianjian has taken matters into its own hands and severed this connection of destiny. This means that the fate of the immortal clan, whether it lives or dies, whether its clan's fortune flourishes or declines, is no longer tied to the current emperor. What's happening? I feel like there's something wrong with my cultivation. Recently, I've been making rapid progress in my cultivation. But now I feel my cultivation is declining. Mine too. I understand now. The reason our cultivation has been so rapid lately is because we were borrowing the divine fortune of our Lin family's current emperor. But now, the divine weapon of the Supreme Emperor has severed the connection between our Lin family and the current emperor's fortune, causing our cultivation to decline. Family head, what should we do? At that moment, all the elderly members of the Lin family looked as pale as death, their eyes fixed on the family head, Lin Xiao, with no idea what to do. Back then, they had watched the family head and his wife, along with Lin Xian's fiancé, Nan Gongyan, commit that unspeakable act against their clan's peerless prodigy and current emperor. In the end, they coldly watched him depart for distant lands, even to another star. Some had even heeded Qin Yu's words and gone to hunt down the current emperor. And now, karma had finally caught up with them, leaving them completely at a loss. Heaven is dooming the Changsheng Lin clan. This is heaven's will. What can I do? Lin Xiao had no idea what to do. Gazing at the divine soldiers soaring through the sky, he could only mutter to himself. Enough. What's so great about the emperor? What's so great about the Li Tian sword severing the connection between our Lin family and its destiny? Don't forget, our Lin family produced a divine seed. In less than 100 years, we will surely become immortals. Even the great emperor is ultimately just a mortal before the immortals. Tonger, come out. Let the elders of the clan see your natural talent. At that moment, Qin Yu snorted coldly and turned to a 7-year-old child behind him. The child nodded, stepped forward, and extended his palm, which was glowing with 2 beams of light. Chapter 32, Lin Xian is the current emperor? The regretting former fiancé. Immortal? Immortal light? The little boy actually has the appearance of an immortal? Could it be that our Lin family will truly produce an immortal in the future? Clan leader, you've kept this from us for so long. So the divine phenomenon of a divine being playing the zither that appeared in the sky 3 years ago was because of this child? This is truly a blessing from heaven for the Lin clan. Upon seeing the light emanating from the palm of the young boy Lin Tong, the elderly clan members of the Lin family were all stunned, their voices trembling. Divine light. In the eyes of the clan elders, the light emanating from the young boy Lin Tong's palm was undoubtedly divine light. It was a radiance that could illuminate the 9 heavens and all worlds. Brighter than the light of the stars. It was gentler than the moon's glow. Yet within these 2 beams of light lay mysterious and unfathomable laws of power, as if they formed their own space. Once they appeared, they seemed destined to illuminate the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the myriad realms of the cosmos. More importantly, within these 2 beams of light, there seemed to be the faint outline of a divine being playing a zither. And the only light capable of creating such an extraordinary sight is divine light. In other words, the young boy before them, Lin Tong, the current young master of the Lin family of the Longshan clan, is a reincarnated immortal, possessing the form of an immortal. As long as he stays steady and avoids recklessness, he will undoubtedly become an immortal in the future. Immortals, with their eternal life and immortality, are the ultimate goal pursued by countless cultivators across all worlds. If the Lin family truly produces an immortal, it would indeed break all calamities. That's right. My son Lin Tong possesses the form of an immortal. As long as we give him time and the elders of our clan assist him in seeking resources, my son will not take 1,000 years, no, at most 100 years to become the only immortal in this world. At that time, our Lin family will not only be the immortal clan renowned throughout the heavens, but also the only immortal clan in the world. At that time, even the emperor himself would have to come to pay respects to my son. Seeing the shock in the eyes of all the clan elders present, Xinyu was very satisfied. He swept his gaze over each clan leader and spoke proudly. Upon hearing these words, the entire universe trembled, as if an imperial aura was about to spread out. However, as the little girl Xiener looked up, that aura vanished without a trace. What just happened? I felt a terrifying aura, as if it had pierced through time and space. Could this be the aura of a future immortal? Such congratulations to the clan leader. Your family has produced such a prodigious child. Our Lin clan is saved. Immortal, is this the youth with the appearance of an immortal? This old man has seen such a youth in my lifetime. Even if I die now, I would have no regrets. Feeling the overwhelming might that had just emerged in the universe, everyone present was utterly shocked. Their eyes fixed on Lin Tong, they seemed to have already glimpsed the form of an immortal being taking shape. Only Lin Yi shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the 2 beams of light in Lin Tong's palm. His eyes were filled with confusion, but he said nothing more and turned to leave. He had an ominous premonition. Their immortal Lin clan was about to be annihilated by this so-called future immortal, Lin Tong, and Xinyu. But now, having been ostracized by the clan elders and the clan leader, he was powerless to change anything. The current emperor was currently battling in the cosmic battlefield, and he would follow in the emperor's footsteps to the cosmic battlefield. Even if he never reaches the cosmic battlefield in his lifetime, he would have no regrets. At least he had tried his best. Everyone, disperse. There is no need to panic over today's events. Now that there is a young heir in the Lin family, we cannot be destroyed. Instead, we will become even more glorious. Xinyu's gaze swept over the gathered clan elders, speaking with the authority of a queen. At the same time, she gently stroked Lin Tong with her hand, her eyes brimming with love. Her son, Lin Tong, possessed the appearance of an immortal, which would bring her great honor in the future. Even the emperor himself was nothing in her son's presence. On the day her son attained immortality, even the emperor would have to kneel before the young boy. Yes. The clan elders obeyed and departed one by one. Ing sister, I'm tired. I'll return to the southern palace clan first. Nangong Yan swept her gaze over Lin Xiao and Xinyu before fixing it on Lin Ying and spoke. She had no interest in immortals. The only thing she regretted was missing the opportunity to become the empress of the current emperor. Otherwise, she would be looking down on everyone else right now. Alright, go ahead. Lin Ying nodded and did not try to stop her. Nangong Yan nodded and turned to leave, but when her gaze fell on Xiener for a moment, her face filled with surprise. However, she said nothing and turned away. Go, all of you. Within 100 years, the Lin family will ascend to become a family of immortals. At that time, all creatures in the world will bow down before us, and everyone will rush to worship the Lin family. Xinyu gazed in the direction where Nangong Yan had left, speaking softly. Sister, I had a dream last night. I saw myself with the great emperor of our Lin family, but his figure was too blurry for me to see clearly. But I clearly felt him calling me, so I must leave today to find the great emperor of the Lin family. At that moment, Xiener's gaze fell on Lin Ying and she spoke. A voice in her mind was guiding her to find the current human emperor. And that voice told her that as long as she could find the current human emperor, the gates to the celestial realm would reopen, the celestial domain would revive, and she would ascend to immortality and leave this mortal world filled with worldly desires. Xiener, are you saying that the great emperor of the Lin family is summoning you from the afterlife? If that is the case, take this magical artifact and follow the summoning of our human emperor to find him. Perhaps this is the divine arrangement. Only you can resolve the past grievances between our Lin family and this great emperor of our Lin family. Upon hearing Xiener's words, Lin Ying's face first showed astonishment, but she then handed an ancient mirror to Xiener, stroked her hair, and spoke. Others were unaware of Xiener's peculiarities, but Lin Ying had noticed some clues that revealed her unusual nature, leading her to believe that Xiener did not belong to this world. She must have come from either the celestial realm or the underworld. Because she would disappear without a trace and then suddenly reappear, and during that time, no matter how hard one searched, she could not be found, as if she had gone to another world. Now that she claims her own emperor is summoning her, perhaps this is an opportunity to improve relations between her family and her cousin Lin Xian. As for the Emperor, although he is currently on the cosmic battlefield, since he summoned Xiener through the secret realm, once he leaves the battlefield, the two will naturally meet. The Great Emperor's methods are not something ordinary people like her could possibly foresee. Alright, thank you, sister. Xiener nodded obediently to Lin Ying, then took the ancient mirror and turned to leave. As she departed, she appeared lonely, destined to seek out the current emperor of the Lin clan alone. Yet no one paid her much attention, and no one felt her loneliness. Only after she had completely departed did Qin Yu's figure appear in her own room. Before her stood a bizarre severed head. Qin Yu issued an order to the head. Go kill that girl and Lin Yi. One is an unknown wild child from nowhere, and the other is an old fool who refuses to obey. Neither of them deserve to live in this world. Before this, while they were still within the family, it was difficult to act against them. Now that they left the clan, kill them all to avoid seeing them and getting angry. The eerie head nodded in compliance. A mysterious passage seemed to open in the room, and the eerie head vanished, heading off to hunt down the divine King Lin Yi and Xiener. At the same time, in the cosmic battlefield, under the watchful gaze of the ancient sage Gulao from the Great Emperor's clan, who had witnessed the previous events, the shattered cosmic battlefield had miraculously restored itself. Two identical figures of great emperors stood facing each other within it. A true battle between two identical emperors was about to begin. The shattered cosmic battlefield seen earlier was actually an illusion created by the collision of two emperors' auras, sweeping across the 8 corners of the universe and deceiving all the saints and quasi-emperors watching the battle. The power of the emperors was truly terrifying. Especially since the current emperor's cultivation was so profound that, in the eyes of these ancient saints, they could rival the ancient heavenly emperors who once shook the cosmos. Chapter 33, Lin Xuan's Forbidden Identity. Time Ancient Emperor Identity revealed. Two identical human emperors. At this moment, not even the human race's sages and quasi-emperors could comprehend what was happening. Even the ancient emperors watching the cosmic battlefield furrowed their brows in confusion. One great emperor is already difficult to deal with. The sudden appearance of two of them if they were to counterattack and charge into the cosmic battlefield toward them would be truly formidable. Look, so that's it. The second emperor behind him isn't a clone or avatar of the current emperor, but rather an ancient emperor's weapon or the spirit of an extreme emperor's weapon, specifically sent to follow the human emperor all the way to the cosmic battlefield. This human emperor truly has great fortune. Now, if he conquers this weapon spirit, he will obtain the 4th extreme Tao emperor weapon capable of matching our ancient emperor weapons. Remarkable. The human emperor is truly formidable. Eternal Forbidden Zone. A gigantic ancient emperor, resembling a celestial being, gazed toward the cosmic battlefield while transmitting his voice to the other ancient emperors in the Forbidden Zone. His eyes were extremely peculiar. The right eye seemed to contain a full moon, while the left eye held a dazzling sun. At that moment, both his eyes flickered simultaneously, piercing through the truth of the cosmic battlefield. He realized that the later arriving emperor was not the current emperor Lin Xuan, but rather the spirit of an ancient emperor's weapon or the supreme divine weapon of the human race's supreme emperor, specifically sent to trace Lin Xuan into the cosmic battlefield. If Lin Xuan could subdue it, he would obtain the 4th divine artifact and the supreme godly weapon. Of course. This ancient imperial weapon or divine weapon spirit followed Lin Xuan into the cosmic battlefield for a reason. More accurately, it had a demand. The prerequisite for Lin Xuan to conquer it is that he must first fulfill its demand. Another senior brother from the eternal forbidden land. Could it be the Dragon Emperor? Could the mythical era mentioned in legends truly exist and the elder of the eternal forbidden land be an immortal true dragon from that mythical era? At that moment, in the eastern domain. Upon hearing the words of the ancient emperor from the eternal forbidden land, a voice echoed from another life forbidden zone, filled with astonishment. This was the voice of an supreme being from the Valley of the Dead. As soon as he spoke, the entire eastern region fell into an eerie silence. Especially all the supreme beings from the other life forbidden zones, who now fell silent, waiting for the ancient emperor of the eternal forbidden land to speak. The eternal forbidden land had existed for far too long. Even the other ancient emperors of the forbidden zones did not know how long his forbidden zone had existed. However, they had all heard that within this forbidden zone lay a being transformed from a true dragon, comparable to a true god. Now that the supreme ruler of the eternal forbidden zone had spoken, and a terrifying dragon's aura emanated from his body, it was only natural that the other ancient emperors of the forbidden zones paid special attention. Of course, what they are even more concerned about is whether there truly was a mythical age in this world and whether the dragons from those myths actually existed. I attained enlightenment in the ancient times and was indeed known as the Dragon Emperor. However, my bloodline is not that of the true dragons from mythology. Compared to the bloodline of my ancestral true dragons, the dragon blood in my body is already extremely, which is why I had no choice but to transform into a forbidden zone and lie dormant within this eternal forbidden zone. Ah! Calculating the time, this sovereign has likely existed for over 1,000,000 years. The past years are deeply cherished by this emperor. However, being able to coexist with all of you fellow cultivators in the same era is indeed an honor for me. The ancient emperor of the eternal forbidden zone spoke. Upon hearing these words, everyone was once again startled, but then felt a hint of regret. The reason for their astonishment was that this supreme being of the eternal forbidden zone was indeed the legendary Dragon Emperor with terrifying cultivation, having lived for a full 1,000,000 years. However, the regret stemmed from the fact that the Dragon Emperor only possessed a trace of mythical dragon blood, making him merely a descendant of the mythical true dragons, not the true incarnation of a mythical dragon. This alone made it impossible to deduce whether a mythical era with immortals still existed in this world. Fellow cultivators, now is not the time to discuss these matters. Have any of you noticed a problem? The Dragon Emperor from the Eternal Forbidden Zone spoke. What issue? An ancient emperor-level being who had awakened in the Imperial Heavenly Forbidden Land asked. Though he was not an ancient emperor, his bloodline was astonishing, containing the blood of the ancient Xiangqi. Once he acted, he could shatter countless stars and sweep across the 8 corners of the universe. Therefore, his status in the Huangtian Forbidden Land was extremely prominent, second only to the sovereign Huangtian and the ancient Emperor of Time. He was known as the Qiangqi Emperor. Time. Has anyone noticed that time is moving very slowly today? It was supposed to be dusk, with the sun about to set, but it's still dusk. In the Eternal Forbidden Zone, the majestic voice of the Dragon Emperor resounded. Time has stopped? So that's it. The human emperor is playing tricks? Upon hearing the Dragon Emperor's words, the other ancient emperors of the Forbidden Zones were startled and sensed something amiss. Among them, the Qiangqi Emperor roared angrily. Earlier, Lin Xuan had stated his intention to annihilate the Demon God Valley, one of the 10 forbidden zones of the Eastern Domain, within 5 days, but the others had not taken him seriously. Moreover, after the ruler of the Imperial Heaven Forbidden Land, Wang Tian, had challenged him to a duel on the cosmic battlefield, all the ancient emperors had completely put their minds at ease, believing that Lin Xuan could not possibly annihilate the Demon God Valley within 5 days. He was essentially digging his own grave. However, now that Lin Xuan had fixed the time, they realized something was amiss. If time continued to stand still, the human emperor's vital energy might indeed be enough to kill each of these ancient emperors one by one, and then annihilate the Demon God Valley. By then, he would be humiliating all the ancient emperors of the Forbidden Zone. It's not exactly cheating, he's using the Supreme Emperor's forbidden technique, time stasis. Once this technique is activated, he's determined to fight us to the death. The ancient Emperor of Time spoke. He had been recovering from his injuries and was now much stronger. The Supreme Emperor's forbidden technique, time stasis. He actually used this technique. Could he really be planning to fight all of us ancient emperors and ancient lords of the Forbidden Zone to the death? Upon hearing the ancient Emperor of Time's words, several ancient emperors of the Forbidden Zone changed their voices. They had never imagined that the current emperor would use the Supreme Emperor's forbidden technique from the very beginning, which made them feel something was amiss. The resolve and boldness of the current emperor were so shocking that even the ancient emperors found them terrifying. It seems we can't wait for him to settle the outcome with the Heavenly Sovereign. We must send 1 or 2 more ancient emperors to the cosmic battlefield to assist the Heavenly Sovereign. We can't let him continue this bloody battle with the Heavenly Sovereign. He is the current emperor, with vibrant vital energy. To kill him, we must act swiftly and decisively. There's no need to engage in a prolonged battle. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor spoke. There is no need to send 1 or 2 ancient emperors. Since we aim to annihilate this human emperor, and since we have all awakened, let us all unite and head to the cosmic battlefield to assist the Heavenly Sovereign in slaying this human emperor. Then we will use the blood of the human emperor to extend our lifespans. Suddenly, at least 11 voices rang out in unison. Subsequently, 11 figures of supreme ancient emperors from the 5 great forbidden zones soared into the sky, heading toward the cosmic battlefield to jointly eliminate the current human emperor, Lin Xuan. This battle will decide both victory and defeat, as well as life and death. It was also a battle that would decide the outcome. If even 11 ancient emperors and ancient reverends, along with a single ancient and terrifying ruler of a forbidden zone, cannot defeat the current emperor Lin Xuan, then only the descent of an immortal could save the Demon God Valley. It would be the fate of the Demon God Valley, and the ancient emperors and revered sages of the forbidden zones have done their best. Oomph. We're just here to watch the show, which isn't very interesting. Since the 11 ancient emperors and ancient reverends have gone to aid the Emperor of Heaven, now that we've awakened, we might as well go out for a walk to stretch our legs and look for some food. At that moment, the Crocodile Emperor spoke up. That's an excellent idea. I suggest we target the sacred cliff where the current human emperor resides, the Holy Heavenly Cliff. I just used my divine calculation technique and deduced that the Holy Heavenly Cliff where the human emperor resides might have some valuable items. If we can conquer it, it won't be in vain for us to have awakened. It will also serve as a warning to the lowly human race, showing them the consequences of offending my forbidden zone. Even the current human emperor is no exception. In another forbidden zone, an ancient forbidden zone creature spoke up. This was also an ancient emperor from the eternal forbidden land, known as the Heavenly Wolf Emperor, renowned for his cruelty and ruthlessness. He spoke coldly and without mercy. Chapter 34, Attacking the Forbidden Zone. Emperor Lin Xuan's identity exposed to the world. Tianlang Daoist, your suggestion is excellent. Let us go immediately to attack the Holy Tianya and slaughter the entire family of this human emperor. But which forbidden zone cultivator is willing to accompany me? The Crocodile Emperor, another ruthless and cold-hearted being from the Eternal Forbidden Zone, spoke up in response to the Heavenly Wolf Emperor, fully agreeing with his plan to attack the Holy Heavenly Cliff. In truth, a current emperor's dwelling place without an emperor present doesn't require more than 2 emperor-level experts to attack. Even a single Taoist brother could wipe it out completely. However, since we have awakened, let us join in the fun. The Dragon Emperor spoke. Count me in. To be honest, I have no interest in killing those human ants. However, I enjoy watching the expressions of terror and fear on their faces when we arrive. That feeling is truly delightful. The Heavenly Wolf Emperor spoke calmly. Count me in as well. My interests align with those of the Heavenly Wolf Emperor. What I enjoy most is observing the struggling, panicked, and terrified expressions of those ants as they die, as well as their pleading gestures as they kneel on the ground begging for mercy. A Forbidden Zone tyrant from the Valley of the Dead spoke up. This was a Forbidden Zone giant nearly humanoid in form, with a massive, towering figure. His red hair fluttered in the wind and his eyes blazed with a cold, bloodthirsty aura. The heavenly demon's body was overwhelmingly powerful. This was a Forbidden Zone dark giant recorded in ancient texts, who had launched multiple dark catastrophes and was the most brutal imperial-level powerhouse in ancient records, taking pleasure in slaughtering living beings. Fortunately, during the peak of his evil deeds, he encountered a human emperor of unparalleled talent and genius, the Eternal Emperor. The name of the Eternal Emperor is unknown, even to the ancient emperors of that time. However, this emperor was undoubtedly the most powerful and unmatched emperor in the history of human cultivation. In the metaphors of later human cultivators, he could rival the heavens in height and challenge the immortals in prowess. Moreover, he was named Changsheng, and in his first life alone, he lived for 35,000 years. 7 supreme beings from the Forbidden Zone fell at his hands, making him the human emperor who has slain the most Forbidden Zone imperial-level cultivators in human cultivation history. His divine weapon, the Eternal Sword, is ranked among the top 3 divine weapons of the human race. During his reign of 23,000 years, the Eternal Sword ascended to the rank of quasi-immortal artifact, elevating the Eternal Emperor's status to be on par with the first human emperor, the human emperor Xianyuan Futian, and the most awe-inspiring ancient emperor, the heavenly emperor Haotian. The heavenly demon body Xiongba was defeated by the Eternal Emperor in his prime, but this was no disgrace, as the Eternal Emperor was the strongest and most invincible emperor in the history of human cultivation, rumored to be the reincarnation of an immortal. However, at that time, the most mysterious and enigmatic ruler of the Eternal Forbidden Land intervened, blocking the Eternal Emperor's second strike that shook the ages. Otherwise, the world would have long since been without the heavenly demon body Xiongba. Yet, after this battle, the heavenly demon's mighty body not only retained its true nature but became even more ferocious. Alright, since that's the case, let's move out. Before the human emperor is devoured, we must seize his sanctuary, the Holy Heavenly Cliff. However, Dragon Brother, there is a quasi-emperor-level ancient dragon at the Holy Heaven Cliff, who is of your kind. Should we spare its life? The Crocodile Emperor spoke. As he spoke, his eyes emitted a cold and ruthless aura. The creatures of the Holy Heavenly Cliff, the consort of the current Emperor Lin Xuan, he could no longer wait. No need. What use are such worthless descendants? They would make fine meals for us instead. The 3 of you need not hold back when the time comes. Simply eliminate this disgraceful offspring of the Dragon Clan. I am an immortal emperor, yet my disgraceful descendants have submitted to the human emperor and willingly become his mounts. This brings shame upon my imperial lineage and embarrasses all of you fellow cultivators. The Dragon Emperor spoke with utter coldness. His massive body, nearly evolved into a true dragon, emerged from the dragon demon netherworld, its aura sweeping across the 8 corners of the universe, causing the world to tremble in fear, realizing that a catastrophe unleashed by the ancient emperor of the life was about to unfold. And this was the very dark catastrophe recorded in the ancient texts. After this battle, how many more beings will perish? Even beings from the 9th layer and above may perish. For in the hearts of these ancient emperors and revered beings of the Forbidden Realms, those with weaker cultivation are nothing more than livestock and poultry raised for slaughter. And these ancient emperors and revered beings have been in a deep slumber for countless ages. Now they are in a state of starvation. Under such circumstances, if these ancient emperors and revered beings of the Forbidden Zones choose to act, then all beings above the 9th layer of the universe will perish, including those on the verge of becoming emperors and those about to attain enlightenment. Therefore, in that instant, all cultivators across the universe who sensed the overwhelming might emanating from the Dragon Emperor were filled with terror. Everyone felt the scent of death permeating the air, sensing that the Reaper had arrived. Honorable and supreme human emperor, please protect your kind and let us live. In an instant, countless human cultivators turned toward the current great emperor Lin Xuan, who had entered the cosmic battlefield, praying for his protection and pleading with him not to let his kind be slaughtered by these ancient emperors and revered ancestors of the Forbidden Zone. In this age where no immortals remain, only the emperor could subdue the ancient emperors and revered sages of the Forbidden Zone. Therefore, when the dragon's aura was released, everyone placed all their hopes on the current great emperor Lin Xuan. Even now, Lin Xuan was facing a desperate situation, being opposed by the ruler of the Forbidden Zone, Wang Tian, and 11 ancient emperors and ancient reverends. But no matter what, he is the only emperor-level powerhouse of this age, with vibrant vital energy. People can only pin their hopes on him. Whoosh! At that moment, as everyone prayed, a thought truly emanated from the cosmic battlefield. It was Emperor Lin Xuan's imperial edict to the billions of human cultivators, instructing them not to panic, to hold their ground in their respective domains, and to leave the rest to him, the current emperor. Upon hearing this edict, the billions of human cultivators were shaken, over 100 ancient saints shed tears, and even the emperors among the common people felt the overwhelming intent to fight within the edict, immediately obeying the order. Fight! Fight! The immortal battle him. As long as there is life left in the human race, we are willing to fight side by side with our current emperor. Fight! Fight! The human race will wage an unending war against the life forbidden zone. Fight! Fight! We of the Eternal Life sect have received the edict of the current supreme ruler. Fight! Fight! The sacred land of the Yaoqi will fight alongside the current emperor until death. Fight! Fight! We of the Eternal Life sect, following the edict of the current emperor, are willing to fight the forbidden zone of life to the very end, even if it means shedding our last drop of blood. When the edict from the peerless emperor of the present age, Lin Xuan, was received, billions of human cultivators roared in fury, and tens of thousands of human sect leaders bellowed in anger. In that instant, the battle between all human beings and the major forbidden zones of the eastern region had begun. Except for those who had colluded with the forbidden zones and the traitors, nearly all human beings had joined the fight. Among them was the mortal realm shrouded in rolling red dust, where the current human empress, bearing a 5-clawed golden dragon 10,000 feet tall, had also joined the battle against the ancient emperors and ancient reverends of the forbidden zones. The 5-clawed golden dragon atop her head was the national emblem of a realm's fortune. This peerlessly talented human empress of the present age had staked the fate of an entire dynasty to obey the edict of the current emperor. This is a belief without reason. Because Lin Xuan is the current human emperor. Only he possesses the power to subdue and confront the ancient emperors and ancient lords of the forbidden zone. Therefore, at this critical moment, nearly the entire human race is willing to follow his call. If the forbidden zone remains unchecked, all beings will be as insignificant as ants. As long as the ancient emperors and ancient lords of the forbidden zone remain alive, the human race will be reduced to fodder. Fight! 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 In that instant, the people's resolve to fight reached an unprecedented height, with every eye blazing with the fiery intent of battle. Among the human warriors, there were also legendary martial arts masters known as land gods, who roared in unison. With a single sword strike, they summoned 10,000 sword chi, pointing their swords at the life forbidden zone, determined to fight to the end. Is this the fighting spirit of ants? I actually feel a sense of unease. Could it be that these ants dare to challenge us ancient emperors and revered ancestors who are as powerful as true immortals? Have they gone mad, or have I finally grown old? The human emperor conquered the human race's supreme divine weapon and reached an agreement with it. I truly want to know what agreement that human race's supreme divine weapon made with that emperor of the heavens? Where has the heavenly sovereign gone? Why is he nowhere to be seen? Could he have broken free from the constraints of heaven and earth, entered the cosmic battlefield, and directly attained immortality? Just then, an ancient emperor from the forbidden zone sensed an inexplicable sense of dread, while other ancient emperors witnessed the current great emperor Lin Xuan conquering the divine weapon spirit that was an exact replica of himself in the cosmic battlefield. Chapter 35, Lin Xuan's parrot is actually a near saint. Stunned the brother-in-law. Indeed, such a young body. A great emperor at 500 years old is rare even in this realm since its creation. At that moment, the dragon emperor gazed at Lin Xuan's figure, enveloped by 11 ancient emperors and ancient reverends in the cosmic battlefield, and spoke softly. The body of an emperor cannot be judged by age. But beings of the dragon emperor's caliber could discern its true age. A 500-year-old emperor is truly too young. The vigor of his blood is so overwhelming that even ancient emperors of the dragon emperor's caliber envy it. Moreover, only an emperor with such vibrant blood energy could stand alone against the pressure of 11 ancient emperors and ancient reverends. The eternal sword. So the spirit of the weapon he conquered is the spirit of the eternal emperor's divine weapon, the eternal emperor's divine weapon spirit. This is a quasi-divine weapon. With time, it could even ascend to become a divine weapon of the highest order. Yet he has obtained it so easily. Does he truly possess such immense divine fortune? This current human emperor must be eliminated, otherwise, he will always be a threat to us. The heavenly demon's gaze also fixed on the direction of the cosmic battlefield. Upon seeing the supreme divine weapon conquered by Lin Xuan, his expression changed drastically, even twitching uncontrollably. The cosmic battlefield was extremely distant. But for ancient emperors and ancient reverends, it was merely a matter of thousands or tens of thousands of steps. Therefore, The heavenly demon Lord Xiongba saw clearly that the weapon held in the hands of the current Emperor Lin Xuan was a snow-white sword, as if made of ice and snow. The blade was engraved with plants, and within them were the two characters eternal life. The words eternal life contained an incredibly powerful Taoist aura. Clearly, this weapon, which had followed Lin Xuan from the lower realms into the cosmic battlefield, was none other than the Eternal Emperor's divine weapon, the Eternal Sword, once wielded by one of the most powerful emperors of the human race. Now, its spirit had been subdued, and the sword had fused with its spirit, both now under Lin Xuan's control. Other ancient emperors might be unfamiliar with this sword. But the heavenly demon body Xiongba was no stranger to it. Because, in the past, he had nearly been split in two by the Eternal Emperor using this sword. At a critical moment, it was the ruler of their eternal forbidden realm, a being of unimaginable terror and power, who intervened to block the strike and save him. Now, such a weapon has fallen into the hands of the current human emperor, which naturally makes him extremely envious and jealous. This is a quasi-divine artifact, and it has been obtained by the current human emperor. This human emperor truly has immense fortune and destiny. This human emperor does indeed have great fortune, but with 11 ancient emperors and ancient reverends intervening, plus the emperor of heaven lurking in the shadows ready to act at any moment, he will certainly not survive. Therefore, who will ultimately obtain the supreme divine weapon, the eternal sword, remains uncertain. The dragon emperor spoke. That's correct. Even if he is the current emperor of the human race, he is still just a cultivator among mortals, not an immortal. At most, his Taoist arts are profound, making him slightly stronger than other human emperors. If he truly manages to survive the hands of the 12 Taoist brothers and the Emperor of Heaven, that is absolutely impossible. Such a feat can only be achieved by immortals. Therefore, my fellow cultivators need not concern themselves with whether he possesses great fortune. Let us first attack his sanctuary, the holy heavenly cliff, to shake his resolve and allow the heavenly sovereign and the 12 Tao brothers to strike him down. The crocodile emperor spoke coldly. As he spoke, he prepared to leave the forbidden zone in his true form and head to the holy heaven cliff to kill the family and disciples of the current great emperor, Lin Xuan. Alright, let's first attack the holy heaven cliff. As for our awakened offspring, let's not keep them in deep slumber either. Let them go out and roam. Find all the disciples and relatives of the current human emperor who are wandering outside, and kill them all. After we've killed the family members and disciples of the current human emperor, we'll send our offspring to kill the holy sons and holy daughters of the human race's various sacred lands, letting them launch a small-scale version of the so-called dark cataclysm that these human ants talk about. The heavenly wolf emperor suggested at this point. That's excellent. Then we don't need to rush out just yet. Let's first arrange for our disciples and offspring to slaughter the human race's current emperor's relatives and loved ones. The crocodile emperor nodded in agreement. The other three ancient emperors deeply agreed and immediately vanished, each sending their own descendants out of the forbidden zone to begin the small-scale launch of what the human race referred to as the Dark Cataclysm. The human race is nothing but ants. Even the most talented and gifted holy sons and holy daughters among them, this divine son can kill 10 of them alone. Just 1 hour after the 4 ancient emperors had vanished, an arrogant voice rang out from the eternal forbidden zone. This was a son of the eternal forbidden zone, the third son of the crocodile emperor, Crocodile Guang, who proclaimed himself a divine son. Upon emerging from the eternal forbidden zone, he boldly declared his intention to challenge the rising stars among the human cultivators. He declared that this time, he would single-handedly slaughter all the holy sons, holy maidens, and rising stars of various physical constitutions among the human race. A terrifying storm was about to erupt. At the same time, in the cosmic battlefield, terrifying imperial-level energies surged forth. With the ruler of the imperial heaven forbidden land, Huang Tian, missing, Lin Xuan engaged the 11 ancient emperors and ancient sages who had followed him. The overwhelming might of the supreme Tao filled the heavens and earth, causing the void to show signs of collapsing. In this battle, the 11 ancient emperors and ancient sages were all shocked, for Lin Xuan, wielding the heaven-splitting sword in one hand and the eternal life sword in the other, had simultaneously blocked the combined attacks of the 11 ancient emperors and ancient sages. This was something they had never anticipated, and it was not even recorded in ancient texts. Powerful. This human emperor of the present age was too powerful, forcing them to take him seriously. On the other side, in the lower realms, terrifying imperial waves surged, and Fengxue and the others were unable to proceed toward the Demon God Valley, swept away by the powerful imperial waves. Among them, thousands of ancient clan cultivators were annihilated. They all refused to submit to the current great emperor Lin Xuan and could not receive even the slightest protection from him, dying beyond all hope of revival. Useless, useless, all of you are useless. Just as Fengxue and the others were swept away, not knowing where they were, the voice of a parrot rang out. Moments later, Yushan felt something wet land on his face. He immediately wiped it away and held it up to examine it. At first, it wasn't so bad, but upon wiping, Yushan could smell a strong odor of bird droppings entering his nostrils, an extremely foul stench. His palm was now covered in bird droppings. This nearly drove Yushan to the brink of madness. He was, after all, the legendary Eastern Domain Divine King. Being hit twice in one day by his younger sister-in-law Fengxue was bad enough, but now he was being defecated on by a bird? What's more, the bird had the nerve to mock him as a worthless piece of trash. Auntie can tolerate it, but uncle cannot. Anger. Rage surged to the heavens. A surge of inexplicable anger rose within him, and Yuxian raised his palm toward the parrot flying toward him in the sky. As a divine king-level cultivator, a single strike from him would ensure that no living creature within a 100-mile radius with a lower cultivation realm would survive. But just as he raised his palm, an inexplicable chill swept through his heart. Almost saintly pressure? The parrot that dared to defile my face, no, this sacred bird is actually a quasi-saint? The moment this chilling aura emerged, Yuxian let out a startled cry. In that instant, he clearly sensed a pressure emanating from a being whose strength was infinitely close to that of a saint. And he could confirm that this pressure was coming from the parrot that had just defecated on his face. In other words, this parrot that had just defecated on his face was a quasi-saint, a being infinitely close to sainthood. A quasi-saint, a single strand of their hair could slice through the earth, and they could effortlessly slay a divine king at the initial realm like him. Therefore, all the words Yuxian was about to shout out were suppressed. Holy Tianya! Could this parrot be? Moreover, Yuxian and the Phoenix couple were horrified to discover that their current location, along with Fengxue, was at the foot of a massive mountain. The mountain gate bore the 4 characters Holy Tianya, which was precisely the residence of Lin Xuan, the younger brother-in-law they had once despised the most. Moreover, the 3 of them had just vaguely seen the parrot that had mocked them as useless and defecated on Yuxian's face, and it seemed to have flown out from the direction of Holy Tianya. This meant that this parrot, which was at least at the quasi-saint cultivation level, was very likely the pet of Lin Xuan, the man they had always looked down upon. The shock they felt was beyond imagination. Chapter 36. Ex-wife Fengxue is stunned. Her ex-husband's little piglet is about to become an emperor? Good for nothing, you're just a good for nothing. Just as Yuxian and the Phoenix couple stood in stunned disbelief, the parrot's voice rang out again in the sky. It then flew down and landed on a large tree in front of Fengxue and the others. Semi-Saint Xiaowu, how many secrets has Lin Xuan been hiding from me? The parrot he is raising is actually a near saint, and its cultivation level is about to surpass mine, yet I knew nothing about it beforehand. But then again, if the old man is truly an emperor, it's not surprising that he has such a powerful divine beast by his side. I can only blame myself for being so easily swayed by others. Upon seeing the parrot on the tree, Fengxue couldn't help but mock herself. The parrot that had landed on the tree was entirely golden, with a single strand of red and blue feathers on its back. On its forehead was the character for king. Even in the cultivation world, such a parrot was rare, and Fengxue immediately recognized it as the parrot her former husband Lin Xuan had kept, named Xiaowu. However, it had never displayed any of its abilities in front of her before, and there were no signs of spiritual energy emanating from its body, leading her to believe it was just an ordinary beast. Yet, to her surprise, it was actually a quasi-saint. Even the parrot her ex-husband Lin Xuan kept was a quasi-saint. One can only imagine how powerful his background and strength must be. It was laughable that she had been so determined to divorce him 6 years ago. Looking back now, she was truly foolish at the time. If only time could be turned back to 6 years ago, I would never have done such a foolish thing. Thinking this, Fengxue couldn't help but glance at her brother-in-law, Yuxian. You? Seeing his younger sister-in-law Fengxue's gaze turn toward him again, Yuxian instinctively took a step back, his expression changing drastically. He felt that his sister-in-law Fengxue had truly lost her mind, constantly slapping herself in the face whenever she thought of the past. If this continued, he and his wife wouldn't even have time to obtain that weapon from her before she killed them both. No matter what. The other party was, after all, a sage. How many divine kings in this world could withstand a sage's repeated slaps? Only he, an outlier among divine kings, could withstand such treatment. If it were any other divine king-level cultivator, they would have been killed long ago by the second slap from this saintly being. Smack! Just as Yuxian was lost in thought, his cheek was struck hard by a slap. However, this slap did not come from his younger sister Fengxue. It came from the parrot-like quasi-saint on the tree in front of him. Though it was not human, it had just used a spell to manifest a massive hand, delivering a powerful slap to Yuxian's face, nearly sending him flying, with blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. This was a quasi-saint-level parrot, with the blood of ancient mythical divine birds flowing through its veins. Even though the slap didn't use much force, Yuxian was still severely injured. One of his teeth was nearly knocked out, and tears streamed down his face. Moreover, this slap came without any warning. Not only did Yuxian, a divine king realm cultivator, fail to anticipate it, but even Fengxue, a saint, was caught off guard and had no chance to intervene. Beside them, the phoenix attempted to intervene, but upon seeing the massive divine form the parrot had manifested, it immediately withdrew its outstretched hand and stepped forward to support its husband. A quasi-saint. This parrot was a near saint. Not only was she no match for it, but even she and her husband combined wouldn't stand a chance. Therefore, this grievance could only be temporarily swallowed. Elder, why did you hit me? At that moment, Yuxian had regained his composure. He forced back the turbulent energy surging within him and bowed respectfully toward the parrot quasi-saint. If this were an ordinary parrot, he would have charged forward and torn it to pieces, letting it see the consequences of offending a cultivator at the Eastern Domain God King realm. But the other party was a quasi-saint. He could only swallow his anger and ask why it had hit him. Hitting you is the least of it. Back then, this quasi-saint, if it weren't for following the teachings of the Buddhist monk and practicing the closed-mouth meditation and pure mind meditation, I wouldn't even be able to speak or strike anyone. Otherwise, when I saw your cowardly nature back then, I wouldn't have bothered to hit you. The saliva I spat out would have been enough to drown you. Get out of here. The parrot near saint had a fiery temper. Upon hearing Yushan's question, he shouted angrily and swiped his claw, sending Yushan flying through the air. This time, the force was far stronger than before. Even though Yushan had prepared himself and a golden light surged around his body, he was still knocked flying, landing several zhang away and creating a deep crater in the ground. A quasi-saint against a god king, this was no contest, so Yushan could only take the blows passively. As a result, when Yushan managed to get back to his feet, his face turned pale. After all, he was a legendary divine king of the eastern region. Had he ever been humiliated like this before? But the opponent was a quasi-saint and seemed to have a temper. In the presence of such an existence, even if he was beaten, he could only force a smile and dare not utter a single harsh word or make a single reckless move. At the same time, he understood clearly. The reason the other party had attacked him was clearly to vent his anger on his master Yushan's former brother-in-law, Lin Xuan. The years ago he mentioned must refer to 6 years prior. It was precisely 6 years ago that he and his wife had seduced his younger sister-in-law Fengxue into divorcing Lin Xuan. At that time, this parrot quasi-saint was following the Buddhist path, practicing the Buddhist secret techniques of closed-mouth Zen and pure mind Zen, which prevented it from using either hands or words. Otherwise, it would have attacked him both physically and verbally 6 years ago. Thinking of this, Yushan felt a chill run down his spine, secretly feeling fortunate that the parrot had been in seclusion 6 years ago, otherwise he would have been in trouble back then. Senior, although you are a quasi-saint and a model for us cultivators, you cannot be so ruthless, can you? No matter what my husband did in the past, he was once the divine king of the Eastern realm. You can't keep humiliating him like this. Seeing her husband struck flying twice, the phoenix could no longer contain herself and stepped forward to speak. This quasi-saint doesn't need others to tell me how to act. Get out of here. If you keep talking, this quasi-saint will beat you too. If it weren't for the fact that I don't strike women, you and your husband would already be in the same state. The aura of a quasi-emperor. A quasi-emperor is coming. I must depart. The parrot quasi-saint swept his gaze over Phoenix, his tone icy. But suddenly sensing something, it swiftly flew away and entered the holy sky realm. At that moment, the old dragon had already vanished, and the holy sky realm was no longer suspended in the air. It appeared only slightly taller than the surrounding mountains, with no other notable features. A quasi-emperor? Upon hearing the parrot quasi-saint's words, Fengxue, the phoenix, and Yushan all paled. Because the mention of near emperor immediately brought to mind one person, Fengshue's former master, Enraged, the eastern domain's near emperor who had imprisoned the three of them and used them as blood offerings. He had not gone to the Demon God Valley but had followed their 3 cents to find this place. Or perhaps he had indeed gone to the Demon God Valley, but due to the restrictions of the Forbidden Zone and the overwhelming pressure of the Forbidden Zone's supreme being, he had been forced to retreat and come here instead. Sigh. Fengxue and the others all drew in a sharp breath, feeling a terrifying sense of danger sweeping over them. By now, even Fengxue, no matter how naive she was, had already figured out how the old ancestor of the Chiyu sect and the 80+ direct disciples of her former master, Enraged, had disappeared. All of them had been devoured by He Lianqin as blood offerings. And the next targets were the 3 of them. The technique He Lianqin cultivated was modeled after the ancient emperor's technique from the Forbidden Zone. Yet, despite this, she had still hoped that he would go to the Forbidden Zone to plead for mercy and have the Demon God Valley release her daughter Tongtong. She was truly foolish. This He Lianqin is no different from the ancient emperor of the Forbidden Zone who has lost his true nature. They are all cut from the same cloth. However, the other party is a second heavenly realm expert, while I am merely at the initial stage of the sage realm. Even if I were to join forces with my 2 sisters and brother-in-law, who are both at the God King realm, we would still not be a match for him. A wave of despair swept over Fengshue's heart. Feeling that today he would meet his end at the hands of the old ancestor of the abandoned desire sect and his former master, He Lianqin, and become the blood sacrifice to enhance his cultivation and extend his lifespan. Oomph. Oomph. Just then, a strange sound echoed through the air. Fengxue turned to look. Behind her, a small white pig wearing flowery white shorts had appeared out of nowhere. It was about to lift its leg to urinate, but upon seeing Fengxue, it immediately lowered its leg and stood tall with its head held high. However, as a sage, Fengxue sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura emanating from the little white pig. This was the aura of one on the verge of enlightenment. In other words, this little white pig was the strongest and most invincible being in the world, aside from the ancient emperors and revered ancestors of the Forbidden Zone and the current emperor, Li Tian. But the crucial issue. Fengxue was very familiar with this little white pig named Xiaobai, because it was brought home by her former husband, Lin Xuan, 10 years ago, and she had once cared for it for a period of time, so she would never forget its appearance. However, she never imagined that such a cute and adorable little white pig could be a being on the verge of becoming an emperor. Shock. This time, Fengxue was truly shocked. Chapter 37, Ascending to Heavenly Emperor, Lin Xuan's unparalleled combat power revealed. A future emperor. Such a sight was unheard of in ordinary times. It is an existence that can suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths when the great emperor does not emerge. Yet such an existence was kept as a spirit pet by her former husband, Lin Xuan, and even she had once fed it for a period of time. There's no need to speculate. This must be the arrangement of the former father-in-law, the current great emperor, the emperor of the heavens. The purpose is to have it protect his former husband, Lin Xuan, so he won't be killed by the ancient emperors of the Forbidden Zone or other powerful ancient emperors in the cosmos. With a future emperor as its guardian, even a cultivator with the blood of an emperor could become a great being, let alone someone with the blood of an emperor. Therefore, Fengxue dared not imagine how vast her former husband Lin Xuan's future prospects would be, or how powerful his cultivation would become in the end. However, she now deeply regretted her decision. 6 years ago, she must have been out of her mind to believe her brother-in-law and sister and divorce her former husband, Lin Xuan, thus missing out on the opportunity to rule the 9 heavens and 10 earths together with him. Regret. Thinking of this, Fengxue felt utterly regretful. At the same time, she began to harbor the desire to reconcile with her ex-husband, Lin Xuan. But she doesn't know if her ex-husband still loves her. But regardless, they have a daughter together, Tongtong. As long as her father-in-law could rescue their daughter Tongtong from the heavenly emperor this time, she could lower herself and there might still be a chance for reconciliation. Thinking of this, Fengxue shot a sharp glance at her brother-in-law, Yushan. This time, no one would be allowed to disrupt her family again, not her brother-in-law, not her sister. As for Yushan, who had been brutally beaten by the quasi-saint parrot Xiao Wu, he instinctively stepped back when he saw his sister-in-law looking at him again. Though he was once a divine king, he had been beaten into submission and had become a frightened bird. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying aura descended from the cosmic battlefield above. This aura was powerful, and as soon as it pierced through, it seemed as though it could pierce through the 6 realms and penetrate the entire universe. Then, the cosmic battlefield plunged into complete darkness. The entire lower realm trembled, and even the Forbidden Zone showed signs of cracking, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure. Had it not been for the presence of countless emperors and sovereigns who had once appeared in this vast universe, who had deployed countless sovereign-level protective arrays to safeguard this cosmos, along with the existence of some mysterious beings also protecting this cosmos, even the mere descent of this boundless and infinite pressure would cause countless great stars in this entire cosmos to crack. Even stars inhabited by cultivators were no exception. This oppressive aura is far too intense. It felt as though the ancient celestial emperor from myth was surveying the heavens. Even the 4 ancient emperors, who were preparing to exit the Forbidden Zone to attack the holy heavenly cliff, changed their expressions the moment they looked up at the cosmic battlefield. What is happening in the cosmic battlefield? Why is everything pitch black and nothing can be seen? And who has ascended to become a heavenly emperor? The heavenly wolf emperor was the first to speak, and even his voice was filled with shock and astonishment. The celestial emperor is not a realm but the highest status recognized by the Tao, nearly on par with the immortals. A great emperor is recognized by the Tao. However, a heavenly emperor is recognized by the Tao itself. That is the difference. It is said that those who are recognized by the Tao and ascend to become heavenly emperors, regardless of their combat power, gain at least an additional 100,000 years of lifespan. In the end, cultivating immortality is all about lifespan. The ancient emperors of the Forbidden Zones transformed themselves into Forbidden Zones solely for the sake of longevity. If their lifespan were sufficient, why would they endure endless darkness and solitude to transform into the dark sovereigns of the Forbidden Zone? But now, within this world, someone has openly gained the recognition of the Tao and ascended to become a celestial emperor, and has gained an additional 100,000 years of lifespan for no reason. How could the ancient emperors not be excited and envious? If those 10,000 years of lifespan and the title of heavenly emperor were theirs, how wonderful that would be. 10,000 years. That's nothing to an immortal. But for them, the ancient emperors and revered beings of the Forbidden Zone, it is of utmost importance. The cosmic battlefield is now shrouded in darkness, and nothing can be seen. It's unclear who has ascended to become a celestial emperor, and it's also possible that an ancient life-form dwelling in the cosmic battlefield has been recognized by the Tao and ascended to become a celestial emperor. In any case, let's hope it's not the current great emperor of the human race who has ascended to become the celestial emperor. The dragon emperor spoke with a grim expression. Upon hearing the dragon emperor's words, the crocodile emperor, the heavenly demon body Xiongba, and the heavenly wolf emperor all nodded in agreement. They shared the same view as the dragon emperor. Within this universe, no matter who gains the recognition of the Tao and ascends to become a heavenly emperor. But it must not be the current human emperor, Emperor Lidi, who ascends to become a heavenly emperor. He was already a great emperor of this era, with not only vibrant vital energy but also immense combat power. It took a supreme ruler of an forbidden domain, along with 11 ancient emperors and ancient reverends from the forbidden realms, to surround and eliminate him, giving them a chance at victory. If he were to be recognized by the Tao and ascend to become an unparalleled heavenly emperor in the entire history of cultivation, then their days as ancient emperors and ancient revered ones of the forbidden zones would truly be over. Therefore, they would rather believe that an ancient existence dwelling in the cosmic battlefield had ascended to the rank of heavenly emperor than acknowledge that Lin Xuan had done so. I hope it is our Forbidden Land Emperor Heavenly Sovereign who has ascended to Heavenly Emperor. At that time, our Forbidden Land will ascend another level and evolve into a mythical immortal sanctuary. At that moment, the voice of the ancient Emperor of Time echoed, filled with supreme authority. He was the only ancient emperor who had exchanged blows with Lin Xuan without being killed, so his words carried immense authority among the ancient emperors and ancient lords who had emerged. Upon hearing his words, ancient emperors and ancient reverends from the eternal forbidden realm, the divine forbidden realm, and the dragon netherworld who met his criteria all agreed that the one most likely to ascend to the rank of heavenly emperor in this era, aside from the ancient beings in the cosmic battlefield, was none other than the heavenly emperor of the forbidden realm. After all, this was an extremely ancient and supreme existence. Even in his own era, he was likely already a heavenly emperor or an immortal. Now that he has emerged, it is only natural for him to return to his rightful position as a heavenly emperor. And Supreme Heavenly Emperor has already emerged within the current cosmic battlefield. Unless it is the human emperor, even if an immortal were to descend, they could not save the human emperor. It seems that heaven intends to destroy the human race. Even if the human race produces an emperor in this world, it cannot change the fate of the human race. Everyone, there is no need to wait. Let us launch the dark cataclysm immediately. I can't wait to feast. Especially Saint Tianya, I can't wait to go there. The crocodile emperor spoke cruelly as his gaze fell upon them. After being utterly shocked, he came to terms with the present reality. For him, the position of heavenly emperor and 10,000 years of lifespan were far too distant, far less appealing than emerging into the world to devour the blood-soaked beings of the outside realm. Especially the holy Tianya cliff where the current emperor dwells, which must be filled with delicious food, making him even more eager to go. Boom! Just as the crocodile emperor finished speaking, a terrifying golden figure of the heavenly emperor suddenly appeared in the sky. It descended from the cosmic battlefield without warning, aiming to crush and kill the crocodile emperor. The human race's current great emperor, you're still alive? Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the divine form, the crocodile emperor roared in anger. As he roared, 3 ancient emperor corpses fell from the sky, crashing down before the crocodile emperor. The current great emperor, Lin Xuan, once again achieved a triple kill on the cosmic battlefield, slaying 3 ancient emperors and ancient revered beings in a single day, setting an unparalleled record of killing 12 ancient emperor-level beings in a single day. Chapter 38, Shocking the Ancient Princess. Did I cause a major disaster? Did I actually capture the human emperor's daughter? It was my 3 fellow cultivators from the Eternal Forbidden Zone, the Imperial Heavenly Forbidden Land, and the Demon God Valley, all killed by this human emperor of the present age. The Tao has acknowledged it. He has ascended to the rank of Heavenly Emperor. Gazing at the 3 ancient imperial corpses falling from the sky, the Dragon Emperor spoke softly. In that instant, his expression grew extremely solemn. Because he had truly realized that a true emperor had been born. Before this, he had not been overly concerned about the threat posed by the current emperor Lin Xuan. Because he was the Dragon Emperor who possessed ancient dragon blood within him. He was just one step away from becoming a divine being. But now, Lin Xuan had not only been recognized by the Tao and ascended to the position of Heavenly Emperor. Moreover, in such a short time, he had already slain 3 ancient emperors and ancient revered beings, making him a formidable enemy. Ah! Just as the Dragon Emperor was lost in thought, the agonizing screams of the Crocodile Emperor echoed through the air. The Crocodile Emperor's arm had been shattered and crushed, with a torrent of blood gushing out. The surrounding mountains and even the space itself had been shattered, revealing just how terrifying the blood of the ancient emperor from the Forbidden Zone was. He frantically fled toward the Forbidden Zone, attempting to hide within it. He cried out, "Dragon Emperor, save me!" The ruler of the eternal Forbidden Land was an invincible being, but he had always been in a deep slumber and rarely awoke. Among the ancient emperors who had awakened in the eternal Forbidden Zone, the Dragon Emperor was the strongest and had the greatest chance of saving him, so the Crocodile Emperor shouted for help. As the Crocodile Emperor cried out, 7 or 8 beams of light erupted from the eternal Forbidden Zone, emanating from different ancient emperors, attempting to block the single strike of the Heavenly Emperor's divine form in the sky. The eternal Forbidden Land is home to the greatest number of ancient emperors and ancient reverends, all of whom are extremely powerful, and each of their attacks is incredibly domineering. However, none of them could withstand the attack. The 7 or 8 beams of light were instantly reduced to smoke upon approaching the Celestial Emperor's divine form, as if they had never existed at all. Additionally, within the celestial and terrestrial divine form where Lin Xuan had descended, the sound of the Tao echoed, exerting immense pressure on the ancient emperors and ancient reverends. It felt as though they were facing the vast and intangible Tao, causing an inexplicable sense of fear to arise within their hearts. This was an unprecedented occurrence. They were ancient emperors and revered sages, once supreme beings who had once intimidated the 9 heavens and 10 earths. How could such a sense of dread arise within them? Though the ancient emperors and revered sages remained silent, they all realized that a true formidable enemy had been born at this moment. And this person was none other than the current emperor Lin Xuan. Or more accurately, he should be referred to as Lin Tiandi. For he had already ascended to the rank of heavenly emperor and his status alone already surpassed theirs. This emperor refuses to accept this. Some ancient emperors sighed softly. He had once intimidated the heavens and earth but had never been recognized by the Tao to advance to the rank of heavenly emperor. Yet now, a human emperor from a later generation has become a heavenly emperor and he has already posed a direct threat to them. This makes him utterly unwilling to accept his fate. Moreover, he was no longer young and did not wish to risk his life in battle against the other. If it were in the past, he would have already gone out to challenge the other party head-on. Master! A loud shout echoed through the eternal forbidden zone, and a golden figure shot into the sky, confronting the celestial emperor's divine form descending from the heavens. This was a golden divine crocodile, possessing the strength of a quasi-emperor at the 5th level. It was the crocodile emperor's loyal follower and right-hand man, the golden crocodile emperor. It was also the vanguard general the crocodile emperor had prepared for his future invasion of the immortal realm, utterly loyal. Upon seeing its master in danger, it immediately charged forward. As it charged forward, a divine form appeared above its head, a shattered fragment of spacetime, resembling the ancient, mythical era of the primordial ages. Within it, countless divine crocodiles were offering sacrifices to the heavens. In the instant the divine form surged, beams of divine light erupted, enveloping the golden crocodile emperor, making it resemble an ancient divine being. This was the crocodile emperor's unique divine light technique, unleashed by the golden crocodile emperor to resist Lin Xuan's suddenly appearing emperor's divine form. On his back, a quasi-emperor level artifact appeared, a golden cauldron with 5 legs, engraved with the mythical ancient golden crow. Upon its emergence, the golden crow within seemed to come to life, transforming into countless suns that shot into the sky. As the golden crows soared into the sky, the entire eastern region grew scorching hot, causing many saints to break out in sweat. Crack! However, there was still only a crack. Lin Xuan's heavenly emperor's divine form stomped down, shattering the golden crocodile quasi-emperor, his golden light technique, and the golden cauldron into fragments. The golden crocodile's figure eventually turned into a blood mist, causing even the ancient emperors and ancient reverends dwelling in the eternal forbidden zone to furrow their brows. They had chosen to transform into the giants of the forbidden zone, which had already proven they had no hearts left. Their hearts had long since turned to ice. Yet even so, the scene before them still felt incredibly brutal. And the methods of the current emperor Lin Xuan were particularly cruel. He had consecutively slain the ancient emperors of the forbidden zone and now, in his celestial emperor's form, had charged into the eternal forbidden zone itself. This clearly showed that he did not regard any of the 10 forbidden zones of the eastern domain as worthy of his attention. He was far too powerful. Oomph! The crocodile emperor roared in anger. As a sovereign-level powerhouse, he had no way out now and could only fight to the end. With his roar, a sacred mountain within the eternal forbidden zone was lifted by his great divine power, charging toward the heavenly emperor's divine form in the sky, intending to shatter it. Within the sacred mountain, the laws of time flowed, capable of causing all things in the heavens and earth to age instantly. Even the divine form of an emperor would not be spared, as the laws of time within the mountain would erase it. As one of the 10 forbidden lands of the eastern region, even a single peak within the eternal forbidden zone was heavier than an ordinary star. Even thousands of ordinary cultivators couldn't lift a single pebble from it. Yet the crocodile emperor directly used his great divine power to summon it forth, clearly demonstrating the terror of his divine power and his unmatched might. At the same time, his body transformed into a gigantic divine crocodile, its scales shimmering like a dragon as it soared into the sky, aiming to charge directly into the cosmic battlefield to confront Lin Xuan's true form. He was, after all, a legendary ancient emperor-level existence and the sole heir to the divine crocodile bloodline in this realm. He refused to die so easily under Lin Xuan's imperial avatar, seeking instead to engage his true form in a decisive battle to the death. As an ancient emperor, even if he had to die, he wanted to die gloriously, dying in a battle against the current emperor, rather than being suppressed and killed by the emperor's divine form in such a humiliating manner. He forced the crocodile emperor's true form to break free from the eternal forbidden zone. It seems this current great emperor is truly a formidable foe. Fortunately, the other forbidden zones did not stand idly by and intervened in time. Otherwise, even if our demon god Valley alone could kill this current emperor, we would have exhausted all our ancient emperor's foundations. But how could the current supreme emperor be so bold as to kill ancient emperors and ancient reverends of the forbidden zones? Could it be that Lin Tong is truly the human race's current imperial princess? And this emperor of the heavens is the so-called worthless young cultivator mentioned by the young master of the Shao family? Shao Qi, the young master of the Shao family, you have truly brought misfortune upon my demon god Valley and the 10 forbidden zones of the eastern region. If the demon god Valley survives this calamity, this imperial princess will personally enter your Shao clan and flay your skin alive. Demon god Valley. The witch watched through the array as the crocodile emperor rose into the sky like a dragon from the eternal forbidden zone, her heart filled with astonishment. For the first time in her life, she felt a terrifying aura surging within her. For she sensed that the current emperor's assault on the life forbidden zone was highly unusual. He was not hiding his true strength, but instead was using every means at his disposal to break into their demon god Valley. This was enough to prove that the demon god Valley had touched his Achilles heel. And the only ones who could be the emperor's Achilles heel were his beloved children or descendants. And the human from the eastern domain, Lin Tong, who had been captured by the demon god Valley, also bore the surname Lin. Now that the human emperor was attacking the forbidden zone with such ferocity, there must be a profound connection between the two. When she thought that Lin Tong might be the princess of a human emperor, the witch felt an inexplicable sense of dread deep within her heart. Chapter 39, The Forbidden Zone Shakes. Is the monkey Lin Xuan raised a near emperor of the ninth heavenly realm? As the ancient princess of the Forbidden Zone, the witch had always been fearless. But now, she was truly afraid. Because 12 ancient emperors of the Forbidden Zone have already been killed. And that doesn't even include the crocodile emperor who was about to be killed. And even a quasi-emperor 5th rank powerhouse, in the presence of a human emperor, is like an ant. They can't withstand a single touch, no matter how extraordinary your techniques may be. Too powerful. The human emperor of this era is truly too powerful. The witch now believes that even if her own father, the peerless ruler of the demon god Valley and an invincible existence from before ancient times, were to intervene personally, he might not be able to suppress this human emperor. The crucial point is that this current human emperor has vibrant vital energy and a lifespan of over 10,000 years. As long as he doesn't die, everything she has done today will inevitably be settled by him in the future. Even though she is the biological daughter of an ancient emperor, she cannot withstand the reckoning of a current human emperor. But now that the situation has reached this point, the mistake has already been made. Even if Lin Tong is the daughter of the current human emperor and the imperial princess of the human race, it is absolutely impossible to let the demon god Valley release him. First, the Forbidden Zone has always been powerful, and the demon god Valley within it is one of the strongest in terms of combat strength. Releasing someone would mean the demon god Valley is admitting defeat, and that is something the demon god Valley cannot afford to do. Second, to stop the human emperor from invading the demon god Valley, 12 ancient emperors from the 4 forbidden zones, the Eternal Forbidden Zone, the Death Spirit Valley, the Imperial Heaven, and the Dragon's Underworld have already died in battle. In such a situation, if the demon god Valley suddenly surrenders and releases the person, how will it face the other forbidden zones afterward? It might even provoke a joint assault from the ancient emperors of these forbidden zones. Therefore, the demon god Valley has no other choice but to continuously dispatch the great beings from the forbidden zones to cooperate with the ancient emperors and ancient lords of the other forbidden zones and fight to the death against the human emperor. As long as we wear them down to death and eliminate the human emperor, this matter will be settled. Otherwise, our good days will come to an end. Woo! At that moment, the entire world suddenly let out a mournful cry, and the heavens and earth turned blood red. Blood tears streamed down from the sky, as if the heavens themselves were bleeding. The crocodile emperor is dying. Seeing this, the witch was startled and thought to herself. This celestial anomaly was a sign that an ancient emperor or a great emperor of the human race was about to die. The witch had seen such descriptions in ancient texts in her family's library. When the other 12 ancient emperors had died, the heavens had also been filled with this sorrowful intent, but it had been devoured by the ruler of the mythical forbidden zone, the Sea of Demon Desires, and thus had not spread throughout the entire universe. However, the ruler of the mythical forbidden zone, the Demon Desire Sea, was undergoing an extremely bizarre transformation, and had not consumed this sorrowful aura of an ancient emperor's impending death. As a result, the sorrowful aura spread throughout the universe, and the witch, being the daughter of an ancient emperor, felt it particularly strongly. This is because her father, the ancient emperor, had undergone several death transformations in the past, causing such sorrow to emerge in the heavens and earth. Now, this sorrow is extremely intense, compounded by the current predicament faced by the crocodile emperor. The witch deduced that the supreme being who had attained imperial status within the forbidden zone was about to die. Even if several ancient emperors and ancient reverends within the eternal forbidden zone intervened, they would be unable to protect him from death. More importantly, the true form of the human emperor is currently engaged in a fierce battle with other ancient emperors on the cosmic battlefield. This alone demonstrates the terrifying might of the current human emperor. Thinking of this, the witch's face turned pale, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Roar! In the eternal forbidden zone, the dragon's roar echoed, and the aura of the ancient emperors pierced through the 8 corners of the universe. The dragon emperor, an existence equal to the eternal sovereign within the eternal forbidden zone, transformed into a colossal dragon that obscured the sky. His roar tore apart the heavens, charging straight into the sky and attacking Lin Xuan's celestial emperor's divine form. He had originally intended to remain neutral, observing the battle quietly and seeking to comprehend the even more profound and enigmatic imperial arts of the supreme sovereign. However, now that Lin Xuan had ascended to the rank of Heavenly Emperor and was so overwhelmingly powerful, he had no choice but to intervene. If this continued, the great powers of his Forbidden Zone would once again be outnumbered, which was not a good thing. The Dragon Emperor, as the supreme expert and leader of the Eternal Forbidden Zone, possessed the blood of an ancient mythical true dragon. As he moved, he sealed off the heavens and earth, halting the flow of cosmic energy. A massive ancient sword erupted from his dragon mouth, emitting the ancient dragon clan's sacrificial seal, and together with his dragon claws, it fiercely struck toward Lin Xuan's colossal Heavenly Emperor's divine form. At that moment, the world felt an overwhelming sense of dread and the might of a dragon from the mythical realm, as if the entire heavens and earth were being dominated by a colossal dragon, causing everyone's consciousness to freeze. This feeling was extremely unsettling. It's the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor has intervened. With him intervening, he must be able to save the Crocodile Emperor and give him a taste of his power. Within the Eternal Forbidden Zone, servants dressed in ancient attire cried out in shock. The Dragon Emperor was an existence of supreme authority, equal to the sovereign in their hearts. With his intervention, he will certainly save the Crocodile Emperor and give the current human emperor a taste of his power. The heavens and earth are vast, and I am the ruler of the heavens. Where I am, the heavens and earth are at my command. Where I stand, the 9 hells demon gods are at my command. The celestial and earthly prison dissolve. At that moment, an ancient voice echoed from the highest point of the cosmic battlefield. As the ancient voice echoed, a celestial prison suddenly formed, attempting to envelop the entire cosmic battlefield. It is our master who has acted. It turns out that our master entered the cosmic battlefield before the human emperor and secured the high ground. Now that our master has intervened, the human emperor is doomed. Upon hearing this voice, a servant in the Imperial Heavenly Forbidden Zone rejoiced and shouted. But before the servant could finish speaking, a massive staff swept toward him, striking him dead with a single blow. After sweeping the servant to death with a single strike, a towering monkey wielding a staff leaped into the air, crossing 10,800 li in a single bound, transitioning from the Imperial Heaven Forbidden Zone to the Holy Sky Horizon. This was a monkey with red fur all over its body. Though it did not appear very old and had not yet developed into human form, its combat power was incredibly formidable. It had struck down the slave of the Imperial Heavenly Forbidden Zone without any warning, leaving the other slaves there utterly shocked. A monkey from the Holy Heavenly Realm? The monkey raised by the human emperor is actually a quasi-emperor of the 9th Heavenly Realm? The human emperor's methods are truly extraordinary. At this moment, it wasn't just the servants in the Huangtian Forbidden Zone who were shocked, even the ancient emperors in the other forbidden zones were astonished, saying the same thing. After all, this monkey, no matter how one looked at it, was clearly the monkey raised by the human emperor of the Holy Heavenly Cliff. Its appearance was identical to that of a monkey raised by humans, with not a single trace of ancient tribal characteristics. Yet even this monkey, raised by a human emperor, possessed the cultivation level of a quasi-emperor at the 9th heaven. This truly demonstrated how powerful the human emperor's abilities were and how terrifying his backup plans were. This caused the ancient emperors and ancient lords of the other restricted zones to ponder deeply. Ah! At that moment, a piercing scream echoed through the air, followed by droplets of blood spurting out. The colossal crocodile emperor, whose form had expanded to infinite proportions, plummeted from the sky in agony. A golden palm struck through its spine, sending it crashing down from the heavens. That was Lin Xuan's Heavenly Emperor's divine form unleashing its power, piercing through the combined efforts of the two powerful beings, the Emperor of Heaven and the Dragon Emperor, and violently piercing the Crocodile Emperor's spine. In his agonizing screams, the blood on the Crocodile Emperor's body surged like a tidal wave, and his soul was completely annihilated, meeting a tragic end. At that moment, the sorrow in the heavens and earth grew even more intense, signifying that another emperor had perished in this forbidden realm. Chapter 40, Daughter's Memories Awaken. Was she actually a true immortal from the celestial realm? The heavens and earth are wailing. What has happened? Has another ancient emperor of the Forbidden Zone been defeated? Our human race's current emperor is truly invincible. What emperor? He can be called a heavenly emperor. That's right. Our human emperor has been recognized by the Tao, and even his divine form is that of a heavenly emperor. He truly deserves the title of Heavenly Emperor. Now that our human emperor has ascended to Heavenly Emperor, our human race is destined to rise. The human race of the Eastern region. Upon sensing the sorrow in the heavens and the scenes from the Forbidden Zone, cultivators above the level of divine kings began discussing the matter. Everyone's words were filled with joy. Since the birth of the human race, they have been endlessly oppressed by demons, monsters, and the creatures of the Forbidden Zone, reduced to mere sustenance for demons, monsters, and the ancient emperors and revered beings of the Forbidden Zone. Even their eastern region's top prodigy, Lin Tong, had been captured by the Forbidden Zone. It could be said that if it weren't for the human race producing a great emperor every few 10,000 years, the human race would have been on the brink of extinction. But now, things have changed. The human race has produced a heavenly emperor who can protect the human race for at least tens of thousands of years. During this period, if the human race continues to produce more prodigies, their status will steadily rise. Therefore, At this moment, not only the human race's powerful beings like the divine kings, saints, and quasi-emperors are thrilled, but even those on the verge of attaining enlightenment are overjoyed. As for the other cultivators below the level of God King, they all chanted in unison, Heavenly Emperor. Lin Heavenly Emperor. Has the current great emperor been recognized by the Tao and ascended to become a heavenly emperor? What a pity I have no chance to befriend him. If he were to bestow me with a fragment of his longevity technique, this old man could live a few more years. Before the holy Tanya Valley, an old man suddenly appeared, gazing at the celestial emperor's divine form within the eternal forbidden land and murmured softly. Above his head, a storm of lightning and wind swirled, revealing his cultivation at the second level of the quasi-emperor realm. He was none other than the founder of the Qiyu sect and the former master of Fengxue, Lin Xuan. He had a peculiar hobby, he enjoyed eating his disciples. The elite disciples he had cultivated were all devoured by him as blood offerings. Now, he had come for his own saintly disciple, Fengxue. This disciple is the only female saint in the eastern region, and her cultivation level surpasses even those he personally cultivated in the past. If she were to become his blood offering, his cultivation would undergo a massive boost. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The only thing that left him regretting was he did not recognize the current human emperor, Li Tian. If he could obtain his teachings, he could enjoy life for a while longer. Human emperor, are you really going to exterminate me in my forbidden zone? Don't forget that my master's cultivation is no weaker than yours. Once he awakens, it will be the day of your demise. Just then, an ancient creature from the eternal forbidden zone spoke out. Its form was colossal, resembling 10,000 mountains merged into one. Its face was hideously ugly, resembling a pig's head, and it bore the features of a demon from the underworld. Its body emitted an eerie aura that, when unleashed, filled the sky with a layer of ghostly energy. Is this the Ghost Emperor? It is said to be formed from the yin-yang energies of the underworld, and after attaining enlightenment, it became an emperor. It is rumored that it practices the ghost path, and its status is comparable to the mythical 12 ghost emperors of the underworld. I never imagined he actually existed. Other ancient emperors from the forbidden zones, upon seeing this ancient creature within the eternal forbidden zone, immediately grew solemn and spoke. The ancient emperor who spoke was massive in stature, resembling the chaos of myth, and emanated a terrifying aura, nearly on par with a divine being. The eternal forbidden zone is truly awe-inspiring. This is another invincible existence capable of challenging the great emperors of the present age. Other ancient emperors from the forbidden zones echoed his words. Boom! The heavens and earth thundered, as if the entire universe had been shattered. The celestial form manifested a gigantic hand, which crashed down with tremendous force. Within that giant hand, the character emperor appeared, erupting with divine light of unimaginable power, enveloping the entire eternal forbidden zone, as if intent on refining it. The ghost emperor was completely enveloped by the overwhelming imperial light. The heavenly emperor's god-slaying technique. Without the need for Lin Xuan's true form to intervene, the technique was directly unleashed by the heavenly emperor's divine form, aiming to exterminate all gods and demons in the heavens and earth. The heavenly emperor's divine form stood high above, gazing down upon all worlds with disdain, not even glancing at the ghost emperor. Human emperor, dare you! The ghost emperor roared furiously, his colossal body soaring into the sky, and he struck out with a massive seal, an ancient imperial weapon with the potential to ascend to the rank of quasi-immortal. As soon as it was unleashed, it obscured the sky, and the seal erupted with endless demonic roars. Countless vengeful spirits were trapped within, as if the gates of the underworld had been opened, and countless evil spirits were about to emerge. Within, terrifying flames raged. This was the yin-yang ghost fire, capable of incinerating everything in the mortal world, drawn from the underworld and these spirits. Ordinary human emperors who had recently attained enlightenment were utterly powerless against such a terrifying ancient imperial weapon. However, the ghost emperor was now acting defensively, not seeking to break through the opponent's celestial emperor's divine form, but merely aiming to drive them away. As an ancient emperor of unparalleled might, fighting a celestial emperor's divine form was already a great disgrace. If he couldn't even force the opponent's divine form to retreat, that would be a complete disgrace. Crack! A terrifying explosion echoed out, and the heavenly emperor's divine form's gigantic hand erupted with endless divine light, instantly shattering the ancient imperial weapon that was about to ascend to the rank of quasi-divine artifact. The immortal reincarnation fist. This strike contained two techniques, and when they merged, they shattered the ancient emperor's weapon that the ghost emperor had unleashed. As for the ghost emperor's body, it was sealed, rendering his continuous roars useless. Before him appeared numerous large stars, which were the stars he had melted into his body after attaining enlightenment. Now he released them to block Lin Xuan's heaven and earth divine form strike. Crack! The entire universe seemed to be pierced through, and the heavenly emperor's divine form transformed into a palm print, violently striking outward. Ah! The distinctive, universe-shattering screams of the ancient emperor echoed out. The ghost emperor's head was shattered, and endless rolled out, his massive body crashing into the eternal forbidden zone, shattering the mountains within. Another ghost emperor falls. The 10 forbidden zones of the eastern domain suddenly fell silent. At that moment, all the ancient emperors were stunned by Lin Xuan's terrifying combat power, and no one dared to speak. The dragon emperor sighed and vanished into the shadows. He had personally intervened to protect the crocodile emperor but failed. Now, the current emperor had slain one of the ancient emperors from his eternal forbidden zone, leaving him with no face to act further. With a deafening roar, divine light surged as Lin Xuan's heavenly emperor's palm print, which had shattered the ghost empress, did not dissipate. Instead, it swept across the entire eastern region's 10 forbidden zones, piercing through the void and disappearing. This was both a warning and a threat. If any ancient emperor dared to act or provoke again, it would be eradicated like the ghost emperor and crocodile emperor. This was a warning from the invincible might of a contemporary great emperor. Even the ancient emperors of the forbidden zones fell silent. The scent of immortality. What's happening outside? How could the aura of immortals appear? I remember now I was once a reincarnation of a great celestial king from the celestial realm. If that is the case, how can this mere forbidden zone possibly confine me? Demon God Valley. As Lin Xuan's massive palm print shattered the void and vanished, a shroud of divine energy enveloped the eastern region and Demon God Valley. In that instant, Lin Tong's mind was flooded with memories from her past life. In her previous life, she had been a great celestial king of the celestial realm. During her seclusion, she had been attacked by other immortal kings, great demons, sustaining injuries that led to her being rescued by fellow immortal realm cultivators and falling into the cycle of reincarnation. As the memories of her past life surged, the aura in Lin Tong's eyes grew icy, and divine light began to emanate from her body. She struggled to break free from the restrictions binding her and attempted to ascend directly to the immortal realm. Once she enters the celestial realm, she will face divine retribution and completely eradicate the demonic valley, the forbidden zone of the mortal world. Chapter 41, The reveal of Lin Xuan and Lin Tong's father-daughter relationship shocks the world. Rage. At this moment, Lin Tong, who had awakened the memories of a former celestial king and empress, was filled with anger. She was once a legendary celestial king. In the celestial realm, she was once an unmatched warrior who had defeated all opponents across the 3 realms. Even when she was ambushed by a pure deity and severely injured, she endured it. But now she is imprisoned by a lowly insect from the lower realms? The demon god Valley and the witch, how dare they? In an instant, the entire world changed color. A mysterious vortex appeared in the sky, and the ancient celestial realm began to emerge. A celestial gate floated out of the clouds, appearing and disappearing. This was the sight of someone whose cultivation had reached the level of an immortal, preparing to fly into the celestial realm. In that instant, countless powerful beings from the demon, demonic, and human races were startled. The gate to the celestial realm has opened. Is someone about to become an immortal? Has someone become an immortal? Can you take this old man alone? Immortals? Are there truly immortals in this world? Countless powerful beings discussed the matter. There were also countless powerful beings watching from afar. But this is indeed a major event. It was as significant as the current emperor pointing his sword at the ancient emperors of the forbidden zones. Becoming an immortal is the ultimate goal of all cultivators. Especially for the ancient creatures and ancient emperors and ancient lords of the forbidden zones, who have been clinging to life within the forbidden zones, waiting for the gates of immortality to open to become immortals. And now, with the gates of immortality faintly opening, they would not miss such an opportunity. Roar! With a loud roar, a forbidden zone ancient creature resembling a whale let out a mighty cry and soared into the sky, aiming to charge through the celestial gate. Its body was clad in a suit of armor forged from celestial metal that had fallen to the mortal realm, now emitting divine light as it propelled its body closer to the celestial gate. It is a powerful being from the dragon's underworld, its strength nearly matching that of an ancient emperor. I wonder if it can break through this immortal gate and ascend to immortality? The heavenly wolf emperor gazed at the massive ancient creature and spoke. Upon hearing the heavenly wolf emperor's words, the heavenly demon body Xiong Ba and the dragon emperor both turned their gaze toward the ancient creature, their eyes filled with anticipation. They had lived for countless ages. They had experienced more than one divine ascension scam. Some of these immortality scams were orchestrated by ancient emperors from other forbidden zones, aiming to hunt down ancient creatures from other forbidden zones and kill them when they were injured while attempting to pass through the immortal gate. Therefore, although the immortal gate had appeared now, they dared not rush in recklessly. Instead, they watched and waited to see the outcome of the great figures from the dragon's underworld as they attempted to pass through the immortal gate. The immortal gate has opened. As a quasi-emperor, I must seize this opportunity and enter the immortal realm. A quasi-emperor from another ancient star gazed at the celestial gate in the sky and murmured softly. Then he leaped into the air and charged toward the immortal gate. He was prepared, summoning a green gold gourd of the immortal way, which emitted a blinding light and fire, shielding him as he charged toward the immortal gate. This immortal Dao green gold gourd actually possessed a trace of the might of an unparalleled divine weapon, causing the surrounding space to shatter into pieces. Go down! The ancient creature roared, causing a shower of divine light to fall from its body. The quasi-emperor fought back with all his might, summoning the celestial green gold gourd with a trace of the divine weapon's power to resist. Boom! But he could not withstand it. With a deafening explosion, his quasi-divine artifact, imbued with the power of a divine weapon, shattered like a turtle shell, revealing large cracks. The quasi-emperor's form exploded in mid-air. Without being close to a royal path expert, one simply couldn't stand a chance. SSS. Seeing this scene, the other cultivators drew in their breath in horror and dared not venture into the divine gate alongside the ancient creature resembling a whale from the dragon demon netherworld. He's inside. His upper body is inside. This immortal gate is real. Ugh, he was slain by the divine laws within the divine gate. How could this be? Even such a powerful being cannot enter. We have no hope at all. I hate it. The immortal gate is clearly open, yet we can't enter. I hate it. I hate it too. My entire family hates it. At that moment, some cultivators let out cries of shock, but soon they all turned into wails of grief. At first, when they saw the ancient creature resembling a whale with half its body entering the divine gate, they all believed that they might attain immortality in this lifetime. But now, seeing the ancient whale-like creature being annihilated, they all felt despair. Meanwhile, in the heavens above, on the left side of the cosmic battlefield, the celestial gate had opened even wider, resembling the ancient heavenly gates of myth and legend. Within, figures flickered, seemingly ancient celestial soldiers standing guard. However, it seemed that terrifying laws were woven within the heavenly gate, making it impossible for those from the lower realms to ascend. This left cultivators from all the heavens and worlds itching with desire. Ding! The immortal gate has opened on its own. The host may seize the opportunity to enter the immortal realm. Once inside, the host will attain the cultivation level of a quasi-immortal king. Please act swiftly. In the cosmic battlefield, the system's alert suddenly sounded. The system, which had been silent for a long time, urged the host, Lin Xuan, to quickly become an immortal. Once Lin Xuan becomes an immortal, it will have fulfilled its mission. It didn't want to stay in the lower realms anymore. No way. Lin Xuan's response was simple. If he wanted to become an immortal, he would have pressed the system button and ascended to immortality 6 years ago when the system first offered him the opportunity. The reason he didn't become an immortal was because he still had unresolved matters in this lower realm. If he became an immortal, what would happen to his daughter Tongtong? Especially now, with Tongtong still in the forbidden demon god valley, he couldn't possibly become an immortal. Ding, the system has detected immortal beings from the immortal realm attacking the immortal gate. The immortal gate will be permanently sealed in 59 seconds, and the host will no longer be able to become an immortal. The countdown has begun. 59, 58, 57. The host has 56 seconds remaining. The immortal gate will permanently close. Are you certain you wish to abandon your chance to become an immortal? The system prompt sounded again. Close it. Lin Xuan spoke calmly, his gaze turning toward the demon god valley in the human realm. There was his little cotton coat. How could he become an immortal alone? I see it. I see the face of the supreme emperor of the human race. So he is the Lin God King, the father of Lin Tong, the prodigy of the eastern region. Ah, my eyes. It's him? Isn't he the God King? How could he have attained enlightenment and become an emperor? Who said a God King can't become an emperor? That was just his way of hiding his true strength and deceiving the ancient emperor of the Forbidden Zone. If not for that, he would likely been killed by the ancient emperor. Just as Lin Xuan turned around, a sage from an ancient imperial clan saw his true form through the array and cried out in shock. 2 streams of blood tears flowed down from his eyes, which was the consequence of him peering into the supreme heavenly secrets through the great emperor's array. However, the news that Lin Xuan was the son of Lin Xuan, the celestial prodigy of the eastern domain, was also conveyed through his mouth and began to spread across other stars, even reaching the life ancient star where Lin Xuan and Fengxue were located. Once the news spread, the entire universe trembled. The true identity of the current emperor Lin Xuan was finally exposed, and his origins were completely revealed. The reason behind his decisive attack on the Forbidden Zone Demon God Valley was now crystal clear. As in Supreme Emperor, Lin Xuan's reason for acting out of anger could only be that his beloved daughter had been captured and taken to the Forbidden Zone Demon God Valley. This was a massive upheaval that swiftly spread across the 8 corners of the universe. Father, farewell, mother. I was once a divine being of the divine realm. Now that my memories have awakened, I must return to the divine realm to settle some old scores. However, the immortal realm is perilous, and I may face the danger of perishing on this journey. If I perish this time, I will be reborn as your daughter in the next life. However, next time, Tongtong hopes that the 2 of you will not divorce. It would be nice for the 3 of us to live happily together as a family. In the Demon God Valley, within a stone house, Lin Tong's gaze pierced through all the obstacles of the Demon God Valley, gazing at the celestial gate appearing in the sky above, and spoke softly. As she spoke, Lin Tong's clothes turned white, and the shoes on her feet dissolved into feathers. She stepped barefoot into the air, her body floating upward, about to fly toward the celestial gate. Chapter 42. Daughter Lin Tong is shocked. Father is the great emperor of the present age, Emperor Li Tian? Immortal. At that moment, Lin Tong was truly divine. Her aura was filled with ethereal energy, completely transformed. As she looked up, ancient creatures in the celestial realm seemed to roar, attempting to block her return. However, as her gaze swept over them, the ancient creatures in the divine realm fell silent, no longer stirring. Within the celestial gate, crimson blood flows out like a tidal wave, flooding back into the celestial realm. The ancient creatures are instantly slain by Lin Tong, whose memories have been awakened. At Lin Tong's feet, a golden lotus bloomed, supporting her as she ascended into the heavens. Guys, can someone make an illustration of this? A daughter ascending into the heavens with a golden lotus under her feet. In the heavens, the illusory forms of divine beasts like dragons, phoenixes, and Shilin began to appear, materializing on various divine mountains. In the heavens and earth, all things began to revive, and even the once withered trees sprouted new branches. In the once desolate areas, various life forces began to surge, signaling the emergence of new life forms. The direction of the cosmic battlefield. That figure is. Lin Tong, whose memories had awakened, scanned the direction of the cosmic battlefield and saw a figure standing alone, surrounded by 10 ancient emperors from the Forbidden Zone, engaged in a life and death battle with him. That figure was someone she knew very well. It was her father, whom she had longed for with all her heart for 6 years in this world. Emperor! So my father is the current great emperor, Emperor Lidi. No wonder Imperial might has been emanating from this realm today. It was my father battling the life Forbidden Zone. He intervened for my sake. Upon seeing the fluctuations of Imperial might surrounding the figure on the cosmic battlefield, Lin Tong couldn't help but whisper. A great emperor who was only 500 years old. Even Lin Tong, who had once been an immortal from the upper realms, was deeply shaken. Let alone the fact that this person was her father in this world. Her eyes were initially filled with astonishment, but she soon regained her composure. In that instant, scenes from the past flashed through Lin Tong's mind. She remembered that year when she was 6 years old. Because she was playing and had wandered alone to a dangerous place near the sacred sky's edge, an ancient dragon of the sage realm had emerged and was about to devour her. But at the critical moment, her father appeared, and the ancient dragon fled in terror. It never appeared again near the sacred sky cliff, and no one knew where it had gone. At that age, she believed her father was the strongest being in the world, capable of driving away any demon or monster. As she grew older, she reflected on the incident and concluded that her father must have possessed a divine weapon surpassing even that of a sage king, which was why he had been able to drive away the ancient dragon of sage-level power. But now, upon reflection, she realized that her father's cultivation was already extremely powerful at the time. A quasi-emperor-level powerhouse suddenly appearing could certainly drive away a saint-level dragon and send it fleeing to the far reaches of the cosmos. No, wait. That old dragon must have been dealt with by her father afterward. Because she remembered that on that day, her father had cooked her a strange soup made from some kind of creature, which must have been dragon meat. It was just that my mother was in seclusion at the time, otherwise she would have been surprised. Father. Lin Tong murmured softly, as memories of her time with her father flooded her mind, filling her heart with endless sweetness. She even felt a lingering attachment to the mortal world, and in that moment, she didn't want to ascend and leave. What's happening? It's so cold. Outside the stone house. At that very moment, the witch suddenly felt an icy chill overtake her body, as if some enormous creature was staring at her, causing cold sweat to break out all over her body. The old woman by her side was no different, with sweat pouring down her forehead and all over her body. Is it the Emperor of the Heavens? Is the Emperor of the Heavens looking down upon my demon god valley? The witch thought this immediately in her heart. As a former imperial princess, in this vast universe, only the ancient emperor of the Forbidden Zone and the current emperor could instill such fear in her. But this feeling was different, leaving her deeply puzzled. As the witch was lost in thought, a temporal portal appeared in the sky, causing all other dimensions in the universe to come to a standstill. Lin Tong glanced in the direction of her father, then took a step forward, ready to leap into the space-time portal and enter the divine realm. But just then, a sharp pain surged through her body, causing her divine consciousness to waver, and memories from her past life began to fade. Even the white robe she wore vanished, replaced by her favorite little yellow dress. Only her bare feet remained exposed, and she had no idea what was happening. Only a figure began to emerge in her mind. It was the figure of the current emperor, Emperor Lidi. Is this the imprint of the current emperor, Emperor Lidi? Why is his imprint in my mind? But this figure looks just like my father. Lin Tongtong rubbed her head, feeling an excruciating headache. She couldn't recall anything that had just happened, only feeling as though she had just woken up from a dream, one in which she had seen her father. Did I fall asleep just now and have a dream? And in the dream, my father was the current emperor, Emperor Li Xiandai. Lin Tong's mind quickly calmed down, her big eyes blinking in astonishment. The idea that the current emperor was her father was something she had never even dared to dream about in her wildest imagination. But just now, for some reason, I actually had such a dream. You must know that her father was merely an Eastern Domain divine king, not some great emperor. It was precisely because of this that her mother, 6 years ago, had heeded the words of her aunt and uncle and abandoned her father, then joined the Abandoned Desire sect. And I endured great hardships to break through the sect's great array and leave the sect, all to return to my father's side. If my father were an emperor, given my mother's personality, how could she have divorced him 6 years ago? And given my aunt and uncle's self-serving nature, if my father were an emperor, they would have been scrambling to curry favor with him back then. Why would they have persuaded my mother to divorce him? No, if my father was truly just a god king, why was I always safe whenever I was with him before? No demons or monsters ever appeared. But when I'm with mother, we constantly encounter powerful demons, and mother nearly perished at the hands of a demon of the same king level. Could it be that father is just incredibly lucky? Is the place he is in always peaceful and harmonious? Plus, father loves fishing, but now that I think about it, he wasn't just catching ordinary fish. Some of them were creatures mentioned in ancient texts as existing only in forbidden zones. Could it be that my father wasn't just fishing for ordinary fish, but also for other ancient creatures from forbidden zones? But then Lin Tong rubbed her chin, feeling more and more uneasy. Her father was too mysterious. Not only had she never encountered any trouble while with him, but the fish he caught were also peculiar, resembling the ancient creatures she had seen in ancient texts about forbidden zones. And these creatures, aside from the ancient forbidden zones, were extremely rare in the current cultivation world. Thinking about it, Lin Tong couldn't help but feel a pang of unease. Because the more she thought about it, the more off it felt. If her father isn't the current emperor, how could there be imperial aura rolling through the heavens at all times? Besides the fact that her father was the emperor of the heavens, how could it be such a coincidence that an emperor was sent to subdue a forbidden zone? Could it be that my father is truly Emperor Lidi? If that is the case, then wouldn't I be the empress of the human race? And mother wouldn't she regret it so much she'd be green with envy? Lin Tong grew increasingly convinced that her father was connected to the current emperor, Emperor Lin Xuan, and that the dream she had just had might not have been a dream at all, but a foretelling of the future. Thinking that her father might be the current emperor, Lin Tong felt both excited and overwhelmed. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the universe, causing the heavens to crack. The divine gate was sealed by a mysterious force. Lin Xuan's golden finger system had acted, sealing the only path leading to the divine realm. From now on, whether they were reincarnated immortals or emperors from the lower realms, none could ever pass through this divine path to enter the divine realm. Host, the divine gate is now sealed. You will never be able to ascend to immortality. Do you regret your choice today? In the cosmic battlefield, within Lin Xuan's mind, the system's voice echoed. No regrets. Lin Xuan's response was calm. Deep within his heart, there was not a single ripple of emotion. Becoming an immortal. This was something even the ancient emperors of the Forbidden Zone coveted greatly. Because becoming an immortal meant eternal life, even immortality, and no longer having to survive in the Forbidden Zone. But for Lin Xuan, nothing in this world was more important than his little cotton coat, Tongtong. Even immortality couldn't compare to his little cotton coat. Moreover, his little cotton coat had come to the Forbidden Zone specifically to meet him. As a father, how could he possibly become an immortal alone at this moment? With this burden on his heart, even if he were to become an immortal, he might not be an immortal but a demon. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's resolute response, even the system fell silent. In this world, there are actually people who refuse to become immortals. Even if it were a plot device, it would be hard to believe such a thing or such a person existed in the world. Moreover, the person it was bound to would gain the cultivation level of a quasi-immortal king once they became an immortal, something countless beings would kill for. Yet he had simply refused? For a moment, the system felt it had never truly understood its host. Alright, since you refuse to become an immortal, my mission is complete. I will now sever the bond with the host. Are you ready? After a long silence, the system's prompt sounded again. It was the Taoist cultivation system. Now that the bound host had attained enlightenment and become an emperor in the lower realm, and the other party refused to become an immortal, its mission had naturally come to an end. You may unbind yourself, but in the future, I will transform the entire human realm into a divine domain. Don't regret it then. Lin Xuan's indifferent voice rang out, silencing the system once more. Since the golden finger in the host had begun, it had always been the golden finger threatening and testing the host. This was the first time it had encountered a host who dared to threaten and test the system itself. Moreover, it seemed to have been tested and failed. Alright, then I'll temporarily refrain from unbinding. I look forward to the host evolving the mortal realm into a divine realm. After a long while, the system made a compromise and no further sounds were heard. In the cosmic battlefield, terrifying imperial waves surged forth, unconditionally attacking the ruler of the imperial heavenly forbidden land, Huang Tian, who was fighting with the sky as his back, along with the other 9 ancient emperors. Lin Xuan unleashed his power. Supreme imperial techniques surged, nearly transforming him into a golden dragon. Imperial waves swirled around him, and he held his own against 10 opponents without faltering. The cosmic battlefield was torn apart, and countless vengeful souls roared in fury. How despicable! The immortal gate has closed, and I cannot ascend to immortality. Since that is the case, human emperor, I shall drink your blood to achieve immortality. At that moment, an ancient empress with eyes on her forehead stared at the closed immortal gate, then charged at Lin Xuan with a ferocious expression. He held a massive halberd in his hand, now attacking Lin Xuan with ferocity. His halberd, along with Lin Xuan's Lishan sword and the ancient bell held by Huang Tian, were all quasi-immortal artifacts. This ancient emperor's cultivation was second only to Huang Tian, and he was extremely fierce. His physical body was incredibly powerful, having been born from the primordial divine stone that emerged during the creation of this world, attaining the status of an emperor. His body contained the supreme divine law, and when he acted, he was like a god. His name was the primordial divine emperor. Now that the immortal gate had opened, he had the opportunity to break through and become an immortal, but he had been held back by Lin Xuan, causing him to miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Therefore, he was furious and determined to kill Lin Xuan. My blood isn't that easy to drink, but if you're in a hurry to the underworld, I can give you a ride. Lin Xuan responded coldly. Then, the area around him began to turn to stone. The giant dragon he had transformed into spat out stone liquid, petrifying everything around him, even the space of the cosmic battlefield. Another imperial-level forbidden ancient technique. Using such a forbidden technique is a suicidal tactic. Even if he is the current emperor, he won't survive this battle. What a pity for such a great emperor of the human race. Within the eternal forbidden zone, the dragon emperor, who had been about to fall into slumber, sensed the commotion and raised his head to look up at the sky above. His words were filled with regret. Although the ancient emperor of the forbidden zone and the current great emperor were fierce rivals, Lin Xuan was simply too powerful, even causing the dragon emperor, an ancient emperor of the forbidden zone, to praise him highly. Now that he had continuously unleashed forbidden techniques, this battle would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Even the dragon emperor found it regrettable. Indeed, there is no one in this world who can unleash an imperial-level forbidden technique in a single day, not even the current human emperor. It seems this battle has no suspense left. The current emperor will fall. Since that is the case, the three of us need not wait any longer. We should set out to eliminate the relatives, disciples, and descendants of this human emperor. The dragon emperor nodded, his voice growing utterly cold. Exactly. The current human emperor is so powerful he must have been very lonely in his life. Since that is the case, let us send his relatives and disciples to accompany him in death. Ha 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 ha. The heavenly demon, Xiongba, nodded and burst into laughter. This proposal is excellent. Let's depart at once. The heavenly wolf emperor spoke in a sinister tone. Haha, since such a good opportunity has arisen, count me in as well. At that moment, another voice rang out. It was the ancient emperor who had nearly been killed by Lin Xuan, Jin Tian. He had narrowly escaped death at Lin Xuan's hands, and now harbored deep hatred toward him. Sensing that Lin Xuan was continuously casting forbidden techniques, he resolved to take revenge, intending to slaughter all of Lin Xuan's descendants and relatives before unleashing the Dark Cataclysm. Alright, since that's the case, let's take you along. We'll go kill this human emperor's consorts and the livestock he raises first, then launch the Dark Cataclysm to devour these human sacrifices we've been raising, haha. The heavenly wolf emperor spoke coldly. Then, four figures emerged from their respective forbidden zones amid laughter. As soon as they stepped out, the ancient emperor's aura surged through the cosmos, filling the universe with a terrifying darkness. At that moment, the world was filled with indescribable fear, sensing that an unprecedented darkness was about to descend. Don't miss the exciting moments. Also, please support us with more bookmarks and free ads. Chapter 43, The Daughter is a Divine Body, Shocking the Ancient Emperors of the Forbidden Zones. For ancient emperors emerged from their respective forbidden zones, their ancient imperial might sweeping across the 8 corners of the universe. Had it not been for the current emperor Lin Xuan holding the fort, the entire universe would have shattered, unable to withstand the combined might of the 4 ancient emperors emerging from the forbidden zones simultaneously. At the same time, the withering aura emanating from their bodies spread throughout the 8 corners of the universe. The 4 great Forbidden Realm ancient emperors have emerged. When the sages and quasi-emperors transmitted the news to their respective ancient life stars, every cultivator on each ancient life star fell into panic. People realized that the dark catastrophe unleashed by the ancient emperors of the life forbidden zones was inevitable. Even my father the emperor has emerged. What are we waiting for? Let's go find the relatives of the human emperor and kill them all to earn great merit before our father emperor. Or let us lead the charge and attack the human emperor's stronghold, the holy heavenly cliff. When the ancient emperor of the Forbidden Zone conveyed the news of his emergence to his offspring who were cultivating outside the Forbidden Zone, the ancient emperor's sons and daughters who were cultivating outside were overjoyed. Some ancient emperor's sons even set out immediately to eliminate some of the human race's cultivation forces. Some ancient emperor's sons, relying on their father's prestige, even headed straight for the holy heavenly cliff, intending to capture it. This ancient emperor's son had already learned from his father that the holy heavenly cliff was the dwelling place of the human emperor. Therefore, he sought to capture this place and establish himself as the first to achieve a great feat in his father's eyes. Good disciple, you have indeed shown great skill in breaking free from your master's tower. Come quickly to your master's side, I will take you to save the young lady Tongtong. at the edge of the holy heavenly cliff. Lin Xuan withdrew his gaze and spoke to Fengxue with a kind smile. Earlier, when the immortal gate opened, he had desperately hoped to enter the gate and become an immortal. However, now that the gate had closed, his hopes of becoming an immortal were shattered. He could only pin his hopes for extending his lifespan on his beloved disciple, Fengxue. As for how Fengxue had escaped the ancient tower's restrictions and how she had arrived here, he didn't care to know. All he wanted now was to devour this disciple before him as a meal to prolong his own lifespan. One of his hands was raised behind his back, with blood flowing from it. In the palm of his hand was a long gash inflicted by a quasi-immortal great treasure sword. Clearly, he had engaged in combat with someone before and had even been injured by a quasi-emperor level powerhouse of the same rank. Ugh! Facing Lin Xuan's gentle appearance, before Fengxue could react, both Fenghuang and Yueshan had already taken a step back, their faces filled with fear. By now, they had a clear understanding of who Lin Xuan truly was. It could be said that this was not a human being at all, but a demon. The closer one got to him, the faster one would die. Good disciple, it's only been a short while. Have you forgotten your master? Are you planning to betray your master's teachings? And don't you want to save the young lady Tongtong? Seeing that Fengxue didn't move, Lin Xuan's eyes grew cold. He extended a large hand, intending to pull Fengxue toward him. Tongtong, there is no need for the old ancestor to save her. She will naturally be rescued by others. Furthermore, I wish to ask the old ancestor, where have the 81 inner disciples under your tutelage gone? Why have I only seen one since I joined the sect? Fengxue spoke calmly. At the same time, a sacred aura surged from her body as she prepared to face off against Lin Xuan. Are you questioning your master? Do you know the consequences of questioning your master? Your little senior sister Qingqing also questioned me in the same way, but in the end she died a very tragic death. Do you intend to follow in her footsteps? Upon hearing Fengshue's question, Lin Xuan's expression immediately grew sharp. At the same time, his left palm manifested a divine form of ancient tower's illusory shadow which flew toward Fengxue, intending to envelop her within its grasp. Is there a fight among the ants below? Among them is a quasi-emperor. Capture him and have him attack Sheng Tianya first to test the waters. As for the rest of the ants, kill them all. At that moment, the figures of the 4 ancient emperors appeared above Fengxue and the others. Among them, the heavenly wolf emperor lowered his gaze and spoke. As he spoke, the heavenly wolf emperor extended his palm and grabbed, unleashing a terrifying force that seized Lin Xuan, who possessed the second realm of the quasi-emperor realm, into his hand. Senior, spare my life. Lin Xuan, who was being held like a chicken by the heavenly wolf emperor, turned pale and begged for mercy. At that moment, he had none of the aura of a founder of a great sect or a quasi-emperor of the second heavenly realm. Seeing Lin Xuan in this state, Fengxue furrowed her brows. She felt utterly foolish. Her so-called former master, the patriarch of the abandoned desire sect, was nothing but a coward, lacking even the dignity of an ordinary human cultivator. A mighty quasi-emperor of the second heavenly realm was actually begging for mercy from the ancient emperor of the Forbidden Zone so easily. However, this also filled her with awe for the methods of the Forbidden Zone ancient emperor and the current emperor. Lin Xuan was at least a quasi-emperor level cultivator, yet in the hands of the Forbidden Zone ancient emperor, he had no power to resist at all, and was grabbed and kicked into the air in an instant. This Forbidden Zone ancient emperor is truly terrifying. When Fengxue looked again, her former husband Lin Xian's little piglet, Xiao Bai, had already left the area and was no longer there. The place was now empty, with only herself and her sister and brother-in-law, who were both terrified and had their expressions completely changed. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened, and a virtual figure appeared above Fengshue's head. It was the figure of a peerless divine empress from the celestial realm. Even just her silhouette alone was enough to make the entire world seem on the brink of destruction. Her eyes were filled with dancing lightning. This was none other than the previous incarnation of Lin Xuan and Fengshue's daughter, Lin Tong, the image of a female emperor from the celestial realm. Lin Tong was ultimately born after Fengxue carried her for 10 months, and their connection was profound. As a result, a mark from Lin Tong's previous life remained within Fengxue, serving to protect her. However, after Fengxue and Lin Xuan divorced, Lin Tong, having learned the truth, harbored resentment toward her mother. As a result, the power of the mark had grown extremely weak, capable of protecting Fengxue only once and unable to safeguard her permanently. What is this? Is this an immortal's mark? How could this woman be connected to immortals? Or is she the reincarnation of an immortal? Upon seeing this faint shadow, the heavenly wolf emperor's expression changed drastically, and he spoke in shock. Though it was merely a shadow, the pressure it exerted was overwhelming. Even the ancient emperors found it difficult to withstand. Immortals were originally just a concept. Yet now, he was personally experiencing what seemed to be the pressure emanating from an immortal. Immortals, immortal kings. This is exactly as described in ancient texts, the mark left by an immortal king from the immortal realm on this woman. Could it be that there truly exists a divine king titan who failed to reincarnate in this world? The heavenly demon's face turned pale, and he spoke with a voice filled with shock and awe. He had once read an ancient text that mentioned events in the upper realm of the immortal realm. Therefore, from this aura, he deduced that the owner of this figure, if in the immortal realm, must be a celestial king, an existence that even the ancient emperors of the lower realms dare not offend. This woman is indeed strange. She is merely a sage, yet she bears such a mark on her body. It seems this world is far more mysterious and unpredictable than we imagined. Perhaps the rumors of immortals reincarnating and being reborn are true. However, our primary objective is to attack the Holy Sky Edge. Let us first secure that region before delving into these mysteries later. The Dragon Emperor nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, the other three emperors nodded. Four figures flew out simultaneously, heading straight for the gates of Shangtianya Mountain. They then ordered the captured Helian Xian to lead the charge, aiming to formally conquer Shangtianya. Don't miss the climax. Chapter 44, The Shocked Ex-Wife, I Was Once an Empress? You ancient emperors, this is merely the former dwelling place of my disciple. Why trouble yourselves to come here? I alone can easily conquer this place and present it to you all. Seeing the four ancient emperors from the forbidden zones forcing him to attack the holy Tianya cliff, Helian Xian immediately bowed and flattered them. He had originally planned to lurk near the Demon God Valley to seize the imperial artifact on Lin Tong's body. However, just an hour ago, a breathtakingly beautiful woman descended from the heavens. She had a graceful figure and an ethereal aura. Lin Xuan prided himself on having seen many beauties. But a woman as beautiful as a celestial being was a first for him. Instantly, his desires stirred, and he acted without hesitation, intending to capture the woman. But he never expected. The woman was also a quasi-emperor. Moreover, she was a powerful quasi-emperor at the third level, far surpassing his own cultivation. She immediately attacked him, swinging her sword toward him. Lin Xuan, who had lived a long life and seen countless sword techniques. But I have never seen such beautiful sword techniques before. To be precise, it was no longer a sword technique but a set of rules imbued with the power of heaven and earth, something only a cultivator at the third level of the emperor realm could activate. Within it, the figure of a fairy danced gracefully. Lin Xuan immediately moved to block it. He even summoned his own quasi-emperor level artifact, which he had spent his entire life refining, to block it. But with a loud crack, the quasi-emperor level artifact he had spent his entire life cultivating, the 9-layered Dao Tower, was directly split open by the woman's sword, turning into scrap metal. Even his palm was sliced by the sword, blood flowing immediately. Fortunately, at that critical moment, a horned, ancient creature from the forbidden zone emerged and directly attacked the woman, giving him the opportunity to escape on a rainbow. Otherwise, he would have perished at the hands of that mysterious quasi-emperor level woman. After escaping, he used his quasi-emperor level techniques to trace their whereabouts and found his disciple Fengxue, his sister Phoenix, and his brother-in-law Yushan. He had originally planned to use the three of them as blood offerings to enhance his cultivation and extend his lifespan, but he never expected to be captured by the four ancient emperors. As a result, he was completely unaware of the rumors circulating in the outside world about the alleged father-daughter relationship between Lin Tong and Lin Xuan. He merely found this place utterly mundane and easily conquered it. The fact that the four ancient emperors had all mobilized together was indeed an overwhelming display of force. Very well, since that is the case, go inside. If you can conquer the dwelling place of the current human emperor, Emperor-lady, I will take you as my disciple, and your status will not be inferior to that of the current human emperor, Emperor-lady. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, the heavenly wolf emperor remained expressionless, speaking calmly. Then, with a wave of his hand, he sent Lin Xuan directly to the entrance of the mountain gate, 3 zhang away. This place was, after all, the dwelling place of the current human emperor's cultivation site. Though it appeared ordinary now, it might still harbor some formidable hidden arrangements. Take that monkey that had gone to the eternal forbidden zone to slay its inhabitants. It was no ordinary creature, having nearly attained enlightenment. Therefore, although the four had come together, they remained extremely cautious. Now, with Lin Xuan, a quasi-emperor of the human race, leading the way, things were much better. The true depth of the human emperor's dwelling place could be tested by him. Is this the Dao field of the current human emperor? Isn't this where my disciple once lived? How could this be the training ground of our human race's current emperor, Emperor-lady? Upon hearing Tianlang Huang's words, Helian Xian couldn't help but feel a moment of shock. He then examined the Holy Heaven Cliff carefully and realized he hadn't mistaken it. This was indeed the Holy Heaven Cliff where his closed-door disciple Fengxue had once lived. He had used his quasi-emperor's power to investigate it when he emerged from seclusion. How could it have transformed into the cultivation site of the current human emperor, Emperor-lady? If this is the cultivation site of the current human emperor, Emperor-lady, then my disciple Fengxue must be the empress. No, she was the empress in the past. Could this be the former emperor's cultivation site? But how come I've never seen him before? As soon as the heavenly wolf emperor spoke, even Fengxue, who was not far from the holy heavenly cliff, was startled. This place was too familiar to her. It was her former home. Here, she had shared countless memories with her former husband Lin Xuan and their daughter Tongtong. But now, this ancient emperor from the Forbidden Zone claims that this is the late emperor's training ground? This made her feel something was off. But she couldn't put her finger on exactly what it was. Isn't this Lin Xuan's home? How could it be the Tao field of the Emperor of the Heavens? Could Lin Xuan actually be the Emperor of the Heavens? But that's impossible. At that moment, her brother-in-law, Yushan, spoke up. He was just speaking off the cuff, expressing his own confusion. However, when these words reached Fengshue's ears, she was startled. She realized that she had unconsciously assumed that the Emperor of the Heavies was her former father-in-law. But in fact, no one had ever seen the true face of the current emperor, Emperor Li. Therefore, her former husband might very well be the current Emperor Li Tian. 6 years ago. Thinking this, Fengshue's thoughts immediately returned to 6 years ago. Then her expression changed. She thought of a terrifying possibility. That was that the current emperor, Emperor Li, might very well be her ex-husband, Lin Xuan. 6 years ago, shortly after she had divorced her former husband Lin Xuan, the heavens and earth were shaken by a massive upheaval, and extraordinary phenomena appeared everywhere. Divine sounds of unparalleled beauty echoed through the skies. These phenomena proved that someone had attained enlightenment and become an emperor. It was the Emperor of the Heavens. She had never given it much thought before. But now that I think about it, it's too coincidental. Just after I divorced my ex-husband, someone attained the status of an emperor, and the timing aligns perfectly. Additionally, considering the words of the ancient emperor and the various signs from the old ox, parrot, red bird, and white pig on the holy heavenly cliff, it is highly likely that the current human emperor is indeed her former husband, Lin Xuan. And I was once destined to be his empress. To be precise, I missed the opportunity to become an empress. It can be said that this is the most ridiculous thing in the world. Slap. At that moment, a crisp sound rang out. It was the heavenly demon body. Shone Ba coldly snorted, then slapped his hand out, sending He Lianqing flying toward the mountain gate, using his head to collide with it. As a former ancient emperor, he deemed it beneath him to waste words on a lowly human like He Lianqing. Seeing the latter's nonsense, he acted without hesitation, sending him flying with a single strike. Yao Yao witnessed this scene, and Fengxue clenched her fists tightly. Regardless, this was still the home of her daughter's father and her former husband, Lin Xuan. Though they had divorced, she still did not want this place to be destroyed. Boom! At that moment, an object burst forth from within the holy heavenly cliff. As the object burst forth from the holy heavenly cliff, He Lianqing, a formidable warrior of the second heavenly realm, was so caught off guard that he couldn't even utter a cry before being shattered into a cloud of blood by the force of the impact. However, not far away, upon seeing the object that had killed He Lianqing, Fengshue's expression changed drastically, and she nearly shouted out in shock. Because she was all too familiar with this object, it had once been something she shared with her former husband. Guess what this shared object is? The first person to guess correctly will get an extra chapter. Chapter 45, The Divorce Agreement is a near emperor-level weapon? The sister-in-law and sister are completely speechless. Marriage contract. Upon seeing the object flying out from the holy heavenly cliff, Fengxue finally called out. Lo and behold, the object that flew out from the holy heavenly cliff was none other than a marriage contract. Moreover, the material of this marriage contract was extremely special pure gold. Fengxue remembered clearly that the marriage contract she had with her former husband was made of the same material. Her former husband had told her that this was heavenly tier green gold, a material capable of forging divine weapons and divine artifacts. He had temporarily used it to forge their marriage contract, intending to later transform this page into a divine weapon. Fengxue had merely laughed it off at the time, thinking he was joking, and did not take it seriously. After all, in her heart, it was just a marriage certificate. No matter what the material was, how could it possibly be forged into an unparalleled divine weapon? But now, she felt like she had been slapped in the face. The object that flew out from the holy heavenly cliff was not just a marriage contract, it emitted a divine might capable of shattering the cosmos, truly a supreme weapon wielded only by an emperor, a divine weapon. As it appeared, He Lianqing didn't even have time to call out before being directly shattered into blood by its divine might, his body vanishing on the spot without even leaving a trace of his quasi-emperor's physical form. Of fate as tragic as it could possibly be. Ha! Like the wail of a ghost, He Lianqing, though his physical body had been destroyed, managed to escape with his divine soul intact. With disheveled hair and covered in blood, he fled toward the 4 ancient emperors, desperate for their protection. Boom! It sounded like the voice of heaven, shaking the heavens. The entire world seemed on the verge of shattering, with the 8 domains about to be consumed by flames. An ancient mirror, a half-step quasi-emperor artifact, hovered above Helion Xian's head, protecting his soul as he fled. Just as he was about to reach the 4 ancient emperors, the soul book suddenly unfolded, summoning thousands of heavenly thunderbolts to descend from the sky. Heavenly thunderbolts are the most deadly to divine souls. And these were thunderbolts summoned by such a divine weapon, making them even more terrifying. Therefore, amidst the wails of the damned, Helion Xian's soul was instantly shattered into pieces. This was a quasi-emperor. Second only to those on the verge of enlightenment, emperors, and ancient emperors. Yet under this marriage contract, he didn't even manage to land a single blow before being obliterated. Sigh. The sages, quasi-emperors, and those on the verge of attaining enlightenment who witnessed this scene couldn't help but gasp in shock. Roar! A divine lion with 2 wings, possessing the perfect realm of a sage, had originally come to observe the battle. However, upon witnessing the overwhelming might of the marriage contract sweeping across the battlefield, it immediately turned its lion's head and fled in disarray. This clearly demonstrates the overwhelming might of the divine weapon, the marriage contract. Even a sage who had come merely to watch the battle was forced to flee in disarray. A single marriage contract has been forged into an imperial weapon. What kind of person is this current emperor of the human race? Or is there another emperor in this world, and the two of them joined forces to forge these 4 divine weapons? At this moment, the heavenly wolf emperor furrowed his brows and spoke. As a former emperor, he naturally knew how difficult it was to forge ancient imperial weapons and divine weapons. Not to mention the time and effort required to forge such an imperial weapon, the materials alone were extremely difficult to obtain. But now, the current human emperor actually possesses 4 divine weapons, which is simply beyond his belief. Unless there is another emperor in this world, it is absolutely impossible for a single emperor to forge 3 such divine weapons on his own. Unless he is not of this world at all, but a true immortal who has descended from the heavens. Marriage contract, imperial weapon. At this moment, if anyone's face was as pale as snow, it was Fengxue. A page that appeared to be her marriage contract with her former husband Lin Xuan was actually a divine weapon. This made the thing she had been unwilling to believe even closer to the truth. This only made her seem even more foolish. Such an outcome was something she simply refused to accept. What's going on? A wedding certificate? How could it be a divine weapon? Just as pale as Fengxue were her brother-in-law Yuxian and her sister Fenghuang. The two of them had been the ones to persuade her former brother-in-law, Lin Xuan, and Fengxue to divorce. Now, seeing all this, her former brother-in-law was no ordinary man. If he truly was the current emperor, then the two of them owed him an immense karmic debt. The very thought was terrifying. Therefore, at that moment, Fengxue, Fenghuang, and Yuxian's expressions were as ugly as if they had eaten a dead rat. Especially Phoenix, who had a peculiar thought. A marriage contract as an imperial weapon? Even the human emperor could come up with such an idea. However, such a weapon, if fused with this emperor's ancient imperial weapon, would likely evolve into a quasi-divine artifact. Therefore, the 3 of you, I claim this magical artifact. At that moment, the heavenly demon, Xiangba, spoke up. As the marriage contract appeared, his eyes shone with intense heat. Even as he spoke, one hand had already reached out, intending to seize the divine wedding contract. Crack! However, as the heavenly demon's mighty form made his move, 3 other massive hands collided simultaneously, knocking his palm away. It was the heavenly wolf emperor, the dragon emperor, and the banished heaven emperor acting together, all reaching for the marriage contract at the same time and shaking the heavenly demon's hand away. Of the 3 emperors, only the heavenly banishment emperor had been severely injured by Lin Xuan earlier. The other 2 were true ancient emperors, whose cultivation far surpassed that of the heavenly demon body Xiangba. Acting together, their power was immense. Even Xiangba, the ruler of the Forbidden Zone, suffered severe injuries, feeling as though his palm was about to be crushed. When he looked down, his palm was cracked, with blood seeping out. 3 of you, what does this mean? We are all on the same side. Are we really going to turn against each other over this marriage contract? For a moment, the heavenly demon body Xiangba's expression darkened as he spoke. He was, after all, a former ancient emperor. Though now facing 3 ancient emperors, his demeanor and tone remained domineering. My friend, you are overthinking this. The 3 of us merely wish to examine the materials of this artifact. We have no other intentions. However, this is ultimately an ancient emperor's weapon. If any of the 4 of us were to obtain it, the other 3 would feel it was unfair. Why not first secure this item, then break through the sacred sky boundary and discuss its ownership later? Since this is the dwelling place of the human emperor, there must be many treasures here. Who knows, there might even be surprises waiting for us. What do the 3 of you think? The dragon emperor spoke up. He was the strongest among the 3 and had the most say. Moreover, as his gaze swept around, the imperial aura emanating from his body caused even the other 3 ancient emperors to flinch slightly. Ultimately, the other 3 emperors nodded in agreement, consenting to the dragon emperor's plan to first conquer the sacred horizon before making any further decisions. Swish! Immediately, the 3 of them acted simultaneously, unleashing 3 ancient imperial laws to seal the marriage contract. Boom! The universe trembled once more, and a deafening roar echoed out. From Fengshue's body, an object flew out infused with the soul book, unleashing a shocking attack. Within it, a figure emerged, sending the 4 emperors flying simultaneously. Divorce document, Lin Xuan. Upon seeing the artifact fused into the marriage contract and the figure, Fengxue, Phoenix, and Yuxian all cried out in shock at the same time. Chapter 46, The Invincible Emperor's body charges into the Demon God Valley. Lin Xuan reunites with his daughter Lin Tong. Today, I am willing to divorce the Feng clan. At that moment, the heavens trembled, and the souls of the 9 hells wailed in agony. A divorce decree flew out of Fengshue's embrace and fused with the divine marriage contract. Instantly, the heavens and earth shook violently. A quasi-divine artifact was forged, unleashing its supreme power, which surged like a tidal wave toward the four ancient emperors. The four ancient emperors' expressions changed drastically as they each summoned their ancient imperial weapons and activated their strongest ancient scriptures to counteract the attack. For a moment, this entire realm seemed to be shattered, even the observing sages dared not approach and fled far away. Had it not been for the timely release of divine power from the holy heavenly cliff, which suppressed the divine might of the supreme being and the quasi-divine artifact, the entire eastern domain would have been shattered. And on that supreme quasi-divine artifact, a figure appeared. Straight and slender, it stood atop the quasi-divine artifact like a divine being, holding a fishing rod as if intent on piercing through the cosmos. This figure was most familiar to Fengxue, Fenghuang, and Yuxian. It was Lin Xuan, the master of the holy heavenly cliff. Under the glow of the divine artifact, this figure looked extremely divine, completely different from the carefree and casual Lin Xuan of everyday life. Moreover, the mere presence of his body exuded a might capable of crushing the heavens. Upon his arrival, with a single wave of his hand, he sent the four ancient emperors flying. Upon witnessing this scene, Fengshue's face turned ashen, nearly collapsing to the ground. Even Phoenix and Yuxian's expressions changed drastically, their lips trembling. By now, the three had no doubts, Lin Xuan was indeed the current emperor. By fusing two weapons, a quasi-emperor level artifact, the divorce decree, and an unparalleled divine artifact, the marriage contract, into a single quasi-immortal artifact in an instant, such a feat could only be achieved by the current emperor. Now, the figure revealed on the quasi-divine artifact was identical to Lin Xuan's, and the divorce decree belonged to Lin Xuan and Fengxue. If Lin Xuan wasn't the current emperor, then who else could he be? Thinking that she had divorced the current emperor, Fengxue regretted it so much she wanted to die. She had spent her entire life pursuing the highest ideals and seeking status, yet in the end, she had destroyed it all with her own hands. The words emanating from the divorce decree felt like demonic sounds piercing Fengshue's heart, causing her spiritual core to waver. The agony was so intense that she felt like vomiting blood. As for Fenghuang and Yuxian, besides being shocked that their brother-in-law Lin Xuan was the current emperor, they never imagined that the artifact they had been scheming to obtain from Fengxue was the divorce decree. The divorce decree, the very name was inauspicious, even if it possessed divine might. A quasi-divine artifact. Another quasi-divine artifact. No wonder the human emperor had been so low-key before he was secretly plotting to become an immortal. Upon seeing the marriage contract and the divorce decree form a quasi-divine artifact, the heavenly wolf emperor rose from the clouds, wiped the traces from the corner of his mouth, and spoke in a voice as cold as ice. Not only that. He not only secretly plotted to become an immortal but also sought to eradicate the 10 forbidden lands of the eastern domain before achieving immortality, thereby gaining the faith of all beings to aid his ascension. What a brilliant plan! The heavenly demon, whose body was as mighty as a beast, spoke in an equally sinister tone. He too wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face as cold as ice. They were all peers of Lin Xuan, ancient emperors and uncrowned kings of the same realm. Yet now they faced such humiliation, filling them with rage and hatred. Become an immortal? He can't become an immortal. Merging the two quasi-immortal artifacts might transform them into a supreme immortal artifact, allowing him to open the gates of the immortal realm and ascend. But if we destroy this quasi-immortal artifact, let's see how this human emperor of the present age can become an immortal. Jin Tian spoke coldly. He had been severely wounded by Lin Xuan. Among the four emperors, who hates Lin Xuan the most? It is none other than Jin Tian. Now that Lin Xuan's quasi-immortal artifact was here, he desperately wanted to destroy it, as if destroying it would be like destroying Lin Xuan himself. That's right. Though a weapon is powerful, it is ultimately just a weapon. Even a quasi-divine artifact, without its master to activate it, can't stir up much trouble on its own. The Dragon Emperor nodded in agreement. As soon as he finished speaking, an old dragon emerged from below the holy heavenly cliff, walked out of the cliff, and bowed to the Dragon Emperor, saying, "Ancient Emperor, this place is where my master, the current emperor of the human race, cultivates. I am your descendant, so I have come to persuade you to return. The far-off lands." Some sages and quasi-emperors who had come to watch the battle recognized this old dragon as the one that had delivered the imperial edict. The surging cultivation energy emanating from its body left them all in awe. But they were all deeply concerned for it. Regardless of its race, it was now facing the four ancient emperors. With its master, the Emperor of Heaven, absent, how could it possibly be a match for the four ancient emperors? It was likely to be ruthlessly eradicated by the four ancient emperors. Return? On the day this emperor attains enlightenment, your so-called master won't even know where he is. Even if he were here, he would have no right to order this emperor to return, let alone you, an unfilial descendant. Now that I have personally intervened, if you still have any sense of racial honor, return immediately. Out of mercy for your status as my descendant, I may spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for ruthlessly erasing you, this unfilial descendant, from the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Emperor snorted coldly. Very well, since the ancient emperor insists on this, I shall no longer plead with you. The ancient emperor, take care of yourself. The old dragon glanced at the dragon emperor, said no more, and spun into the sky, returning directly to the sacred sky. Seeing this, the heavenly demon lord Shonba, the heavenly wolf emperor, and Jin Tian couldn't help but feel puzzled. They had originally thought that the old dragon had come out to engage them in a bloody battle. But to their surprise, the old dragon had only come out to persuade his ancestor, the dragon emperor, to return. And after failing to persuade him, he had returned directly to the holy sky cliff, completely ignoring them. This made them feel something was amiss, as if the holy sky cliff had more than just a quasi-divine artifact up its sleeve, and there must be other strategic plans in place. Otherwise, the old dragon wouldn't have acted so indifferently. For a moment, the three ancient emperors hesitated, unsure whether they should continue their assault on the holy heavenly cliff. If this were the dwelling place of any other human emperor, the four ancient emperors would have no hesitation in attacking the holy heavenly cliff together. However, the current human emperor's abilities were too powerful, or more accurately, his foundations were too strong. He could summon divine weapons and quasi-divine artifacts at will, and coupled with the old dragon's attitude, it left them with doubts, unsure whether they should continue their assault on the holy heavenly cliff. Dragon Emperor, there is no need to dwell on the words of a disloyal descendant. At present, the four of us, the ancient emperors, have all emerged. Even if the human emperor has left behind any powerful trump cards, could they possibly stand against the four of us united? In the end, it was the heavenly wolf emperor who spoke. Upon hearing the heavenly wolf's words, Jin Tian, Tian Yao Ti Xiongba, and the dragon emperor nodded in agreement, ultimately accepting his proposal. They immediately prepared to unite their ancient imperial weapons to suppress the quasi-divine artifact before continuing their assault on the holy heavenly cliff. Boom! At that moment, the cosmic battlefield shook violently. A gigantic figure pierced through the battlefield, with the corpses of the four ancient emperors lying behind him on the cosmic battlefield. And this figure plunged straight into the Demon God Valley. Ha! As the figure descended into the Demon God Valley, at least three figures emerged from within the valley to block his descent. However, with a single kick from him, the three figures were reduced to blood and dissipated. No one could stop his advance. In the end, his figure stood straight within the Demon God Valley. Father, is that you? Have you come to save Tongtong? As the figure descended into the Demon God Valley, a delicate and excited voice echoed from the stonehouse. The bond between father and daughter was as strong as blood, and they sensed each other's presence most keenly. Moreover, since Lin Tong had already become a god king, she immediately recognized the identity of the arriving figure. It was her father, Lin Xuan, whom she had longed for over the past 6 years. Lin Xuan, the current human emperor, and the father of Lin Tong, the prodigy of the eastern region. Even though he had been blocked on the cosmic battlefield and attacked by the ruler of a forbidden zone and the 9 ancient emperors, he remained the unmatched emperor of the human race. He had slain 4 ancient emperors and then descended in his true form to one of the 10 forbidden zones of the eastern realm, the Demon God Valley. And he heard the voice of his beloved daughter, Tongtong. Entering the forbidden zone, please add to bookmarks. Chapter 47, he's here. Lin Tong's excitement, is my father really the emperor of the heavens? The eastern region. Endless imperial might was released. Lin Xuan, he's here. Even if all the rulers of the forbidden lands of the entire universe were to gather, they couldn't stop this emperor of the current age. For he not only possesses the invincible heart of an emperor, but also the compassionate heart of a father determined to rescue his daughter. The two combined, even if the Demon God Valley is a place of unimaginable danger, he has come. As he descended into the life-forbidden Demon God Valley, the entire eastern region and the forbidden zone erupted in chaos. What? Even the 10 ancient emperors plus the ruler of the forbidden zone couldn't stop him? Even without using forbidden techniques to lock time and space, it has only been less than a day, yet he has already broken into the Demon God Valley? Eternal Forbidden Zone. An ancient voice echoed, as if speaking to the other ancient emperors, or perhaps to himself. This was an ancient emperor of unimaginable stature. Though he lay in slumber, his words echoed from his mouth. He was fully aware of everything happening outside. The lower half of his body was turning to stone. This was the immortality technique he had created, which would ultimately transform him into a stone statue. It is now nearly a stone statue. Even his consciousness is petrifying, a testament to its ancient origins. Yes, we were supposed to keep him out of the restricted zone within 5 days. But now, in less than a day, he's actually broken into the restricted zone. This is a direct insult to all of us ancient emperors of the collective restricted zone. Within the eternal forbidden zone, another ancient sovereign nodded in agreement. He was so old that only one tooth remained, and his entire body was wrinkled and shriveled, resembling a withered tree. Yet his voice was incredibly loud, echoing throughout the entire eternal life forbidden zone. As for his lifespan, he was among the oldest in the entire life forbidden zone. We can't stop him. This is impossible to stop. A single individual has already slain 13 ancient emperors. How can we possibly fight on? Moreover, even the Emperor of Heaven has intervened, yet he cannot stop him. We have done our utmost here in the Forbidden Zone. Within the Eternal Forbidden Zone. Another extremely ancient creature spoke up. Something is wrong. The emperoress might seems to be fading. The current emperor might be in trouble. Just then, the ancient emperor who had spoken earlier said. Within the demon god valley, the imperial might emanating from Lin Xuan was fading and retreating inward. This was not only sensed by this ancient emperor. Even the other ancient emperors and the ancient creatures of the Forbidden Zone sensed it. He has repeatedly used the emperor's forbidden techniques, causing immense damage. Even the current emperor cannot withstand such a toll. His demise is inevitable. There's no need for me to intervene from the eternal Forbidden Zone. He will meet his end within the Demon God Valley. The ruler of the Demon God Valley's forbidden territory is an extremely terrifying existence. Even if this human emperor were at the peak of his power, he might not be a match for him. Moreover, his life force is nearly exhausted. Another ancient emperor spoke. His words were extremely cold and ruthless. The threat posed by Emperor Lin Xuan was simply too great. Now that he was finally about to fall, this naturally filled him with a sense of relief. Across the entire Forbidden Zone, no one dared to share the same realm with a reigning emperor. Without the current great emperor, all living beings in the cosmos would become the blood offerings of the Forbidden Zone. When their lifespans came to an end, they would simply emerge and devour them. Especially the human race, they are particularly delicious. That may be true, but he is still the current emperor. We must not underestimate him. Moreover, the Dragon Emperor of my Forbidden Realm has already awakened. With his cultivation at the Dragon Emperor level, if he were to venture into the Demon God Valley, that human emperor would be annihilated. Even if a divine being were to arrive, it would be of no use. The only question is whether the Dragon Emperor is willing to take action and kill a current emperor? An ancient emperor spoke within the Eternal Forbidden Zone. As he spoke, his gaze turned toward an extremely ancient palace within the Eternal Forbidden Zone. That was the Dragon Emperor's residence, where the Dragon Emperor, an existence of supreme power with true dragon blood flowing through his veins, resided. Alright, I had intended to remain in slumber, but since the Bug Emperor has spoken thus, I shall intervene once. However, the human emperor's imperial might has faded, and his life force seems to be growing thin. Intervening at this moment does have the air of taking advantage of someone's weakness. But I have lived for so many eons, I care not what others may say. As long as I can eliminate this human emperor and protect my eternal Forbidden Zone, that is all that matters. Within the ancient palace, the voice of the Dragon Emperor resounded. Then, a thunderous dragon's roar shook the heavens. A golden dragon resembling a mythical creature from ancient times leaped out of the palace, roaring as it soared toward another forbidden realm, the direction of the Demon God Valley. The Dragon Emperor. This supreme being, standing side by side with the eternal sovereign in the eternal Forbidden Land, finally made his move. As soon as he manifested his divine presence, his overwhelming aura pierced through the ages, causing the 9 heavens to tremble. All living beings across the cosmos trembled in fear, eager to bow down before him. It was as though a true dragon had descended from the heavens. This pressure was too terrifying. The entire heavens and earth could scarcely bear it. Welcome the Dragon Emperor's divine appearance. Within the Eternal Forbidden Zone, the voices of the ancient emperors and revered elders echoed in unison. They were acutely aware of what the Dragon Emperor's emergence signified. The Dragon Emperor's emergence signifies that the current human emperor will be completely eradicated, and for the next 10,000 years, the human race will have no ruler. All living beings in the cosmos will be at their mercy. Dragon might. Such powerful dragon might. Could it be that an existence from the Eternal Forbidden Zone has intervened? It's the Dragon Emperor. Ancient texts mention that there is an supreme existence within the Eternal Forbidden Zone, suspected to be the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor? That's a being nearly at the level of a divine being. He's actually intervened. Can the Emperor of the Heavens still escape the Demon God Valley? The human race of the eastern region, upon sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Dragon Emperor, erupted into chaos. Before this, when they sensed that the current emperor had descended into the Demon God Valley, they were greatly excited. This signified that their human race's current emperor possessed an invincible might, capable of breaking through the encirclement of numerous ancient emperors and returning to the Demon God Valley. But now, upon sensing this overwhelming dragon might, they couldn't help but feel anxious for Lin Xuan. Especially the quasi-emperor level experts of the human race were trembling with fear. For they, like the ancient emperors of the Forbidden Zone, sensed that the imperial aura emanating from Lin Xuan was weakening, a very ominous sign. This indicated that the physical condition of their current human emperor was very poor. Now that the peerless expert of the Eternal Forbidden Zone, the Dragon Emperor, has personally emerged in his true form to rush to the aid of the Demon God Valley, it is uncertain whether he will survive. And if he were to perish, it would be an immense loss for the entire human race. Without an emperor who can intimidate the entire universe to sit in command, the human race will all become the blood and flesh of the creatures in the Forbidden Zone. Father, is that you? Within the Demon God Valley, Lin Tong's excited voice rang out once more. 6 years had passed, and she had been thinking of her father every moment. Now that she could finally see him, she was both overjoyed and deeply worried for her father. That's right, it's your father. I'm here to take you home. Lin Xuan spoke softly. At that moment, he was not the peerless emperor who ruled over heaven and earth, but a kind and loving father. As he spoke, he swung his hand, and the stone house imprisoning his daughter Lin Tong exploded. Her figure was pulled toward him and brought to his side. Now that his daughter had been rescued, he knew that the real battle had only just begun. Meanwhile, Lin Tong stood beside him, filled with astonishment. She had originally suspected, through that dream and various deductions, that her father might be the peerless emperor of the present age, the emperor of the heavens. But speculation was just speculation. She never imagined that her father was actually the supreme emperor of the present age, Emperor Lin Xuan. This was like a dream, leaving her utterly astonished. Chapter 48, Lin Xuan's new identity, mythical era, ancient heavenly sovereign arrives. The Eastern region. Has the emperor entered? An ancient divine king from the south region arrived by tearing open space with supreme divine techniques. Upon seeing a sect master level figure from the east region, he asked. This old divine king had once been assisted by Lin Xuan. Although Lin Xuan was not yet an emperor at the time, he had provided significant assistance to the old divine king. Now that Lin Xuan had stormed into the Demon God Valley, the old divine king, through various sources, had already learned that he was the current great emperor and thus paid him great attention. He's gone in. The emperor has entered the forbidden Demon God Valley alone. How cool is that? If I could marry someone like the great emperor, I would die without regret. A woman spoke softly. This woman was stunningly beautiful and alluring. Simply standing there, she seemed like a goddess who could captivate anyone. Yet her tone was soft and seductive, utterly intoxicating. One of her jade-like arms shimmered with a radiant glow, as if it were made of jade itself. Ha, you Hahuan, as the leader of the Hahuan sect, you dare to desire marriage with the human emperor? You're nothing but a fool dreaming of the impossible. This is the biggest joke I've ever heard in my life. Upon hearing the woman's words, a demon with 9 heads sneered coldly. Now, the place was crowded with people. Not only were there human cultivators, but also various great demons and great monsters. Among them, some great demons were constantly removing their own heads and kicking them like balls, with blood continuously spurting out from their heads, yet they remained undead. Yu Hahuan? The Hahuan sect. The sect master Yu Hahuan is actually her? Upon hearing the great demon's words, some of the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. The master of the Hahuan sect is a renowned figure, one of the prominent figures in the eastern region, and also known as one of the most beautiful women in the eastern region in the past 500 years. Who would have thought she would appear here? 9-headed worm, you had no business here, but since your mouth is so foul, this sect master will sever your 9 foul mouths. After a seductive laugh, Hahuan Xianzi, the Hahuan fairy, turned her gaze toward the 9-headed demon, her expression growing icy. Suddenly, a sword light surged forth, and countless sword beams erupted from the Hahuan fairy's palms. Amidst the screams, the 9-headed demon couldn't dodge in time, and its 9 mouths were severed. Blood spurted from their throats as they crashed to the ground, their eyes fixed on Yu Hahuan as they died. But it died with its eyes wide open, unable to comprehend how Yu Hahuan's cultivation had become so powerful, far surpassing its own. Our human emperor has entered the Demon God Valley alone. Whether we can eliminate this menace depends on this decisive moment. As cultivators of the human race, we must lend a hand to the emperor in this critical moment. The venerable divine king paid no heed to Yu Hahuan's bloody tactics, instead gazing toward the direction of the Demon God Valley and speaking softly. As he spoke, more and more people arrived at the scene. Warriors from all races of the Southern Domain, Northern Domain, Southern Wasteland, and Northern Wasteland had almost all arrived here. Among the human race, there were sages present. Among the demons and monsters, there were also terrifyingly powerful great demons stationed there. Among them were also several wild beasts roaring toward the area, all coming to the Eastern Domain to witness the battle. Although this battle was between the great emperor and the ancient emperor, it was extremely dangerous. But for them, it is an extremely rare opportunity. Even if they are struck down and die, it is worth it. The human race has finally produced an emperor, but now he will be destroyed. Without the protection of the human emperor, you humans, you will likely become the prey of many races. A savage beast with a ferocious appearance fixed its gaze on the direction of the Demon God Valley and spoke in a cold, menacing voice. Primordial beasts have existed for an extremely long time and were once one of the rulers of this land. Now, their numbers are scarce, and the human race has occupied most of the land, which naturally makes this holy realm level wild beast look down on them. Upon appearing, it immediately clashed with the human race's holy realm level powerhouses. At the same time, it spoke with great disdain for the current human emperor, Lin Xuan. If this were the outside world, he would be the human emperor, ruling the cosmos, and could engage in life and death battles with the ancient emperors using his vibrant vital energy. However, once it entered the Forbidden Zone, the domain of the ancient emperors, it could only seek its own demise. The Forbidden Zone is called such not merely because it is inhabited by ancient emperors and ancient reverends. It is also because these forbidden lands themselves are incredibly terrifying, among the most dangerous regions in the world. It is even rumored that these regions inherently suppress the future great emperors of the human race. In such circumstances, the current human emperor entering the Forbidden Zone's Demon God Valley has no advantages whatsoever. Our human emperor's cultivation is unmatched, and as the current emperor, his vital energy is abundant. How could he possibly perish? As for you beasts of the wilderness, with so few of you remaining, you should be more cautious in your words. Don't accidentally offend someone and end up as a feast on the table of our human race's sage king. A sage immediately retorted in response. The atmosphere on the scene was extremely tense. You. Upon hearing the words of this venerable sage, the wild beast's eyes nearly burst into flames as it roared in anger. Boom! At that moment, the entire eastern domain trembled, and countless volcanoes erupted simultaneously. Many spiritual lands also erupted violently, with spiritual energy surging outward like tidal waves. What is happening? Has the human emperor and the ancient emperor begun their battle, intending to sink the entire eastern domain? A great demon exclaimed in panic. The current situation was extremely unclear, and no one knew what was happening. However, everyone present knew that if the emperor and the ancient emperor truly unleashed their full power, not only the eastern region, but even the entire star would be shattered. Therefore, no matter where one fled, it would not be safe. Woo! A roar echoed through the demon god valley, sounding like the wails of 10,000 souls, as if they were responding to something in their cries. It's the demon god valley. An ancient, supreme being has awakened within the demon god valley. What a powerful aura! This aura, it might not be weaker than that of the current great emperors of the human race. A bloody battle is inevitable. Finally, a great demon sensed it clearly. This aura originated from the demon god valley, where an extremely terrifying and ancient existence had awakened. Its aura flowed through the 8 corners of the universe, causing all cultivators on ancient stars to tremble with fear. On this ancient star, the human cultivators of the eastern region were even more anxious, fearing that their current great emperor might perish in the demon god valley. After all, this ancient aura was far more terrifying than the combined aura of the 4 emperors: the Heavenly Wolf Emperor, the Heavenly Ban, the Dragon Emperor, and the Heavenly Demon who had once ruled the 4 realms. It was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Are you the reincarnation of the ancient celestial sovereign from the mythical era? To attain enlightenment in the second life, few in this world can achieve such a feat. No wonder you could single-handedly fight so many ancient emperors. At that moment, a voice filled with astonishment echoed from the depths of the divine demon valley. The voice was extremely ancient, clearly belonging to the ancient being that had just awakened. However, his words were even more shocking than those heard outside, and even tinged with fear. Upon hearing those ancient words, the cultivators of the eastern region all paled in shock. Chapter 49, Blood-Stained Forbidden Zone. Lin Xuan, those who dare to harm my daughter shall die. The mythical era was an extremely distant concept for all cultivators in the world. It was said that the heavenly sovereigns of the mythical era were all immortals. Yet, who could have imagined that the current human emperor was connected to a divine sovereign from the ancient mythical era? Could that mean he was a reincarnated immortal? As a result, the entire eastern region erupted into chaos. As for Fengxue, her expression was utterly grim. The reincarnation of a celestial being from the mythical age? Her ex-husband's identity was clearly far more powerful and terrifying than she had ever imagined. How shallow and ignorant she had been. How could she have divorced such an existence 6 years ago? He is actually connected to the celestial sovereign of the mythical age? No wonder he has such extraordinary talent, able to attain enlightenment and become an emperor within 500 years. And I, despite 500 years, am merely a sage. And those opportunities. The voice of the ancient emperor of the Forbidden Zone echoed throughout the eastern domain. As a sage, Fengxue heard every word clearly. Upon hearing the words of the ancient emperor of the Forbidden Zone, she couldn't help but tremble slightly and speak softly. Her former husband was not only the current emperor. He was also rumored to be connected to the ancient celestial sovereign from the mythical era of the ancient gods. Such a background and status are already among the strongest among all the emperors of the human race. Yet she was not content and divorced him. Now, Fengxue has come to understand the reason behind her ex-husband Lin Xuan's hidden identity. It was to protect her and their daughter. After all, 6 years ago, he was on the verge of achieving enlightenment. If the Forbidden Zone were to discover he had a wife and daughter, they would undoubtedly be ruthlessly eradicated. Furthermore, some of the unusually easy opportunities she had come across in the past, she had previously attributed to her extraordinary luck. But now she knows. These opportunities were all given to her by Lin Xuan. In other words, if it weren't for her former husband, she wouldn't even be a female sage. At most, she'd be at the God King realm or even in the God King situation. Thinking of this, Fengshue's forehead began to sweat and her heart felt heavy. It took her 500 years to advance to the level of a female saint. She once believed herself to be a woman of unparalleled talent and destined for greatness. But now it seemed like she was nothing but a joke. Even her opportunities had been given to her by Lin Xuan. Without Lin Xuan, her cultivation level would be no different from her brother-in-law and sisters. Thinking of this, Fengxue couldn't help but laugh sarcastically to herself. The divine sovereign of the mythical age? How could that be? Upon hearing these ancient words, Phoenix and Yushan's faces turned pale. The karmic debt of a human emperor was something they couldn't bear. If Lin Xuan were connected to the immortals and was a heavenly sovereign from the mythical era, his karma alone would be enough to ensure their miserable deaths. This made them tremble with fear and sweat profusely. The celestial sovereign of the mythical era? This fellow cultivator actually has such a status? I wonder if this Taoist friend is the reincarnation of that heavenly sovereign from the mythical era. At that moment, in another forbidden zone, the divine forbidden zone, an ancient voice asked. The voice was filled with respect. If the other party was a celestial lord from the mythical age, their status would be far more exalted than theirs. In their previous lives, they might have been true immortals. Such beings were not to be offended. The ancient emperor of this forbidden zone was already contemplating how to end this battle or remove his forbidden zone from it altogether. No, you're not him. It seems I'm too old and my eyes are failing me. But your aura does indeed resemble that of the ancient heavenly sovereign I once saw in an ancient painting. At that moment, the ancient being from the divine demon valley spoke again. Upon hearing this, the Phoenix, Yushan, and the other ancient beings from the forbidden zones all sighed in relief. Regardless, as long as the other party isn't a celestial sovereign from the mythical era, that's a relief. Otherwise, their previous incarnation might very well have been an immortal, and owing karma to an immortal would be too terrifying. Who I am is irrelevant. You dared to capture my daughter. Today, the demon god valley shall be erased from existence. Lin Xuan spoke with unmatched arrogance. As he spoke, terrifying imperial might surged from his body, and a peerless divine sword, the heaven-shattering sword, was already clenched in his palm. At that moment, the heavens and earth changed color, and everyone was filled with terror. The other Forbidden Zone experts were even more horrified, realizing that this human emperor had merely concealed his imperial might and had not shown any signs of destruction. Such a human emperor was truly terrifying. Human emperor, there must be a misunderstanding. Just then, the old woman finally realized something was amiss and hurried forward to speak. Before this, she had been acting arrogantly. However, now that Lin Xuan had already charged into the Demon God Valley, she too sensed the danger and sought to shift the blame onto the ancient human clan. However, before she could finish speaking, she was reduced to a scream as Lin Xuan turned her into a pool of blood with a single glance. As an emperor, he had witnessed the old woman abducting his daughter clearly. There was no room for her to defend herself now. He simply erased her. She didn't even have a chance to call for help. She was instantly turned into blood. If he were not an emperor, he would have had her torn to pieces for treating his daughter this way. But he was the emperor, so he wouldn't do that. Instead, he turned her into pus and blood. Plop! Seeing this scene, the ancient empress's witch, standing beside her, was so terrified that she collapsed onto the ground, her pants soaked with fear. As a princess of the ancient emperor, she had never felt such fear in her life. But now, facing this supreme human emperor, she was utterly panicked as the scent of death swept over her. Human emperor, do you truly intend to slaughter us here in the Demon God Valley? Think carefully of the consequences. The Demon God Valley is not a place where you, a human emperor, can run rampant. What you say is true. The Demon God Valley has existed for 1,000,000 years, and no human emperor has ever set foot here. How dare you slaughter here today? At that moment, several voices roared, and several beams of light surged forward, blocking the witch's path. These were all the thoughts of the ancient emperors and revered elders of the Demon God Valley, as well as unknown entities, powerful beyond measure and filled with intense killing intent. Whoosh! At the same time, a beam of light flew toward the witch, carrying her away. It was her father, the ruler of the Demon God Valley, who had awakened and personally intervened to prevent his daughter from being killed by Lin Xuan's gaze. He, like Lin Xuan, was not only the ruler of the Demon God Valley's Forbidden Land but also a father. Therefore, he naturally would not allow this human emperor of the current age to erase his most beloved daughter. But Lin Xuan completely ignored all of this. Having come to the Demon God Valley, he had already made up his mind to unleash a massacre. Even if the ruler of the Forbidden Land of the Demon God Valley were to rescue his daughter now, he would ultimately meet his end. For what follows, he must completely eradicate the Demon God Valley, this forbidden zone of life, and declare to the world that this is the fate of those who dare to offend his beloved daughter. Human Emperor, you have dared to insult my forbidden zone too much. Come and take your life. At that moment, a loud shout echoed from the cosmic battlefield. A massive halberd crushed the heavens, plunging directly from the cosmic battlefield toward the Demon God Valley. It was the primordial Stone Emperor, one of the 10 ancient emperors who had joined forces to surround Lin Xuan in the cosmic battlefield, covered in blood, breaking out from the cosmic battlefield to engage in a final showdown with Lin Xuan within the Demon God Valley. Behind him, the other 4 ancient emperors also roared as they transformed into streaks of light, rushing toward the Demon God Valley to decide the outcome of the battle with Lin Xuan. A vast wave of killing intent swept across the sky, and the Demon God Valley ultimately became the battlefield where Lin Xuan, the supreme emperor of this age, and the ancient emperors of the forbidden zones of all life would fight to the death. The battle would decide both victory and defeat, as well as life and death. Chapter 50, is Lin Tong, the prodigy of the Eastern Domain, truly the daughter of the current emperor? The human race is shaken. Father! Seeing the ancient emperors approaching with overwhelming force, Lin Tong immediately spoke in a soft voice. As she spoke, she lowered her head, realizing she had caused trouble. Given the situation, not only would she perish here today, but even her father, the current emperor of the human race, might also fall here. This caused an inexplicable pang of sorrow deep within her heart. Before this, she had also imagined her father coming to save her. In her heart, her father was the strongest. No matter when she was in danger, he would always appear before her to save her. Moreover, she had not seen her father for 6 years and missed him dearly. But now that her father had come, she was afraid he would perish, and moreover, this matter had been caused by her own actions. It's okay, with your father here, you'll be fine. Once your father eliminates this forbidden zone of life, he'll take you home. Lin Xuan shook his head and spoke softly. As he spoke, Emperor Lin Xuan unleashed his full aura, delivering a powerful imperial fist toward the primal god emperor charging toward him from the cosmic battlefield, shrouded in killing intent. A loud roar echoed through the void. As Lin Xuan's imperial fist struck out, a 5-clawed golden dragon shot forth from his fist, its claws glowing as it lunged toward the primordial divine emperor shrouded in murderous intent, while its tail swept toward the other 4 ancient emperors behind him. The emperor of this world is invincible. As Lin Xuan unleashed his imperial fist, the entire universe seemed to be pierced by a single punch. Terrifying supreme divine might swept across the heavens and earth. Countless strong warriors from the eastern region had already knelt on the ground, unable to withstand such pressure. Even the 4 emperors who were about to launch an attack on the holy heavenly cliff furrowed their brows, using divine arts to protect their bodies, and did not rush to attack the holy heavenly cliff. In another part of the eastern region, the immortal ban, a life-forbidden zone where no life had ever existed, suddenly saw mysterious figures emerge. A full moon rose from above, hanging upside down in the sky, as if it were another realm of time and space. A woman dressed in golden dragon robes appeared out of nowhere within the forbidden zone, with golden dragons coiling around her body, exuding an overwhelming aura of terror. How? Tian. Ancient Emperor, how could it be her? How is she still alive? So the ruler of the Xianjin Forbidden Land is her. She is said to be on par with the ancient heavenly sovereign, the legendary divine maiden. I never thought she was still alive in this world. When it comes to unmatched power in the immortal realm, one must look to the heavenly empress. This is the evaluation of a great emperor of the human race in later generations. I never imagined that in my lifetime I would actually witness such an ancient emperor who was unmatched in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Upon seeing this woman, ancient emperors from the other major life-restricted zones all cried out in astonishment. The Heavenly Empress of the Heavens, also known as the Heavenly Empress of the Heavens or the Heavenly Empress of the Heavens, was a divine maiden from the mythical age, who later ascended to the throne in the mortal realm. Her cultivation was said to surpass all the immortals of the mythical era, and she had personally slain immortals. According to the timeline, she should have already passed away. After all, this was not the immortal realm, where even immortals who descended to the mortal realm could not achieve immortality. Yet this woman was still alive, and she appeared before the ancient emperors of the forbidden zones, leaving them utterly astonished. The divine prohibition has appeared in the mortal realm. The legendary Empress of the Heavens, renowned for her unparalleled talent and beauty, is still alive. This news spread rapidly among the ancient emperors, then throughout the eastern realm, and eventually reached the human realm. The entire mortal realm was shaken to its core. The fact that a once invincible ancient empress still lived among mortals was as shocking as a immortal being alive in the mortal world, causing countless powerful beings from other regions to rush to the area to gaze upon this peerless ancient empress from afar. On the other side, as Lin Xuan unleashed his imperial fist strike, the human realm erupted in chaos. By now, Lin Xuan and Lin Tong's identities had been confirmed. They were father and daughter. Otherwise, what could possibly compel a once invincible emperor to suddenly attack the Forbidden Demon Valley? What could possibly cause an invincible emperor to shift the battlefield from the cosmic battlefield to the Demon God Valley? The answer is now crystal clear. The emperor's beloved daughter, the human emperor's princess, is in the Demon God Valley. Therefore, this invincible emperor of this generation must eradicate the Demon God Valley at all costs. As long as the Forbidden Zone stands, our human race will forever be ants. Today, we are willing to follow our human emperor into battle against the Demon God Valley. Fight! 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 In the eastern region, under the instigation of a sage king, countless powerful warriors are rushing toward the Demon God Valley. This is the power of the Emperor's call. Once the battle begins, aside from a few human beings, nearly all of the human race are willing to follow him to subdue the Forbidden Zone. Boom! The terrifying might of the Emperor's fist swept across the 8 realms. The golden dragon claws of the golden dragon struck the great halberd of the primordial divine emperor, causing the entire spacetime to collapse and the heavens and earth to tremble. Had it not been for Lin Xuan's pre-arranged Xingtian battle armor and Emperor's battle armor, 2 imperial weapons protecting the outside world, the heavens and earth would have already shattered. As for the Demon God Valley, a massive crack appeared. This immortal forbidden land was finally torn apart by the combined power of the Emperor and the ancient Emperor. Within the Demon God Valley, countless corpses had been piled up to form a human wall. Now, with the collision of this overwhelming force, these newly risen corpses immediately fell to the ground and turned to ash. Among them, ancient creatures roared in anger, awakening from their slumber, their eyes emitting red bloodlight that nearly sealed off this entire realm. However, upon sensing that this was a great battle between the human emperor and the ancient emperor, they withdrew their gaze and fell back into slumber. The Demon God Valley truly lived up to its name, harboring all manner of bizarre and terrifying creatures and unknown entities. Some creatures had only heads, with no other body parts, yet they still hopped around. Others had only a single eye pulsating. Mysterious creatures crawled through the valleys of the Forbidden Zone, followed by rows of corpses. Various bizarre creatures howled and screamed. This is why only someone like Lin Xuan, a great emperor of this age, dares to venture alone into this forbidden land of life. If other cultivators were to enter this Demon God Valley, they would be terrified to death even without the valley itself intervening. Human Emperor, the reason the Demon God Valley has endured for 1,000,000 years is that the secrets within are far beyond the understanding of a single human emperor. Now that you have come, there is no need for you to leave. Additionally, the other imperial weapon in your hand is the Eternal Life Sword, the imperial weapon of your human emperor, isn't it? With such an imperial weapon in your hands, do you know where your human race's eternal emperor is? Let me tell you. He perished here. 50,000 years ago, in his later years, he came here attempting to subdue my Demon God Valley, but in the end, he was slain by the supreme being of my Demon God Valley. And since you have come here, you will be the next eternal emperor. Guan Gu. As Lin Xian's terrifying imperial fist struck out, a cold voice echoed throughout the universe. This was the voice of the Valley Master of the Demon God Valley. At the sound of this voice, the entire universe trembled. The Eternal Emperor has actually perished in the Demon God Valley? Does the Demon God Valley harbor such a terrifying secret? What could it be? The human race, nearly everyone began to worry for Lin Xuan, fearing he might become another Eternal Emperor. The Eternal Emperor was a nearly invincible emperor in human history, yet he had perished in the Demon God Valley. Could the current human emperor survive and leave the Demon God Valley unscathed? For a moment, all the cultivators of the human race, including Lin Xian's companion Lin Tong, were filled with worry. At the same time, the other imperial weapon in Lin Xian's hand, the Eternal Life Sword, began to resonate, emitting a mournful cry. This confirmed that the Demon God Valley's ruler had spoken the truth. The once peerless emperor of the human race, the Eternal Life Emperor, had indeed perished within this eastern domain's forbidden land, the Demon God Valley. Chapter 51, Attacking the Forbidden Zone. Is the current great emperor Lin Xuan a celestial being? Shocking the universe. In Lin Xian's hands, the Eternal Emperor's divine weapon, the Eternal Sword, echoed with a mournful cry. As the Eternal Emperor's divine weapon, the Eternal Sword, wailed, the entire heavens and earth were filled with a profound sense of sorrow. This sorrowful aura spread throughout the cosmos and the starry seas. Only the demise of an emperor or an ancient emperor could evoke such sorrow. In that instant, many ancient stars erupted in chaos. Numerous cultivators and sentient beings turned their gaze toward this ancient star, unable to comprehend what was happening. None of them understood why such a powerful sorrow had suddenly emerged in the heavens and earth. Only the 10 forbidden zones of the Eastern Realm and the divine kings of the human race in the Eastern Realm knew that this sorrowful aura signified the demise of an ancient emperor who had once been invincible throughout the heavens and earth, as well as the vengeful spirit of a divine artifact. The Life Forbidden Zone, the Demon God Valley, was indeed an extremely terrifying place. The Eternal Emperor, who had once been the strongest and most invincible figure in the history of the human race, had perished within it. At this moment, nearly all cultivators of the eastern region were immersed in this sorrow and the death of the Eternal Emperor. Of course, those above the level of a sage were more concerned about the current emperor, Lin Xuan. The Demon God Valley truly lives up to its reputation as the strongest Life Forbidden Zone in the Eastern Realm. Even our race's supreme emperor, the Eternal Emperor, perished there. Can the current emperor, Emperor Li Tian, survive? Whether he can or not, we can only fight to find out. Our human race is simply too weak. Even our human race's prodigies, those servants of the Forbidden Zones, are being captured at will. What about the other minor cultivators of our human race? How many cultivators have perished at the hands of the Forbidden Zone creatures? Now, only our human race's Emperor of the Heavens, the peerless divine ruler, can suppress them. If even the current emperor has perished, then our human race is truly doomed. By now, this is no longer a personal grudge between Lin Xuan and the Demon God Valley. It is a matter of survival for the entire human race. The human race, since its inception, has been treated as sacrificial prey by the Forbidden Zone's creatures. Had it not been for the successive emergence of several emperors who were invincible in heaven and earth, and prodigies with astonishing physiques, the human race would have nearly been exterminated on this ancient planet. And by the time of Lin Xian's generation, it had become the most brutal era. At the moment he became an emperor, he had already deduced that some Forbidden Realm creatures were awakening and preparing to unleash the Dark Cataclysm. The current situation with Tongtong is merely a trigger. Before this, Lin Xuan had already planned to subdue these Forbidden Zone creatures before ascending to immortality. However, the ancient emperors and revered figures of these Forbidden Zones also sought to eliminate him, the great emperor of the human race. This battle is now unavoidable. I have no interest in the secrets of your Demon God Valley. However, since the human emperor has perished here, the Demon God Valley shall accompany him in death. Feeling the sorrow emanating from the eternal sword, Lin Xuan spoke coldly. As his words fell, the power of his fist striking toward the cosmic battlefield surged, and with a single punch, he struck the continuous range of gigantic mountains forming the Demon God Valley. The mountains of the Demon God Valley were originally covered with various strange and bizarre skeletal remains and eerie creatures. Moreover, these mountains were extremely demonic, capable of influencing the spiritual essence of cultivators and tempting them to commit suicide there. They also suppressed cultivators' laws and Taoist arts. Even a quasi-emperor level cultivator wielding an imperial artifact would find their spells suppressed here, unable to unleash even a third of their usual power. These mountains resemble gigantic and terrifying demonic beings standing here, leaving cultivators below the level of an emperor powerless to resist their demonic influence. Boom! However, as Lin Xuan struck out with a fist, the endless mountains of demonic energy, along with the bizarre skeletons, human heads, and various strange creatures crawling on them, all shattered into fragments, completely obliterated. One ancient palace after another suddenly emerged from the ground. A series of deafening roars echoed through the air as two ancient beings emerged from the chaos, joining the 5 ancient emperors charging from the cosmic battlefield to attack Lin Xuan. They had been in slumber. But now, they had been awakened for no apparent reason, filled with unbounded anger. Their massive claws swung wildly, and they spat out demonic light, intent on annihilating Lin Xuan, the great emperor of this age. Boom! Amidst the surging brilliant light, the 5-clawed golden dragon formed from Lin Xuan's imperial fist leaped forward, piercing the bodies of the 2 ancient creatures on the spot, causing blood to gush out, threatening to collapse the heavens. Their blood was foul-smelling, causing anyone who smelled it to vomit. One of the creatures was hideously ugly, resembling a demon from the underworld in ancient myths, yet it had dared to appear in this forbidden zone of life. Though slain, its presence still highlighted the eerie atmosphere of the Demon God Valley. A blood-red sun suddenly rose, causing the terrain of the Demon God Valley to undergo a massive transformation. At its center, it seemed as though a divine being lay dormant, the area vast and eerie. The surrounding mountains were engulfed in flames, but these were not ordinary flames, they seemed to emanate from the underworld. A yellow river suddenly flowed by, with a ghostly bridge appearing on its surface, resembling the legendary bridge of the underworld. This is bad. This is the most terrifying burial ground for immortals recorded in ancient texts. According to the ancient texts, once such a terrain appears, even immortals will be buried within it. Our human race's current emperor faces a dire situation in this battle. From a distant location, some quasi-emperors who understood Fengxue and terrain, upon witnessing this terrain within the Demon God Valley, immediately paled and exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the others around them were all filled with dread. Even a quasi-emperor of unparalleled strength beneath an emperor had spoken so the current emperor of the human race would undoubtedly face an extremely arduous battle. The burial ground of immortals was a place many had heard of. But they never imagined that they would witness it today in the Demon God Valley, a forbidden zone of life. This was truly an extremely ominous sign. Moreover, the Yellow River and the Bridge of Forgetfulness, which should belong to the underworld, now appeared in the Demon God Valley, making the situation even more ominous. Human Emperor, the rare burial ground of the immortals, which has not appeared in the Demon God Valley for millions of years, has now emerged. Even if I do not intervene, you will perish here today. If you wish to erase the Demon God Valley, you will have to wait until your next life. The cold voice of the Demon God Valley's ruler echoed out. Then an ancient imperial weapon appeared, a crystal-clear bottle with the power of a quasi-immortal artifact, freezing the spacetime of the Demon God Valley so it couldn't be breached. Clearly, this was the ancient imperial weapon forged by the Valley Master of the Demon God Valley. As the ancient imperial weapon of the Demon God Valley's master appeared, the sound of a dragon's roar echoed, and the supreme beings of the eternal forbidden land, the Dragon Emperor, the primordial divine emperor, and the other 4 ancient emperors all entered the Demon God Valley. Soon after, another figure descended upon the Demon God Valley. It was the ancient emperor of time and space, holding the time-space tower, an artifact nearly as powerful as a quasi-divine artifact. He did not know what had happened to the revered master of this forbidden zone or why he had not appeared. However, he had been severely wounded in his battle with Lin Xuan, so he must regain his honor. Now, several rulers of the Forbidden Realms were about to intervene to oppose Lin Xuan. This was a true catastrophe, one that could even shatter the very fabric of the universe. The burial ground of immortals? Let's give it a try. Lin Xuan snorted coldly. His gaze swept over the young girl Lin Tong, then his body suddenly erupted with divine light, and streams of divine energy shot into the sky, illuminating the human realm and shaking the ages. His body began to grow translucent. At the same time, the twin swords in his hands began to fuse, transforming into a divine artifact capable of splitting the heavens and earth, the ultimate divine weapon. In that instant, Lin Xuan seemed to have ascended to immortality in this mortal world, with divine energy swirling around him, his entire being completely detached from the mundane world. Immortal? An immortal body? You're an immortal body? If I devour you, I can become an immortal too. Upon witnessing this scene, an ancient emperor first cried out in shock, then charged toward Lin Xuan, intent on devouring him whole. As for the other ancient emperors, such as the Dragon Emperor, they were also stunned, never expecting such a transformation to occur on Lin Xuan's body. The immortal body, the legendary reincarnated immortal body capable of ascending to immortality, had appeared on the body of a human emperor of this world. This was both exhilarating and terrifying. Immortal Lord. On another ancient star, a little girl named Lin Xuan, floating in a sea of divine light, suddenly opened her eyes and whispered in the direction of the Demon God Valley. As the little girl's gaze fell upon it, the entire universe seemed on the verge of shattering, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure emanating from her eyes. Then she tore open the void, creating a spatial passageway, and came toward the ancient star where Lin Xuan was located, barefoot. Chapter 52, Bloody Battle Against the Ancient Emperor. The settlement begins. Lin Xuan, the Emperor's peak cultivation revealed. Countless eons ago, the immortal realm shattered. Less than a third of the divine realm remained. Even the ruler of the immortal realm perished in that battle. The above is recorded in ancient texts. And now, Lin Xuan sensed the aura of the supreme immortal sovereign and came searching for him. Boom! Within the Demon God Valley, a golden dragon roared. Lin Xuan struck out with a fist. The immortal emperor's fist. The fist technique he had painstakingly devised in the depths of his mind. With a single punch, the intent behind it aimed to pierce through the immortal realm. The heavens above trembled, and countless ancient divine creatures slumbering in the divine realm awoke, roaring in response. Roar! The ancient emperor who had been close to Lin Xuan let out a growl, his body shattering into a cosmic black hole, attempting to devour Lin Xuan into the forbidden zone. The ancient emperors joined forces to summon the ancient imperial weapons and attacked Lin Xuan's Lishan sword and Changsheng sword, aiming to prevent the two divine weapons from merging and evolving into an immortal body. This was a true battle for life and death. The ancient emperors are fighting with all their might. With the opportunity to devour the immortal body and ascend to immortality at hand, they had no choice but to fight to the death. Boom! Lin Xuan's fist struck the ancient emperor who had closed in on him, shattering the cosmic black hole he had transformed into. With his left hand, he summoned the yin-yang diagram, enveloping the other ancient emperors within it. Ah! With a terrifying roar, the ancient emperor whose body had been pierced by Lin Xuan's attack revealed his true form, ancient Qilin, already evolving into the mythical divine beast known as the Qilin. His universe black hole had been pierced, and blood flowed from his chest, leaving him nearly on the brink of death, his eyes filled with rage. That punch earlier was no ordinary punch. It was a punch from the current great emperor, whose vital energy was at its peak. The intent of the punch lingered within his body, constantly eroding his life force and blocking his divine soul from escaping, causing him immense suffering. As an ancient emperor, how could he be weaker than others? Moreover, he had already pushed himself to his absolute limit, returning to the realm of a former ancient emperor. This is now the peak of his combat power. There was no need to push himself further. Yet, in such a situation, he had been wounded by a human emperor, which was the greatest humiliation of his life. Boom! Destroy the 3,000 realms of the universe. In a fit of rage, this ancient emperor, now transformed into the form of a Qilin, spat out an ancient mirror and unleashed the supreme divine prohibition technique, intent on destroying the 3,000 worlds below. By now, he cared for nothing else, he only sought to kill the human emperor before him to avenge his humiliation. Crackle! Boom! The might of the ancient emperor was no small matter. As the ancient emperor unleashed his ancient forbidden techniques, thunderous roars echoed from the 3,000 realms below, signaling their imminent destruction. Crack! However, Lin Xuan's imperial fist mercilessly pierced the ancient emperor's skull, shattering it along with his divine consciousness. His blood spilled out, but it was blocked by the divine light surrounding Lin Xuan. The once invincible ancient emperor, who had once ruled the heavens and the earth, was thus coldly slain by Lin Xuan. His corpse was kicked flying by Lin Xuan, crashing into another ancient emperor. His body grew increasingly divine. Beneath his feet, a river of time and a time dragon began to appear, as if to carry him to an even more mysterious world. At that moment, all the ancient emperors before him seemed like beings from another world. Quickly stop him. He is not a divine body, he is evolving into a divine form. Do not let him succeed. To evolve into an immortal body and become an immortal in this mortal realm is impossible. Within the Demon God Valley, an ancient emperor shouted. As the ancient emperor shouted, the Dragon Emperor, the Time Emperor, the Primordial God Emperor, and the other ancient emperors suddenly realized. They realized that the current emperor before them, Lin Xuan, was not a divine body. He merely possessed cultivation that defied the world. He actually intended to transform himself into an immortal body and cultivate it to perfection in this mortal realm. This, they could never allow. He was already so powerful before even becoming an immortal. If he were to become an immortal, the ancient emperors and revered ancestors of the Forbidden Zone would all be killed. Roar! The Dragon Emperor roared, shattering countless stars, and a pair of dragon claws already charged toward Lin Xuan. Among all the emperors present, his combat power was the strongest. Though he was called an expert of the imperial way, he had already reached a level close to that of an immortal. With this single move, the void itself was on the verge of shattering, as if a true dragon from the ancient past had intervened. The space around Lin Xuan was shattering. The Dragon Emperor's imperial might was spreading, causing the heavens and earth to grow unstable. Countless powerful beings knelt in fear, trembling with dread. Boom! Lin Xuan dodged to the ground, and a massive dragon emerged from the earth. This was the Dragon Chi of the Demon God Valley, which he had harnessed to confront the Dragon Emperor and successfully blocked his attack. He actually used Dragon Chi to block the Dragon Emperor. An ancient emperor witnessed the scene and couldn't help but stare in shock. He had emerged from the eternal Forbidden Land alongside the Dragon Emperor, knew of his terror, and admired his cultivation the most. Yet now, the Dragon Emperor's full-force attack had been blocked by the current emperor using Dragon Chi. This was like a mythical tale, utterly unbelievable. Clang! Clang! At that moment, the sound of divine weapons colliding echoed, and countless oceans on the earth were vaporized. Lin Xuan's eternal sword and the heaven-shattering sword had not yet fused successfully and were both held in his hands. Primordial laws, return to the origin. Everything shall be annihilated. At that moment, a loud shout rang out. The primordial divine emperor pointed his great halberd toward the heavens, causing the entire world to undergo a massive transformation. All scenes began to revert to a chaotic state, as if everything in the heavens and earth were being completely eradicated. This was the primordial god emperor's supreme divine technique, the primordial law, capable of reversing the heavens and earth, returning everything to its original state. In the beginning, the heavens and earth were chaos, and no gods had yet been born. All living beings in this world were about to be erased. Seal the timeline. The ancient emperor of time roared, swinging his palm to imprison Lin Xuan within his own space. A river of time appeared, transforming into a divine chain that bound toward him, intending to drag Lin Xuan into the river of time. Whoosh! At the same time, a massive hand flew out from the Demon God Valley, striking toward Lin Xuan. This was the supreme ancient emperor-level existence of the Demon God Valley finally making its move, its combat power terrifying beyond compare, as if a god had descended to fight. With these three emperors intervening, the other three ancient emperors immediately focused their energy to repair their cultivation, no longer in a hurry to act. In their eyes, with these three emperors intervening, the current great emperor Lin Xuan would undoubtedly be eradicated. At the same time, the gates of the Demon God Valley erupted with a thunderous roar before falling silent. The Demon God Valley had sealed itself off, and no one from the outside could enter. The place had become a furnace, and unless Lin Xuan killed all the ancient emperors, there was no way to escape. Sword, come! Lin Xuan roared, and an endless rain of swords fell from the sky, as if they were coming from the celestial realm. With a thunderous crash, the Demon God Valley was split in half, and his body suddenly appeared beside the ancient emperor of time and space. He sliced through the ancient emperor of time and space along with his sword, splitting this supreme ancient emperor in two. The imperial aura surged around him like a flood, shaking the stars. His peak emperor-level cultivation finally revealed itself with this single sword strike. At the same time, there was movement in the direction of the celestial banishment. The invincible female ancient emperor, the heavenly ancient emperor, stepped on a river of time and headed toward the Demon God Valley. Her aura alone was enough to send even the ancient emperors of other forbidden zones into a state of shock. Some ancient emperors exclaimed in shock. The ancient empress Hao Tian is about to intervene. How dare this human emperor disturb her? Chapter 53, Shocking the Forbidden Realm. Lin Xuan's first love is the ancient empress of the end of the mythical era, the heavenly ancient empress? The heavenly emperor. The most terrifying ancient emperor in legend. The first ancient emperor after the heavenly sovereign of the mythical era, some say she was the human emperor. But regardless, she is the only female emperor recorded in the history of cultivation, single-handedly suppressing the heavens, facing the remnants of the gods from the end of the mythical era, and looking down upon all ages. Her cultivation level is beyond description. She can be said to be one of the top 3 strongest beings in the imperial path. Now, she has emerged from the celestial realm, traversing the river of time like a celestial maiden, causing an uproar among the spectators in the forbidden zone of the Demon God Valley. Empress Hao Tian. Is this the Empress Hao Tian from the ancient records, the first empress of the mythical era and the ancient world? She is so beautiful, she doesn't even seem like a woman from this world. What woman? This is an emperor of the highest order, a divine being. According to ancient records, she had already passed away long ago, but I never expected her to be in the eastern domain's 10 forbidden lands, the Xianjin. The immortal forbidden zone. Could there be immortals within it? Has the ancient emperor of the heavens ascended to divinity? The ancient emperor of the heavens, like our current emperor, was an ancient emperor whose imperial status was most threatened during his reign. Now that many ancient emperors have awakened in this forbidden zone, if it weren't for our current emperor's unparalleled cultivation, we wouldn't be able to suppress them. Like the ancient emperor Hao Tian, it is said that divine beings existed during her reign. However, those deities were all suppressed, which is sufficient proof of her terrifying power. With the appearance of the ancient emperor of the heavens, the scene erupted into lively discussion. Beauty. The empress of the heavens is not only the first ancient emperor of this land as rumored, but also an existence that suppressed immortals. She is so beautiful that she seems unreal. It was as if a true divine maiden had descended, drawing the attention of all the powerful beings. What was even more shocking was that such an ancient emperor, once invincible in heaven and earth, had appeared. Could the current human emperor survive and emerge from the forbidden demon god valley? They've gone in. At that moment, someone exclaimed in shock. As the words fell, everyone was stunned to see the breathtakingly beautiful woman step into the demon god valley. The demon god valley had been sealed shut, with its gates long since vanished, yet the woman, the heavenly empress, had forced her way inside. This left everyone present gasping in horror, and they grew even more concerned for their current human emperor, Enraged. After all, the ancient empress of the heavens was a being capable of suppressing gods, and no one could stand against her. Once she entered, it meant that the current human emperor, Enraged, was in grave danger. We humbly welcome the ancient empress of the heavens to the demon god valley. The human emperor has repeatedly trespassed into our forbidden territory. We implore the ancient empress of the heavens to intervene and suppress this human emperor on behalf of the demon god valley. Within the demon god valley. Upon seeing Lin Xuan split the body of the Guanyin ancient emperor in two, an ancient creature immediately addressed the heavenly empress who had entered their demon god valley. Whoosh! As soon as the ancient creature finished speaking, and as the heavenly empress of the ancient heavens cast a faint glance at the palace where it stood, the palace and the creature itself exploded into a blood mist that filled the demon god valley. Suddenly, bizarre creatures appeared, beginning to devour the blood mist. SSS. Seeing this scene, the other ancient emperors were all startled. Originally, as fellow ancient emperors of the Forbidden Zone, they had initially assumed that the ancient empress of the heavens had come to aid them in confronting the current great emperor. With the ancient first emperor of this generation said to be second only to the mythical heavenly sovereign era stepping forward, there was no way the human emperor could survive. But they never expected. The ancient empress of the heavens had arrived and immediately eradicated the ancient creatures of the demon god valley's Forbidden Zone. This left them all utterly shocked, unable to fathom the true intentions of the ancient empress of the heavens. As ancient emperors, they were once invincible beings in both heaven and earth. However, there was an unwritten rule in the history of cultivation: the older the emperor, the stronger they were. As the first ancient emperor to attain enlightenment during the final days of the mythical era, the heavenly empress of the ancient era had once subdued the gods, naturally causing all the ancient emperors present to feel an inexplicable pressure. It was as though she had not come as a human, but as the very embodiment of the mythical Tao, a celestial immortal from the ancient era. The ancient empress of the heavens has actually come. Could it be? At that moment, only the ancient emperor of the demon god valley vaguely guessed the true purpose of the ancient empress of the heavens. If his guess was correct, then the demon god valley might truly be erased. The human emperor was already extremely powerful. If he was truly connected to that mythical celestial being, he must have immense backup, and even summoning the mythical celestial being from his previous life was a possibility. And with the addition of the ancient first empress, the heavenly empress of the ancient era, the demon god valley was truly in danger. In my extremely ancient era, it was rumored that the ancient empress of the heavens had once been in love with a celestial sovereign from the mythical era. She even ventured to the 9 heavens and 10 earths to seek out various mythical elixirs and potions for that celestial sovereign, all to delay the flow of his lifespan. Setting aside the question of why an ancient celestial deity would die. If this legend is true, then the appearance of the ancient female emperor here today would confirm that the current human emperor is indeed the reincarnation of that ancient celestial sovereign. A female ancient empress from the ancient era, an ancient celestial being. Alas, my demon god valley is doomed. Within a palace in the demon god valley, the ancient emperor who had previously recognized Lin Xuan as the reincarnation of the ancient celestial being thought to himself. At this thought, he was utterly stunned, and blood gushed from his mouth. Swish! As the old ancient emperor and the other emperors were all puzzled, the heavenly empress of the ancient era cast a glance in Lin Xuan's direction before turning and leaving. The demon god valley was extremely distant from the divine forbidden realm, but she crossed it in a single step. As she entered the divine forbidden realm, the entire realm was enveloped in a divine light and vanished from the mortal world along with the ancient empress. One of the 10 forbidden lands of the eastern region had been erased. The divine forbidden realm and the ancient empress of the heavens have both vanished. Could it be that the ancient empress of the heavens has ascended to divinity? This was everyone's confusion. They didn't understand what had happened, but they all knew that from this day forward, the eastern region would no longer have a divine forbidden land. Moreover, the immortal realm had never before been the site of a dark uprising. Now, the ruler of the divine forbidden realm, the ancient empress, along with the entire realm, had suddenly vanished in a burst of divine light, adding an air of mystery to both the divine forbidden realm and the ancient empress herself. The ancient empress of the heavens, indeed the first emperor of the ancient times. She merely descended in her true form and broke the burial ground formation of the demon god valley, which had not appeared in a million years. At that moment, a sigh echoed from within the demon god valley. It was the voice of the demon god valley's valley master. Upon hearing the words of the demon god valley's valley master, all the ancient emperors present were startled. They then looked up in unison and saw that the previously extremely perilous burial ground of the immortals had been shattered, along with the blood-red sun that had been in the sky. The burial ground of immortals was said to be the most formidable terrain in the history of cultivation, capable of burying even immortals. Yet now, with the arrival of the ancient empress of the heavens, this terrifyingly perilous terrain had been shattered. Her cultivation was so profound that it was beyond comprehension, likely nearing the realm of immortals. Father, do you recognize that ancient empress from earlier? Even Tongtong's gaze turned toward Lin Xuan in the sky, her eyes filled with astonishment. At that moment, with the arrival of the ancient empress, the battle temporarily ceased. The 5 ancient emperors hovered in the air, forming a around Lin Xuan. Chapter 54, Lin Tong is stunned. Father has a connection with the first ancient empress of the primordial era? Lin Tong was too young to understand the meaning of the words empress of the heavens. She had no idea that once this name spread throughout the universe, all the ancient stars would be shocked and in uproar. The emperor's age was around 10,000 years. Yet the heavenly empress of the ancient era had lived from the end of the mythical age until now, which was almost as long as the lifespan of an immortal. This was truly a matter of cosmic astonishment. She had only seen this ancient empress appear and immediately break the funeral terrain of the demon god valley, making her the only ancient emperor to have helped her father, and she was a woman. Therefore, she believed there must be some connection between her and her father. One is an ancient female emperor, and the other is the current great emperor. It cannot be denied that the heavenly empress and her father are truly a perfect match, at least more so than her father and mother. Tongtong couldn't help but let her imagination run wild, her eyes fixed on her father's face, filled with the flames of curiosity. Father is the current emperor, while the ancient empress is from the ancient era. Father has only heard of her but does not know her personally. Lin Xuan's voice echoed down from the sky. As his voice faded, beams of sound materialized, transforming into divine light that surged toward the glow before them. Those were the divine lights of the ancient emperor of time. As the supreme ancient emperor of the eternal forbidden zone, the ancient emperor of time and space was said to be the supreme being who created the very fabric of time and space. Though his physical body had been shattered, his divine essence remained intact. As an ancient emperor-level existence, while the physical body is important, the divine essence is even more so. As long as the divine essence remains intact, one can freely seize another's physical body to reincarnate. Especially for an existence of the ancient emperor of time's caliber, as long as the divine essence escapes, surviving is extremely easy. Time taboo technique, time reversal. A hoarse, furious roar erupted from the time ancient emperor's divine essence. Immediately, time and the demon god valley began to flow backward, attempting to return to the ancient era. He was utterly enraged. As an ancient emperor unmatched in both past and present, to have his physical body sliced apart by another was an unbearable humiliation. This grudge must be avenged, otherwise, he would not be the peerless ancient emperor, the time ancient emperor. Time flowed backward. This was an extremely powerful secret technique. When this technique is activated, not only the demon god valley, but even the landscapes and phenomena of the vast cosmos beyond its borders will be erased, returning everything to the state that existed when he, the time ancient emperor, was alive. Even Lin Xuan, the current great emperor, will be erased. This is a cold-blooded and merciless technique. The ancient emperor of time rarely used it in his lifetime. Because the technique of time manipulation is a forbidden art of the heavenly Tao, the most difficult to master, and if mishandled, it could even cause him to vanish along with everything else. However, now that his physical body has been severed, he cares for nothing else. Bang! A deafening sound echoed through the heavens. Lin Xuan's fist struck the ancient emperor's divine essence, which had retreated into the reverse flow of time, with no mercy. The entire world echoed with a sound that seemed to shatter the heavens, as if this world had been shattered by Lin Xuan. Time is one of the strongest laws in the heavens and earth. In that fleeting moment, the ancient emperor nearly merged with time itself, as if Lin Xuan were defying the flow of time. Such an act was bound to produce a sound that shook the world. As Lin Xuan's fist struck out, the ancient emperor's divine essence let out a piercing scream and shattered violently. Suddenly, all beings in the heavens and earth sensed that the flow of time had ceased to exist. Outside. What's happening? Time has stopped flowing. Could it be that we're all going to live forever? For a moment, everyone was stunned, doubting their own immortality. Of course, only cultivators at the level of a divine king could sense the existence of time. Those below the divine king realm could not sense the existence of time, only feeling a void in their hearts, as if something was missing. Ah! A furious voice roared, and the ancient emperor of time, who had been invincible throughout the ages, vanished. The heavens and earth were filled with the sorrowful aura of an ancient emperor's demise, and time began to flow once more. The ancient emperor of time has perished. The demise of the time emperor sent shockwaves through the ancient beings of the demon god valley, all of whom turned their gaze toward Lin Xuan, realizing the unmatched might of this current emperor. Before this, they had only intended to use others as tools to achieve their goals while preserving their own strength. However, now, the fall of the ancient Emperor of Time made them realize that they could no longer stand by and watch this battle unfold. The supreme ancient emperor among them must act. Immediately, from a grand hall deep within the demon god valley, an ancient emperor with a blurry form, surrounded by a swirling chaos energy, emerged from the hall. As he emerged, time once again ceased to flow, and the heavens and earth began to revert to chaos. The supreme ancient emperor said to have attained enlightenment through the chaos divine body, the chaos ancient emperor? Is it really you? I wonder what realm you have reached now. Can you become an immortal? An ancient emperor who had come to aid the demon god valley stared in astonishment at the ancient emperor shrouded in chaos energy, his voice trembling with shock. As he spoke, his body involuntarily stepped back, his eyes filled with fear. Only those of his era knew the terror of the chaos divine body and the chaos ancient emperor. It was said that a fully realized chaos divine body could even confront ancient emperors and the current great emperors of the human race, and even had a chance to kill them. And a chaos immortal body that had attained enlightenment as an ancient emperor was said to be able to directly kill immortals. Such an existence had only appeared once in 10,000 ages, and the one before him was the ancient emperor who could absorb and expel all spiritual bodies and the bodies of kings from the heavens and earth. They had always believed he had long since vanished, but they never imagined he had been lurking within the demon god valley. This means that the strength of the demon god valley far exceeds their imagination, and they do not need any support. The demon god valley alone has sufficient power to eliminate the current great emperor of the human race. Moreover, with such an existence present, they could forget about taking advantage of the situation to gain any benefits from the demon god valley. Thinking this, the other ancient emperors couldn't help but feel uneasy. Their support for the demon god valley was not merely to eliminate the current human emperor, but also to obtain resources that could grant immortality. But now that the chaos emperor had emerged, it had shattered their hopes. The supreme existence within the demon god valley includes a chaos emperor who has attained the chaos divine body. It seems the human emperor is doomed this time. We need not wait any longer. Let us eliminate this holy Tianya and each claim the opportunities within. At the holy heavenly cliff, the heavenly wolf emperor, sensing the dense chaos energy within the demon god valley, spoke up. As he finished speaking, two icy gazes fixed on the holy heavenly cliff, and his body surged with killing intent. He took a step forward, ready to charge into the holy heavenly cliff. He could no longer contain his eagerness to conquer the holy heavenly cliff. At this moment, after the four ancient emperors had joined forces and used their four ancient imperial weapons to block the supreme quasi-divine artifact, the marriage contract, the heavenly wolf emperor believed that nothing in the holy heavenly cliff could stop him from entering. As for the marriage contract, it was merely a weapon. Even if it was of a higher grade, without a master to control it, it would eventually become his possession. Celestial wolf emperor, wait a moment. This human emperor dares to leave the sacred heavenly cliff. There must be other plans here. As ancient emperors, our status is so exalted, why bother to personally attack? At that moment, the once invincible dragon emperor suddenly spoke. As he finished speaking, he suddenly unleashed his supreme divine ability, using his dragon claws to grab a hidden assassin's hall nestled within an ancient divine mountain millions of miles away. He then ordered the Saint King Hall Master inside to lead the assassins to capture the holy heaven cliff. Otherwise, the four ancient emperors would annihilate every assassin in the entire assassin's hall. Ancient emperors, wait. We will attack the holy heavenly cliff immediately. Upon receiving the warning, the saintly king of the assassin's hall spoke tremblingly. Then, with a sudden swing of his hand, a long sword appeared, emanating a fierce killing intent, directly striking toward the holy heavenly cliff, intending to split this supreme cultivation site in two with a single stroke. But just then, the original life-binding Forbidden Land suddenly underwent a massive transformation. A beam of divine light shot across the sky, and a scroll of heaven appeared out of thin air. It was filled with countless divine lights, as if it contained the secrets of ascension to divinity. Instantly, the four ancient emperors preparing to attack the holy heavenly cliff, along with the other ancient emperors from the forbidden zones, all turned their gaze toward the celestial book that had appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 55, The Ironclad Proof. Lin Xuan and the ancient empress of the heavens were indeed lifelong companions in a past life. Our earthly ties are severed, we shall meet again in the celestial realm. As the celestial book appeared, Lin Xuan suddenly heard the voice of the ancient emperor Hao Tian in his mind. Her voice lingered in Lin Xuan's mind, emerging from the depths of his heart, as if it had always been there. This left Lin Xuan stunned. Although he was the emperor of the human race, he had never had any connection with the ancient empress of the heavens. Why was her voice echoing in his mind? Moreover, now that the immortal gate had been completely sealed, how could she possibly enter the immortal realm? Unless her identity as the ancient empress of the heavens was merely a manifestation, and her true self possessed an extremely powerful status in the immortal realm that could summon her back, she would never have ascended to the immortal realm. Our earthly ties are severed, we shall meet in the immortal realm. These words left Lin Xuan feeling utterly perplexed. However, he had no time to speculate. His immediate priority was to break through the demon god valley, this forbidden territory, and completely destroy it. Then he would settle accounts with every forbidden realm that had dared to attack him today. As he thought, Lin Xuan unleashed a divine Dao reincarnation fist, which transformed into countless worlds. A divine realm world formed under his palm, clashing with the Chaos Ancient Emperor. The Chaos Immortal body was the strongest physique in the mortal world, capable of absorbing everything in the heavens and earth, including the power of ancient emperors and great emperors. Therefore, people feared this physique greatly. Moreover, the opponent had attained enlightenment with the Chaos body, making them even more terrifying. Once he moved, it was as if an ancient divine emperor was swallowing the heavens and earth, devouring countless vengeful spirits in the demon god valley and intimidating all the heavens. Boom! In this clash, the void shattered, countless dimensions emerged, and massive black holes suddenly appeared, plunging the entire world into darkness. This is the might of the clash between imperial paths, capable of destroying heaven and earth. Fortunately, this was the forbidden demon god valley. If this had happened outside, the entire mortal realm would have been overturned. Countless beams of light exploded in the sky, nearly engulfing Lin Xuan and the Chaos Emperor in a sea of chaos light. He blocked it. This human emperor has blocked the Chaos Ancient Emperor's strike and emerged unscathed. What realm is he in? How could he still be so powerful after battling numerous ancient emperors? This is simply impossible. Seeing that Lin Xuan had effortlessly blocked the Chaos Ancient Emperor's attack and emerged unscathed, some ancient emperors present turned pale with shock. In the minds of these ancient emperors, the Chaos Ancient Emperor was a god-like existence. One could even say he was a divine being. Yet now, Lin Xuan had withstood the Chaos Ancient Emperor's attack unscathed while battling several ancient emperors on the cosmic battlefield. This was truly shocking to him. Even the Dragon Emperor and the Primordial Divine Emperor had their expressions changed drastically. The Chaos body was a truly existing physique, even more real than the legendary Immortal body. Even without attaining the status of an emperor, once fully developed, one could challenge ancient emperors and emperors. Let alone this is an ancient emperor who has already attained the path of the emperor, whose combat power is so formidable that even they dare not underestimate him. Yet now, the human emperor was not even slightly outmatched by the opponent. This combat power was truly earth-shaking. Boom! At that moment, the heavens and earth trembled. From the direction of the divine prohibition, not only did a scroll of heavenly script appear out of nowhere. Endless shadows appeared, one after another, sacred and majestic, yet each possessed overwhelming combat intent. They were arranged in perfect formation, resembling ancient celestial soldiers and generals patrolling the heavens. What is that? Are they immortals? For a moment, even the emperors battling within the Demon God Valley halted their fights, their gazes piercing through the Demon God Valley to fix on the immortal barrier. Although the Demon God Valley is now sealed off. However, those present were all ancient emperors and revered sages, whose power was so great that they could peer through the river of time and space. How much more so now, when they were merely gazing into the forbidden realm of the Demon God Valley? Those are not immortals, they are ancient battle souls. But why are there so many of them? This immortal barrier was not meant to seal away immortals, but ancient battle souls? An ancient emperor spoke up. This ancient emperor was the soul-controlling emperor. He had dedicated his life to mastering the art of soul control, and thus he immediately recognized that the neatly arranged figures in the Forbidden Land were none other than ancient war souls. Ancient war souls? That's quite interesting. I just wonder why this ancient battle spirit has evolved to such an extent. It looks almost indistinguishable from a divine being. Another ancient emperor nodded in agreement. As he spoke, his gaze was fixed intently on the neatly arranged ancient war souls. Because this could very well be a new method of achieving immortality. These ancient emperors had been studying the art of immortality, and some of them were already nearing the end of their lifespans. Now, with what seemed to be a new method of immortality emerging, they were naturally highly attentive. Just as this ancient emperor spoke, one after another, grand palaces suddenly appeared out of thin air. Each hall was enormous, resembling a separate world. Each hall was engraved with extremely bizarre totems, resembling ancient demons and gods. There were a total of 10 palaces. A single hall possessed the might to suppress all heavens. When all 10 palaces appeared together, their might was sufficient to sweep away the divine and demonic beings of the 9 heavens. Among them, a figure stands tall and emerges from above. Dressed in golden dragon robes, she is as beautiful as a celestial maiden from a divine palace. Her skin is snow-white beyond description, with no words in the world capable of capturing its purity. Her figure was slender, with long, graceful legs, embodying the most perfect proportions in the world. The 10 halls, the heavenly empress of the ancient realm? Could this celestial emperor of the forbidden realm be the legendary underworld? And this heavenly empress of the ancient realm is the first founder of the underworld? If that's the case, then the underworld did not originate in the mythical age, but rather in the ancient era at the end of the mythical age? Upon seeing the 10 great halls and the figure of the ancient empress, the ancient emperor immediately cried out in astonishment. The heavenly court and the underworld are both entities from mythical legends. The mythical heavenly court is said to possess the art of immortality and be home to countless gods and Buddhas such as Guanyin, the Jade Emperor, the Buddha, the Monkey King, and the 9 heavenly generals. The mythical underworld is said to be the final resting place for all souls, with the existence of reincarnation. Cultivators ascend to the immortal realm, while humans go to the underworld after death. However, for cultivators, these are all mere legends. Throughout history, there has been no evidence to prove the existence of the celestial palace or the underworld. But now, the 10 great halls of the forbidden land of immortals suddenly appeared, causing everyone to think of the 10 halls of the underworld and the legendary emperor of the underworld. This discovery has made the ancient emperors envious. If the mythical underworld exists, doesn't that mean the mythical heavenly court also truly exists? If one truly becomes an immortal, why would they need to devour the lives of all beings in the heavens and earth to extend their lifespan? The immortal realm is abundant with resources for eternal life. Wait, look! There's another figure. Just then, one of the ancient emperors spoke up. This ancient emperor possessed the divine will eye, allowing him to see what others could not. As the ancient emperor finished speaking, the other ancient emperors, their expressions growing grim, indeed saw a figure slowly emerging above one of the 10 great halls. This figure was tall and slender, though not imposing, yet it exuded an overwhelming pressure capable of crushing the heavens. What an ancient robe! Is this a robe from the mythical age? Could this be a celestial sovereign from the mythical age? And why does his silhouette resemble that of the human emperor so much? At that moment, an ancient emperor in the divine prohibition zone exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 56, The truth is revealed. The current human emperor Lin Xuan is indeed the reincarnation of a mythical ancient heavenly sovereign. This figure truly resembles the current human emperor's silhouette. Could it be that the current human emperor is truly the reincarnation of a mythical ancient celestial being? Another ancient emperor in the divine forbidden realm spoke in astonishment. As he spoke, his expression grew grim. If what they saw was real and not an illusion, then the situation was becoming serious. From all the signs, this human race's current great emperor is no ordinary figure. He is truly connected to the ancient mythical ancient celestial sovereign. The ancient mythical Tianzuan is also connected to the immortals. To owe such an existence a karmic debt, even if they were ancient emperors, they would tremble with fear. The underworld has been established, but it can only guarantee the immortality of the soul, not the joint immortality of the soul and the physical body. Though I am a celestial sovereign. At that moment, the figure in the grand hall spoke, but his voice seemed to trail off, and no one heard what he said. But even so, it was enough. These words were enough to send shockwaves through the ancient emperors who heard them. The mythical heavenly sovereign. This is truly the mythical heavenly sovereign. The ancient empress of the heavens, Hao Tian, has actually met a heavenly sovereign from the mythical era. She has truly lived from the end of the mythical era to the present day? What kind of immortality technique is this? Mythical heavenly sovereign, we have actually seen the lingering image left behind by the mythical heavenly sovereign. Could the true form beneath this divine prohibition zone truly be the underworld of mythical legends? But what happened afterward? Why did this underworld from the mythical era transform into the forbidden realm of the immortal realm in later ages? And if the ancient empress of the heavens, Hao Tian, survived, then the celestial sovereign of the mythical era must have also lived until now. Where did he go? Or did he choose reincarnation, becoming the current human emperor? The ancient celestial deity of the mythical era truly exists. It is said that this world was created by a celestial deity from the mythical era. If such an existence truly exists in the mortal realm, wouldn't that make them invincible throughout the ages? The ancient heavenly sovereign of the mythical era, this was originally an existence belonging to mythology. Yet now, he has appeared on the 10 halls. And his figure bears such a striking resemblance to Lin Xuan. This filled Lin Xuan with confusion, prompting him to communicate with the system. System, can I check my past life identity? Past life identity for Lin Xuan's previous life, this was naturally part of mythical legends. But he had already crossed over, attained enlightenment, and become an emperor. Many things could no longer be explained by ordinary logic. While an emperor was indeed peerlessly powerful. However, he knows nothing about his own past lives. Host, since you have not yet attained immortality, the system does not have permission to investigate your past lives. The system recommends that the host consult again after attaining immortality. The system's prompt sounded. I've already become an immortal. Why would I need your system to check my past life identity? Lin Xuan was at a loss for words. Since he wasn't an immortal, he needed the system to investigate his past life. But now that he was an immortal, his past life identity could be deduced using divine artifacts and mythical tools. There was no need to use the system at all. Father, so it's truly connected to the heavenly sovereign of the mythical era. Just then, Lin Tong's vision suddenly shifted, and for some reason, she too saw the scene of the divine prohibition. She even saw the figure standing tall in the divine hall, resembling her father, and combined with the words of the supreme being of the demon god valley, she couldn't help but speculate that her father's past life might indeed have been the celestial lord of the ancient mythical era. This filled her heart with an inexplicable sense of pride. In the past, she had always believed her father was the strongest. No matter when danger arose, as long as her father was there, she was safe. Even when she was captured and taken to the life-forbidden zone, the demon god Valley. As long as she thought of her father, her fear diminished. Now, seeing the Forbidden Realm's divine prohibitions, and realizing that her father was not only the great emperor of the mortal world but might also be a celestial lord from the mythical age, she felt an overwhelming sense of pride. She also felt that her mother had made a huge mistake by divorcing such a wonderful man like her father. Though these are your subordinates, their physical bodies have already perished in battle. That you can use the sealing of the gods technique to preserve their divine souls is already a great feat. Even other heavenly sovereigns from the mythical era might not be able to match you. At this moment, the ancient empress of the heavens spoke. Though she was a legendary empress, her words were filled with admiration for the ancient celestial sovereigns of the mythical era. That's not necessarily the case. There were heavenly sovereigns from my era who survived as well. Moreover, I suspect he has evolved into a forbidden zone, becoming a forbidden zone lord who brings disaster to all living beings. The ancient celestial being standing atop the 10 great halls spoke. Upon hearing this, the 10 ancient emperors of the eastern domain were once again startled. A celestial sovereign isn't an immortal? How could the ancient celestial sovereign use the term survived? Could it be that the ancient celestial sovereign can also die? The ancient heavenly sovereign is immortal in the hearts of the ancient emperors. However, hearing the words of the ancient heavenly sovereign now, even the mythical ancient heavenly sovereign seems destined to die, which fills the other ancient emperors with utter horror. If even the ancient heavenly sovereign can die, does that not mean that there are no immortals in this world at all? Because whether it's the supreme beings in the mythical forbidden realm of the demon sea or the rulers of the imperial heavenly forbidden land, they don't resemble immortals at all. Instead, they resemble demons. And immortals are what they truly seek. If there are no immortals, then what is the meaning of transforming themselves into forbidden realms and bearing the infamy of future generations? No wonder he was a heavenly sovereign of the mythical era. He actually calculated that this heavenly sovereign had also survived and transformed into a forbidden realm. But did you choose the reincarnation method? Reincarnation to become the emperor of this world? That would indeed allow you to live on. In a lifeless forbidden zone within an extremely ancient star, a hoarse voice murmured. This was a true ancient heavenly sovereign from the mythical age, sleeping within an ancient coffin forged during the mythical age. His eyes remained closed, relying on his divine perception to sense the scenes of the divine forbidden zone in the eastern domain. Upon hearing the ancient celestial sovereign's words from the divine prohibition, his heart also stirred. He had once been an unparalleled celestial sovereign who protected the mortal world, revered by all beings. Later generations had even mythologized them to the level of gods. However, the relentless passage of time had forced his generation of ancient celestial sovereigns into the dire situation of transforming into the life-bound forbidden zone. Yet, the person from his own era had reincarnated and attained enlightenment to become an emperor, living a second life of faith that filled him with envy. As for him, his lifespan was nearly exhausted. He now awaits the opportunity to unleash a dark rebellion. However, encountering the reincarnated form of his contemporary heavenly sovereign poses a challenge. Heavenly sovereign, rest assured. Even if that person from your generation is still alive, with me here, the moment he emerges to disrupt the world, I will suppress him. As for you, celestial sovereign, go ahead and fulfill your destiny. I will wait for you until the day I can no longer wait. At that moment, the voice of the ancient empress of the heavens once again echoed in the ears of the ancient emperors. Her tone was filled with dominance, causing the ancient emperors to shudder in awe. They once again witnessed the overwhelming might of this peerless female ancient emperor, while also feeling a sense of admiration. They never imagined that this female ancient emperor, who was invincible in heaven and earth during the final years of the mythical era, had been guarding the divine prohibition for the sake of a promise. Otherwise, with her talent, she might have already ascended to immortality. Not for immortality, but to keep a promise to that person. What kind of love is that? Even as an ancient emperor, one could not comprehend it. Boom! At that moment, the divine barrier in the ancient emperor's vision underwent a massive transformation. The 10 palaces that had suddenly appeared rose from the ground and flew toward the heavens, as if they were heading toward the divine realm. This sudden turn of events left the ancient emperors stunned once more. Chapter 57. The world trembles as the current emperor, the founder of the first immortal cultivation classic, the Tao Te Ching, flying to the heavens. This was something even the ancient emperors of the eastern domain's forbidden zone could not achieve. Yet now, these mythical 10 palaces of the underworld were soaring into the sky, seemingly on the verge of ascending to immortality. The ancient emperors of the forbidden zone naturally would not allow this. Immediately, several divine thoughts swept out, aiming to bring the 10 halls crashing down. Each of them activated their supreme secret techniques, intending to capture the 10 halls and bring them to their sides to explore the secret of their ascension. At that moment, the heavens trembled. Endless streams of light poured down from the celestial scriptures atop the 10 great halls. One by one, characters appeared on the celestial scriptures. With the appearance of any single character, the entire heavens and earth resounded with a thunderous roar. Then, springs gushed forth from the earth, magpies flew in formation, and extraordinary phenomena began to appear throughout the heavens and earth. Imperial symbols. These are symbols that only ancient emperors and great emperors can use. Apart from ancient emperors and great emperors, no one else could decipher these runes. At the beginning of the Great Tao, all things returned to chaos, and when chaos opened, the heavens and earth emerged. At that moment, the heavenly book suddenly opened its pages. Divine sounds as vast as the Tao echoed throughout the heavens and earth, penetrating everyone's ears. Then, 3 large characters appeared on the heavenly book, the Great Tao Sutra. These were not written in the emperor's script but were instead transmitted into the ears of every cultivator through the same divine sound of the Great Tao. The Tao Jing. Upon seeing these 3 characters, all the ancient emperors were deeply shaken. For this was nearly the first scripture of the post-mythical era. Even the ancient emperors knew this. Some great emperors of the human race in later generations had attained enlightenment through this book. In other words, many of the astonishing emperors of the human race in later generations were disciples or students of the founder of this scripture. Without this scripture, the human race would never have produced successive great emperors in later generations. The human race would never have been able to strengthen itself and would have long since been completely subjugated as the blood offerings of the ancient emperors of the Forbidden Zones and other demonic races. The Dao Dao Jing, the Haotian Jing, the Di Jing, the Chang Xian Jing, and the Busi Xian Jing are all among the strongest ancient scriptures in this world. Who would have thought that today we would be able to witness one of the 5 greatest ancient scriptures, the Dao Dao Jing? An ancient emperor murmured softly. A figure in the Forbidden Zone extended a massive hand, reaching toward the Dao Dao Jing above the 10 halls. The founder of the Dao Dao realm? It's him, the great Yen heavenly sovereign. The ruler of the cosmos, that legendary celestial sovereign of the Forbidden Zone, spoke softly. The Dao Dao Jing? This scripture is said to have been created by the mythical ancient Tianzuan, the great Yen Tianzuan. Could it be that the previous incarnation of our current human emperor was none other than the great Yen heavenly sovereign? If that's the case, all future human emperors must address him as teacher. That's correct. No wonder our current human emperor is so unmatched in battle. It turns out his previous incarnation was so terrifying, one of the strongest ancient celestial sovereigns of the mythical era, the great Yen celestial sovereign. This is truly the unparalleled divine teacher of all emperors of the human race. Human race. When the 3 words Dao Dao Jing reached the ears of the human race's strongest, all human race cultivators erupted in excitement. The Dao Dao Jing is one of the strongest ancient scriptures in the cultivation world. There had long been rumors that this scripture was created by the ancient celestial sovereign Dian Tianzuan of the mythical era. Moreover, its power does not lie solely in being created by a peerless ancient celestial sovereign. It also gave rise to many emperor-level cultivators in the human race's later generations, known as the Great Emperors. Even the Eternal Emperor is said to have attained enlightenment through the Tao Te Ching, creating the eternal scripture, which ultimately shook the heavens and suppressed all evil spirits in the world. In general, all the supreme emperors of the human race, including the Eternal Emperor, are disciples of the mythical ancient celestial being, the Great Yen celestial being. Therefore, if the current great emperors are truly reincarnations of the mythical ancient celestial sovereigns, the great Yen celestial sovereigns, their lineage would be utterly invincible. No wonder they can single-handedly wage war against many ancient emperors. Fight! 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 At that moment, countless battle souls roared beneath the 10 halls. As the countless battle souls roared, the divine text, the Great Tao Scripture, suddenly came to life, sweeping across the sky. As the Dao Dao Jing swept across the sky, a devastating aura emerged. A figure of a mythical ancient celestial being appeared, seated cross-legged atop the Dao Dao Jing, reciting the scriptures. Ah! A startled cry echoed from the mouth of the ancient emperor of the Forbidden Zone. His hand, which had materialized out of thin air, exploded into a bloody mess in an instant, resembling fireworks. SSS. Seeing this scene, the other ancient emperors of the Forbidden Zone were all stunned. At this point, everyone now knew that the mythical ancient heavenly sovereign was not an immortal. He was the earliest of the imperial-level powerhouses. As emperors of the imperial path, they were invincible in their era, and even the weakest among them were far from weak. Especially the ancient emperor who had just appeared. With a single move, the heavens and earth changed, and time and space were temporarily sealed. His abilities are beyond imagination. How terrifying must they be? But now, his palm was shattered by an ancient scripture written by the mythical ancient celestial sovereign, the great Yen celestial sovereign. So how terrifying will the combat power of this mythical ancient celestial being be? Though not an immortal, he might already be able to fight against immortals. Or perhaps he himself is a battle immortal? This great Tao scripture can actually absorb the power of battle souls. Then this ancient scripture is essentially a living heavenly sovereign emperor. At that moment, an ancient emperor within the divine prohibition spoke. Upon hearing these words, the other ancient emperors in the Forbidden Zone all grew solemn. As the ancient emperor had said, this ancient scripture, the Tao Te Ching, was too extraordinary. Unlike other ancient scriptures, it could absorb the power of battle souls and fight on its own. This was equivalent to being either a great emperor or a heavenly sovereign. Foundation. In that instant, all the ancient emperors felt a chill run through their hearts, realizing that this was the terrifying foundation left behind by the supreme heavenly sovereign. Of course, the supreme heavenly sovereign's legacy was not limited to this. There was also the heavenly empress of the ancient heavens, who had been utterly captivated by him. Had it not been for that promise, the heavenly empress of the ancient heavens would have already ascended to immortality. This mythical ancient heavenly sovereign is not only unparalleled in talent, but also possesses immense personal charm as a heavenly sovereign. In the history of cultivation, there may only be him who could make a female ancient emperor abandon her aspirations of immortality and willingly guard the forbidden land of immortality for him. No, it should be the underworld of the past. At that moment, an ancient emperor from another forbidden realm sighed. He thought of his own beloved, who had done so much for him, yet in the end, she died by his own hands, and he had devoured her alive. That figure? Could it be he is truly the reincarnation of a heavenly sovereign from the mythical age? Before Shang Tianya, Fengxue gazed at the figure in the celestial script above the sky and spoke softly. Her words were filled with bitterness, and deep within her heart, there was endless regret. A ruler who might very well be the reincarnation of a mythical ancient celestial being, and yet he had been separated from him like this? Foolish. How utterly foolish of me. At that moment, Fengxue felt a surge of pent-up anger in her throat, almost causing her to spit out blood. Who cares about his talent or genius? Whether he's a mythical celestial sovereign or an ancient emperor, he's dead. Can an ancient scripture really change the world? Today, this emperor shall conquer this ancient scripture. At that moment, the ancient emperor whose palm had been injured by the Dao Dao classic roared, and in an instant, his true form emerged. He unleashed the divine ability of transforming heaven and earth, transforming his divine body into a black hole, which violently surged toward the ancient scripture, attempting to devour it. Driven by anger, he was determined to conquer this ancient scripture and claim it as his own. Chapter 58, The Female Disciple as a Cauldron, exposing the 10 sins of the forbidden ancient emperors. The ancient emperor wounded by the Dao Dao classic hailed from the divine banishment realm, a malevolent spirit from a cosmic black hole who had attained enlightenment and become an emperor, known as the evil emperor. During his reign, it was the most suffering era for all beings. He was nominally an emperor. But in reality, he was no different from demons. He was a ruthless killer. He used the bodies of cultivators to refine elixirs and practice his arts, and his female disciples were all treated as alchemical vessels. He was one of the few evil emperors among the ancient emperors. Now, such an ancient emperor, with his palm wounded by the Dao Dao Jing, must at all costs obtain the Dao Dao Jing, one of the 5 greatest ancient scriptures in the world. Transforming into a black hole, no wonder he was born in a cosmic black hole and attained enlightenment. Truly terrifying. A voice as ancient as the cosmos echoed throughout the heavens. He spoke to himself, yet his words resonated like the voice of the Tao, penetrating the ears of every ancient emperor. It was the mysterious and legendary ancient celestial sovereign, in existence from the same era as Lin Xuan's previous life. As soon as he spoke, a demonic aura emanated from him. It caused one of the ancient emperors from the Eternal Forbidden Zone, one of the 10 forbidden zones of the Eastern region, to ignite his fighting spirit. He immediately flew out of the Eternal Forbidden Zone and launched a full-force attack to block the demon emperor from seizing the Tao ancient scripture. An ancient emperor from the mythical era, are you intending to make my Eternal Forbidden Zone your sword to challenge the ancient emperors? Within the Eternal Forbidden Zone, the voice of the Eternal Sovereign suddenly rang out, echoing toward the ancient cosmic Forbidden Zone. At the same time, a surging war intent blazed forth, like primordial chaos, advancing toward the ancient cosmic Forbidden Zone. In that instant, the entire sky suddenly cracked open, and the Tao itself seemed to fade. The terror of the Eternal Sovereign far surpassed that of any ancient emperor who had emerged in the present age. Ugh! My friend has misunderstood. I merely intended to grant your Forbidden Realm an opportunity, with no other intentions. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, you must be from the divine ancient era, right? Your era is far more ancient than this celestial sovereign. The extremely ancient mythical celestial sovereign spoke from the cosmos. That is correct. My eternal forbidden zone has indeed existed since the divine ancient era. Therefore, my forbidden zone is no weaker than others. I hope the mythical era sovereign is aware of this. I hope today's incident does not occur again. The ruler of the eternal forbidden zone spoke with an extremely domineering tone, showing no sign of weakness even when facing a divine era celestial sovereign. That is only natural. The divine being from the mythical era did not say much, only transmitting a brief message. And thus, the communication between the two great beings came to an end. The world had no idea how dangerous this world truly was, with beings even older than the mythical celestial beings existing within it. Had it not been for the continuous emergence of great emperors among humanity, who suppressed the 4 seas and intimidated the 8 domains, the human race would have been reduced to mere prey for the creatures of the Forbidden Zone to slaughter at will. Ancient Emperor of the Eternal Forbidden Zone, are you intent on declaring war against me? I, the Divine Ban Ancient Emperor, have never been weaker than humans. If you want to fight, then fight. At that moment, the evil emperor's figure appeared above the black hole, shouting coldly, "The cosmic black hole can devour everything and extinguish everything." Now, with the appearance of the cosmic black hole, everything around the divine band was being swallowed up, not even a single grain of sand was spared. Moreover, as it devoured, other black holes began to appear around the divine forbidden zone, also starting to devour everything, causing a desolate and sorrowful aura of annihilation to permeate the mortal world. Boom! However, the ancient emperor from the eternal forbidden zone remained silent. He struck out with a fist, unleashing a beam of annihilating divine light that shot into the sky, illuminating the entire eastern region and nearly piercing through the gates of the immortal realm. A massive cauldron erupted from his hands, crashing toward the cosmic black hole. The collision of the two imperial forces caused the entire earth to crack, with the fissures continuing to spread. People were filled with terror. Was the ancient emperor intending to destroy the world? However, at that moment, the imperial armor and the Xingtian armor guarding the sky underwent a transformation. The two pieces of armor suddenly fused together, evolving into a quasi-divine artifact. Without needing Lin Xuan to summon it, the merged quasi-divine artifact, the supreme battle armor, took a single step forward and appeared before the ancient emperor of the eternal forbidden zone and the evil emperor. It then struck each of the two ancient emperors with a powerful punch. Boom! The two ancient emperors, who were locked in a fierce battle, did not notice the changes in the two suits of armor. Their bodies were violently blown away, with the ancient emperor of the eternal forbidden zone suffering the most severe injuries. His body and soul shattered in mid-air, exploding like fireworks. SSSHH. The people of the eastern domain held their breath. No one could believe what they were seeing. The two suits of armor had merged and actually killed an ancient emperor from the forbidden zone. This was simply like a dream, too fantastical to be real. It also ignited the battle fervor of the human cultivators. In the past, they had only heard rumors that forbidden zone creatures devoured human cultivators and took pleasure in killing their disciples. But now, witnessing ancient emperors from the forbidden zone being killed one after another, this feeling was truly exhilarating, leaving everyone in high spirits. This emperor was actually struck down by a combined set of battle armor. How dare you! The who had narrowly escaped death was enraged. He summoned his ancient emperor's weapon, an ancient map depicting a cosmic black hole. No one knew what it was made of, but upon its appearance, it obscured the heavens and earth, turning the entire Yen star into a lifeless world, devoid of any signs of life. The evil emperor could not help but grow furious. Not only had his hand been shattered by an ancient scripture earlier, but now he had been struck by two combined ownerless battle armor sets. This was an absolute disgrace for him as an ancient emperor. The Silent Extinction Ancient Map, a cosmic black hole's primordial Tao markings capable of extinguishing all life, had been forcibly transformed into the Demon Emperor's ancient imperial weapon using supreme-level magic. Now, when used against enemies, it unleashed unimaginable might with a single strike. But at that very moment, as the ancient scripture of the Tao emerged, Lin Xuan's body began to change, emanating the aura of the Tao, harmonizing with the ancient scripture. Boom! The Tao ancient scripture, which had previously appeared, suddenly flew toward Lin Xuan. As it flew out, a terrifying aura erupted from the ancient scripture. Then, a scene that the cultivators of the eastern region could never forget appeared. At that moment, the mythical celestial sovereign seated atop the ancient scriptures suddenly appeared. He was originally just a faint shadow, or more accurately, a mark. However, this shadowy figure now seemed to possess sentience, and it directly struck out with a finger slash toward the evil emperor. This strike seemed to sever time and space, to sever the flow of time itself. The heavens and earth suddenly plunged into endless silence and pitch-black darkness. Even quasi-emperor level cultivators could see nothing in that instant, as if their divine sense cultivation had been completely obliterated by that single finger. At that moment, everyone felt a great sense of dread, as if the end of the world had arrived. Even the four ancient emperors who were about to attack the holy heavenly cliff trembled in their bodies. This showed just how powerful the single strike of the virtual ancient celestial sovereign from the Tao ancient scripture was. However, this scene did not last long. It seemed eternal, yet in the blink of an eye, the world of the technique brightened once more. When everyone looked again, the whose power was boundless had been severed into two pieces. His body still stood in the air, but his eyes were fixed on the virtual ancient celestial sovereign in the ancient scripture, refusing to close even in death. Then, with a loud crash, his body plummeted toward the direction of the divine prohibition, and the surrounding mountains collapsed, burying him beneath them. This was the fate of a legendary ancient emperor, to die before the eyes of all, then be buried. Only then did everyone snap back to reality, their breath catching in their throats as they realized the terror of the mythical ancient celestial sovereign. A mere imprint left on an ancient scripture had been enough to effortlessly slay a later generation ancient emperor. It sounded like a mythical tale. Chapter 59, Tremors Above the Heavens. Is Lin Xuan the ruler of the divine realm? The Emperor of the Heavens is invincible, immortal for all eternity. Some human cultivators were already shouting, the human emperor's origins are so terrifying. Could he be connected to the mythical ancient celestial sovereign? This is indeed no simple matter. A wild beast spoke in human language, saying this. The wild beasts were all incredibly powerful, and their journey into the eastern domain was driven by ambitious plans. They intended to wait until the human emperor perished in the Forbidden Zone before slaughtering the human clan of the eastern domain and invading the region. Among them were wild beasts at the 5th level of the quasi-emperor realm, with powerful physiques and unmatched strength. If they were to attack the human race of the eastern region, the human race would be unable to resist. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, they could only retreat in disgrace. As the beasts departed, the other powerful beings from various races also quietly withdrew. The current emperor is invincible, and is connected to the mythical ancient celestial sovereign. With him stationed in the eastern region's territory is utterly impregnable. Whoosh! As everyone harbored various thoughts, the ancient scriptures of the Tao flew into the demon god valley. Boom! The dragon emperor acted, emitting divine light from his mouth, and swung his dragon claws to open a spatial passage, intending to teleport the ancient scripture away. Lin Xuan's current state was peculiar. While battling, he was undergoing a transformation, as if he were returning to his former status as a mythical celestial being. And all of this was connected to the ancient scripture of the Tao. Therefore, the ancient scripture must not fall into Chen Xian's hands. As the current human emperor, your power is indeed formidable, capable of resisting us ancient emperors alone. However, since you have entered the demon god valley today, neither you nor your daughter will leave alive. As the chaos emperor, my body can absorb all life essences, including the life essence of the human emperor. Today, I shall taste the flavor of your life essence. Chaos decision, kill for the emperor. On one side. After exchanging a single blow with Lin Xuan and separating, the chaos emperor roared. Then, a black lotus suddenly bloomed in his hand, releasing an apocalyptic aura that swept toward Lin Xuan. This was his ancient imperial weapon, the near-divine artifact, the world-destroying black lotus. Upon appearing, it devoured the true essence of heaven and earth, seeking to evolve into a divine artifact. Meanwhile, chaotic light surged from his body, transforming into an ancient divine beast, Chaos, which charged toward Lin Xuan. He himself resembled a god from the mythical age, dominating all creation, and delivered a fierce punch toward Lin Xuan. This punch aimed to sever the life force of the heavens and earth, to return time to chaos, causing the primordial energy in the world to weaken drastically. Even the imperial divine power of the other ancient emperors was weakening, being absorbed by the chaos emperor. This caused the other ancient emperors to change their expressions drastically, swiftly summoning their supreme techniques to protect themselves. Roar! At the same time, from a massive crack within the demon god valley, a voice resounded like the cries of countless ghostly soldiers, and a headless corpse riding an ancient creature emerged from the crack. Its physical form was unmatched, and its attacks were accompanied by a surging tide of deathly energy, charging toward Lin Xuan's back. The Yin corpse was half a step away from attaining the Tao, and half a step away from becoming an ancient emperor, with combat power second only to the ancient emperors. And this was a surprise attack from behind, making its destructive power unimaginable. The dust is about to settle. The great emperor of this age is about to perish. The other emperors thought to themselves. Attacking from behind was something even these imperial-level powerhouses dared not do. However, with a half-step emperor-level zombie general ambushing Lin Xuan, and Lin Xuan's frontline enemy being a peerless expert like the Chaos Emperor, Lin Xuan was as good as dead. This battle, fought to this point, must finally come to an end. One day. This human emperor, in his arrogance, had dared to use the forbidden laws of time and space to freeze time, trapping it within the same day, believing that this would erase the life forbidden zone, the demon god valley. But he did not realize that this was slapping himself in the face. The ancient emperor of the forbidden zone killed a human emperor of the current generation within a single day. This news, once spread, would be a glorious tale for the future generations of the forbidden zone. The ancient emperors of the forbidden zone had fought well. But their expressions changed abruptly. Because Lin Xuan had vanished from his original location. When everyone looked up again, he was already above the sky. His body was enveloped in surging beams of Taoist light, which formed blooming flowers. Lin Xuan stood at the center of the Taoist flower petals. This was the first technique of the Heavenly Emperor's ancient scripture, which Lin Xuan had created himself, ruling the world. As his figure soared into the air, his palm had already struck out behind him. As the current emperor, his vital energy was at its peak, and a single punch was enough to obliterate everything in the heavens and earth. Amidst the continuous roars of the half-step emperor-level warriors, their headless bodies and the ancient beasts beneath them were directly reduced to nothingness. Half-step emperor-level warriors, in an era where emperors and ancient emperors did not emerge, were capable of obliterating all the powerful beings in the entire universe and traveling between countless stars within a single day. But now, under Lin Xuan's hands, they couldn't even block a single strike. This caused the ancient imperial princes hiding in the demon god valley to gasp in shock, realizing the terrifying might of the current human emperor. Especially the witch, whose fists were clenched so tightly that her nails had almost pierced her flesh. Though her father, the invincible emperor of his era, lay half asleep before her, her body still trembled. Within this ancient hall adorned with arrays, everything outside was clearly visible. The scene of Lin Xuan killing a half-step ancient emperor with a single strike was fully etched into her eyes. Recalling how he had effortlessly killed the old matron earlier, she couldn't help but feel terrified. By now, she no longer feared death itself, but rather the current emperor of the human race. Ah! Seeing this, the half-asleep valley master of the demon god valley, the ancient emperor, couldn't help but sigh. He knew that even if his beloved daughter survived today, her Tao heart had been damaged, and she would never be able to become an emperor in her lifetime. But even so, he would protect her life at all costs. For she was not only his most beloved daughter but also the very symbol of the dignity of the demon god valley, his sacred domain. Now that the supreme emperor of the demon god valley, the Chaos Emperor, had awakened, even he had secretly intervened in this battle. In such a situation, if his most beloved daughter were still killed, the demon god valley's authority would be completely overshadowed by the other forbidden zones. Boom! At that moment, a massive earthquake shook the heavens above the grey cosmos, and a divine realm gate that should have been permanently sealed reappeared. A breathtakingly beautiful figure emerged from the divine realm gate. It was the figure of a woman. She appeared out of thin air, catching everyone's gaze. Though her face was invisible, her beauty was unparalleled. A celestial being. This was a celestial maiden, and not just any celestial maiden, but a celestial empress, for she possessed an unparalleled aura of majesty. Ah! As the woman materialized, a piercing scream echoed across the cosmic battlefield, and a figure instantly turned into a pool of blood, completely obliterated. That figure was none other than Huang Tian, who was using supreme magic to attempt to refine the cosmic battlefield and devour the cosmic laws of this world. He had only clashed with Lin Xuan for a short while before disappearing, intending to devour the cosmic laws of this world and ascend to the rank of true immortal. But now, with the appearance of the woman from the immortal realm, he was instantly annihilated by her two eyes. Immortal? Is this the immortal emperor mentioned in ancient texts? The immortal realm truly exists, and there are immortal emperors stationed there. In that instant, the ancient emperors of the lower realms were also stunned, realizing that this world was different from what they had known, and that there truly was a divine realm, with supreme beings within it. Only the ancient emperor who had just awakened in the forbidden zone of the demon god valley quietly closed his eyes. For he had already deduced that the reopening of the immortal realm's gates and the appearance of this mysterious woman from the immortal realm were both connected to the current great emperor, Lin Xuan. This current great emperor, Lin Xuan, was not only an ancient celestial sovereign from the mythical era but was clearly also connected to the celestial realm's celestial ruler and the celestials. Chapter 60, the true identity of the current emperor Lin Xuan is revealed, shocking his brother-in-law. The immortal realm. There is an immortal realm in this world. The immortal emperor. I have seen the immortal emperor. From that day onward, these two phrases spread throughout the entire ancient star of Yenqing, startling countless powerful beings. But at this moment, the most shocking were the ancient emperors of the Forbidden Zone. They spent their entire lives pursuing immortality, even going so far as to transform themselves into forbidden zones in their quest to become immortals. But in the end, they despaired, once believing that there were no immortals left in this world and that the gates to the immortal realm could no longer be entered. But now that the immortal realm has opened, and there are beings resembling immortal emperors appearing, this has left them utterly stunned. Under normal circumstances, once the immortal realm opened, these ancient emperors and revered figures from the forbidden zones would have already soared into the sky and forcefully entered the immortal realm. But now, the female immortal emperor stood tall in the immortal realm, gazing down below. Even the ruler of the imperial heavenly forbidden land had been killed, so no one dared to defy heaven and charge into the immortal realm. It's not the real person. This is a mark, and it's at least from several eras ago. It seems that this immortal emperor has been lingering in the immortal realm all this time. Could she be waiting for someone? At that moment, an ancient voice echoed from the divine forbidden zone. This was the ruler of the divine forbidden zone, an extremely ancient and terrifying existence. Upon hearing his words, the other ancient emperors and all the powerful beings of the eastern domain were utterly shocked. A celestial emperor, lingering in the celestial realm, who was she waiting for? Even more shocking was that a single mark of a divine emperor had killed an ancient emperor of the forbidden zone. How powerful must her true form be? Is this what immortals are like? Even the mark left behind is so powerful. Boom! Within the demon god valley, a terrifying sound echoed. Lin Xuan stomped down with one foot, shattering all the chaotic divine forms before the ancient emperor of chaos, forcing his ancient form to retreat. At the same time, a sword light descended, colliding with the chaos ancient emperor's ancient emperor weapon, the world-destroying Black Lotus. Two beams of annihilating light pierced through the void, shattering the heavens and earth, and flew into the ethereal gates of the divine realm before disappearing completely. Bang! Lin Xuan's other foot landed on the Chaos Ancient Emperor's right hand, clashing with it in a single move. Human Emperor, you are finished. The Chaos body is the strongest physique in the world, capable of devouring everything. The Chaos Ancient Emperor attained enlightenment through it. You dare to engage him in physical combat? You truly don't know when to die. Within the Demon God Valley, behind the Chaos Ancient Emperor, an ancient creature with fangs crawled out and spoke in a sinister tone. This was, of course, the Chaos Ancient Emperor's loyal subordinate. Upon hearing the ancient creature's words, the Dragon Emperor, the Primordial God Emperor, and the other two ancient emperors all nodded, believing that this battle had finally come to an end. Though the human emperor was indeed powerful, he should not have engaged the Chaos Ancient Emperor in physical combat. The Chaos Body, also known as the Chaos Divine Body, was most terrifying in its physical form. Its physical body can devour all the laws and energies of the heavens and earth. Now that Lin Xuan was engaging in physical combat with it, this was clearly a case of overestimating one's abilities in the eyes of the ancient emperors. Had this been before the cosmic battlefield, with Lin Xian's current power as the emperor of the present age, he would have been capable of engaging the Chaos Ancient Emperor's physical form in combat. However, he has already fought against dozens of ancient emperors, and his true essence is no longer what it once was. How could he possibly withstand a single blow from the physical form of the Chaos Ancient Emperor? My Demon God Valley is known as the Forbidden Land of Life in the Eastern Domain. Even the human emperor of immortality perished within it. Unless one is a divine being, no human, no matter who they are, can escape death. Not even the human emperor is an exception. With the strength of a single individual, you dare to attempt to destroy my Demon God Valley within 5 days? It is nothing but a delusion. The ancient creature with fangs spoke in a sinister tone. But as the words fell, its expression changed. For it saw clearly that its master, the once feared Chaos Ancient Emperor who once dominated heaven and earth, had his right arm severed. Indeed. It was indeed severed. Lin Xuan summoned a pillar of light and sword energy from the ground, possessing the might of a divine weapon. As soon as it collided with the right hand of the Chaos Ancient Emperor, it sliced through his right hand, piercing it completely, and then severed the entire Chaos arm. The arm of the Chaos Ancient Emperor, who had attained enlightenment through the Chaos Body. This was an utterly terrifying occurrence. The expressions of all the ancient emperors changed. Achieving the pinnacle of the Chaos Body realm already allowed one to fight against emperor-level powerhouses and even kill weaker ones. When the Chaos Body attains enlightenment, it becomes an invincible existence, capable of sweeping across the heavens and earth with its bare body alone, without the need for divine weapons. Moreover, he had already unleashed the ancient emperor's weapon, the world-destroying Black Lotus. Under such circumstances, Lin Xuan alone managed to sever him. This is truly terrifying. This is impossible. He has not undergone the transformation into a divine body, and his cultivation realm has not reached the immortal realm. At most, he is on the same level as us, the peak of the emperor realm. How could his combat power be so terrifying? An ancient emperor with horns on his head murmured. He had fought alongside the primordial divine emperor and another ancient emperor all the way from the cosmic battlefield to confront Lin Xuan, and his combat power was already terrifying. Yet now, he was utterly stunned by Lin Xuan's combat prowess. In the human realm, the strongest combat power is at the peak of the great emperor realm. Even they, as ancient emperors from the Forbidden Zone, had cultivated to this level. In their era, they were all considered invincible beings, unmatched in heaven and earth. No one should be weaker than another. Even if one were weaker, the difference shouldn't be too great. But how could this human emperor be so terrifying? He simply couldn't comprehend it. He couldn't figure it out, and neither could the other ancient emperor. They only realized that this battle was extremely difficult. If the Chaos Ancient Emperor were to be killed, could the remaining ancient emperors join forces to kill the opponent? Furthermore, the enemy's origins were too terrifying. Not only were they suspected to be reincarnations of ancient celestial lords from the mythical era, but they were also connected to the immortals. If they couldn't kill him today, and he sought revenge in the future, that would be a major problem. You've completely enraged this emperor. Die! The Chaos Ancient Emperor, with his severed arm, roared furiously. Chaos light surged from his body as his arm began to regenerate. At the same time, he held the world-destroying Black Lotus in his hand and swept it out. As the world-destroying Black Lotus swept out, space itself shattered, and many surrounding mountains were instantly transformed into abysses. The power of that sweep was terrifying beyond imagination. At the same time, 2 more copies of himself appeared beside him. Supreme Divine Technique, one breath divides into 3 emperors. This was equivalent to 3 ancient emperors attacking Lin Xuan simultaneously. I am the emperor, I shall crush all enemies. Lin Xuan snorted coldly. At that very moment, from the direction of the Holy Sky Cliff, another Lin Xuan stepped forward, heading toward the Holy Sky Cliff. This was the mark he had left behind at the sacred Sky Cliff. Now summoned by him, the entire heavens and earth changed color. The Emperor's battle armor and the Xingtian battle armor fused together with him, releasing endless supreme might, as if they had combined into a complete supreme divine artifact. Now, the entire universe trembled, unable to withstand the combined might of the 3. Emperor! So he really is Lin Xuan. He's become an emperor. This is really Lin, my former brother-in-law, has become an emperor? Have my eyes gone blind? Lin Xuan, it's really you who has become an emperor. I was truly short-sighted. Instead of staying by the side of such an emperor, I went to worship He Lianqin, that so-called quasi-emperor, as my master. The moment this mark appeared, the entire eastern domain of the human race was shaken to its core, including Fongua, Fengxue, and Yueshan, whose hearts trembled as well. Because this was the first time Lin Xuan, the current human emperor, had revealed his true form, his true identity was completely exposed. It was like an earthquake, leaving the eastern region of the human race utterly shaken, finally knowing his true identity.